Carrigan reports that M4's gone missing. Well played by Techno. Now Blitz will be here. Techno tucks second oranges. Carrigan spotted him out. The supportive flash from Blitz enables the fight. He's only got 3 bullets. Onto that USP. Monacy dunks on him. Buys time for Blitz and that scout to occupy the smoke. Doesn't disrupt. Push from Darkmeister. Damage onto Monacy. Softened up for the scout. Both of them one-shot potential for Blitz, but he actually elects to pick up the MP9. And it should be 12 for Falcons here. You need the clutch to come through. Overlooks Monacy completely. Call it 12. This is the Inferno Mongols pick as well, so this one is really spiraling out of control.
Yeah, Yanko wanted to see Ancient be in the pick right now, but Inferno, whether it's a punish, pesky chickens, huh?
Poor guy.
I know the match's been quick, but again, there's been 1 opening kill for the Mongols.
Yeah, that's just
15 rounds. It's the same chicken. I thought Nugget died yesterday.
Oh, he did. Didn't get such a good innings this time around. Logically sound forward position. A jiggle smoke defense. And that'll do. Get away. Blitz has given you an opening.
Just as we were talking about how few and far between they are.
There's number 2.
Needs to be a whole lot more on the way back up. And assuming you can convert this, you're still down with the firepower, down with the util.
Penultimate smoke dropped. Minute to play with. What's Carrigan going to do with this util? Could be nothing if he goes down there. Okay, Techno reveals his position. Blitz in this off angle. Techno down, but they're going to overlook him. Blitz needed 2, and Kiosuke's so aware. Will post his 26. Frag! Oh, nearly the lineup for them. Tessus does well on the trade. Stops things going awry. Easy pick onto Darkmeister, and we can really end this Inferno. Out with a whimper from the Mongols. 2 opening kills. 16 rounds. It's efficient. Falcons with a point to prove. Darkmeister is low. Can Carrigan end it right here and now? The odds are stacked against him. Darkmeister can just play around that smoke, and he does so to perfection. That's a clutch to his name. 3 kills. We've been talking about Tikuak, 17 years of age, and Darkmeister, 18, keeping this game going up against the world number 1.
Oh, they're not going to have any issues in the buy department. Falcons have plenty of cash to smash in this one. Honestly gets his AWP, rifles for everybody, there's kits, everything they desire. Whereas because that comes down to the 1v1, can't say the same about the Mongols. Techno moves up with the MAC-10. There's 2 Galils around the AKs. Well, they want to get a knockout blow here. Look at this aggression.
Sometimes you can just give him the green light. Follow your instincts. Kiosuke forward position. Nico side by side from the short.
Flash over.
Lots of headshots required. 9-10's Galil, good for it. Opening kill goes Mongol's way.
Done enough to scare this short presence. So they've dropped back. Carrigan cheats over to join Tessus on B, so if they were hoping to use nameplate, they can't now.
Monacy's AWP could be flashed off this. He's trying to get into a different position. Doesn't matter if his screen is white. He is so hard to kill. Still gets one, gets out.
No B upper tunnel's push, so not going to risk that. Falcons are heading back to deal with middle, and remember, Carrigan is meant to be the long defender. They're out long. Tikuak calling sector clear. Meister still feigning some mid presence, but back to B. SS just smoking upper tunnels now as well, so that's another 20 seconds off the clock unless they want to brave the grey screen.
Darkmeister applying pressure to Tessus. It's Carrigan going for something a little unorthodox. Oh, they go. No one's clearing his corner. No one's clearing Carrigan! And Dust 2 comes to a close unless Tikuak's got it.
Yeah, he was hoping for that long lurk. Now it's the long rotation around the world. 20 seconds left on the clock.
The worst way for your tournament to end is just an impossible 1v4. The clock against him, and he's now on the floor. That's a 2-0, folks. Round of 16 for Falcons, a fly-out, defending champions here at EWC. Mongols, in air quotes on that one.
A lot has changed within that year. They have been sent home in the round of 16. Falcons making light work of EWC so far. Win over K27, 2-0 against Astralis, and now a 2-0 against the Mongols.
Him and Apex star players.
Making it work. And, they know what they've done to FaZe's economy. They are impoverished for this last round of regulation.
I still think it was a good call here for FaZe, but players not looking towards a window. The danger of that left-right smoke meant they had to scale close to the wall. No one's locking down window with the orb. Jay Bowen's not in a position to succeed. You have him locking down that angle. Very different round suddenly for FaZe. Now, the hardest one yet. Forcing overtime with less. Don't have an AK in this round for FaZe Clan.
Had to prioritize some nades as well, so some shortcomings in the firepower.
And will FaZe just leave this game thinking, man, we had it. It could have been ours.
Ooh, and Frozen has cooled off. Okay. I'm curious. Nature's got a cache of smokes, and it's off the back of that FaZe timeout. They've got a gimmick. They've got a plan.
It's meant to be lineups, but everyone's out long. Trying to bait Vitality back. Okay, we've said missed shots, Alex, but ZywOo on long in the position in this final round of regulation.
Replenishes the block. They do start 3B strong. Will Nature's utility lead to them digging their heels in on the wrong side of the map for the finish?
It's the call changing. FaZe are pulling out of long. Bomb is in tow, but back they go. Meant to be smokes in play, and ZywOo with everything to do.
Throwing that incendiary just at the perfect moment. Attention drawn upon Nature's util landing. Crisscross smokes implies mid to B.
They've cancelled the plan.
30 seconds. They're running this really on fine margins.
Big round for FaZe, and they're going to recommit up catwalk. This is dangerous. Dropping mid to B into the stack.
Into the stack, no less. Last round of regulation. FaZe, it's close. But so is Mezzy by the smoke. Twist the one. Twist good on the dig. Apex knows time's on his side. Touched on bricks. Nice attempts, but this Apex, you've got to get past Jay Bowen. He's posted it. Bomb's got to get across. And it does. ZywOo unable to find the headshot on the jump. They just want to disrupt, flash and go. Yeah, Bowen flashed. It's all onto one man's shoulders. Nature, home soil, 1v2, and Flamesy says no. Vitality take it. That's gotta feel good. Clearly, Vitality been in the lab. They've definitely scrubbed through those FaZe demos, taken some learnings, also taken some expectations as to what FaZe were going to be throwing their way.
Yeah, it didn't seem like FaZe ever caught them off guard in any of these rounds.
Both pistols, goes nicely. And a nerdy little one for the highway box.
Yeah, I love the Flames jumped right before he cleared that as well. So they hit a Q, they have to look, and then boom, the flash completely wrecks
That's
him.
naughty.
Vitality, just a clinical showing here. Gonna have a FaZe mid-take. Boost up post Molly, getting closest twists. ZywOo is ready to wreak havoc. Hits that burn, so Frozen's aware. And why not reboost at this point in the game? But Vitality just mollied it out, and they are trapped in this smoke. Vitality going to keep the pressure on in middle.
Oh, no bullets. Awkward fights, easy picks for FaZe Clan. Still just the one from Flames. He sat down by the FAMAS of Jabowen. And you've got Mezzy just going to delay the inevitable, give a little bit of a fair go. Back turn, easy for Twist. The FAMASs convert, some nice AK upgrades, hoovered up. Just do that 6 more times and you're in overtime.
Misty smoke. Fast 8 smoke cancelled here. Vitality going to contact in. They got, again, close mid to worry about. So the reboost might set FaZe up for a quick flank. They've got 5 players on this side of the map. Screw it. All in.
HU's had a really rough go of it. 3 frags, but a couple of outputs here would be huge. He's got empty hands, and they've got an empty sight. It's got to be it. Captain Twist. Dead to Zywoo, and FaZe sent home by Vitality.
Statement win indeed. Shaky start to this series, but they end it with an absolute bang, blowing FaZe out. 6-1 now on the new map, and Team Vitality eyeing up a date with Team Spirit. A rematch from that Rio final where Vitality swept the board, bound to be a banger.
Wrinkle still nipping kills away. Kesserado turns. Well, he's alive. There's really a whole lot of confidence you can have in this Furious squad. It's about to be 12. Yuri to close out this kill, and Wrinkle goes to the ground at a 12-3 scoreline. It is pure domination from Furia.
Yeah, G2 have yet to start the quarterfinals. This has been so clean and really so few obstacles thrown in their path. Round 16 and potentially the final here on Ancient. It's a grim buy for G2's defense. 2 MP9s, a FAMAS pistol, and MP7. Fighting with scraps here at the tail end.
Well, 2 players sprinting towards A main. We've got Hunter trying to meet them, but it's not even the main thrust of the attack. They're waiting to go up B, and they're attacking the same time as well into 2 different sites, and that is causing confusion for G2 as they're trying to race back to their B bomb site positions. But you could even bail out and leave B and get back to the A site, which is exactly the call for Furia.
Madison Nertz stepping through CT spawn just as the smoke fades. 12-3 and a 5-on-3 in this round that could end the map right here.
Plays in tempo, 1 gone already. Yakindar, why not try and grab both? But it's Heavy God, the final player here for G2, and their final moments. It's going to be a crushing defeat coming in to G2's way, and I gotta say, for Furia, that is one hell of a look here on Ancient. Yakindar needs to win this.
Surely the information was called that the bomb was dropped at A main. Nertz surely realizes he doesn't need to move from this position. Yakinder still has to go get the bomb. It's a teammate from Nertz's perspective. 20 seconds.
They go into 1v1, and Nertz is going to come out on top. So there you go. G2 find themselves map point here on the second map of Anubis. And Dust 2 is just a few minutes away.
It's waiting in the wings, waiting for its chance to step into this series. Impressive recovery after map 1 from G2, looking completely different, full of life here on this map. 17 kills on Heavy God leading the way, 11 on Nertz, 10 on the captain of Hunter.
Hunter aggressive. He's backed up by Wrinkle, and it's Hunter that's going to go forward. Head spotted, Molodoi to respawn, and Wrinkle trying to catch one through the smoke. He actually will finish off Molodoi. So 4v3 now for G2. 1 more step in the direction of Dust 2. Not enough done here from Furia. They did not match up to the first map performance. We haven't got the individuals showing up, and we heard Dupree talking about it. This game is so heavily decided by the individual performances, and on this one, it's all G2.
It's no serious indictment of Furia on a grand scale. Both of these first 2 maps weak in their pool.
Gives it a go, but so unlikely as time ticks so low on that bomb, and he now realizes it is not going to be around. He can win. Time is gone. It's a quick shot, and he will flee.
I can't believe he even hit that shot. But yeah, in the losing effort, never steps in, preserving the AWP. So 4th round for G2. They extend play just a little bit longer. 8 rounds away from overtime. But at least they've got that first, and that's what Hunter's going to tell the boys coming into freeze time as he calls the next round.
That's a great shot from Heavy God. Difficult one, but managed to get his crosshair and his feet planted.
Well, round 17 now. Wrinkle with the scout. And Molodoi, again aggressive, wants to put an end to this. Been spotted by that scout. Now he's known, and he's got to be really careful about his timing of when he decides to retreat.
He's just gone forward anyway. Continue to push up. Molodoi emboldened by the fact he's got Yukindo's defense alongside of him. Keserado finding another. It's a 5v3 yet again for Furia.
Yeah, and you won this last time in the 3v5 with your G2, but it ain't going to happen twice.
Yeah, this time it will be that end. Heavy God and Mattis at 2 versus 5. They're split up. They're not together. The difference was in the last round you could burst out with 3 plays and attack into a 3-on-2 setup, but don't have that luxury this time. Mattis makes his move into the Molodoi scope. A 13-4 win. Furia will go to the semifinals.
Our players started out as underdogs. The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every games champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
I'm surviving ramp, guys. I'm ramp. Side. Crossing side. One side. Side last. Oh my god. I killed. I have long. Check. I'm holding mid. Player. Should be around mid. Short, guys. Short. I have short. 5 seconds. Guys, you can't imagine what happened нахуй. Danny, did you see this shit?
Is the AK?
Yeah, watch.
Yeah. Bro, I killed the guy in the jump. I dropped your AK.
Guys, I survived the ramp. 1 HP. Sorry,
nice guys. Good job.
Now take a going to Pera. I'm ready. Are you ready?
One focus. Yeah, ready. Go.
3, 2, 1. Flashing. One mid. Flashing.
Forklift.
Highway. Dead highway. Quad. Nice. Highway. 4v1. I'm only highway.
3v1. Lock around.
3v1. Nice. City. I flash city. I try to plan for you, bro.
He can be out.
Give me jumping up. Yeah. So.
Bomb for plus. City.
Nice!
BG.
We have the better French player, bro!
No, face. Push.
One guy heaven. One super low. Nice. I flash one up, 2 guys. One guy coming mid late.
Window.
Ace clear, guys. Window dead. Out A1. 2 out A. I can flash. Wait. 1, 2, flashing above. Boom! Nice! Let's go! Chico! Guys.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je suis pas à dire. Je coupe la line, laisse la cul, laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite.
As the fight goes on, only 6 teams remain on the stage. Yesterday, Furia secured the first semifinal spot by taking down G2. 3 spots remain and only 1 chance to get there. Mouse take on Foot to get the revenge for their group stage defeat. Legacy are looking to stop Team Falcons. Team Spirit want to take down Vitality, and they want to do it in front of their home crowd. Who will withstand the pressure, and who will crumble? Welcome to Day 3 of the playoffs. Another day here at the Esports World Cup Club Championships, one of the final days, all things considered, because we're coming to a big head here, and one in which we're going to find out who the champions are. We're really getting down to the nitty-gritty. I've got Pimp, I've got MBK, my name's Trey Stunasaranthis. We're going to be looking at everything going into the playoffs today, and I'm going to start things off around the Na'Vi 0-2 defeat by Legacy. Is it yikes time, Jacob? What happened there?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer for Na'Vi. I think coming into that matchup, we all had Na'Vi as the favorites, clear-cut favorites. Legacy, not a bad team by no stretch of their imagination, but not necessarily a team you'd expect to be able to beat a Na'Vi who decided to start off the season a bit slow, go into a boot camp, and we all had high expectations for them, Nathan, but they didn't deliver anything yesterday.
We expected more individually, especially. Like, there was nothing that was really happening. There was no plays, no entry kills, no nothing. It was just a flat Na'Vi that came in. And Legacy, they're ready to play. I wouldn't be surprised if they can really go further in the bracket.
Is this worrying signs for Na'Vi? Is it time for a change, Jacob? You're usually the specialist on these things, so what do you think?
I mean, I thought it was time for a change during the summer break. They opted not to do it, or at least not to splash the cash needed in order to do it. I think there may be a bit of regretting going on with Na'Vi right now.
I see what you did there, because Bits on the team. What do you think, BK?
Yeah, I think there was a window to make changes that really justified doing something new and just trying to get into another level. If you start the season like that, that's probably not a good sign because you're kind of stuck with the roster at this point.
Yeah, this isn't the EWC debut that you were hoping for if you're Na'Vi, considering everything. But let's take a look at the playoff brackets. Na'Vi aren't the only ones here that are going to get their feelings hurt. That means that obviously G2 had to follow suit. They also like to lose every now and then. Go ahead, Jacob, take it away.
I mean, G2 is, again, not a bad team, but I think they did it okay overall. Losing to Furia in a very important game for Furia, for that matter as well, is not too bad, to be completely honest. It was a very one-sided game, though, 3 maps that all had no nerve in them. There was no close games, there was no tense moments. It felt like both G2 and Furia were dominating each other on the respective map picks, and then on the third one, there was only one team on the server.
Yeah, Furia was just better. I think that's the best way to put it. They just had more in every way, and you have to kind of be glad about that because we know it's probably the last year of Fallen playing. You want to see them do good. You want to see them end on a happy note, and they could do it here. This is obviously a very big tournament for everybody, and they are ready, it looks like, to take it.
You do wonder about the Cinderella story that is that last year, right? I mean, we just got one in Cologne. Can we get another one here? We still, I dare I say, it's still early days within the playoff bracket. All things considered, it's definitely the weekend. But can Furia stay afloat? That'll be the biggest question. Let's turn our attention over to the next game, the one we have today, a big one at that. A hallmark matchup of Vitality taking on Team Spirit. Oh boy, is there any better matchup that you could think of off the top of your head right now?
Not really, to be completely honest. Naturally, Vitality on home turf. We saw how the crowd turned up for them yesterday. Really pushed them to do well. Created a great environment. We also did see Donk play Counter-Strike yesterday, and he was firing on all cylinders. So there's many ways you can attack that game. Naturally, Vitality on paper are the favorites. I think Team Spirit as a team have been struggling a little bit. But then on the other hand, you have currently what I consider to be the 2 best players in the world in Saivu taking on Donk, and that's always going to be fun times.
Whether you like the teams, whether you like the players, if you love Counter-Strike and you're not hyped about the 2 best players in the world going at it, doesn't matter if it's a quarterfinal, semifinal, final, this matchup could go anywhere. And so you want to see those 2 players go at it. Both teams are very, very prepared, you can see it, and we're going to have the A games to show on the server, and especially the map pool is going to be a good question mark. We're going to see Cash, we're going to see those new maps that we don't really see in the battle on very often. I know, man, this is such an exciting matchup.
On the count of 3, I just want you to tell me, Donk or Zaiwu? 1, 2, 3.
Zaiwu. Yeah.
Of course. Who would have known? I'm just going to go a little Donkler just in case. How about this, though, boys? We're looking at our Crunchyroll story of the day, and that is, can the Falcons be to be? Can they back-to-back by taking down Legacy in this bracket? Can they do it here? They're on a hot streak. They're not leaving a lot of question marks.
No, and they've been looking solid so far. Winning the Cologne Major, that's naturally a massive accolade to put to their name. Coming in and then maybe winning EWC's Counter-Strike tournament will be another one. And, on top of that, securing the club championship as well. I think there's a lot of stake right now for Falcons. A lot of pressure on them as well. But seemingly to me, they've been able to handle that pressure. They look very solid. Yet to see them fail. Yet to see them not play good Counter-Strike, Nathan. Having Legacy in that game as well, that's maybe, I wouldn't say it's lucky, because Legacy Legacy are playing well, but it's a team that Falcons should be beating. So yeah, I do think Falcons have a pretty good chance of going back to back here at EWC.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have the ideas on how to counter the trickery of Legacy, to be honest. That's going to be the main part. If they can throw Legacy off of their A game, I don't see how they're not winning this game. They have all the elements.
Well, the Falcons are on a hot streak, and I'm sure there's a ton of more questions to be had about the Falcons. At least from the Counter-Strike side, they're the most entertaining, one of the most fun teams to watch, especially in 2026. But there is certainly more to know about the Falcons. Janiro is going to catch up with them right now.
Thank you, Senna. I'm joined here with Jordan from Falcons. In the very last few days of EWC 2026, we're actually sitting in front of the totems of 24 and 25, where you guys won back-to-back. What about this year? The stress levels from like 1 to 10, are they even there?
I think it's 11 right now.
Okay.
No, it has been like a roller coaster year, and well, not done yet, I would say.
That's absolutely true. There are so many titles that you are competing in. So I want to discuss this year specifically, because you already said that it's been a roller coaster. When you look back, if you're able to win this, what are the takeaways from 26? How are you looking at it?
I think like we have to really work on why we didn't succeed on the game that we were supposed to do better, I would say, and try to work around that, find a way to be more consistent probably all across the game. Other than this, like nothing else to do. I would say like, well, I hope that we lift it and just try to repeat it maybe like the year after again.
Mm-hmm. Well, you guys have been very consistent when it comes to winning the club championship points. What do you think has been the advantage of Falcons competing at EWC? Because I remember talking to you at the start of the event, and you said, "Well, it's in Paris. The fans aren't here, so it's a bit of a debuff. But at the same time, there isn't like the pressure. You don't get off the stage and see people disappointed."
I think like really like the crowd like play a huge factor for us, especially when we are in Riyadh. Here you can see, for example, for Rocket League last week, we had like...
It was really good.
Yeah, we had the crowd there. They fly all over the world, especially from Saudi, and they were like really excited about that. So I think it's helping us, and probably when there is no crowd, maybe like some of our players just like, at least like when it's no our crowd, some of our players maybe like crumble a little bit or need like to be cheered a little bit up.
Yes, it feels more like you're just playing maybe from your own stage, your own bedroom, rather than in front of the crowd. So then my final question is, CS2, you guys have coming off of that major win as well. What are the hopes here? What are the expectations for this title?
Complicated to say. I would like before the tournament I would have say okay, at least like a top 3. Right now with the bracket that we have, it's complicated. Okay. So, I mean, they are one of the best team in the world. Everything can happen, but also like we have like a big dog on our side. So, I would not like say anything else than I just hope that they will do the best and we'll see like good CS.
All right, I hope so too. I'd love to see some good CS, no jinxing. But thank you so much for your time and just doing a little interview. That's it from us. So, studio, back to you guys.
Ooh, baby, it's the weekend, and here come the players. We're about to see Foot take it on Mao's Esports, and this is a battle in your quarterfinals. Who's going to make it into the semis? Who is going to make it to a championship Sunday? If you win 2 maps, well, you have a good opportunity. Joining me in the booth, we've got some legends. We'll introduce them on camera. But, Pimp, can I start with you, my friend? Expectations for this match, because Foot is coming in as the favorite according to our seeding after group stages. Is that a true testament of what we've seen in 2026?
Not really, to be completely honest. They did play in the group stage, and that went the way of Foot. And I think that's the recency bias that we're coming into this game with, thinking to ourselves that, okay, they may be the favorites in this specific matchup. But overall, I think Mao so far have looked like the better team. They won a trophy a couple of weeks ago to kick off the second part of the season. So I'd say Mao's in my book are still the small favorites, but Foot have shown, as of very recently, that they can beat them.
And of course, we have NBK, the legendary Frenchman, with us on the cast tonight. NBK, if I'm looking for stars on that scoreboard, who are the names that should be popping out to the fans at home?
Well, it's going to be a stage game, so very much different to what it was in a group stage, and that's where I'm expecting things to shift a little bit in Mouse's favor.
Okay.
I'm looking at Torji. He's been very good this year. Obviously, one of the big names. Sershan has always been very consistent in bringing efficiency. And on the foot side, Demon. He's always been very present. He always has those multi-kills. He's always, very proactive in a game. I know there are a lot of names, and it's going to be very scrappy, and I love it.
Now, in the group stages, of course, you get 2 lives. They made it. Both teams made it through. Now you're starting fresh, though, in the single elimination bracket against each other. We're coming in 0-0. Let's take a look, though, how Foot was playing in their previous match, because this was a 2-1 over Magic. It was also over on Bravo. So, Jacob, do you think they can keep playing this way when they make it to the main stage?
I think so. It's a team that is growing and they're growing rapidly. They said, they used to be labeled as young, inexperienced, but they've gained quite a lot of experience as of late. Had a very strong start to the beginning of the year, have been in a couple of playoffs before, have seen stages before. So I'm not as worried on behalf of Foot as I perhaps would have been a couple of months ago. I think it's a team, Nathan, right now that is maturing in real time.
The thing is, both teams had a very rough quarterfinal, so they were just not 100% ready, I feel like. They were just giving maps away, and you can see the map pool is a bit shaky, and the players were not 100% in it. I don't know. I'm not really sure how that's going to be. I'm not really sure if the nerves are going to play a bit more, especially Krabini on the interview has been pretty vocal that they had some issues within controlling the emotions within the team. And when you're in a stage like this, you're going to have communication problems. It's going to be a bit harder. So, you're just going to have those issues, but 10 times more.
They were able to handle their nerves over on Bravo, where there wasn't a huge crowd. The one benefit, we had a late game last night for Furia. This is a quiet crowd to start the day. Crowd, you with me? See, they're still sleeping. So, Jacob, let's take a look a little bit about a guy who's going to hope to get them hyped up. Xcloud has been putting up some numbers. Who is this player? Who has he played for in the past? And how did he get to this squad now?
Well, it's interesting. It's a player that's been around for quite some time. He's never really had a true breakthrough in his career. He's been circling in around, Eternal Fire, Sangle for that matter, part of the heroic lineup who did a decent job, but he's never been labeled as a star player. He's never been labeled as the guy who would make the difference. And now he's coming into Foot, who I think is a step up, from heroic. I think that's a team that have shown before, Nathan, that they can go deep into a playoff. They have some young, inexperienced players, and he comes in as an experienced element to this lineup. So he brings a bit of balance to a team that sometimes have emotional issues, let's put it that way.
They had a lot of energy with Lonix when they had him, so you could see that he was going very much up and down, because when you have a lot of energy, you're going to go very high and then you're going to crash down and it's going to feel a bit weird.
Like eating too much sugar,
And whereas Xcloud seems very much more balanced, and you can see Jukes, for example, he's been much more vocal, screaming a lot, giving that hype and that energy to his teammates. And maybe that gives them a bit more balance, and that's good for them, because they cannot always be up and down. They want to be stable in that top 10, top 15, be that team that now, even though they're very young, you see them as contenders 24/7, right? And so you want them to be in that spot and then just grind, go number 10, number 9, number 8, and then just grow together as a group, and that's the direction. Coolio as well, he's right here, putting the youngsters together, controlling the team. There's not much to say. They're doing everything right.
Keep raising that floor one tournament after the other. On the other side, Mouse has been as high as number 3, as low as number 5 currently, as looking at HLTV. So, Pip, where do you have them right now in your personal power rankings of the 7 teams remaining in this event?
That's a really, really, really good question, because a couple of weeks ago, they started off the second part of the season by winning a trophy. They beat Team Spirit in a grand final, best of 5 game, 3-0, and you think to yourself, okay, this Mouse team, they came to play. They also made some quite significant roster changes heading into this part of the season. You brought in Selix from the academy team to have him stable part of the lineup, and then you brought in PR, who we just saw on the screen right here, playing against his ex-team in Gamer Legion the other day in a game that was very, very tough. So, to answer your question, I don't know, to be completely honest. It's tough. It's still up for debate. It's still up for interpretation, but safe to say they're off to a strong start.
Is there a lot of extra pressure on players like PR and Zelix to perform now?
100%. They came into the roster to be that extra 5%, 10% that they needed to go and lift the trophies. I'm kind of worried, to be honest. I haven't seen anything that makes me very confident about the whole roster. Before the tournament, I would have said top 3 in the world. Xedex is going to be a big part. He was very quiet when he was playing 2 days ago on the first two maps, and then Nuke just destroyed the opposition.
You say quiet, you know, he had arguably one of the worst games of Counter-Strike I've ever seen on that second map. As a young player coming into that one, he was feeling the pressure, he was out of it, he continued to make poor decisions throughout, and then you think to yourself, okay, you're heading into a third map now, how are you going to pick that guy up? He comes into the third map, he was the difference maker. He comes into the third map, he was the best player on the server. So for a young guy to do that, you know, an academy prospect coming into a big tournament like this, having such a turnaround, to me, that was the greatest story of that day.
As awesome as it is to talk about some of the new faces, the youngsters that'll be taking the stage, we also have to show some love to the OGs. Torji has been playing for 4.5 years with Mouse. That is a ridiculous run. NBK, what has he shown you, and what does he need to do against the guy on the other side of this op battle?
He's been growing a lot throughout the year. I saw him at the very beginning when he joined Mouse after being in the academy. And he was a completely different player than what he is now. You can see it, just the numbers he's putting right now. He is one of the biggest difference maker in that team. And on the other side, you have someone that is more of a support player that is not here to put up the big numbers, but like he's going to be holding the angles, going to allowing the rifles to take the space and to be playing. So that's where the stats are very, very different. They both have impact, but yeah, Symmetry is going to have to step up if they want to take the game.
Does he need to play aggressive like we've seen previous oppers, or just play his game?
I think Foot needs to stay within what they know best. If he starts like going completely different and going very aggressive, maybe try to go for more trick picks. Go to 5v4s. If you're a more like calculated kind of player, just go with the smoke play, the tricky plays, and then that's going to be enough to give your team the edge.
Let's get right into the map vetoes. I'm told they're ready, and Jacob, I want you to lead the way on this one. Last time it was a best of 3. It went 2-1 in favor of Foot. Mirage was 13-11 in favor of Foot.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Cash is going to be part of this map veto. You know, a new map that's been introduced to Counter-Strike. Also a map where Mouse Exertion said to Freya in an interview that he feels like he's one of the best teams in the world on Cash, the way they play it. Unfortunately, if you're one of the best teams in the world on Cash and you have that feeling, why do you keep removing it? They did it the last time around. They did it against Gamer Legion as well, and now they've done it once more. So we get a pretty much similar map pool with Mirage as the decider. Very close game, as you said, so no big surprise here.
Are you surprised to see the only real change here is we got Dust 2 instead of... we've got second map here.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised. The nuke that they had on the group stage did not look very good. They were not very convincing against Gamer Legion either. They should have lost the game, quite frankly. So for them to go on Dust 2, that is a map that Foot is not super comfortable on, where they have maybe a better game plan, better ideas. If they can counter the early aggressions of Foot, I think Mouse is going to have that pretty easily.
This time around, we're starting with Dust 2. We're going to be getting into Ancient and hopefully another decider on Mirage. We've got 30 seconds. Let's get our predictions. We got 83% of the fans siding with Foot Esports, just 17 on the side of Mouse.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game and much, much closer than those numbers suggest. I have Mouse as a small favorite. I think they learned a lot from that loss against Foot, so I'd be surprised if we don't see 3 maps, but we don't see Mouse as a winner.
NBK?
I think mentally, they probably have a little bit of an edge. I think Mouse is going to take it.
They both got Mouse. Let us know who you have taken this one. We have 3 more quarterfinals, and they all start now, live from Paris. It's EWC.
Mouse can surprise us because it's going to be a rematch. They have a little bit more advantage because they know what did not work for them.
Against Foot, there was a lot of red flags when we played them last time. If we manage to play 5% better than we did last time, we're going to win.
Foot have a different way of playing Counter-Strike. We are so aggressive. Not every team can handle that, in my opinion.
Cool that we reached top 8, but the way we did it, I'm not so happy about. For us, the result is not the most important thing. It's actually more how we play and how we behave with each other.
We can surprise a lot of enemy with our individuals, but also I think our bracket is so good, we don't need to surprise anyone. Final gonna be the real test for us.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue à cette 3e journée de compétition.
It's a pleasure for me to welcome you here at the STC Arena for our third day of playoff. It is Counter-Strike 2. It is the Esports World Cup. I am Lou, and this is definitely not Ian Chambers. Thank you so much, Fancy, for subbing in. It's a pleasure to have you. Bienvenue. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And Ian is busy preparing something very special on Championship Sunday. But for now, we've got more matches for the quarterfinals. 6 teams are taking the stage today, but only 3 of them are going to make them to the semis.
Absolutely, and you know, we've lost our defending champions. Mongols and Furia got their hands on the first spot onto the top 4, so it seems that the script hasn't been really quite set yet.
Yeah, absolutely. We still got the keys to crush at the quarterfinals, along with the hopes and dreams of all the players coming on stage today. Let's see what happens, but it's gonna pick up tonight, and it's gonna be
a banger, an absolute banger. This is gonna be our last game of the day, of course. All eyes on Vitality versus Spirit, but before that, we have 2 games, and it is time for us to welcome our 2 first teams. Please welcome Foot Esports! This is a team discovering very quickly that they belong this deep in tournaments. And every new test seems to make them dangerous. They have a lot of fans here in Paris ready to cheer them on and to go for them Foot on stage. And Mouse already know what Foot can do, but now they have to stop them doing it again with a semi-final on the line.
And they're going up against Mouse!
Ooh, call that a reaction.
Absolutely, they arrived in Paris as recent champions, carrying the confidence that comes from already proving they can finish the job. But Foot have become one question they have not been able to answer. This is their chance to finally find one.
Probably the team that got booed the most so far in Paris, but they don't mind about being the villain. It is Foot versus Mouse. Our first quarterfinals of the day starts now.
Excited for this one. Good afternoon to all Counter-Strike fans tuning in for an action-packed day of quarterfinals today. The weekend is fast approaching, Chad. Furia even waiting in the semi-finals for the winner of our first game. Foot, Mouse, we've heard the desk. We've got to hear what the crowd thinks about this head-to-head as well. We've got Mouse on one side of the stage, Foot on the other, and of course a rematch from that group stage.
And this one right now is definitely going to be a bit of a sore point for Mouse. It's not just that group stage game, it's their last 3 head-to-heads, all of which have gone in the favor of Foot. That's surprising when you consider the VRS rankings where Mouse find themselves. Yeah. But all 3 of those series, they're close. They're 3 mappers, they're down to the wire, the devil's in the details, and we'll see if that pans out again today.
I don't know if perhaps my estimations of Mouse were miscalibrated, but I absolutely would have, come into this one expecting to see them as the favorite. The VRS says so, but when you look at that head-to-head, it does get interesting when you talk about like matchup-specific head-to-heads. It does seem like we're getting to the stage in Counter-Strike here in 2026 where it's actually team-dependent. Some teams could pack a punch versus others. Others, you're kryptonite, you can't seem to beat them, but you're beating everyone else. It's an interesting dynamic.
I think if you're Mouse, you definitely acknowledge the aggression of a team like Foot, and hopefully we get that on display today. The 2 previous head-to-heads before the one at EWC were for, well, a whole lot more marbles. We're back on track with ones that cost elimination. During the group stage, sure, all right, it throws you down to the lower bracket. You can still walk on through and make your way to this level of the competition. But an EPL loss in the playoffs, being eliminated from the major back in Cologne, those 2 sting. Ooh.
Bit of a grudge then.
And this is still Mouse on the rebuild. Rad Exertion is the in-game leader. Sure, that started in the last season, but the roster finalized now. We've got PR in the mix alongside a Zelex. PR, obviously a little bit more notoriety with his time in Gamer Legion. Zelex just through the Academy of Mouse and getting that promotion as... I haven't seen this technique before.
Okay, hold on. Processing.
How around the foot?
Yeah, he wants to sit on his feet. He doesn't want to sit on his shoes.
Well, I hope he wants to crush the feet on the other side of the server today.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I've never seen that strategy adopted. That is
the
brand
technique.
new. I know some people do like to sit in some funny contortions.
Let's focus in on the veto for a moment.
We should, yeah.
Dust 2 coming through. Mouse, they're actually undefeated on Nuke with this new roster. 5 on the trot. Thought that they would definitely be picking that today. With how close it got during the group stage, maybe wanting to try something a little bit different. With xCloud joining Foot, they have lost 2 on the trot on Dust 2. So Mouse, which once upon a time was their weakness, Dust 2, is a map that they're picking. So a change in the veto, Ancient and Mirage, they're the mainstays. And all 3 of these maps will allow for some brawly, in-your-face Counter-Strike. I think there's similarities between these 2 teams as well, Kreveni and Exertion, both aggressive in-game leaders who like to make plays, who like to make space.
Yeah. No, I'm really curious to kind of get a first-hand glance at what Exertion is capable of, because he's one of those individuals who, when given the transition to leadership, you immediately expect to see it impact his fragging. It didn't. If anything, he actually started dropping crazy numbers.
Yeah, when it first kicked off, this man was putting up donk-level numbers, and I'm not over-exaggerating there. It's tapered off, and it was always going to. But he's always called the shots in Mouse, whether it was in-game leading or not. Him, Torji, Spinks, that's the core, the 2 new young bucks, and they want to set themselves up for a semi-final. A trophy at Blast, another one in their sights, and the easier side of the bracket. Why can't they?
All right, let's get this party started. Paris, good morning, good afternoon. Are you with us? We could have a bit of a fight on long early here, Chatty B. Or not.
A little bit tempered, but they're out now. They were in the right place.
Awkward for Jugs. He's lucky to be alive. Torchy's taking a fight and beheads Demon. Quick one back from xCloud. Progress made. Bomb on the back of Zelex up close. He's able to find lethality with xCloud gone. Spinks and Zelex side by side, and it just falls apart. That was an advantage for Foot. A 2 versus 4 just flipped.
Very important stuff from Zelex there early, just discussing some of his woes in the last series. Did wake up on Nuke. It'd be great if he can get going out the gates. Obviously, this level of environment, something new.
That was rapid.
We'll see if Foot can hold on to their frustrations. This is a team that can show signs of tilt. Go back to their series against Magic. They lost 9 clutches within that series.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so...
9 clutches?
9-1VX is going against them. That is always going to be the recipe for frustration.
Still made it here, though.
And we get 2 scouts out as part of this force. 1 for Cemetery, 1 for Kreveni. Cemetery posts up in middle.
I've seen Kreveni's scout do some crazy things. Obviously, this time now on the CT side. And a full investment around it. Just hoping for some tags to soften up for these sidearms.
HM on xCloud. In a position to break that mid smoke to assist with vision. They are playing heavier over towards B. Kreveni going to take that line towards short, while Demon anchors down long. B fake utility being thrown out from Spinks, just applying pressure.
They've got 3B. They ain't going to move a muscle here. Reaction to the blocked doors, and good shot.
Spinks, hopefully you can get back to that MVP level form we saw at Blast. Out short, and
Kreveni
finds an opener back.
That's a good one. Would have loved the second on the trade attempt. Still, with the flash enabling a cross, he's going to have to concede the site.
They need to flash out Spinks. They know he's going to be lurking.
Great smoke. That's going to give them some freedom to adopt further angles. And now the bomb goes down. Do you want the double dip? Do you go?
If you can get this AK, you could consider the save right now, but they need to deal with Spinks, who's starting to slip up middle. He's finding a safe route out. Another defensive smoke in the site, and this one might just be called off.
Spinks is taking some flak, supported by PR, trying to stop this from spiraling. Another bit of damage dealt PR and Spinks. Worse for wear.
Now it's just about holding on to these guns so they can try again into the next.
He didn't hear them. Little does he know, Spinks round the world. He's going to get one onto PR, announces his presence, considering the potential T-spawn retreat for Spinks, but you'd love to be leaving with an AK here. And, well, Kreveni certainly won't. Demon, on the other hand, still up for debate. Spinks has found an angle he's happy with, and he's nailed it. Well played.
Oh, the bomb going off, it's going to shake your aim there as that hits you in the face. So losing an awful lot. Could have been a media-looking third round. We are going to get just some, well, I imagine light upgrades at best. So sure, some resistance, but Spinks does a good job to shave one off early and then plays out that lurk. He's just a nuisance. They're dealing with him. They can't worry about the site. A good start for Mouse, 2-0 up. Feigning a B rush right now. They're trying to draw a heavy rotation out of Foot in this one. They've thrown the door smoke. They've thrown some flashes in. And now they look to reroute through the lower tunnels. So Exertion taking this space, going to flush out close mid door. Cemetery posted up. He's calling out the nades that he's seeing. This Krebeni, in-game leader, over towards long. With Exertion on the Mac 10. Be surprised to not see him with a bit of a money man move. See the sector clear on the other side of the map, but now probing for the mid to B, a replenish. And that means they may very well wander into this stack.
The bomb's not committed, so Exertion will make his money man move. Info or absolutely nothing. You only know X-Cloud's there. Ooh, this gets weird with Krebeni finding this timing as well. Does he choose to engage, though, at this kind of range? Oh, it's not easy shots. He does manage to find Zelex. Will be brought down. An important trade provided by Spinks, but make no mistake, this is still high cortisol Counter-Strike. Needed the multi. Oh, and Spinks will just lay down the law. 3 of them just come running like lemmings into his spray. Problem solved, mission accomplished. Now is to avoid disaster. I thought after seeing that Deagle headshot out of X-Flav, we might be onto something.
Some decent damage done. A couple of kills in both of these rounds, so still limiting the finances of Mouse ever so. Cemetery will hold on to the AK-47 and we'll make this a 3-0 scoreline to kick things off.
So this was Mouse's pick. Ancient, the response from Foot, and Mirage if we need it.
Yeah, with this head-to-head, I just want people to understand how close it's been in the past. So the last 3 series, they've all gone 3 maps. And just to recount some of the scores, 13-11, 13-10, 13-11, and much more of that, right? We had a 16-12 on Nuke during the groups here. These 2 teams play close often. That's why every round matters.
Which also makes me think, I assume, if you're Mouse, every time you're once again against them, you go, right, well, it was so close last time. It's not going to happen again. And again, you've tripped and you've stumbled. So this could be a real opportunity for Mouse to kind of just prove that they can beat this team.
It's the aggression they have to deal with, right? I would say that Foot are probably the most aggressive team in Counter-Strike.
Does that stand for both sides of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, the CT and the T. They'll take the fight. Once they know where they are, they're going to jump at you just like this. But this is a great start for Mouse, exactly what the Doctor ordered as we get into the gun rounds. AK has been dropped across to Krebeni, but both Torji and Cemetery have the orbs.
Yeah, anticipating short aggressions. It's Krebeni that's considering it. X-Cloud closed doors. Dismantle.
They want to try and unravel the default right now, do Foot. They're in a position posture. They're going to play through that. Ooh, they thought about it.
X-Cloud is. Zelex. He's getting run at. X-Cloud finds his supporting cast, removes Spinks, at least an immediate trade. Fair play to X-Cloud. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly. And this means that it's harder to play your defaults, right? You're not getting that map control just with utility. You're having to put bodies on the line, and then it turns into less familiar scenarios. So this 4v4 with 1:10 left on the clock.
Also, removing Spinks after the start to Dust 2 he's had is probably a good step in the direction of a first CT round.
And might be less worried about the lurks as well, depending on where this one finished. But look at the posture. Not playing long, not playing B. They just want to fight short and middle.
And it's Torji's orb you've got to be cautious of. Committing his jugs. Can't win the duel. Torji finishes him off. Demon back. Yeah, okay, peeking back into the orb was a suicide mission.
Okay, well, Cemetery left in a 1v3. This one looks like it's going one way. Maybe not fast, but I think we'll get that result. And if you're Exertion, you'd love to take this away. You want to make sure that there's nothing carried through the next. Even though the loss bonus is maxed out, you remove the AWP possibilities.
It really feels like Mouse's comms are flowing nicely as well. They're cognizant of what PR has cleared and what they haven't. Are going to be...
I think they think he's back plat on B. They don't believe he's short.
Info. He's
got to play ahead of this.
Does so. And nailed it.
Oh, okay.
What?
PR.
What?
Yeah, I think he was surprised with himself right there. Okay. See if we can get that one in the replay.
We've seen quite a few of these jumping AK headshots. Shout out to Grex one time. Something in the water on Dust too. Just repeat, yeah.
But Mao's aware of it, right? Here it is. Okay. Well, he just took his toes off the ledge. Early days. 4-0 Dust 2.
It's not the end of the world.
Foot are keeping it together. All right, into a partial. Hero M4. Fam has some upgrades in the mix, and you can see the game plan for Foot.
Symmetry didn't get spotted on his cross there. So the third man unnoted.
A couple of times now they've had this 3-man B start on the lighter buys. But the pack roll mentality of Mouse out the mid door with some pep in the step. 1:30, and they're already starting to dictate the tone of this one. think that was going to be the key, right? You know the aggression from Foot is going to come. It's about how can you contain it. You can either play into it and try fast, pacey rounds of your own, or you can set up a net, and when they push, you hold the line.
You've got such limited resources. You can see the hesitance to drop your block smoke, but it's forced out. Exertion does manage to draw that utility out of the A defense. It's just Jugs with one now on B. Feels like they're going to be hard-pressed to defend this commitment from Maus. 2 defenders, an MP9 on Demon, and Kerbeni going to be playing ramp with his M4 primed and ready. Here we go. 30 seconds, they come sweeping through. Wow, quick deletion from Zalex. Demon forced out into the fight. He does find output, fair play, but the site has fallen and it looks good for a 5th.
Okay, this is very great stuff from Maus early as Spinks will go down short. The bomb planted, 40 seconds on the clock, and looking to see if they can fight their way back into this. X-Cloud
hang on.
into the 2v2.
Yeah, this one's getting a little more competitive than it should have. PR watching through his fingers and make sure this one doesn't get worse. A dink hit onto Zalex.
Great stuff. Very impactful for action from Zalex early. He's up to 9. That's a triple kill against a half bite.
Yeah, but it's saved their skin. Very late from Jugs. Realizes there's no point in this venture. Would rather bring through that one-shot AK into the next round of play.
We've already seen Foot play in limbo. Once they get the tells they want by the utility. Hold up a second, Jugs. Can you hold on to it? Yes, you can. All right, well, going to press their nose through the door. Bit of a standoff. It's, okay, a dink Torji. And he will get to carry it through. A 5-0 start. And I think the attitude that the core of this Maus team has had in this season has been a little bit different than at least the start of 2026. Playing a bit more aggressive in your face. Spinks at Bounty, who's making a lot of moves.
But yeah, what an asset Zalex will be if he can keep this kind of form out. Just more firepower for Maus.
This is great considering Exertion yet to get going, right?
Yeah.
0-4. And it's not going to matter too much if he's calling them into winning positions. So Coolio's taken the first tactical timeout. The conversation's been had. The rifle's equipped. But 5 straight with somewhat limited resistance. Torji boosted up. Controlling for an aggressive move. This time not set up to clamp down mid against the default, just playing more of a standard round. They took the long control, now they've given it up. They're posting the AWP symmetry towards short. Kerbeni will rotate towards CT to be that piece. And Exertion.
This is a high pressure AWP role. You have to be able to...
Didn't like what he's seeing or hearing.
Okay, cancels that completely. Will pull Demon to throw his block util when he feels the pressure. Mid pressure applied first though. Block smoke in response. Xerxes wants to go through. Off the flash they will. Surging out towards that B ramp. Next to each other in the smoke. The bait from Zalex. Is that going to lead to Kerbeni overlooking the potential for this aggressive on the fade? Xerxes not cleared it. Easy find for Kerbeni. That's first blood. Now pressure applied. This could be Foot on the board. Can Maus rectify? Operating a man down. You've got PR late long. Symmetry could get caught by this. His attention's drawn towards the cross. Good angle for Kerbeni, but better shot from Spinks. Now Symmetry needed that. Cognizant of the long swing, and he's hit it as well. PR cut down to size. Spinks, the victim of Demon, and Foot post their defensive round.
Torji given the good graces to hold on to that. He will need to drop an AK across to Zalex. Everybody else will be able to buy.
A slightly frustrating death for Exertion there, considering he's kind of actually called himself into a position and got nothing off of it.
A good awareness from Kerbeni. I think one of the keys is now they're getting this space, but there's also not a lot of sound cues, right? They're keeping it quite quiet. So this is good work from Krebeni, aware of the possibilities. They heard the surge of flashes out mid, but just posted up, and this is important from Cemetery. The desk highlighting the difference between a Torji and a Cemetery in the server right now.
Ooh, this shot on the cross.
And I'm liking the tone from Mouse. It's not aggressive, it's not in your face, they're not taking those spawns, just running out long. Play heads up Counter-Strike against Foot while these kids shoot hard as gonna try the lineup for the long corner as it fades.
Cemetery's there. The nade break. Torji removes his counterpart. Demon perfect crosshair, removing PR.
He's isolated. They're going to try and deal with him.
Yeah, but it's Galilva's AK.
Flash from Krebeni.
Nice supportive flash. Demon anticipates. They're tucked on blue, though. He can spot the elbow against the AWP. A missed shot back from Torji. Nade hurts. Down to 79. And, exertion. Finds Krebeni on the corner. You're not clearing this, though. X-Flam forward position. Bomb at his boots. And Torji committed blue bin with an AWP. So now it gets weird. Look at the minimap. They've got B, the bomb's long, and Torji's begging for help. Back up, anyone.
One bullet before the reload.
Okay, surrounded, and he's got Jugs on the hunt. Fair play, that last bullet put to good use, Chad. Here comes Zelex. Demon runs down the AWP. They had to get rid of him.
35.
They have to pick up that bomb, and that's the fight. Wow, X-Cloud, close lines. There's Spinks back. Now high pressure scenario, a clutch for Spinks. Demon last seen close, long doors just goes running at him. Audacious play from Demon.
You have to know it's coming. Right foot, they will run at you. These kids, they got that W key. It's lubed up and it's held down.
It's just coming. Oh, high pressure clutch? No.
Very important work from the young man towards long there. The pressure done, and under so much was Torji, right? Running out of ammo, has to go down to just the pistol. X-Cloud, his push is the one that throws the round into disarray.
Nice, good.
So 2 rounds and in consecutive fashion, but with one player staying alive, the question Exertion and Cyclone have to discuss is, will they go for the force off the back of this? 2,400 going into the next, but because you know only one player stayed alive, you can still get back on top of the finances right here, right now. So it's a 3-round gap. They've decided to shove. There's 1 AK in the hands of Torji right now. It'll be a tough round to call. Taking a look at the util. Prioritizing smokes here, 4 of which, couple of flashes, 2 mollies, no HEs. Just swings towards tunnels. Other 4 congregate outside long and top mid. Exertion will get across. Flashback short, hoping for a reaction, but it's a passive stance. Foot had that 30 seconds as well to discuss what the buy could look like if it was going to be the purchase, and with the util being thrown, it's going to confirm, yeah, they've shoved. Demon again.
Demon versus 3 on long. Get the clears, okay, gets multiple bodies, info flows. Now Krebeni can react, catches them on the hunt for the first, and Demon good for it in combination with Krebeni, so Mouse's investment falls flat. Exertion's communicating a lot, but the bomb's lost long.
This one's very tough to get back into now. Anything more, maybe a kill, you can save a gun, give yourself something into the next, but do you want that loss bonus or not? This one will just peter out. There shouldn't be too many more levels of excitement, and Jugs will confirm that Spinks goes down, just Exertion. So stabilizing with 3 straight rounds our foot. This one relatively clean as Exertion, 20 seconds, will need to go down. Does want to get this loss bonus. Put it now towards the mid doors, and Jugs will oblige. Okay. Could be an eco. 4 consecutive on the plate. This time Krebeni is able to find output in the support. It doesn't just have to be the Demon show. Still shutting them down to long in a couple of key rounds right now as will be 3 Deagles invested upon. Torji and PR with the Glocks.
Hello?
Yeah, they want to take the fight. All right, they're going to try and bludgeon him here.
Very threatening early, aggressive util has Zelex reeling from that deep AG, but it's all just smoke and mirrors. charge up the guts, throw the nades, and peace out.
Yeah, mission for Mounds in this one. See if they can get a couple of kills. Getting that bomb down would be great. Not going to be too impactful in the buy, but still showing that you can get into the site on a purchase like this. For Foot, keep as many alive. Start building that bank for down the stretch where around number 9. So this one's well underway. Exertion. Shadow spotted, walks out and baited. Kabeni find his equal on the other side.
Zelex is strong. That's the second HE that's caught some shrapnel on him. Operating still with just a fraction of health.
Yeah, so right now on Dust 2, just the way that the map is built, it's difficult for the CTs to find aggression, especially if they're post up with the standard util or an AWP. Once we get to Ancient, that'll change. Right? That's going to have a whole different tone to it. Mouse will have to play very slow on the T side if they want to avoid it. As we're going to walk into B, Jugs, how many can you get? Find them up, knock them down. The M4, A4 with 3. And the Tech 9 put the cherry on top. 4 for Jugs. Crowd happy with the eco bash, and we'll get back into the guns. The momentum shifting now. But those last 2, one of them was an eco, one of them was a force. Now we get the full, but it doesn't have a Torji AWP in the mix. Taking a look at some of the spawns. There are good long spawns. Exertion could lead the charge here if they want to try and set the tone, get this long space early, and then call off the back of that. And he stopped to throw the corner smoke, so not going to be going straight in, but Cemetery is up middle.
He fancies his chances. These players, they really are not scared of Mouse. Might be scared of that flash though. And they will pull the ripcord just in time as this retake util molly lower. Oh, HE's back, a huge. Ouch! That one leaves a mark. Torji and Exertion off kilter.
Big nade damage being done there. The fact that they were jarring forward with that aggressive CT stance was always going to slow the default, but now I feel like they're limping around the map. Expecting a return to long again. Krabeni and Demon paired up once more. Cloud attempts to block the lurk smoke.
Straight through. Zelex disrespects the block smoke. That's actually a huge move.
Yeah, it looks little in the scheme of things, but the fact he's braved that. Let's give Exertion a little bit more to call around. So short is the gap right now. Long. Demon is going to keep on pushing. Krabeni baiting him here. How far does Demon go? They are going to get into A for relative free.
Sure, but it's this fast flank. Torji's still lining up the flash to get them into A.
Well, they know it's a short or a B-pop now, and that's confirmed.
This gets funky. Check this one out. It's like a role reversal. It's the CTs.
No resistance.
They can't believe it. Where are they? They can't find them. They're checking every nook and cranny, but he's behind you. Krabeni 2. Demon survival, integral, just chips in, another headshot roll, just Zelex, all to play for and overwhelmed. Now that's what I call an offensive defense, Chad. Nobody on the site, Mouse couldn't believe it.
Yeah, they're just postured on bridge, waiting for the retake utility. Flashes to come in, HE something surely, nobody's showing face, nobody is throwing anything back the other way. And back, 5 straight rounds, a momentum shift. Mouse off the pistol. They were looking good, but look at this. They're not. There's so much space they can't believe it. They don't know what to do with themselves. Well, we've lost Longs, but we haven't lost the Raw.
Yeah, they brought that with them. Crazy cool round for Foot to be converting, and that just keeps this run of momentum going. We went 5-0. We are right back 5-5.
Have to be the partial for Mouse. They want to get a full buy in the final. Get Torji that AWP. You need to get the man his weapon of choice. Streaky so far. Opening kills for Krabeni. 4-1 in that department. The in-game leader setting the tone with the openers. A couple of Galils, a couple of Tech 9s and a Deagle.
They spot this off that Torji pixel, I'm not sure, but it's a double setup. High-low. Zelex does well. Xflow does better. 2 down, tons.
Not bad. Gonna get out of there. We'll have the support, short, and a flash from the upper Cemetery. And Cemetery will send Torji there, bomb down. This one comfortable. It's just Spinks and PR. Those Galils. We'll see if they can get any damage done this round. Looking like to be 6 straight for Foot. They're just playing 2-2 on the defense. Yeah, or Spinks. They do have it in them to get the multi and then get that bomb down, but divide and conquer seems to be the name of the game right now. Hoping that overstepping the mark is Foot. Spinks is going to throw out some util towards mid to keep interest of Jules. So he's repositioned towards CT, which essentially allows them to play 3A. So PR on the search, hoping that the misdirection would cause an over-rotation, but no, X-Floud on the site, has that rotation to Jules, a flashing here, a Demon, and
ahead of it.
Yeah, don't even have to swing into it. PR, what are you going to do? Run CT to B? Nope. Demon says no, spams down through the smoke, and momentum.
And X-Floud, it's crazy. He just fits so nicely into this Foot jersey. Aggressive, he was always one of those aggressive pieces. He's had 12 officials with them. A month on the roster, he looks like he belongs there.
Long's played very glamorous positions. So
Yes.
if you're a player like X-Floud who was already aggressive and say, hey, do you want to come and play the aggressive positions? Yeah, okay, I'll take him. Krabeni takes some of those star spots like the A rotating rifler, but next up is the B rotator, and that's where X-Floud gets to find himself. So that AWP is out. Now, we need something before the halftime break.
Position from X-Floud. They got a flash Cox for him. He can call for that whenever he wants. They got Krabeni, Demon. It's once again going to be deathmatch on Dust. And Exertion just walks in. He can't believe it. X-Floud gets a dink. There's the finish and the dunk from Jugs. There's two of them doing the flashbang dance. It's a party and Mouse weren't invited.
Oh, Spinks, you got B. You don't have the bomb and you don't have teammates right now. Plenty of time on the clock.
There's the start, bomb under the boots.
If he wasn't down to 6 HP, I might give this man a chance, but very tough to see this. And that's kind of how it's felt with these 6, soon to be 7 consecutive rounds. There's only been a couple that have felt close. As Mouse, again, they've tried something different in the veto. But, this is them picking Dust 2 when Nuke has been a great map for them since the addition of PR and Zelek's rebuild.
And Dust 2 and Mouse have had a,
once upon a time, this is a weakness.
A stressful relationship.
But we're getting a few teams who, all the maps that get punish picked against them, they're going to get so many reps on it. They have to be in the lab. They have to be looking to find their way to strengthen their pool. Feels like for Mouse in recent times, yeah, they have some comfort on Dust 2. They wouldn't be picking it otherwise.
The sensational turnaround.
Mate, the pistol with the conversions, 1 gun round. You're thinking, okay, Mouse are looking great. They were containing the pace. They were dealing with the aggressive moves early, and then Foot have switched it on.
Just getting run out. I'm sure some of the way in which Mouse have lost these rounds, you just feel like, wait, what? They're just disrespecting. They're just running. They're just throwing themselves into these fights.
And this is something that Mouse clearly have a tough time dealing with, not just reflected in the score, but in these head-to-heads. Reminder, last 3 going in favor of Foot. It could be 4 straight.
Because I imagine all it would take is one shutdown of that. You try your aggressive move and one of your opposition just sprays you all down. You look a bit silly. You don't do it again.
I think Foot are very exciting prospects, right? It's just with the style of Counter-Strike they continue to play.
I really like the way X-Floud framed it. You know, confidence or whatever you'd like to call it. But in his interview saying, we've got the best side of the bracket. Biggest test comes in the finals. Like, come on, lad. That's setting the heights of competition. Setting your sights, rather, on the heights of competition.
Yeah, Furia want a word. They're already waiting in those semis.
Just assuming he's going to be able to stride over Mouse. I mean, fair play, head-to-head, 3-0 in the recent. I've got Mouse's number. Do they have it on Dust 2? First pistol, first map, or second pistol, first map, and a smoke in the air.
Yeah, turn this into a B split. They're blocked out towards B. Flash comes through. They are going to need the follow-through here.
Going to get past those dual Berettas, and they've managed to. Spinks felled. It's just PR burning at the back of the site. Very limited options given the util there.
And saving. Okay, this is had a real tone shift. It's great for Foot, but for Mouse, this is really starting to feel quite hollow. Exertion, he dropped the goods in that one, so he doesn't have the Kevlar. For Zelix and Torji, great. Right? Hold on to the Kevlar, you're able to upgrade around it into the next.
So for Exertion, it's more like, maybe I don't have to have a 12th death right now.
I think what's wild is, within that stretch of rounds that we saw 7 straight, the bomb didn't go down at all.
True.
That's why we were seeing so many rounds that was like rifle, half by, rifle, half by. So for Mouse, they have been shut out.
There was that one round where they had the A site completely free, didn't realize it, and ended up with a crazy fast short flank. Pistol in the back. They keep this ball rolling. That is 8 on the trot, now across 2 halves.
You need this right now to inspire some confidence if you're Mouse, right? Obviously, the scoreline's getting away from you, but this is a fire starter round, and there's no reason you can't win this force fight. Torji gets a scout, you can get some SMG upgrades for the rest, or the 5-7. So there's still a punch to be packed right now. Torji posting up, see if he can catch a straggler. To be stack on the force. Just Zelex over towards long. 3 through upper tunnels. Doesn't mean it has to be the finish towards B. Can clear out the rats in the system towards lower. What the mice, I should say, is nobody home. Cemetery with the standard map control util. Mid-door smoke. Short molly to flush back any aggression. There not being an immediate B pop, the rotation back over towards A. So Torji will take that scout, and we saw similar things from Foot in the early stages of that first half.
Time for a search towards the A side of the map. Krebeni does go investigating and prepares himself for a bit of a smoke. Blocked. 1 minute mark though.
You might want to play through it with the MAC-10. Always risky against the lighter buy, but Krebeni loves a good risk.
How's this? Flash drop, maybe go through the waterfall.
He missed his smoke there.
He has flubbed it. Breaks his legs, drops in, has CT, so that cuts off rotations if they do go B. There is a stack and they'll... Oh no, PR wasn't looking. Hard to find output here. 5-7, he still manages something to Spinks. Goes down to Jugs and now Exertion. A flying easy pick. Overwhelmed, we've got a 2-on-2.
Giving this retake a go. Cemetery very low. This is winnable right now for Mouse.
Eyes on Demon. He scuttles an awkward smoke. You can't really go through that.
How good's this flash, Torji?
Zelex through window. MP9 needs to find that low HP on Cemetery. It's just perfect weapon for the job as well. Moving accuracy. Here comes the flash. Zelex nails it. Cemetery on that low HP. Sure, you found one, but Torji's coming for you.
You got time if you go now.
A quick no-scope, not going to connect. The USP could do the job. Cemetery's in so much trouble, he can't track the head. 10-second defuse, and Torji will secure it. You said they've got it. Just in time.
Yeah, look for the player reactions in a moment like that to see how comfortable they are. The fist bumps weren't coming out, so not quite sure, but that's the fire starter. It's quite pitter-patter, isn't it? This B defense does a good job of stalling them out on the way in.
It was this one from Zelex, I think, is really admirable. Off of the flash, committing in, finds the healthy Demon, and finds the necessary bullets.
All right, well, that gives them a second wind in this map. Torji gets the AWP. It's a force buy back for Foot the other way.
Oh, stagnant.
Okay. Well, he won't know.
Yeah, unconfirmed damage onto one. Nearly to hit another through the doors there onto Torji's AWP.
Yeah, confirming the AWP is big. Short fight ready.
Exertion's going to go overwhelmed. He's going to need some help. Runs out of bullets. Only the one. Missed shot from Torji. They're up now. They're just ready to fight. Happy to oblige. Man advantage Foot. Bit of a red carpet rolled out for the A site right now. There is a push from PR, so no one's on site. And they just go. No resistance. PR making his way back into the site will buy time, though. They don't know it's all 4. That's a bit important find from Zelex. Again, finds good output on his MP9. Puts Krebeni down. Closing the gap on this retake. Upgrade found. Easy pickings here, you'd think. PR got too many to deal with. Wow, fair play output from Cemetery. Up close with that scout and combines with Demon. That 1-2 punch, the scout bullet. Combination with the AK, a clutch available for Zelex, but Demon's not playing scared. Throughout this whole Dust 2, he's more than happy to give you the fights. Very short-lived celebrations for Mouse, straight back to the pits of despair.
Yeah, their last force buy, they had the 1900 loss. Now they only get the 14. So it's going to be weaker in the weaponry. They saved that Kevlar for the pistol this time. It's going to be reaching deep in those pockets and seeing what you can pull out. This was tough because they were contained just to the site. So Mouse did a good job of limiting these post-plant positions, but it's still difficult on the way back in. So you had them right where you wanted them, but it's that early kerfuffle over towards short and middle that Foot came out on top of. Now they just need to convert, and then they can be walking away with Dust 2. I said the series are always close. Well, trying something new in the veto. Why not pan out for Mouse? They must have known Ancient Mirage would be in this one, so they'll be prepared for what comes next as Zelek Tries his luck at long and, well, warded away by the AK bullets.
Just sees Demon.
Now they're saying peek again. Give us another chance.
He's playing anti-flash, supported as well by Torji's Deagle. Flashes won't find him. Torji peeks and draws attention. Gets spotted. Team Flash did slow Demon's roll. A third body comes over here, so we're ready to fight. So Zelex, good shot. Torji down on the corner, and yeah.
Great basics. Orb hold the corner. That's the power of the AWP. As long as it can hit its shots. Now they can turn this into a finish. Molly at the feet of PI. He's burning, and one for his troubles. It will have to be the eco, which means Mouse likely to concede their 11th round. Now, reflecting on those last few head-to-heads between these two teams, Ancient has played a part of 2 of the 3. Foot have won it in both occasions, the last being during that group stage where it's 13-6. So if it's anything like just a couple of days ago, we could be in for a quick series to start the day.
Stacked him. Cemetery just saw the tail of Exertion.
It's already going to be tough, wasn't it? The eco with a flash, that's all they've got.
Already, yeah, hard mode. Now it's just got even harder.
I can see the conversation there. This will just be a mob towards long. They were starting to posture forward to probably flash into bedroom with some numbers. So back to the original plan. After Demon shows himself, cops a dink, but the trades will be there. This one is not going to get out of control whatsoever. X-Flad wants his ecos, and that's going to be his 18th kill. Looking comfortable in the Foot jersey.
Very.
Exertion having a tough map. 4 kills for him. But it has been a landslide. 11 of the last 12 rounds. Benny will deal with Exertion, so just 2 more required. Very comfortable. This is Foot not being made to sweat just yet. And this is such a confidence booster. The fact that, they've moved away from Nuke, a map that they're undefeated on with Zelex and PR. We feel that we made them sweat so much last time, they've had to change their pick to try and be a bit of a punish. And, well, the punishment is only going one way. So you get a mental boon for Foot. You get quite the opposite for Mouse, who are taking what to me felt like a bit of a risk in the video, but I like to see this new look Mouse, right? A bit more aggression back at Bounty. A bit more tenacity, a new attitude. I'll tell you who's got some attitude. It's Coolio. He takes this one again, 4 straight. Hungarian TV better start putting him in the ads.
Yeah, they better.
All right, well, long spawns for a few members of Foot here if they want to keep the pedal to the metal. Torji gets his Orbits glass cannon. The defuse kit for the CTs. And no, they don't want to use those long spawns at all. Cemetery will dip down. Torji's going to post up towards short, looking to see if he can find their suicide fight. Get a fight, all right.
Got to back away. Oh, and Bomb maneuvering early to upper tons.
Going to try and B-pump into PR.
It's a very threatening call, given PR so alone.
They took a timeout for this conversation, so they decided to play 4 heavy A. That means they don't have the read. So Krabeni is going to sell something over towards A. Ahead of this is Zelex.
And then they come on into the B side of PR. Oh, he gets a waking nightmare, realizes, oh, just as I left, they entered.
Save.
And it is that 4-letter word.
That's the problem. This is round number 12. So there's no kid.
Oh, you just got completely manipulated by your opponent there, didn't you?
As soon as these first 15 to 20 seconds of the bomb have ticked, I'm hunting. I'm trying to take away everything. They got 2,900 for the last bin, the loss bonus. You take away these guns, it's going to be a bad-looking buy, and this is an absolute pantsing on the stage right here.
Yeah, and with the players that Krabeni has, I reckon they are just, they're chomping at the bit. They're waiting for him to say go.
The mouse.
Counter-Strike crowds don't love saves. I'll say
Which
that.
is great. It's
across the globe, wherever we go. You want to save your guns, you're doing this weird financial calculation. We want to see bloodshed, we want to see a biff.
Okay, I can't believe we're getting a unicorn round to find 12 for Foot.
10 alive in the server at the end of that one.
Sometimes you see this. Oh,
I lied.
That's the bomb. All right, well,
xCloud.
He wanted to give us something.
Yeah.
It's
something to talk about.
Level of excitement, I'm sure.
Rather, this one.
Considering how G2 versus Fury went last night,
yeah,
maybe we're in for a few more landslides. That was an odd series.
I mean, I saw a 3-map affair for Foot versus Magic. I was like, oh, I mean,
same with Mouse versus Gamer Legion. That was a close battle.
I didn't know if we were going to be having one clear front runner, but if Dust 2's anything to go by, Mouse picking it, trying something different. It could end in the most dominant loss in this head-to-head. A 13-6 available if they can close it here. Safe on the edge of the smoke, but not giving him anything. Torji tries his short aggress again. God, the internal timings from Grabeni are perfect. Torji leaves, Grabeni moves.
I'm going to try this long control this time around, and there will be follow-through. It's interesting, right? They're playing completely hidden from middle, so if there is a short or mid pick coming in from Mouse, there's no intel. Right? You can assume nothing from that. So, Alex, this could be well placed. Okay, not a bad nade.
Nice from Torji.
It's there just in time. It still loses the space. This does force the rotation. Mid-door smoke has missed.
Doesn't stop Grabeni from waltzing through, though. Head-to-head with Spinks. Torji's otherwise preoccupied. Short pushes. Oh, flash of the ankle there from Spinks. Now they've lost the B player. If Spinks goes down, the B side's wide open. Mauser in so much trouble now. Grabeni swings to win, gets Zelex low. It's a 3-on-3. Torji tracks Demon late long. Okay, you've got the advantage. This one favors Mouse, dare I say it. With Jugs at 14 HP, you've got the numbers. Symmetry wants to change that, just jumps into the jaws of Exertion, and there's no way Jugs is doing anything with that AWP. Missed shot, how many more chances do you get? Yeah, run down.
Insane play coming out with that window push, but all right. I'll get one on the board, make it their second for the half.
I guess just hoping it's 2 tunnels and you get a 1v1 out there, but yeah.
Torji gets his third opening kill there. You've got 3 for him, 3 for Zelex in the map so far. Well timed on that rotation. Felt like this one was a done deal, wasn't it, with those 2 kills coming in towards B. But what was 6 straight rounds asked upon, now it's just 5, so it's doable. Can have a tough time closing from time to time. We're hoping for the clear. And HE is telling us something a little bit different. So there will be no break to take a head-to-head with the AWP on the other side.
Ooh, and xCloud's gone down to Spinks there. Just towards the X-Box. Cheeky smoke spam bears fruit for Spinks.
Money will be in a bit of question for Foot, remember, so...
Ouch. Yeah, Grabeni.
Could be a tough round to lose.
I'd agree with you. Grabeni 24, xCloud already out of the round, and you've got a minute to try and find a way in.
Lots of talking there from Grabeni.
Plenty of nades still as well for the defensive A. There's an incendiary throw. They block B as the mid to be threatened with a smoke, but it is going to be that A finish. It does pull Xertion away from his roost on ramp. Torji catches that flash. So blind, they spotted him on the corner. Exertion as well noted, and oh, that's a big headshot. Torji sat on his ass. Jugs throws a heavy blow.
Quick retake, 3 through short, but lots of things.
He was given this AWP by virtue of his low HP. They're going short-centric, or... Yeah, okay, Spinks and PR. A 2-2 division for the retake. Grabeni, if he can get output on this AWP, he's done enough. Just one, he's playing for his one. And he gets it, dips back. Trade attempt from Spinks delayed. There's still one back, Spinks needs 2. Can't provide. Demon God, 2 from long, doing enough. Just Symmetry, short side. It's a tough clutch. Too tough, in fact. Zelex overcomes it in time, and Mouse will find themselves consecutive CT rounds for the first time this game.
You can see, right, when they overplay their hand Foot, you're going to take challenges against players who can hit just as hard. So not getting caught off guard on that retake, taking a couple of swings, thinking they have them right where they want them. And as mentioned, the money was going to be in a bit of question. The bomb going down. Let's change the dialogue of what they could be bringing in. Good recovery after, what was that, Sphinx freebie through the smoke. Torji gets flashed off the line. So many flashes coming into that as PR. Another one of these players who wears his heart on his sleeve. Lost bonus 2400 going into the next. It looks like Jugs is going to come in with a hero AK. Are they going full buy behind this? Saw a Galil, then it's sold back. It looks like it is just going to be a tempered approach. So just smokes invested upon, no flashes. Now with armor is Jugs, so he's going to be the one we turn to for the output. Well placed nade. Jugs down to half HP as they will get this short space. They haven't announced their presence. Torji, are you ready?
Primed and ready.
Should still get a plant out of this. A lurk from Krabeni.
It is slightly interesting, isn't it? They just had a premonition. Yeah, now
he's kept two of them busy.
It's going to keep him looking, though. Now, bomb is down on A. They are able to find him. Uncomfortable for Jugs. Oh, a missed orb shot from Torji, but same for the spray. Loses control of it. Not bad. Demon P250's done damage. Hang on a second. Jugs in it to win it. Two of them low and denied by exertion. Good proactive maneuver and serious output from Mouse's captain.
Yeah, we need him to start activating now, especially even if this map goes to the wayside. He's going to be necessary once we get to map number 2 at Ancient. So the fuse comes through. Now it's just 3 rounds. Seems very doable. Looks like they're still believing in this one as well. A little bit sketchy there with just the hero AK and some light upgrades. The P250 output was almost lethal. Symmetry will get his orb. He has a terrible spawn if he wants to try and pick mid. We'll get the boost. This is just to monitor. Ooh.
He's got spied by Torji there. His counterpart takes a little bit of a aggressive line of his own straight to lower tunnels. Eats the flashbang.
Has support though.
Yeah, exertion on that short side.
They molly lower tunnels, that's the question.
They will from Xcloud's side, and so he's got to bail himself out. Does manage to turn tail successful. Pepper through the smoke. 5 on 5. Progress short.
Considering they got access through short into A a couple of times, if they can just get this space and execute with a bit more util, like get the double smokes in, part through it, have someone come running through the ramp towards Gandalf, head towards bridge, they might just be able to overwhelm this, but not playing for long. Now they're more worried about a mid to B. Krabeni, can he make a move?
Sphinx is waiting for him, ready for him, nails it with some precision on the headshot. Zelex activates from the Goose side, no one was looking at him. Torji drew so much ire, so much attention. Frees him up. Zelex now swinging out, even a USP headshot. Okay, that is dominant. As that gap now continues to close, what, 4 in a row? Felt like the bar was set a little too high for Mouse, asking for 6 consecutive, once Foot found 12, but not necessarily.
Now, the first time the bomb doesn't go down in that stretch as well, so that is going to have ramifications. This one likely to go the distance, all 24 looking needed.
As is tradition in this head-to-head.
So I'm glad it's turned out to be a close pair again, but it's very streaky. Late long pop, seeing if they can isolate the two. Zelex with 23 frags, he's putting in a shift, and that's a huge nade again. More where that came from. Incendiary buys the respect, X-Flat ahead. That's his time.
I don't fancy his chances in this engagement. And Zelex doesn't either. 24th frag posted. He's going to keep teaching us how to count as in comes 25. Bomb delivered and headshots provided.
Yeah, this one looking to be flawless now.
Oh, they don't know about Krabeni. He does get across their sightline, so a good chance for, one Deagle bullet. That's the only chance he gets. Last round of regulation for Mouse have forged a path back into Dust 2. Check Zelex's utility damage, because not only 25 frags, but yeah, solid nade connections across the board from Maus. Xertion's actually leading the pack with 300.
That makes sense for your A rotating rifler. White, he's the one who gets the extra util to lob towards short. Okay, well, Foot, you're in the driver's seat. You had a great opportunity to close. It was 12-6. Now it's 12-11. The pressure is there. No timeouts remaining, but hey, if we make it to overtime,
that's an if.
And they'll get those chances again.
All right, I'm curious to see what that last call could be from Krebeni before all of that hard work, that lead you had accrued, is completely wiped off of the scoreboard. You send Cemetery searching. And it's a contacting walk. That's what you want from Spinks. He gets info. More than that, he gets a kill. Krebeni gone. Exertion call X-Cloud as well. Advantage Maus. They took a real risk there. No door smoke, just assumed Torji would be starting elsewhere, but Spinks is the one to go get that answer. And oh, Exertion, you're in trouble. Yeah, beheaded by Jugs for the equalizer. Zelex in reaction, PR. Ooh, it's a quick double. That bullet magnetized to the skull. Cemetery in a clutch, in it to win it. And by it, I mean this whole damn map. Torji and Zelex to get past. How does this young man choose to play it? His playground, Dust 2. Up against 2. Timing everything. Bottom, just enough info, his elbow poked out, Zelex relays it, and overtime secured a 6-round run out of Maus.
Okay, this is nice and a great performance from Zelex here. Exertion, he's woken up as well, and that's a scary factor if you're Foot. We'll get extra rounds. This is great from PR. He's been having a tough go of things over towards B. A few rounds where he's been pulled away by fakes, caught out of position, losing this B bomb site. Lurks have been punishing him as well.
You're insane, bro. What a shot, mate.
Exertion. Geeing up his boy there, PR. It's going to be only his 10th frag off the back of that one, but very important as we get 12.5k back underway, and looks like they are going to be using their spawns and taking long control very early.
Just a chain of flashbangs, and X-Cloud, a man determined. Partners up with Jugs, full space long. The whole squad here, and look at this reaction from Maus. This is so proactive. Action long, and Spinks goes searching straight for that flank. Timing everything. You'd love Zelex to put up a bit of a resistance here, right? You've got Torji up high, Zelex down low. His damage has been inflicted. Torji's team naded him. Awkward one. So is that bomb. Found and retrieved safely.
Still so many more nades to keep throwing either way.
Here's that flank. He spotted him, and he's nailed it. Has Krebeni. Spinks could not pit the timing.
Well, Torji's saving. And PR being asked to do the same. Thought they might want to hang around, see if they could find anything here, but obviously 12.5k, the AWP wants to retain the AWP so we can have it every single round.
Isn't it always this way? When you're on 12, you lose 6 in a row, straight to OT, and there's that elusive round.
Yeah, that's one of the things with Dust 2 as well, though. How many long spawns are you getting? Are those coming on light buy rounds? Are they coming on full gun rounds? That's something that does play a factor to the calls available for Krebeni. But against the long spawns, thinks we need to just change the tone of this game.
Terrorists win.
So they stop another streak. Get back on the board. And then you ask yourself, what's the likelihood they do that again? What's the likelihood they have those spawns again? Tough with that team nade, right? Trying to break, trying to make it a nuisance on the cross right there, but you take your teammate out. Looks like it's from A to B. Is this a pump or is this a rush? This could be all in.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Pedal to the metal. Your foot just pressed down. PR hiding at the back of the site. Great supportive frag from Spinks, but PR gets nothing. Has to respect that or extinguish to maintain a threat on the window side. Catches flag from the HG, still tracks Krebeni. It is impeccable from Spinks, and now misthrown util. Foot are flustered.
And they've struggled in these B post plants with a man disadvantage. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Good util for Demon. Has to try and time it right. He's playing under the window for now. Smoke fades, replenish Molly. Incendiary exchanged. X-Cloud picks up another one. He's got another where that came from. Yours is their best bet. X-Cloud was unprepared. Here comes Exertion and Chaos. Pandemonium takes place. It's just Demon, low HP in the smoke, but surely a dead man. Where is it from Torji? Couldn't find him just in time. Oh, we nearly had it there. That one got chaotic. That one got exciting. Demon 3 of the 4. He feels like he could have done it there. I don't know what Torji was waiting for around that smoke, but fair play.
That'd have been tough to get that vision right there, but okay. Another one of these post-plant situations on B. Exertion leads the charge. Demon from Car just trying to lock this down, and then Torji trying to work out how to get into this. And there it is. So thinking he's going to be playing close around that smoke. The comms in that moment are chaotic, right? Yeah, you can say he's Car, but where exactly?
Yeah.
Who's going to take the lead before the halftime break?
Quite commonplace to see Torji start rounds here. Yet to see it really pay off.
Yeah, they haven't been giving him that type of fight, but this is the first in overtime where it's not just an all-out rush. This is more what we were seeing in regulation, so we're trying to pull off the game plan and going to be sweating somewhat, knowing you could have closed this much earlier. Get some good opportunities on those lighter buys. Spinks will stay with PR over towards B this time. Swillen trying to batten down the hatches. Their rotation point miles away. They are going to need to multi on this side, or at least go 2 for 2.
Incendiary, necessary.
Ahead.
They are coming on in. Again, Spinks good for 1 onto Jugs. Trade from Demon. PR empty-handed once more on that B side. He's having a tough game. They've exploited that. You've got a standoff in middle. Happy to fight is Krabeni, but from behind, Exertion strikes. It's a 2-on-3. This time, they are the ones with the advantage in the post.
You expect them to hold on to it this time. Torji and Exertion, though, not to be counted out.
One single flashbang.
Torji would love to get a rifle in his hands. Retaking with the orbs, not going to be easy.
Clearing through. It's not easy to break at all. Here comes that util from Exertion. Hope and a prayer and a push. Up close, distracts. It's clean from Foot. They will leave with the lead as we swap sides.
All right, that's more like it from that B defense. Well, on the retake at least, the B defense has been exploited somewhat. Zelek's having a great game. PR the opposite. We do swap sides and we get things back underway. Just the timing there. Spinks was playing Car. He just parked the way to the door. Still does his, chips in, but PR marooned towards the big box. Tough fight to take, getting swarmed. And we're talking about those timeouts. Once you make it to overtime, the timeout, I say extra, it's 1 per. So if we go OT2, the coaches will get a replenishment. Torji brings out the AWP. The same for Cemetery. Torji has a good spawn right now if he just wants to get the boost in Suicide, look for the pick. He's not going to be late to that, so the info or the ability to take that fight early. Reflecting on that first half of play where Mounds were starting on the T side, it was the pistol, the conversions. It was only 1 gun round that they got by. Otherwise, they had a very, very tough time getting into sites, getting the bomb down. And that was through proactive moves, whether it was the start of the round, the mid round, or even late round from Foot. But he gets that boost. Ooh, yeah, he's too close to the wall, so he's jammed. Right, he couldn't actually get any movement out there.
Too many squats from Exertion.
That means a lot of questions, though, right? They could be in lower tunnels. He hasn't been able to spot that. Still brave it anyway. Zelek's not afraid. Just charges into lower tunnels, gets to space immediately, and rectifies the lack of information from Torji fumbling the boost. Already up short. It's good pep in the step from Zelek. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and it's going to try and pull Krabeni away from Long, which it has done. It puts it all onto the shoulders of Demon for late Long. Short swing off the flash. Cemetery blind. It's Demon active, and he's gone down. Exertion provides the opening kill. Now look at the box Cemetery feels like he's put in. He's worried about short. He's worried about Long. He's got his teammates worrying about that side, and they've double smoked in their panic. Alex wants to even go through. Look how proactive he is. He's puffing up his chest. He's acting bigger than he is, but the bomb is retreating.
Hey,
we've got a pivot here.
Eyes on Jugs.
Doesn't want to overextend. Spinks is cognizant of that potential for the push. They regroup short. Smokes won't last forever. Action on Krabeni, an off angle. He's got to hit the headshot though. Versus the AK, does very well. Teammate chipping in his X-Cloud, trying to apply that pressure, and he's just happy to deliver. Spinks goes down chasing that, and now Symmetry on the sweep. Nails it, X-Cloud covers. We got a 1v3 for Torji. The low HP though, with 20 seconds, everything's against him, and that bullet tracks him nicely. Symmetry puts him down.
Oh, that was touch and go there for both teams. I can't believe the type of staunch fight they're willing to take, but they have to. They don't have that long control, right? So you either sell Symmetry or you stand and bang, and that is what they delivered. A couple of nice kills there from Krabeni.
Yeah, good way to put it, a staunch fight. I mean, sink or swim in that one. Hit the headshots or don't.
But this is it. This is the attitude that Foot play with, and Symmetry, all right.
Crazy.
Okay, is this the final round? Torji lands the boost this time.
This is the 7th map point for Foot.
They might go for an upper tunnels push. We saw a long push come in later in the piece. They haven't really done anything too aggressive through upper tunnels, at least not assertive like this. There's a flash. Are you ready, Spinks?
Now he's going to be positioned and so blind. Still nearly found one. What a find it is. First blood. Mao's limping. The king of the lurks dead. And a potential awkward one for Symmetry.
He's so lucky they respected that smoke.
That was dangerous.
Oh, Mouse, you might just fizzle out here with the man disadvantage.
Xertion's got his thinking cap on though. Trying to work out the pivot. Comes knocking on this mid door. Krabeni partners up with Jugs.
Nice nade.
Good nade down the pocket of Xertion. There's a quick headshot though. He's got a couple of them here at OT. Good response from Jugs. Follows up, finds another onto PR, and then Zelex caught. And on their 7th time of asking, Foot will take Dust 2. Mouse, they pick Dust 2, and they crumble in overtime.
Demon lets out a roar. You think that one should have been done quick as you like. A 12-6 scoreline at one point. Foot had them where they wanted them. Mouse battle back. They warm into the series. A good map from Zelex. Xertion finding some output late. But now we move into Ancient. This is territory we've seen in the last 2 head-to-heads that has been taken from Foot in both of those occasions. Remember, this is 3 head-to-heads where Foot have gotten Mouse on the trot. Every time it's 3 maps, every time it's close. Do we get the same today? Or the Foot change the discourse, book themselves a spot in that semi-final, taking on Furia tomorrow.
As we take a look back at some of the highlights, I've got NBK alongside Pimp. And Pimp, I want to hear from you first. It was a 5-0 start for Mouse. Then we had 7 match point opportunities for Fury to put Foot to put this one away. What went down here in this game?
Yeah, good question, to be completely honest. It was a very streaky game, as you said. Mouse off to a strong start, then Foot completely took over in the second part of the first half, and they looked like the better team for the vast majority of this game, up until the point where they couldn't close it out, up until the point where they actually had to get it over the finish line. Once again, Nathan, I just got to give respect to Mouse. They've been struggling throughout this tournament, but at the very least, they've shown a bit of tenacity in the sense that they always come back. They always put up a good fight, despite them playing far, far, far away from the best Counter-Strike right now.
They always struggle, but they always come back. There's always something that is alive in this team, which has a lot of good quality. However, the question I had before the game was whether they were going to be able to handle the aggression of Foot. If they were going to get aggressive in getting those entry kills, can they actually recover? And the answer was no. They were not ready. That's why they started very, very strong. They were getting those rounds. And the moment Foot was getting aggressive, taking the middle parts of the map, that's when they completely crumble. And yeah, as you can see in the graphic, it's just very streaky. It's just very clear. It's just very clear that it was no aggression, no aggression, and then just figuring each other out and never really having a real economic fight. It was just one team or the other was taking it.
Foot is able to walk away with the first victory, which puts Mouse on elimination map. If they lose this, they are out in the top 8. They do not make it to the semifinals. They do not live up to the hype and the hopes that they had when they brought PR on. But one of the big rounds here came from round 11. I assume this is where Foot kind of put a foot on the throat. What happened here, Pimp?
Yeah, I think it's a great round to illustrate exactly what Nathan was speaking about in terms of the aggression coming in from Foot. You know, relentless aggression, even in a round like this. You look on your right side of your screen, Mouse have a very limited bar by, you know, a couple of pistols, a couple of Galils. Foot is very well aware of that. A lot of teams would just fall back, not play too aggressive, yet they decide to do a two-man push in towards lower dark. Some may say it's a bit risky, but I love the way that they're playing their own style of Counter-Strike. It doesn't matter what they're up against, doesn't matter what buy they're up against. They were just relentlessly showing that they wanted to be aggressive on that CT side. And as you said, Nathan, Mouse couldn't handle it.
Yeah, there is a very big misconception that because the opponents are on a half buy, you don't have to play aggressive. However, it's kind of the other side of the coin, because if they don't have that much utility, you're going to be able to catch them off guard, because they have to use the utility either to clear up the close part of the site, or to just wait at the end of the round and then use that. Going aggressive at that point shows that Foot is very confident in what they want to do. They can read exactly how they're going to outplay their opponents, and they just apply the plan, execute, kill, and that's simple and beautiful Counter-Strike.
We have Mouse Zealix highlights because the man was popping off early. Let's take a look at what he brings to the table, knowing that there's going to be even more pressure on him moving forward. Jacob, what does he bring to the table, and what can we expect to see from him going into a second map coming up here?
Well, that's the thing, right? We spoke about it coming into the game. Zealix had a very rough showing against Gamer Legion on Ancient, which is the next map. However, here in Dust 2, he was once again the player keeping Mouse alive. So he's definitely shown throughout this tournament that he's resilient. You know, he can have a good map, he can have a bad map, but he finds a way to come back into the game. And without Zealix, this game would never have gone overtime in the first place. So that's the positive. The negative is, as I said, we're heading into Ancient, and that's where I watched him play maybe the worst game of his career. A game where he was completely out of it, where he couldn't find any footing whatsoever. And going up against Foot on Ancient, you know, having that recency bias in mind, I'm a little bit worried on his behalf.
Nathan, the casters were saying some of these players run on emotions, that maybe the mental might sink in. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for a player like Zealix?
It looks like a pretty good thing, to be honest. I know they have a very good coaching staff around them. Performance coach, mental coach, they had a bit of everything. So we have seen in the previous matches that they can be down and come back. I feel like they've been down after this map. I feel they expected to win and be a bit more clear as well, like just to be much more active. It didn't feel like it. Ancient, Zealix is going to be pivotal in the map. Yesterday he was rough, but today he can really make the difference.
I want to give you guys a chance to talk about Ancient in just a moment, but first, I was talking with Freya backstage, and she said Xerxin gave her a little nugget about Cash. Why wasn't Cash played today?
I think this went a little bit under the radar, but you had some pretty confident words about your Cash, but we haven't seen you play it yet. Why is that? Why have you seen no Mouse Cash?
Well, I think that we expected a few times for people to pick it against us. I think we can also see it's a little bit uncommon for favorites to pick it, new maps in general, unless it's something that you're really, really comfortable with. It's a big risk to take, and right now I think that out of 6 maps in the map pool, I mean 5 if you discount Cash, we have 4 really good maps. Ancient, of course, is very shaky for us. We're getting picked by every team, and probably the same will also happen today. We'll have to see, but yeah, I think that we didn't see the need to use it yet, and we have super confident 4 maps that we keep rotating between and picking whatever we want on the day.
Nathan, are they regretting that decision now?
I mean, he said it. They didn't feel the need to pick it. Maybe they needed to pick it in that game, because that Dust 2 was not looking convincing. And if they feel that good about Cash, why not play it if you're the favorite?
Another nugget there was he mentioned we're very shaky on Ancient. Pimp, that's where we're going next. How does this map play out, and why, in theory, is chat correct that Foot is going to sweep this 2-0?
Yeah. I'm a little bit afraid on behalf of Mouse, to be completely honest. That Ancient game yesterday against Gamer Legion was not pretty. They made a ton of uncharacteristic mistakes, dare say it, from the Mouse camp. So, I mean, the good thing is they made them yesterday, Nathan, right? So they would have had a chance to maybe redeem some of those mistakes, fix some of those mistakes, and come in with a different mindset. But the player to look out for me is Zealix. He was involved in so many opening duels yesterday where he lost the vast majority of them. I'm curious to see if he's going to play a bit more defensive and stay back. And if that's going to cause any disturbance within the way Mouse want to play.
Yeah, he had a few good ideas, but just bad execution. And when you have that and you have 24 hours to fix it, to really talk through it with the coach, with the players around you, what flashes you want, what utility you want to actually be used to your full potential, that's what I'm hopeful for. If they come in with the same approach and they work on other maps, they prepare Dust 2 a bit too much and a bit less of Ancient, I don't see them winning. They were not convincing at all.
As we have 1 minute left, I want to show some highlights from a guy who is fragging out. This is my player that I hope to see shining on Ancient again. Xploud, what does he bring to this team, and what is he best at right now in 2026?
I think the individual level that he brings to the team is way higher than I think we could expect. You know, replacing a guy like Longs, you replace a big voice in the team, you replace a guy that was very hyped. He brings a bit more balance, dare I say it, from a personality level, but the output on the server has been way higher than I would have imagined coming into this team. He's really showing why he was a great pickup and why he's been a great signing for Foot so far.
he's really kind of the quiet killer, in my opinion. You don't really see him in too many highlights, in too many places. He's just there at the right place at the right time. He gets that 1 or 2 kills pretty much every single round. Like those entries, those crucial kills, he gets them with full precision. That's kind of all you need from him because you have the team around him.
He's just like you, Chris. He gets the job done every single time. 9 weeks in a row. We've got 3 days left of Counter-Strike and great matches every step of the way. NBK, they're giving us a bonus 30 seconds here, so let's give some ancient previews. Who wins it, how many rounds, and who is your player to watch?
I think it's going to be much closer than what it was in a group stage. They obviously prepared the game. They knew that Ancient was going to come in. They're going to have some trickery. I expect Xerxon to take over the game. He needs to lead them and to show them the way in order to get over that edge, winning that map, going in the third map, and then,
We're going to a game 3.
I hope so.
Pimp?
I'm going to flip-flop. I think I've seen enough from Foot so far in this game, and I've seen enough of Mouse not really living up to the expectations. I'm afraid that we're going to end the game on Ancient in a not-so-pretty way for Mouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the STC Arena, go ahead and get back to your seats, because when we come back, it is game 2. Can Foot put this one away and move into the semifinal?
I'm nading close.
Peeking you, dude.
Tunnel one. Flash.
Two. They want to commit a bit. They want to push Dimar. Run to double Dimar.
Tunnel one. Then middle. Coming mid. Last. Tunnel clear.
Mid AVP. Safe info.
Tunnel. I will hold, guys. Don't peek him. Nice!
Of days of the EWC 2026 competition are so crucial, and the 2 heavy hitters that we have this year are AJAL as well as Falcons. Neck on neck in terms of their current placement, the majority of points that AJAL can actually get is 6,300, whereas for Falcons it's 7,400, so a bit of a gap. Now it's really important to note that are also competing in majority of the games this week. AJAL, the title defenders for Crossfire, have already been knocked out, and so have Falcons. Then we're also looking at Trackmania, a new title this time around, and surprise, both of these organizations are currently sitting in the quarterfinals. Now, for Fortnite, both of these organizations are also competing, and when we're looking at Falcons, they are locked and loaded to be in that finals. However, AJL is struggling a little bit as they have to play the survival stage today to even qualify. And of course, last but definitely not least, CS2 is the heavy hitter for Falcons, which is why they're looking to make the majority of their points this week, and AJL not competing could potentially be their downfall.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
There are so many exciting things you can do here at EWC around the whole venue, but this is special to me. This is because I'm a collector of things, so if you're here in the venue, you need to try this out. You can get your own, and let me show you it. They're letting me have all the power. Where is it? This one's here. So I've got to take it out the plastic bags. You have this, Esports World Cup charm. You can get your very own charm and have it engraved. All you have to do is, first of all, slot it in here. The team that's available will help you. Then you need to scan the QR code on your phone, nice and easy. Boom. Put it in here. Press the start button, click on the souvenir, go continue. Now I already made one for myself, so I have a newborn son. I'm gonna make one for him, little Leo lion, and you can also use emojis on it. I'm gonna put continue. You put your email in. I've got to type faster for you guys. Emails in. Apply, complete order. Then you get your QR code. You come over here, press the start. Then we clear this one from the last number. We do a scan, continue. Look at that. Little lion emoji, Leo's name. You say confirm, make sure you're happy with it. Boom. And then the process starts. And this is amazing because you get to watch it as well. For me, I do many events. I always try to keep like the lanyards and things with it. This is a very special charm to remind you of everything you've done here at EWC from start to finish. Plenty of people are lining up ready to get it done behind me as well, so I'm buying the time. And look at this. the skills of the engraving on here. This is something that means sure you won't forget the magic of EWC, no matter what game you're following, no matter what team you're supporting. Maybe you don't want to have your nickname on there. Maybe you want to put one of your favorite players' names on there. There's also Kenny S down here in the middle as well. So he's had one put to his side for him. So the machine will do its work. All the engraving will come out. I chose the longest one possible by adding an emoji to it. It's crazy watching it get done. I love things like this. I love it when technology is cooking like this for us. And it's going across. Oh, the last little, and there we go. The finished product is on its way out. And I'm gonna get it by hand. Ba-dum! Hey, and there we have it. Boom. There we go. The charm for Esports World Cup. You can put it on one of these, which I can't do right now because I've got one-handed microphone, but that means you can connect it to your bag. And you can also put it on a lanyard around your neck. So make sure you pop them down. Make sure you come and do it. Get yourself one of these wonderful charms to remember EWC with.
I'm here with the manager of Foot. His name is Nathan. Nathan, you're a Frenchman. You're over here. You find Foot on the stage. How are you finding everything?
It's really cool for me to be here because it's in France, you know, so it's really easy for me to handle everything every time. Like, if any players have any issue, I can handle it very easily as it's in France. So it's very cool for me and also very great to see the French crowd here.
Now, you've been with this Foot squad for a long time. Some would say the entire time. Tell me a little about what surprised you most from your squad here on the ground in EWC? What has surprised you most from Foot?
Actually, the mental to come back, especially against the game against Magic. We felt some pressure in the first map, and we managed to come back by winning the second and the third map. So I'm really impressed with how we handled the pressure on this game.
So, look, you had that 3-mapper versus Magic. We looked today, you got Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage. Tell me, what did you guys do from that last matchup to today? What does it look like when you're the manager and you have to kind of herd these cats?
I mean, we basically just practice and prepare for the next game. That's all we do. We do some theory, review the previous game, and then prepare for the next one. And that's it.
Well, look, man, I'll leave it to you as this. If Foot reached the semis today, what does that say about this project?
It means that we are able to win on stage against a large amount of people. So it's very good for us as we are a really young team, and it shows that we can compete with the best of the best.
Because statistically, Mouse, you guys are real close, if not head-to-head.
Yeah, we are basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken, out of the last 4 matches we played against them, we won 3 of them. So we're statistically matching them. But for me, it's complicated because we won against them in the group stage. And I think it's hard to play them again, especially when you won before.
Well, look, it's about that time. Let's get back into the game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The Allianz Vault has gone from the most exciting game here in the final week of EWC to being one where only one CC relevant team is competing. So, Trav, what went wrong?
Yeah, it was a sad day yesterday, especially for AGL, because Baishi Gaming came in, they did the back-to-back, they took out Falcons in the round of 16, took out AGL in the quarterfinals, and they've moved on to the semi-finals now. They're currently losing at that point as well. But also Na'Vi, Vitality both dropped out yesterday in the quarterfinals, so only managing to get 200 points each. So many club championship points left on the table here in Crossfire, and it's all up to Team Liquid to go and try and grab them. They're not the favorites in their semi-final matchup, but if they can get the win, they're going to be going back-to-back in the Allianz Vault, and that's 2,000 points in straight weeks here on this stage.
Which we do know Liquid very heavily needs, considering how their EWC has gone. A little unfortunate for them, but we'll see how that plays out, and of course, we're going to keep you updated.
It's quarterfinals here Friday at the STC Arena. We got Counter-Strike 2 on the menu. It's been a 7-week adventure, but we got Counter-Strike 2 for the cherry on top of this delicious pie. And Foot, they're a map up. Dust 2 went their way. Mao's electing to pick it. And you just heard it there in that interview with Trace and the manager of Foot, just talking about the head-to-head favoring Foot. The last 3 outings have all gone the way of Foot. They clash here at EWC in the playoffs, and Mao's are down a map. Is the writing on the wall, Chad, or is this go in the distance?
If you think it's possible, I think both teams might be able to take a silver lining away from that map. Sure, Foot because they got the victory, but it took them a while to close it out. Mao's, they were able to warm back in, and Zelex had a very good map. He's going to be holding middle alongside a Spink, so eyes on him as it's just a fake towards B. An early cave smoke, a flash, and that's already drawn the rotation. Torji started to hedge over, but was called off. It makes you think, okay, is it a mid-walk? Is it an A play? Xertion's going to get that info.
Yeah, then if you're Xertion, you're kind of compelled to go looking. He'll play up close. It's an easy one for a Glock and a good flash. You can see Symmetry's going to go for a little middle click pop. Benny's lined up the util for the second go. Oh, just perfect from Exertion. Denies the util throw.
A lot of information, though. Still 3 on B to defend.
They're in the right place for this. Torji and PR on the long side. Molly makes things difficult. Does destabilize. Good tap from PR, but there's the Glocks back in the feed, and Spinks, he's been gooshed. Just 13 points of health makes it difficult to find output on those dual Berettas. Jugs around the world. He's flanking Spinks. Bomb planted. Spinks confirmed on the short side. The unknown entity is Zelex. Not anymore. He's not. Demon confirms presence in that cave side. Happy to take these fights. Happy to take these engagements. So Zelex in that 1 versus 3 with time. But they can just pull teeth here. They call the bluff on that first. Gets active to Jugs. Oh, clean headshot from Zelex. And now Symmetry's next challenge. It gets uncomfortable. Jewel Beretta's running him down, and Symmetry is playing this one by the book. A 10-second defuse. Zelex, you got a couple of kills. You might even find another, but the round, it's going to be Foots.
Don't know if Zelex is getting away with his live fear. And it looks like he goes down with the ship. Now, if he stayed alive with the Kevlar, that's an M4. He can still drop one going into the Force. So a good attempt, some good output, and we can see what that turns into with the Force buy that will follow. He has just chipped straight in with an MP9, and he hasn't actually dropped an M4 across. So that means it is going to be SMG and pistol heavy for this Force from Mouse. A great start for Foot into this one. Split the pistols last map. It's the second of the 3 right now for Foot. Red smoke, donut smoke, telling of a mid-control fight. Also smoke elbow and a shallow mid-smoke. So yeah, they just want to take this B lane space, and they're hearing all of this. It's an awful lot of information, and that should embolden Symmetry alongside of Jugs to take a look out towards A. They're going to take it cautiously. I don't know exactly how many were used as part of that push. As the rotation comes in, Torji darts towards Temple.
As a look, it's not ideal. 5-7 at that range.
And look at the rotation that's dropped from the CTs. They don't have to follow through here. This is a little bit risky now. Jugs goes down. Symmetry has to live.
The bomb will depart. Symmetry can stand his ground. How many can he take with him here? Spinks will double swing, and yeah, well-placed bullets on the Galil. So now hemorrhaging casualties. With Jugs and Symmetry sidelined, and you still don't even have lane. Xertion's just going to give it up as the smoke fades.
And they've re-rotated, so this is very well handled from Mouse.
It's truly textbook.
They're just going to have to play contact here. You don't want to give away this play with the util, but they're going to walk into 3.
Yeah, good luck, have fun, Benny. You got to clear all your corners. Does drive by Exertion, but PR's still there. Krabeni kicking up a stink. Finds himself another onto Torji. A block smoke short should facilitate a plant. He can't contest. Krabeni, you wouldn't. He does push through the short smoke. No way PR was ready for that.
And there's a replenish deeper now. They're going to have to play through this.
And they have. Spinks cautious, aware there was an SMG somewhere. He's disappeared off to cave. He's holding the cross. X-Cloud to swing on the contact. How do they play this? Krabeni's ready. The swing. Oh, so quick with it. One hell of a round out of the captain. Krabeni leaves with 4 kills and saves them from red faces, losing that second round force.
Yeah, very well done from Krabeni. Huge impact in that, and that's going to force Mouse down to the eco now.
He's used the momentum of that SMG and the moving accuracy of it so nicely on those 2 fights. Look at this one. He makes sure he starts making sound and finds full momentum, full velocity by the time he's rounding that corner.
I think the key for me is he doesn't play scared. He knows that he has to make a play. It's not the first or the second kill, it's the third through the smoke as he makes a difference, puts a smile on his face, and see if they can make it 3 straight. Again, Mouse with this shallow mid-smoke.
Really thought Mouse had done enough in the 3v5 there. Spinks might have another one here. Look at that crosshair placement. It is picture perfect.
So these rounds are not starting as Foot would hope. So let's see if they can battle back in again. Another one might just fall by the wayside. Exertion forward in cave. He will have support. Benny Molly's off that support and can't isolate the fight. Exertion. He wants more on that 5-7. Won't get it done.
Oh, Demon overrun. Double USP headshot. Puts a Galil into Torji's grasp. Zalex onto an AK. They are laughing. Bomb could be found here. Deray's Cemetery's there. Audible to Zalex. He's tracked him nicely. Just going to peek on in. Nail the headshot. No trade attempt from Torji. Goes for the bait instead. Cognizant of the potential. Just back is turned. Ooh, just returns in time.
All right, now they just need to find the finish. PR.
Okay, eyes on PR. What have you got? We know he's got aim. Can't track those pixels at range. Double nades. Just, okay, yeah. They're going to leave him at 41 as the bomb should be uncontestable. Look how far he's had to go in order to find a little bit of friction.
All right, well, that was just the eco. They've kept it costly in a couple of rounds back-to-back, so now it's not the result they were hoping for, but you get a rifle round under your belt and you can start whittling away those finances quickly.
Crazy, Judge.
It is
doing
wild.
A full pirouette.
Yeah, just spinning right there. Okay, well, Torji gets his AWP. Not a single kit in play for the defensive Mouse right now. Rifles for the rest. You're going to have this combo of Zalex alongside of Spinks and Torji fighting middle. Let's see if they can shut this down.
Does look like the fight's coming, doesn't it? 3 of them congregated around the elbow smoke.
Yeah, they're just forcing these rotations. This is beautiful. Massive gap created, just walking up mid. Spinks has absolutely no idea of this possibility. There's no sound cue tells at all, and they're just going to creep in donut behind him.
And it's going to affirm their stack by... Oh, now they realize they've been completely hoodwinked. Booked. And patience from Demon. Nets him a kill onto Exertion, trying to emerge out of that cave smoke. So save the best bet.
Can't get going late again, Mouse, and I understand in map number 1 it wasn't late. They started 5-0, but then it was a landslide. It was just an absolute run around from Foot, and they're looking for more punishment.
It went 5-0 to 12-6.
The Demon has them contained for now. One spotted towards short, cops a dink, and he'll be flushed out. That's a gun upgrade available for Zalex. The M4 can turn into the AK if the man would like. But Foot are just going to hold on to this and start to stabilize their finances after a rocky couple of rounds as this stretch becomes 4.
But yeah, I mean, Foot are manipulating the rotates so well. That round was so perfect. If you look at the radar, you just see this wall of blue leaving as they start to emerge out of that elbow smoke middle.
So the ramifications that has in this game is if there is more pressure over towards B in some of these rounds, they're not going to be as swift on the rotation. So we'll see what impact that has. The Cyclone will take a timeout early. It's tough for Spinks. He had to deal with middle as well as A there because that rotation was heavy from Mouse. means he might have to play for himself over towards that A site a little bit more, or sell one of the two. You can't play between both, as you've just learnt. So the saves are there, the buy stronger than the previous. This time they do have the kits in place, so it would be the same opening. They started 3 strong middle last time, but then they were immediately baited away.
There's very few single smokes you can throw that makes a CT as uncomfortable as the lurk smoke on B. Or standard start here. Look at xCloud, stretching his legs, trying to catch that timing on that reflash, and he hears 2 go off. Now the second wave, has a look and loads his mag into the red smoke. Zelex gets away and Spinks on those smoke spams. Continues where he left off on Dust 2, was finding them consistently, and Cemetery unprepared for Zelex.
If they pop in a B, it's just one man in cave. The rotation coming back, they should get here in time.
Oh yeah, PR just saw that smoke, he knows what that means. Pulls over, Xerxen calls for backup. Good angle, Demon wasn't looking. Those silent step forwards beast, just Krabeni, low HP, an easy pick for Xerxen to finish off the job. Torji will mantle up and can close things down.
Okay, well handled, and thank you very much, Spinks. So through the smoke, gets that opener, and everybody finding a contribution there to get Mouse on the board. So 4-1, 3-round gap. The casualties that have been taken, that money is not flush for Foot. Juggling the weapons, Demon will end up with a Galil, Krabeni on the Tech 9, AKs for the other 3. And Demon without head armor, it's something that Foot do quite often, rifles without the protection. Flat out again, this time first timing is his open up through the smoke.
Brutal start to the round for Zelex, brutal start for Mouse. You can see action on
Torchi's here on A.
You're right, that AWP is primed and ready. Forced to relocate from the util, nails it onto Jugs, nails it onto Cemetery, quick 1-2. That's Demon though. Catches Spinks reacting to the pressure. Oh, exposed Krabeni, booked, beautiful round out of the Torji AWP. Pulls it into the 2v2 and he's not done. He's searching for more and they're not ready for the push. Torji 4 kills deep and it could still all be for naught if new boy PR can't close. Up against xCloud. Both of the new additions clash and xCloud just got a laser beam on that AK. Clean conversions, all of that hard work from Torji for naught.
That would have been a great clutch there to restore some confidence for PR after what was a really tough Dust 2. He wins that, sure, it's just a 1v1, but still it gets your team on the board with the second. The money's in the mud for Foot. This is great from Torji. The clear's there, the cover's not. He continues to press the issue. And that final shot, xCloud showing why in these roles this man can do exactly what Longs could. Still Foot are the ones with a tougher buy. Take a break, flash through with Cemetery. Takes a pot shot, confirms the AWP starting over towards middle. Change util cave, Exertion has to respect it. Benny the only one over towards this B space. Retake util from Exertion, he wants cave back, he wants the confirmation. Front cave lands, flash in, this is theirs.
Enables Krabeni to build a pretty good mental picture of the setups. Oh, couple of bullets through the smoke, find Krabeni. Silence falls over Ancient, just a couple of silence down 4s unloading into smokes.
Krabeni pushes back cave again, they're turning this into an A play. So in through middle is clear for Cemetery. Donut needs to be flushed out with a molly, they don't have one. It's Spinks responsible for this with the support of the Torji AWP again.
Yeah, wow, good shot, tracks Krabeni despite the evasive maneuvers. Cemetery is next victim, Torji's on one. Just starts racking up multis. Quad kill in the previous, this time he sat down after 3. This would only compound his frustrations if they don't convert this. You got that A main flank, that should be your insurance policy. xCloud, look at this. This is just pure individual ego. He does not look happy with the way that one went down. On the fade, he's expecting maybe one.
I think Demon's just going to hold on to this. The money's not great for Foot. It's not planted for him either. We're still going to be worried about him over towards Donut, but he's going to have to opt for the save. The defuse will come through, and Mouse, well, they'll win this one out. So great stuff from Torji. Who else can you credit with the impact that they've been finding in the last couple? Fighting fire with fire, showing that he can be just as aggressive with these fights.
God, the manipulation. Beautiful play.
Boys, big dope. Nice, boys. Let's fucking go!
All right, bringing the energy as well. Cemetery will get that AWP. Feigning mid-presence. Falling towards the pocket, over towards B with 3. That goes for both sides of the server. Boosted up and spotted. Cemetery, beautiful. PR's frustrations will continue.
That was crazy. An alternative approach for the boost. Didn't actually mantle up on the box. PR assumed.
Great push from Spinks here. They need to make a play.
Of security, and that is the play they have elected to make. I say they, he, Spinks alone in this one. And what's he got? Info, X-Cloud, shrug of the shoulders, not happy with that one. Spinks wins out, 4 on 4. Torchi's in the right place again, Chad. Do we see another multi? Out of Mouse's sniper. This time a miss. On the first pull of the trigger, gets overwhelmed, overrun. 3 players hunt him down. Krabeni will find an upgrade. 2 orcs for a post plant. It's a little unorthodox. Cemetery unable to put his to good use. Krabeni the same. Swinging and winning. Exertion finds Jugs. Uncomfortable in the 2-on-2. Both cave side are now smoked. What are you supposed to do with this? You smoke break, you confirm they haven't crossed. You get paranoid, you get nervous. You know that defuse is impending. That's what Demon's lining up for. Krabeni's gonna have to go for a Hail Mary push. They catch him on the counterbank. Gonna stick this, you better nail this! Oh! And he does, just in time! Exertion knocked off of the bomb. Spinks gives it a go. He knows he could have eloped in time. It's foot 6, Mouse 2.
Well, that's job done in this first half of Foot with 6 rounds already. Now it's about what can they put on top. Coolio's going to call the timeout off the back of this. Now, nobody has over 4K for Foot after winning the round. The fact everybody goes down with the ship here, they're aware that it's still going to be wobbly. And I like the fact that Coolio is taking this. It's probably to reinforce, boys, we're playing great, right? These rounds are close, sure. We're not going to have the best of buys, but neither are they.
That was not an easy round for Foot to win as well. Very compromised, given the post-plant positions inside a cave. So in respect to finding the Galil and all of that.
I wonder if they want to play a little bit quicker, right? Because they are going to be lacking the weapons of choice. They still facilitating a lot of utility into this one. There's MAC-10, there's mainly Galils, it's just 1 AK, but that's what's going to happen when everyone's about 3.8, 3.9K. And Torji, no AWP available for him, down to the dig.
Chaining flashes to facilitate this push out. Spinks tucks into Donut. Selex loses out. Cemetery's hit a banger there. Caught on the mantle, good from Spinks.
He's open.
This is so dangerous. Cemetery nailing it, looking good on that AK-47. Wow, the output out of Cemetery. In the absence of Jugs, he just finds he's fragging for 2.
I love this, right? He's got 3 kills in the middle. He's gone, nah, they're going to come for me. They're going to try and clear this out. He's repositioned, just going to play the post plant with the rest of his team, and this round's already done. 7 is confirmed.
Crazy output.
A very good round from Cemetery indeed, and on the hunt is Krabeni. He's got himself an upgrade. He's heard a bunch of those steps there, so triangulating their position. They want to rip it all away. Krabeni just wants to hold on to his. Remember, the finances are wobbly, so you can't throw away too many of these guns, as PR will finally put Cemetery down.
Oh, here's them. X-Cloud here's both of them.
Yeah, this is crazy. They kept pushing out a main. Almost going to lose it all. Exertion. Last man standing, and maybe given the good graces to hold on to that. Or Willie Demon charging in, final seconds, and can't find him. Exertion will retain.
I'm sure there are some analysts out there probably scratching their heads about all of that hunt, but you can see what it would have done.
The loss bonus is obviously in Mouse's favor. This is really nice shooting from the AWPer on the AK. He's just one out mid single-handedly. And this one's getting away from Mouse very, very quickly. Returning to these head-to-heads, they've always gone 3 maps, at least in the last 3 outings, and that's where Foot have just been able to post that W time and time and time again. Will it be 4 on the trot? Will it be another elimination? They send them packing at EPL, the same at the Cologne Major. Beat them in the group stage, so they're running with that confidence. X-Cloud in the interview on the way in saying, hey, it's going to be hard going for the rematch. It always is. They know what didn't work for them. Well, right now, nothing's working for them. So with the one saved gun, the lost bonus, it's another buy. They need rounds, right? You can't keep relenting and taking these cheaper options. You need to try and fight fire with fire. And right now, it's more mid pressure.
Yeah, they're sick of losing mid.
Just the waves of Utah, especially these late flashes from Foot, have been great. Seem to have a great understanding of how Foot want to approach things as Donut and CT Smoke thrown out, as they will test the water over towards A. This doesn't have to be the finish or the follow-through, but they're having a look.
Test the Zelex, and yeah, wow, Demons Galil feeling like an AK with that first bullet accuracy.
Well, now it will be the finish. That opener helps a lot.
That deep donut smoke as well will thwart Spinks' contributions. Just limited to spamming smokes, bomb being planted now. xCloud gets it down. Second wave, they're actually going to molly back Donut. They're going to fight for this. They're making life really uncomfortable for Maus. Exertion 1 HP, getting run at. Jugs finishes it with the spread of the flame. PR gone to Cemetery. Maus just crumble, just disintegrate. Another Foot round.
Take a look at the opening kills. They're all tied up. It's 5 apiece. But scoreline not reflecting that at all. Spinks is 3-1 in that department. Spinks is finding openings. That's normally a very good sign. Zelex, on the other hand, 0-3. And the intensity of this, it's clear the aggression and the attitude that Foot play with is something that Maus have a tough time dealing with. Sure, these games have been close, but frustrations brew in a game of Counter-Strike when they just keep picking, they just keep pushing. They're always there, they always want to fight. And now they've just started 1B. Krebeni is playing them like an absolute fiddle. This game plan is working perfectly. An in-game leader's dream as they execute into the B side.
Good luck, have fun, PR.
He's just been sold.
They've thrown the whole kitchen sink at him. What is he supposed to do? Gets floored by xCloud's AK.
I don't want to say it, but what else are you meant to do? You can't retake this.
It's the SDC Arena's absolute favorite.
All right, let him know. Take a seat. This is feeling over.
Crazy. So Teams Maus of B on their way here.
That's through the lower bracket. They got thrown here by Foot.
Right.
That Game of Legion game probably felt nice for PR to get the victory. It was in the round of 16. Reality's sinking in now in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, P-Vision 2-0. But too much to ask.
You had that trophy for Maus just the other day, right? They, over at Blast Bounty, they picked things up, went over Spirit. Krebeni going to charge in, try and rip away what he can. Doesn't really matter, does it? They can retain their gun short. 9-2, T side of Ancient. Foot's map choice going swimmingly.
It is crazy because of the way in which Maus have been saving. When you take a look at the score, but if I just showed you the kills...
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a 9-2 scoreline at all.
Not at all.
But Maus have not really been able to put themselves in the fight, and when they have, they've just been beaten out. The firepower quite clear that Foot are superior in the head-to-head in that department, at least straight up duels.
Here comes that second wave of flashes. Puts Spinks back in his donut smoke. xCloud paths across. He wants Torji. And oh, Zelex was so not ready for that from Krebeni. Torji forced away, audible to xCloud, and Dinka, but it's better. He finds the lethality required. Spinks hoping to be overlooked. Power position here on Donut. Trade attempt coming in thick and fast. Jugs wins out. A-side lost. Feels like Ancient lost. Feels like this one is going one way and one way fast.
Zoshin's been able to slip through, but considered by Jugs. Smoked off, a 1v4, 2 players are low, another smoke in your face. The in-game leader is going to sit here and simmer. Not a lot you can say about this other than domination on display from Foot. Exertion. This one looks like it's going to be for the stats. Your position given up now. Time against you. No kit, no hope, no chance. More util in your face. And well, if you don't head towards that bomb, you might not even go down. Krebeni will oblige 10-2. This one is rapid. Domination. What a great half a calling that has been from Foot. You can't imagine Maus are having too much fun, but let's find someone who is. What's up, Fancy?
finish here.
Who do you think is making the same impact? The biggest impact in the game, who do you think it was?
This is really easy. They are losers. For that, it's going to be really easy for them. And the EWC, just wait. Champions is coming.
The champions are coming. You heard it here first, boys. And right now, Foot are so ahead in the match, and they're only a few rounds away from taking it all to the semi-finals. Are we ready for the next round?
Of course, we are ready for everything.
All right, then let's go.
Hard not to be happy as a Foot fan when you see this scoreline like this.
I believe it, they are ready for everything. Just some of those fights as well in a few of the close rounds. CT side for the finish.
Yeah, what you got? It's X-Cloud and Cemetery to be tested. Cubby occupation noted. Selex up close wall. X-Cloud to be set up here to succeed. And it's Selex that sits him down. Nice find. Cemetery in trouble. Forced to fight. Cornered. Cemetery fun to Selex. 2 on that USP. Yeah, he's going to force the smoke out Exertion just to retrieve it. He's got 6 HP. They'll spam away. Good find from Spinks on that backstab. Announces his presence, Donut, and now they do feel boxed in. They've even got red occupation. Hang on. Torchy's going to be slinking through, so they all focus on Spinks. They're trying to flush him out. Good shot. 2 on 2, low HP. Bomb, not looking. Backstab from Exertion. What a chaotic pistol.
Jug's chasing Ghost right now. Torchy has the rotation, but Penny's just dropped of the possibility. Exertion is going to run the bomb into B. Jugs, can you hit this shot? Torchy spotted that, now needs to play with Exertion. Bomb getting planted open on the B site. Jugs still worried about this rotation, and the longer he takes here, the less likely the round looks. Torchy jumping up, is going to get caught. Jugs just needs to hit the shot and can't. Torchy will double up in the round. They'll add a pistol to that tally. Their 3rd round on Ancient confirmed. A tough one. That bomb down with Exertion dropping the smoke on it. They don't know. The bomb hadn't been picked up at that point. Cemetery does very well. The fact he's mollied out of position and still gets output. The Mouse are holding on. And they came back on Dust 2. Sure, they didn't convert the map, but they definitely made it a much more competitive affair than the 12-6 scoreline at one point is saying. Right now, 10-3.
That is absurd, actually. Zalex down to half health from a 5-7 Hail Mary. At range.
Stacked in the right place currently for Foot. Is there anything to pull them away? They know they've lost mid. They have to acknowledge red, but still. Sticking to their guns. X-Cloud with a UMP up close. The armor pen on this could be perfect.
Speaking of guns as well, a Demon's D gets 1 here.
Surely the util comes in before they swing.
There's the util in the air. Demon does connect a little. There's nice output from X-Cloud. 2 of them completely collapse. Torchy back with 2 of his own. On-site Jugs pushing through. Worms into 1. Demon's headshots huge onto Exertion. Eyes on PR and Torchy. Got to try and bail out now. He's got to try and start something. There's PR, catches Jugs. Needed that, even better. Finds another. Stray bullet in the smoke. Finds Demon. Now Cemetery, not the weapon you want in the 1v2. And Torchy's just playing around this smoke beautifully. A pistol upgrade can put that Deagle to good use. And yeah, Torchy will play around his own smoke nicely.
Torchy's the man that's been having impact, right? 2 kills necessary on the pistol, but those AWP rounds, I understand one of them was converted upon, one wasn't, but he's putting up a fight. 15 frags, top of the server. The UMP, you can see, perfect weapon for the job during all of this. It's just desperate on the way through to assist. The backpedal, the moonwalk into KPR.
Nice, Adam. Well played, bro. Good calmness. All that seeking cave.
Okay, Exertion doesn't sound too stressed, right? And that's key. No one's the leader. Unhappy with things. It's an aid stack. We've got 2 towards middle. There's another 2 for Demon and Krabeni to use. And, well, not finding their mark on anything. Eco should be dealt with as Demon, the Deagle again.
Yeah, it's nasty, isn't it? The Mac 10 shouldn't have too much trouble, and a flying, leaping Exertion demonstrates exactly that. 1 back from Jugs, though.
Good signs here that... Maybe I have to bite my tongue. I was going to say that they're not backing down, right? They know that they're on eco, and they knew that there were more bodies.
Why is this scary? It really shouldn't be scary.
This shouldn't be scary at all. What? 2v2?
It was a USP and a P250 and a 1v2 for X-Cloud. Torchy Just don't get headshot by that USP and you're absolutely fine. Spinks cleans it up, but my goodness.
It's looking sketchy. But I was about to credit the fact they didn't back down. It's like, okay, we know there's a couple more. Let's just take the fights and win out. And then it gets damn close. But all right, now just a 5-round gap.
That USP dink was crazy.
All right, first gun round. Second half of play. It's been sketchy, but maybe the game for Mouse is just getting back into things. Doesn't matter how you get the rounds, just as long as you get them. It's a huge nade onto Zelex there. Brought down to half HP immediately. Spam through. Krabeni's found the opener.
First blood is drawn.
Tone setting again.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable for Exertion. Uncomfortable for Mouse. Match for the progressions of Zelex. Symmetry's on this line with no red smoke. This is a free frag. Zelex sat. Krabeni overlooked, catches Spinks, distracted by the fight on Xcloud, and now it's just PR walking through the smoke to his demise. 11 on the board.
Once the buys are equal, Foot show. This is their map for a reason. Just 2 more required. And now we're seeing some frustrations from Exertion, right? Just as I was crediting the Tone, to lose that type of round, the game's gone with it. The 3 rounds you did post, only having very few individuals staying alive. That the shove right now is limited. Tycoon to get on the microphone. He's going to do a lot of talking. This is likely trying to draw a bit of belief out of them, but all in all, it is going to be a bad bite. A lot to be desired as Foot are absolutely dominating Ancient right now.
Nice! Let's go! Nice, Nicky!
P250 and a Tech 9 for Exertion and Torji. 2 glues and an AK, and PR and Spinks both don't have head armor. Just going to try and do something a little bit more grouped up. Nobody over towards B whatsoever. PR will take the main control. Mid util ready to take a fight on a timing. Want to avoid copying the deep nades. They know that players are up close. So it's an A fake to draw the mid players away. That's where they hope to find a gap.
And it's worked. Sure, elbow was replenished, but you're going through that off the Torji flash.
Double break. Well, second one not so good.
PR boosted up. Exertion down. PR revealed his presence as well. Symmetry still able to catch the tail of the assault. Spinks is gone. Jux! Oh, he's holding his nerve here and Donut and buys enough time for Symmetry for the chip in. Just PR, the ace clutch demanded of him, or it's Foot on 12. Bomb held, AWP on the line. It feels like it's a death sentence for PR, and he strafes to his demise. Symmetry 3. End of the road for Mao's imminent.
Just shrugging them off here today. Send them to the lower bracket. Looking to send them home, crush that key.
And you're not seeing those signs of like, oh, you know, we've learned from that first head-to-head. We've come with a point to prove.
Oh, there's a whole conversation about Mouse on stage games. I thought we were done with that, but today it just appears that Foot is their kryptonite. This is about to be the 4th straight series where Foot have made mincemeat of Mouse.
That's a small sausage. Krabeni down ramp, feeling himself. And if you walk through that smoke, your back is prepared. Easy for Krabeni. Trade attempt from the Tech 9. He rounds the corner. Is scary now. Trade should be there. Xploud 1. Zelex Deeg just capable of keeping this round slightly interesting, but look at his health. Torji just a Tech 9. Then again, it's Torji. If anyone on this Mouse roster has been fighting tooth and nail to stay competitive, it is this man who must clutch to extend play here at the SDC Arena. These playoffs, this departure from Mouse.
He's got a gap, only 2 bullets in the AK. Demon's about to come back and plug this.
It should be curtains. But the kryptonite of Mouse, they go out with a whimper, they go out with a squeak. Stomped jumping from Foot. A team effort, and Krabeni calling the shots. That first half practically ended this game.
Yeah, well, the comeback on Dust 2 is the only reason that this series seems even a little bit competitive. They were down at 12-6. Mouse brought it back to overtime, sure, but domination on display. Foot have got Mouse's number. 4 consecutive series, sending them home from 3 events now. This is starting to be a little bit of a boon for Foot. Hey, you draw a team like Mouse in these quarterfinals. Now you get to take on Furia in the semis. Be a tall task coming up next for Foot. Furia are looking for another final, but if they can play like this tomorrow, they're in for the conversation. I'm not sure Furia are going to want to let Ancient through in this one, but for Mouse, eliminated, the key will be crushed. A quarterfinal exit here at EWC and not be able to find the same successes as they did at Bounty. And X-Flab enjoying the fandom. Turkish team, Turkish player. They brought the support today. We've got Krabeni on the stage for an interview.
Take them down 2-0 here in Paris. Congratulations, Krabeni, first of all, and welcome to the top 4, of course. Let's talk about this match a little bit. It seems that, you know, Mouse are a very good team. They won Bounty, obviously, but you guys are literally their kryptonite. It's not the first time you win against them. You won against them last week as well. So what's the secret to defending them, and were you expecting a little bit more resistance today from them?
To be honest, they surprised us with Dust to speak. We were expecting Nuke, and I think on Dust we have improved lately, so it was in our favor. But I think against them we are very confident, like they have playstyle that fit us, so yeah, we were very confident going into this game.
And you showed it on the server, definitely. Donc première question, pourquoi vous êtes la kryptonite de Mouse? Comment vous arrivez finalement à gagner ces matchs-là à chaque fois? Bah honnêtement, aujourd'hui, ils nous ont surpris avec leur pic de D2. On s'attendait à Nuke, mais au final, ça a plutôt été à notre avantage. On est à chaque fois très en confiance quand on joue contre eux, donc ça se passe plutôt bien. Second question, I need to tell you about this and ask you about this. You guys are so young. I think it's 20 years old average. You are 21 years old, and you're leading these boys onto, you know, some of the biggest names in the game. So how do you manage not having pressure? How do you do this? Because when we look at you, it looks easy.
I think in this type of crowd, we felt we're gonna have pressure. I thought we're gonna have, but in the game we show that even though we are a very young team, we can play with like this crowd. Of course, like if we go to the final, will be maybe a bit different emotion. But I think we managed the emotion very good, that we are a very young team, so I'm happy.
Are you proud of the boys?
Yes, very proud.
I think you can be, that is for sure. Deuxième question, pardon, comment on gère les émotions? Ils ont que 20 ans à peu près en moyenne, les joueurs ici. Krabeni en a 21. Comment tu arrives à mener tes joueurs comme ça sans prendre la pression? Honnêtement, je pensais qu'on allait avoir la pression, jouer devant un grand public comme ça. On gère vraiment super bien nos émotions. Alors, si on va jusqu'en finale, je sais pas si on sera toujours aussi serein, mais pour le coup, je suis vraiment fier de mes coéquipiers là-dessus. And let's be a little bit less serious, you know? Getting to travel around the world to play CS also means maybe you get to do some activities or maybe enjoy some food with your teammates. How important is it to spend some time with your teammates outside of the game for you guys? Does it help with the synergy, and have you done anything cool around Paris?
I think it helps a lot. I remember when we was in Navi Junior, we wanted to have a boot camp because we really wanted to meet each other. So every tournament that we go together, we really enjoy. Like after practice, we stay together and chill. So yeah, we enjoy a lot.
Probably one of the secrets to a successful team is being friends with your teammates. Donc évidemment, question ensuite sur un peu le team building, à quel point c'est important de bien s'entendre avec ses coéquipiers en dehors du jeu. Est-ce que vous passez du temps ensemble? Est-ce que vous faites des trucs? Bah ouais, je trouve ça super important. À l'époque, quand on était chez Navi Junior, on voulait avoir des bootcamps parce qu'on voulait pouvoir se rencontrer, etc. Et c'était pas forcément trop possible. Donc ouais, très content. Après les pracs, après les scrims, on passe du temps ensemble et ça se passe très bien. And last but not least, before we get to the key crusher, next game is gonna be against Furia. Insane team, of course, Fallen and the young Brazilian blood, etc. Are you ready for it? Are you looking forward to it? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I'm ready. I really wanted to face a Brazilian team in crowd, so because I know we will get, they will have the crowd, so I'm really looking forward into.
Wow, you're looking forward to being the villain maybe on stage against Furia. Donc ouais, dernière question, prochain match contre Furia, qu'est-ce qu'on en attend? Est-ce qu'on est content? J'ai vraiment hâte de jouer contre eux parce que j'ai envie de voir ce que c'est d'avoir le public vraiment contre soi. Ils ont énormément de fans de leur côté, donc j'ai hâte. It's time for you, Krabini, as a captain, as an IGL, to go to the key crusher here, taking down Mao's dream in Paris, as our key master shows you the way. Foot stands strong. It was 2-1 in groups against Mouse, and this time in the playoff, it is a 2-0 with a fashion. The captain Krapini and the young Foot are in town for good, and they advance to the top 4. And we get the handshake. Krabini, I saw you stuttering a little bit. Did you get scared?
No, I didn't know it will explode like that.
Of course it did. Come with me. We're gonna go and say one last thank you to your fans, because you said that the Brazilian crowd is gonna be hard to beat, but you have so many fans. What do you want to tell them?
Well, thank you so much for the support. It was amazing. First time this emotion. So yeah, it was very nice.
You're loving it, and I think they're loving you as well. Merci les gars. Merci pour votre soutien et pour les émotions. And we're moving on to our next quarterfinals after a short break.
What a win for Foot Esports. You come in as the 14th team ranked in the world, and you are now guaranteed to be in the Final Four at EWC 2026, a $2 million tournament. And as Lou said, these guys average out to 20 years old. Jacob, they're so young in their career. They're already so bright. This is a huge moment.
Yeah, and yet they play like they have a lot of experience, you know. They were manhandling Mouse in this game, by far looking like the better team, you know, continuing their streak of beating Mouse as well, which they already did in the group stage, but I'd even say this time around they did it even more convincingly, you know. The first map, sure, got into overtime, but that was a massive comeback for Mouse to even make it competitive. Here in Ancient, they left no room for doubt whatsoever. A clinical performance coming in for Foot against a Mouse team who, so far this tournament, you know, have been a little bit disappointed.
Now, Nathan, I wanted to ask you, Mal's mentioned they are shaky on this map. Is Foot good at this map?
Oh yeah, you can see the difference individually. The players were so much more comfortable in all the angle they're taking, how they're fighting the duels, how they're taking the space on the map. There were so many things, like so many details, where there was no way to say that Mouse was even competitive, right? There was nothing. There was nothing to show for them. It was disappointing because they expected it to be in the map pool. They probably prepared for it. Where was that preparation? Because Foot was destroying them in every department.
Now, when we started the show earlier today and we first came on camera, can we come to the wide real quick? We weren't out to the speakers here in the venue in the SGC Arena. Crowd, can you please show some love for the last time? We got Jacob, a.k.a. Pimp, and Nathan, a.k.a. MBK from France. There it is. That is what you deserve to start the show. NBK, it has been so great to watch both of you throughout your careers. And now, what is it like watching the next generation from the studio? What do you think that is different, if anything, about this new gen?
Oh, a lot of things are different. We had to pretty much build everything in this, you know, in this scene, in everything, in Counter-Strike, like creating the strats. Now everything is just, they're just grabbing what was there and take it to the next level. There's no question about tactics there or any of that. They're just better, to be honest. There's like so many points where they're just that good individually, and it's just beautiful to watch. Like, it becomes art at that point.
We walked so the youngsters could walk, you know, and run. To be completely honest,
getting paid.
Still getting paid, you know, to some degree. But back then, when we were like, you know, playing Counter-Strike growing up, we played for T-shirt, we played for Teflon under the mouse, and we played for a lot of weird stuff, to be completely honest. These days, as Nathan said, you know, they become younger and younger, they play better and better, and the level of Counter-Strike and the level, like a team like Foot, you know, average age of around 20 years of age, it's crazy to think that they can play at this level and be so consistently good, you know, in an environment like this.
We'll have plenty more time to talk about Mouse and, of course, Foot, who is moving into your Final Four. But first, we have to say goodbye to the coach. Cyclone is behind the scenes. What's up, Freya?
Cyclone, thank you so much for joining me. I imagine it's a tough moment right now for Mouse. Fourth time you've lost out to Foot. Can you just give me your initial reactions on the loss today on stage?
Bit disappointed that we couldn't handle the pressure they put on us a bit better. We were hoping for steps forward also in terms of the veto to show a better Ancient. I think it's clear there's still work to do on that map for us. Dust 2, I think we let them have too much the momentum, right? And that team, if they get the momentum rolling, it's tough to beat them.
Zershon was pretty honest with me in the pre-match interview about that Ancient that you're touching upon, saying they've had some struggles on it recently. Is there anything you can specifically pinpoint that's been a problem for you on the map recently?
It's one of the maps where we changed the most positions, right? And also part of it is that there's more responsibility shared across. Other players need to speak up and coordinate a bit more on the city side. And I think naturally Dory calls a lot on city side for us. And maybe on Ancient there's a bit more of a need for the other guys to step up. As a work in progress, I would say.
Yeah, no, I imagine with the MOUZ lineup moving forward, lots of moving parts, lots of differences too. I do just want to pick your brain a little bit on the veto, because when we started this tournament, Zershon was saying we've been practicing a lot on Cash. We feel very confident on it. We feel like we could be one of the best teams on it, but we keep seeing you ban it out. Why is that? Why did you decide not to pick it into this series as well?
Yeah, he is right. We played it a lot, and we also joke maybe internally other teams respect us a bit because of the practice. Always it was the case that it had to be the third map in the series, right? And then we need to feel like, are we comfortable with the young team that we have? That the young guys will go into Cash and feel like this is the time we pull it out. While Serge and I maybe have is also a team decision, right? We need to make sure the guys are in the best headspace, and why, if we can get a Mirage or a Nuke third, would we in this moment decide for Cash, right? That was some of the reasoning. I think if we've earlier in the season had a team pick it against us and we'd at least played it once, maybe we'd be a bit different. But it's a tool we have available, and maybe we have to pull it out soon.
I do just want to ask one final question, if I may, just touching upon some positive maybe for MOUZ moving forward. We did see, you mentioned the young guys. They had a bit of a struggle yesterday versus Gamer Legion. I'm particularly talking about Zelex, but he managed to come back in that third map. Can you tell me about the work that you've been doing with them to, if they've had a strugglesome moment, make sure that doesn't continue to snowball and get out of their hands?
For sure I can. I mean, they're both 18, 19, right? They're young guys. They're also very new to this setting as a professional. They're trying to play against the world's best. So there's a lot of work on the mental side. We have our sports psychologist right in the other frame of the picture here, doing a lot of work to mentally be a top athlete, right? The game is a lot about that aspect. It's still up and down on days. We're trying to build some tools that they can rely on, something in the team that they can rely on. I think Adrian, just because you highlighted him, had a good bounce back yesterday for Nuke. There were some takeaways there, some learnings. Also on the mental side, I also think today he showed up in a good headspace, and we'll continue building that, right? That's what we're good at in MOUZ, and I think the two young guys, as long as they apply themselves, they're not too harsh on themselves, they will at some point be at the top of their craft as well.
Many learnings, I imagine, moving forward. Thank you so much for your time, Cycra, and sadly, no longer for MOUZ here in Paris.
MOUZ considered a top 5 team in the world. They've gone through some roster changes, though, and they exit EWC in our top 8. The man who got to watch his teammate crush the key now joins us live. xCloud, welcome into the studio alongside Pimp and NBK. I want to start first and foremost. How does it feel knowing you are playing on a Saturday here at EWC? You are into the Final Four against Furia.
I mean, it feels amazing after maybe I had maybe one off season with Heroic, but right now we are playing in the arena. That feels awesome, and I think this is with the team also biggest arena experience we got. So it feels nice, it feels good. Of course there's pressure, but we are enjoying that.
Was it different playing in the arena for you guys? Because on the earlier stages, all through groups, you were kind of behind the scenes. Even when you played on the Bravo stage, it wasn't of this level. Today, you are out in front of a sold-out crowd.
Of course, there's pressure, but the thing is, fans with us, so they are helping us a lot with the maybe even when we are fucking up at some point, they are still cheering for us, so we are not feeling that pressure, I will say.
Awesome. Speaking of playing MOUZ, in an important game, naturally your teammates have done it before and they're very successful at it. You're relatively new to the team. Could you feel that the entire team was just a bit more confident going up against MOUZ, as you have a habit of beating them?
I mean, I think MOUZ is a bit inconsistent with their changings, and we also changed one player, but I feel like they are not in their form yet. So I think it was good timing to play against them. Maybe end of the season they're gonna be stronger. But right now, this is the second game we played against them in this tournament, and we didn't feel that competition in the games.
Speaking of changes now, you're obviously new to the team as well, and you come from Heroic. I feel like it's a natural step up for you as a player. Are you surprised by how well you've been able to deliver from an individual standpoint already? Because you're playing pretty well, all things considered.
Thank you. I think my problem was confident in Heroic, and people didn't trust me enough in my position, because when you have a star player and like firepower, you need to use it, and it's not like a robot. You go there, you go here. Yeah. But you also need to use his instincts, and I got more trust here, and I think my voice is more listening here. So I think we are finding a good ground for play Counter-Strike.
And so I'm very curious about tactically how you approach the game, because I think in this game it was very clear that you just outplayed them in many fronts. When it comes down to Krabini and Coolio and the whole team, is everybody involved into playing against them, how you're going to do the game plan, what you're going to do in the game, or is it very much controlled by the coaching staff?
I mean, I think we have Trochu, assistant coach, and we have Coolio as a coach. I think they're doing a lot of work on analyzing the enemy and what we want to do in the games. So it's not like players or IGL also not like including himself. They trust, like we are trusting the coach staff a lot in here, and I think it's working very well.
One of the things that we always have been, discussing when it comes to foot is your energy, and sometimes, I guess, too much energy. How do you feel it is to play within foot? Do you think there's a good balance now of yelling, screaming, and maybe also conserving a bit of energy?
Yeah, I mean, in Sangal, I was also screaming a lot. I think some people know about it. But like after that, people wanted me to be more quiet, in the team, because maybe it was fucking some freeze time, or we were missing some stuff that's in the last 3 or 4 seconds because I'm screaming. But no, I think everyone is fine. And they want more screaming in the team.
Yes, more hype, the better. I support that fully. Talk to me a little bit about what it is playing like for a Turkish organization, because this is Foot's first year in the club championship. I've been here since week 0. They had 0 club championship points until your CS team put them on the map, and now they still have players in Trackmania and a chance to score in Fortnite. You could be bringing millions of dollars to your organization. What does it feel like to support such a good group?
Yeah, I mean, we are players. We don't care about organization side. We're just playing our game, and if the team is winning some money or not, I don't care. We're just focusing on to the next game.
Pro tip: you love your organization because they're the one who pays you, and if they get a bigger paycheck, you get a bigger paycheck next year, right?
I don't want my team and myself to get pressure because team gonna win some money,
You know what? Don't listen to me. That is the mindset you're going to need against Fury. You're going to be playing up against one of the greats in Fallen. He was a leader in Brazil. What are your thoughts going into this matchup right now? People are saying he's kind of on the way out. There's a new young caller on the squad. Are you excited to play against the Brazilian fans?
Vamos, caralho. Yeah, of course, we are excited. I think Foot played against them before, and if I'm not wrong, they won. And also with Heroic, we also played with them, and it was pretty close in Blast Bounty. So for me, I'm very confident. So I think there is not a team, till final, I will say. There is not a team that we can beat. Or my mindset was like that. I think final spot is free if we just be on day. If we are sharp, I think we're going to get the final spot. But of course, I think final going to be some rough game.
All right, assuming you get to the final, assuming you beat Fury, in that lower bracket out of the 4 remaining teams, who do you think is going to make it to the final?
I would say Falcons Foot's gonna be playing final.
Falcons Foot.
I'll take it.
I like that matchup. NBK, any final questions before I make this man talk about his IGL?
I'm very much on that tactical side. So if you have something about the Krabini, I've been a huge fan of everything they've been doing. Huge fan of what you're bringing to the table and how the team is looking like. So if you have anything about Krabini specifically,
I think we've got some awesome B-roll that our production team was putting together. Let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this one. NBK, lead this discussion because you were calling it out in the green room. Very impressive stuff from the squad.
Oh, 100% on every front. I mean, individually, it looks like everybody is very much in control. I mean, you guys love Ancient, right? There's something in there where you can see it, and Mouse had no chance. Tactically, was it very deliberate to attack the sites, like B side and A side specifically, and just kind of let middle alone, be a bit more unconventional? Or was it something that you just felt in the moment?
I think we always analyze enemy and ourselves to maybe prepare the next games. So I think the enemy cannot have a prediction if we're gonna play the same style we played against them or previous games, or we're gonna change it, because we are very hybrid team that we can play very aggro. Also, I think we are very good at defensive Counter-Strike. But today, I think it was more like how we played in previous games, and we wanted to change it. and Mouse was not ready, in my opinion.
I think a lot of team hates playing against you with the way you're playing. Is that a feeling you're getting as well? You're always in the face of them. You're always aggressive.
I mean,
must
I'm
be
just
annoying.
leaving this team, but when we played against Foot, it was annoying because they have 5 players who is shooting so hard, and like they don't have an anchor player, or on T side they don't have a lurker guy. Like if the demon is lurker, he can be in window in mirage, you know, and he can kill 3 there. So I think that side, I think they're a bit annoying.
Can't beat him. You join him. You know?
X-Cloud, you are making a name for yourself here at EWC. I'm told production needs you elsewhere. Enjoy making more content. You are a star in the making. We're looking forward to seeing you on Saturday.
Thank you, guys.
When we come back, it is Legacy taking on a very tough Falcon squad. Can Nico's team power into the Final Four? Stay tuned. It's EWC with the quarterfinals.
Can be.
I
But
won't
I
have
can
elbow.
I will smoke it. I don't think anyone haven't, to be honest.
They flash
On the
from
front.
elbow. They flash
I'm holding elbow.
I think we can fight middle, guys.
Yes. I flash
You
from
can do
Hunter.
it, you
Let
can do
me.
it.
I flash Hunter. Play Hunter. Boom.
Haven't lost, haven't.
You hit him, in the smoke.
Nice!
Let's go, nice thinking.
Good call, Cloud. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Our players started out as underdogs. The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, this feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
And welcome to Fill in the Blanks with Team Legacy. I'm gonna explain the rules. It's pretty simple. Who's most likely to will be the question. Every couple of scenarios. You can write the name down of whoever you think in your team is most likely to, and then explain yourselves if you feel like it. I can see you're already laughing. He has a strategy on lock.
I'm ready.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Who is most likely to sing first at karaoke on a night out?
Sing it first. I know it. Yeah,
Okay.
I put me.
You want to watch for yourself?
Should be me.
I put me, yeah.
I don't agree. I have a reason.
Okay, you go for it.
Lato is practicing his vocal cords to be a singer. So I would say if he has opportunity to show the world who he can do, he would be that person.
You have an opportunity right here, right now.
No.
Let's do for tomorrow.
The problem with the cameras,
for
karaoke
tomorrow.
no cameras.
Who is most likely to forget something in the hotel room after checkout?
That's easy. That's ready. Easy. Huh? Yeah, ready.
Sounds like this has happened before.
Yeah, every time. That's too easy. That's easy.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. That's why. If I knew it.
Yeah, he lost everything, passport, everything.
Who is most likely to sleep through the hotel breakfast?
Easy. Right. It's easy again. It's the Morgan.
Yeah.
It's the same guy. It's like if we make a 1 minute silence now, he would be sleeping in 1 minute.
Yeah. If you ask me to close my eyes, I would sleep now.
All right, next one. Who is the most competitive outside of CS2?
Yeah.
But they are. It's
Yeah,
a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie.
Yeah. Because he plays Dota.
Ooh.
What? Me? I play Dota too. That's offensive for me.
You can say,
Yeah, he's like, Dota.
Yay, Dota.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dota.
Yeah, Dota. But he rages a lot.
True.
That's in the name.
I will say Art because he plays CS, Dota,
Chess
and chess, and Clash.
Clashzinho.
Yeah.
But he doesn't shoot. He's not raging.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, I
but I
think
try hard.
he just wants to
But he
expand
try
his
hard
mind,
a lot,
you know?
bro. He sees some things in the YouTube to play Clash.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
very try hard.
That's a good tie.
Respect. Who inspires the team the most?
Sheesh. Sheesh. Me?
Coloquei eu.
Yeah. Me?
Yeah, but
Who is me?
Me.
Why you?
Why you?
A good
Let
guy.
him talk.
I'm a good guy.
A good guy.
Very good guy.
Why Art?
Why Art?
I think he's
Hard
the,
worker.
Yeah, he's
he's the
the
captain, hard worker.
Yeah.
He's
our
locking in
leader.
every game and in CS as well.
Yeah. No.
That's it from us. Thank you both.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
all
okay.
All right,
so
okay.
much for joining. It was fun having you.
That was fun. Thank
That's
you
it
very
from
much.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the infamous British game Chicken in a Box. I'm here with Team Falcons. I got Monasi, I got Kiyosuke, and we've got 2 boxes but only 1 chicken. I'm going to explain the rules of the game. Kiyosuke is player 1. He gets to open his box, see if there is or is not a chicken in there. Monasi then has to swap the boxes. Kiyosuke's got to convince him to either keep his box or swap the box. You guys understand?
Yes.
The winner gets the chicken. Are we ready? Kiyosuke?
But I'm not looking. Actually, I need to look at you. Wait, nice face. You have chicken?
No.
What do you think? You want to swap boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah? What, you don't have a chicken? What's in the box? Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Maybe chicken.
Maybe chicken.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you're bluffing. 50-50?
50-50.
What are the odds right now?
100% you have chicken inside.
Why do you say that?
You have chicken inside, 100%. Do you want to swap with me? Boxes or not?
I'm fine with it.
Ooh, he's going back. He's double bluffing. Or is he?
Tak, listen. I think you have chicken inside, so I trust my feeling. You have, so I would swap.
Why do you have that feeling? Is it his face? Is it his voice?
Body language
Yeah?
sells everything.
Okay. Is he scared?
Maybe a little bit.
What if he's bluffing you right now?
He is
How do you
not.
know?
He is not bluffing.
He's not?
Yes, I know my teammates.
Very confident, very confident. Anything to say to this?
No.
No?
No.
Right now, it looks like he's going to swap, so you're happy with that. That's what you want, right?
I'm okay with it.
Now
He's okay with
now
it?
he's triple bluffing.
He's triple bluffing.
Yes, of course, it's provocation. You have chicken. Give me chicken back.
Are you ready?
Yes, I hope I have good feeling.
Honestly?
I open.
Do us the honors.
Так, братан, and today for my lunch I have chicken. Yes, man. Easy.
And that's it. Modesty wins, as they say in Team Falcons. Nice, Ilya.
Nice, братан.
Nice try next.
Thank you.
Go next.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
We still have 2 quarterfinals to go, and here is your newest challenger. It's the world-ranked number 12 Legacy coming in from Brazil. Dead Squad is ready to take on the world's number 1. Number 2, according to Valve, though. Falcons slightly falling from the top spot, and Legacy could be part of that reason in the past. They took a match against this Falcons team just a little while ago. Can you tell me what happened in the past? We got Dupree and Yanko back here in the studio. Dupree, I want to start with you because a lot of people in the fans, they might think this is going to be a one-sided affair. It has to be the Falcons dominant over the Legacy squad.
And that's probably the trap that Falcons can fall into if they underestimate the Legacy guys, because they can play very solid Counter-Strike. And the last time these guys faced off against each other, it's a while back. It was back at the CSC back in 25. And that was actually a match that came out on top for the likes of Legacy. And you can even tell by the scoreboard here that Lado had an incredible good series. And this was just when Kerrigan was put into the reins of Falcons and taking charge in that department. And that was a quite, kind of surprising result in my book. Still is a best of 5. So the fact that you get to take them down, it's actually quite one-sided series as well. So Legacy, they had their numbers, but it's so long time ago now. The Falcons are looking so much stronger. So it's also a very different team.
Okay.
I think there's also a lot of misconceptions about that final. Like, for one, Kerrigan only had, up until that point, a dozen days of practice with this whole squad. They were playing back-to-back tournaments and a best of 5, right? Like, they were starting to run out of things in their playbook. And the second thing is, Legacy were just a better team. Like, Falcons didn't choke that final. They didn't make mistakes along the way at all times. They just got beat, right? You saw that Lato had an incredible final, but really it was across the board for the side of Legacy. They were outplaying Falcons. They were out-calling them, and individuals were stepping up. So too many people focused on, Falcons choke, Falcons suck, and all of that, when in reality it was Legacy playing their best game, and that should have been applauded at the time. The major things didn't go their way, upgraded their upper, and now they're back here against the Falcons.
As we mentioned, they're number 12 overall. They're definitely the underdogs, but if you've been looking at their matches, they've been the underdog most of the way here. Let's take a look at what they accomplished most recently over on Bravo. If you were tuning in on day 2, you may have caught Legacy's round of 16 2-0 over Na'Vi. Dupree, how impressive of a win was this, and who do you expect to continue rolling here in the final days?
Super impressive. I think this is the big surprise of the tournament, so that they made such work of Na'Vi, and it was a game where Legacy were just in control throughout. We had a lot of their individuals stepping up, but the one that stood out to me was actually Nissim in this one. He's a guy that had a bit of stint where he was not looking to go into the team, actually decided to bench himself, but actually brought back into the roster. So it's usually Lado and Duma that we talk about. Now also Try coming into the team. That is usually the heavy lifters for this team, but Nissim had a fantastic series in that one, and he had a very impactful engine also to carry over the finishing line. So a very impressive result, and that sets him up for a match today that's going to be obviously very much harder, since you do have Falcons waiting for them, but this all obviously gives them a little bit of confidence moving into it, and it's just nice to see that this is also their first tournament with Try, that things are moving in the right direction and they're trying to get back into the level that they showed in 25.
I think this was the biggest upset of the playoffs, without a doubt, and something that, has flown under the radar. We always say, going up against Na'Vi when they have 2 or more days to prepare for their opponent, it's like an impossible task. Where they had 6 days, right, and they got schooled by Legacy, so it didn't make a difference this time around, and it does feel like Legacy will play their best CS going up against, the world's best, right? Because first of all, they're the underdog. There's no expectations placed on them, and there's no pressure. And that's where they loosen up a little bit, don't worry about making mistakes. And at that point, they can be a very dangerous team to go up against.
Like it or not, nerves start to set in for many players as soon as you get into the playoff bracket. Well, we are 2 rounds deep. We're going into the quarterfinals, and we caught up with Art from Legacy before his match.
Art is back in the building with the side of Legacy after an incredible result versus Na'Vi yesterday. Inferno started off amazing, but I want to talk about Ancient. 13-2 is the best result we've seen from you guys since you entered Legacy on this map. What was clicking for you guys there?
I would say it was an individual good day for everybody, but at the same time we have very good preparations for Ancient, so we came in prepared, have some game plans, and we just play those. And of course we had some good rounds that shifted the game, like the pistol round. It was a 1v2 of finishing. There was another round that we won that we weren't supposed to, so these kind of details make a difference.
A little detail on the side of that victory as well is that you guys went up 3 VRS rankings because of that. You're now at number 6. Do you think that accurately represents Legacy at the moment?
Yeah, I would say for the second semester, things can change pretty fast. Everybody's stacked on top 10. I would say every team on top 10 is very close to each other. It's, if you lose today and someone wins tomorrow, they get past us. If we win today, we pass a lot of teams. So it's always close. So I would say, yeah, everybody's fighting for this top 6 spot.
Let's talk about the Falcons, your opponent today. Last time you faced them, you actually beat them in a best-of-5 grand final back at CAC. But what's different about the Falcons now?
Yeah, I said yesterday, they are like, when we play them, just a new roster, new IGL, so they are preparing, they're like working stuff out. And after that, they won the major, they are playing different sets. Of course, they have more mature game since then. So we have to come in prepared. We know what they can do and the individuals they have on there. So we just want to come in prepared and be on point as we are yesterday.
And what's different about you guys other than having a new Warper in the mix?
Yeah, also I would say the same thing. We take some time to practice. That's something was missing on the last semester, just because every tournament after each other was hard to get some time to break and talk about game. So we have this break. We had like 20 days boot camp. We managed to start things out. It was 13 days actually, but it was enough to make some plans and start things out. And I think we have a more mature CS as well.
Oh, I know it's getting a little bit windy out here, so I'll let you get on and prepare for this matchup. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you very much for your
Frey out there looking like Fabio. Well done by Art, and I love the satchel. He's rocking the man bag. He is full of confidence, Yanko, but he is going up against some juggernauts on the other side of the stage. The Falcons are definitely a fan favorite if you've been anywhere near EWC. They've also been kind of statistical favorites when we've been looking at the numbers. What do anyone new to the CS universe need to know about this squad?
Well, they're really the Galacticos of Counter-Strike, right? Like they're an organization that wants to become the best in the world and lift the biggest trophies. And to do that, they will do whatever it takes, really. And they have assembled some of the world's best players in the lineup. Monacy on the AWP in contention to be the best player in the world this year. Nico, a veteran of the scene, taking a bit of a step back in terms of the role, and for good reason. Kyosuke, who has been one of the most talented rookies that we've seen in the last few years, right? Rounding it all out with 2 Danes. Kerrigan, who is one of the greatest in-game leaders we've had in Counter-Strike history, and Tesses, who is a sort of player that every championship team needs. Just a rock-solid guy, glued to the team, that's a selfless player and just wants to win and doesn't take too many of the resources.
Dupree, I want to talk about Tessis in a moment, but first, can we talk about the big dogs that are at the bottom of this bracket? If you are just waking up in America, welcome to EWC. We're in the quarterfinals, and there are 4 teams fighting for the last 2 spots in the semis. Falcons, of course, have one of the biggest stars. The other 2 teams, well, they have a star of their own. Zywoo for Vitality, Donk for Team Spirit will be going toe-to-toe after this matchup. When you're looking at the 3, though, these are the top dogs in all of the discussions for number 1 player on the planet right now. Dupree, do you agree with that conversation?
100%. Like all 3 of them, they're just a step ahead of the rest of the bunch, right? And it's just incredible to see that they keep to doing it time and time again. And it is just this race for world number 1 that is probably occupying their minds as well. But I think it's also just like we heard Zywoo talk about yesterday, that he doesn't really put too much effort into thinking of the whole Donk versus Zywoo conversation. Right. He just enjoys playing the game and he wants to just go out there and win trophies, right? But it's kind of crazy that thinking that such an achievement can still be like just put in the back of his mind. But regardless of what it is, these players just bring so much talent to the server. It's something that only happens in decades, right? And it's just crazy to see also just the elevation that Donk has proved. Like, he's only been in the scene for a couple of years and he's already taken it by storm with the likes of Monesi and Savu also being a part of it. So yeah, it's a race that's just down the line intentionally.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, it's not only up to the fragger though. We got to take a look at, of course, Kerrigan's calls and what we expect to see being played when it comes to maps. The vetoes are coming up here in just a moment. If you're a Falcons fan, what are some good maps you hope to see in the rotation, and what have they shown you throughout this event so far, Janko?
It's another series where probably their best map is the permaban of their opponent, so we won't be seeing Anubis, but we've seen them every time that happens. Just if Dust is there, they're gonna go for it, and with the skill of their players, it makes perfect sense. Even though it didn't work out last time they played Legacy, I don't think that's reason for them to not go for Dust 2 again. And outside of that, for Legacy, actually they can take it a couple of different spots: Ancient, Inferno, even something like Mirage, right? But I think with how this tournament has gone for them with Try, we'll be seeing Inferno or Ancient as their pick.
And it is just like when you look at Falcons, they're just starting to build this map pool that we saw Vitality have, where they can literally play any map at this point at such a high level. So it's also hard sometimes to try and find that edge that you want to be if you're their opponent, where it's probably going to be more into their own map pick, thinking, okay, where do we look more comfortable? What have we practiced? What have we looked good at? What have we already played at a tournament? So, you know, it's always hard to try and find that one edge that you can maybe get over the Falcons in the veto process.
You heard Kerrigan saying that man with the beard, Zonic, may be the GOAT coach of all time in his opinion, and I have to say he's got some fantastic numbers. There's a reason he's wearing Falcons green. Falcons are the favorites in this matchup. But tell me about the guy who we didn't gas up enough yesterday. Tessis, you guys asked for a card about it. Is he putting up great stats, or does he need to have a better day too?
I think Tessis is very easily overlooked in this Falcons jersey, mainly because you have Monesi, Kyusuke, and Nico who just steals the spotlight. And if there's a fourth guy you want to be talking about, it's going to be Kerrigan, right? But Tessis is this soldier in this team that just gets so much of the dirty work done. And it's incredible to see that he just puts up with it, right? You know, he has to kind of, because when you have three players that can have such a great output as I've just mentioned, then he is just in there to create that space, go in there and do the dirty work that really nets his team that space that he needs. And, you know, a lot of people have probably been looking at it thinking, couldn't he just get someone better? But I think he actually does his job very well. We have time and time heard how he get praised by Sonic and not only by his teammates with all the work that he's done. So I think he's a player that really deserves to be in this kind of situation. With Heroic, he was also a little bit overlooked. So throughout his career, like, it feels like Tessis has always been overlooked a little, but it's nice to see that a guy, regardless of being overlooked, actually have so much success in a team basis.
Clearly, they value his impact on this team, and of course, the original impact was made by this man. Nico signed with the Falcons, and he made noise around the world. We have Stunna outside with him right now.
Legacy Falcons quarterfinal in front of us, and for the Falcons, it's been a little bit of easy street here. Not a whole lot of adversity. They did play Mongols, Dust 2. You know, there wasn't really a thing about pistols there. It didn't really come down to that. Was there any pressure up to this point at EWC for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we want to do better than what we have done at the Blast Bounty. You know, we had a very, very bad start to the season, and we knew that we have to, you know, get it going here. And obviously, you know, EWC is a quite big event for us and for our organization. So there was a pressure, you know, all the time before we entered the match, but I think we have handled it pretty well during the game. We have played some good CS so far, and I would say that we were in control in majority of our games so far, and hopefully it continues today as well.
Well, you bring up an interesting point there, because it would bring me to my next question, which is, have we seen the best version of the Falcons yet? Is there a gear above the Falcons that we get here?
I think, in my opinion, I think we still played better in the Cologne Major at the playoffs than what we have shown here. Even though we had more convincing results, I would say, so far, but we have also probably played a little bit of worse teams than we have done at the Major. I don't think we have seen the best Falcons yet. From my side, I can see a lot of improvements. I think we could have closed some of the games way earlier. I think there's still a lot of improvement, and we also need to prove ourselves when, you know, teams start challenging us a little bit, which could be the case today. Legacy has been playing very good, so still a lot of room to improve.
With Monesi and Kuosuke stepping into just about every role you can think of in terms of where the crosshair needs to be in the server, does that change how you need to approach the game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a little bit more passive nowadays, you know, giving them the space that they need to shine. It's always nice that they have games like they did yesterday. It makes our jobs easier for the rest of the guys. For me, I'm just focusing on my particular role, and that's kind of closing out the rounds and trying to lead the charge on City and giving the ideas of how we should play as a team on the City side, and it's been good so far.
Nico, you've won the major. You're looking to win EWC. Anything you want to say to them before we get started?
Yeah, we wanna win this, and we wanna make Falcons proud.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to see Stun alongside Nico, but Nico's got to get to the stage because this one's about to kick off. Let's take a look here at our maps that have made it through. Yanko, did you get your expected bans out of the way?
Yeah, there was no surprises there, and we see actually Legacy go for Mirage, so no Ancient, no Inferno as their picks. Dust 2, no surprises there from the side of the Falcons, and I don't think they'll mind the Mirage pick either, right? I know statistically it's been up and down for them, but when you look at the composition of their players, Mirage makes a lot of sense.
I think there's a reason to why Legacy might have gone for Mirage in this one. I think it speaks into that they want to try and maybe get a little bit more messy. I think that's one of the cards that they can play where they can maybe make Falcons feel a little bit uncomfortable. It's a map where you do have a lot of freedom also on the extremities, and I think that is where they want to be trying to find some of those openings. So yeah, it's I wouldn't say a big surprise, but maybe a tiny bit.
And if you're going to compare play styles, are we looking at rush versus controlled, or how do you describe Legacy?
I mean, Legacy is it's we've talked about, and we saw what Foot did to Mouse. Like that's all in brawl, and it's a little bit similar. It's a little bit less aggressive, but it's definitely about making speedy recoveries and also making those very explosive executes, but also playing a lot on individuals.
Yanko, I know you're going to say Falcons 2-0, so give me the player to watch.
Watch Nico, especially on Mirage, right in that connector area. He has a lot of control. He's going to be in a lot of those fights, so going to have to keep an eye on him. He has to have a good game.
Dupree and I are also going with Falcons. If you disagree, make some noise. It's time to get into your third quarterfinal.
Playing the quarterfinals, it's another day for us. It's going to be a very strong team from now on as well. As we played Na'Vi, we play Falcons, and the next team is going to be stronger as well, so we have to play the best as we can.
I think they're very confident in their play style. We played against them in China in the grand final when we lost.
We're expecting to be a tougher one, and it's going to be a very hard match. We have proof that we can play the same as they can, and we can play good CS against them.
We don't need to prove anything, we don't need revenge. We just want to join the server, show our game that we showed 3 last games.
We will have to show up with our A game in order to win.
Looking, Carragher a free frag. Oh, no way! Blitz goes down. A little more out than that. Duper good for it, but Nissum doesn't stop.
All right, 1 quarterfinals down, 1 more match to go as we head into the next quarterfinal. And this one has history written all over it. But first of all, Paris, how are we doing?
That's a nice welcome from our new host, Fancy, of course. So yeah, we're gonna have 2 very different stories, because on one side, we have a team that is surfing a big momentum after stomping a statement win against Na'Vi yesterday. And on the other side, a team that could be getting sweet revenge of that grand final at the Asia Championship in Shanghai in May. But truth be told, these teams know each other very well, Fancy.
But hey, Lou, that was another tournament, another stage. Today, the stakes are even higher. A win right here will get you a spot at the semi-finals at the top 4, and most importantly, precious club championship points. I think we're ready.
Absolutely. And anyways, this story already exists here at the STC Arena in Paris. But whether it's in English, in Brazilian Portuguese, in Arabic, or in French, it is time to write the next chapter. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Legacy! Pure product of Brazil with one Argentinian player, this roster is one of the prides of Latin America. The lineup is still finding its shape, but the results are arriving well ahead of schedule. They have already taken down Falcons once this year. Yesterday, they beat Navi in what could be called a humiliation. Now, they face one of Falcons' prime version. Major winners, but they need to be bigger than that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Falcons! The major turned potential into proof, and Falcons have shown no interest in letting that be the end of the story. They have moved through Paris without dropping a map. Now, an old problem stands between them and the semi-finals.
It is Legacy versus Falcons. It is time for revenge or time to shine, and it starts now.
Serious potential for a bare-knuckle brawl ahead of us, folks. You got Falcons on one side, the team who we've got the Falcons on one side, we've got Legacy on the other, who destroyed Navi. I like the way Fancy put that. And then you got Brazil, they're awake, they're ready to watch the boys duke it out versus the world #1 Cologne Major champs. Sure, you heard Monacy, he says it's not about revenge, they just want to get closer to that trophy. It's quarterfinals. Team Huddle's going to be taking shape. Coach Sonic with his pile of papers.
It's definitely extra motivation, right? I understand Carrigan was just plugged into the roster when they played back in CAC a couple of months ago. But Legacy still took the title away from them there and in relatively dominant fashion. There's a 4-map best of 5, but the 3 that Falcons lost were all very one-sided. 13-9, 13-6, 13-6. Now they're major champs. A lot has changed. More reps under their belt. And Legacy are the ones with the change. Obviously, Try picking up the Orping mantle from Sadzin. And I think the confidence that they built from yesterday's game against Navi, Nissim, he had a monster performance, especially on that second map of play. I'm not expecting him to do the same again today, but if he does, he'll be blowing everyone's socks off. That was next level stuff to eliminate Navi.
But I think some teams, they can kind of quake in their boots when they're up against a roster, you know, packing such a punch as Falcons. But for Legacy, they know they can do it. They already have. Falcons do want to set that record straight, I am sure.
Their run so far, the win over K27, Astralis 2-0, the Mongols 2-0. So yet to drop a map. Let's see if Legacy can achieve that first before we start talking about the series. Their only loss so far in the run came to FaZe in 0-2 fashion, but sending home MIBR and then, as mentioned, that Navi game, that's the statement.
Yeah.
Right, that is one that cements them in the top 10 of the VRS right now. Because it being a 13-9 and a 13-2, that's not even close.
Yeah, but the scoreline on that FaZe game did raise an eyebrow. You know, I was like, oh, okay, did they play cash? No, it was just quite a dominant win for FaZe Clan. So, you know, it leaves me questioning which Legacy we get today. Will the individuals be on? Will they be able to at least take that map off of Falcons? Never mind, actually send them home. That's also a possibility. And you heard it, you know it. The club championship also it's a big step in the right direction for Falcons. They're at the top of that one, an opportunity to seal it if they can get the win in Counter-Strike.
Just getting everyone sat down and situated. Huddles have come to their close. We have Mirage coming up first, the map choice of Legacy, Dust 2. And then the third and decider of Ancient if we do need it. Last series a bit quicker than expected, with Foot making light work of Mouse, booking that semi-final berth against Furia. That'll be going down tomorrow as our first semi. And now with these next 2 quarters, it's potentially setting up the final before the final.
Yeah.
Vitality versus Spirit coming up next. Winner of that will play winner of this.
I mean, all eyes are on these 2 games is to see how those semi-finals boil out. Who will be locking horns? Of course, Vitality Spirit, a real treat for all Counter-Strike fans. That's going to be coming up as the last game of the day.
Whenever you get the best 2 players in Counter-Strike locking horns, Donk and Zywoo. See if Monacy wants to have a conversation about that major MVP. If he can have a strong season before the year comes to its close, he can put his name in the ring. All right, well, looks like we're ready to get things started. Fist bumps are in. Freeze time ticking on down.
Alors, Paris, vous êtes prêts? And that's LA, and it's going to be a T-side start for Legacy. Falcons on that defense, and you heard from Nico, he is going to be a very prominent voice on the defensive halves.
I like the fact that Carrigan has given himself the dual Beretta. There's a smoke and a flash to block. He might be a pressure point on this B side that Legacy want to test, and yes, they will. This is fast B.
Okay, but Kiosuke's been boosted up for that immediate, well, I was going to say headshot, but it's actually Try that puts it between his eyes. And a second, this time Art. The defense crumbles. Kiosuke and Carrigan removed.
40 seconds on the clock, bomb goes down, and the retake. Do they even want to give this a go? Wonder if they'll get booed in the same way with the save as Mouse did. And that'll be that. So, easy as you like, just a fast B play. 2 opening kills found, and round done. It's the 4 spy coming up next to Falcons that we need to keep our interest on.
Yeah, it's nice to preserve this Kevlar on Monacy and Nico.
At the same for Legacy. Get out of dodge. Make sure you're not taking any damage. Get the cheap upgrades into the head armor going into the next round. And Dumau just hanging around to make sure nothing gets out of control, but they'll back off. They'll be happy with that one. That's a great start. The path of least resistance, but they made that resistance light. Kiosuke had his best performance on LAN against the Mongols on Inferno of all maps. We know he's in fine form. Want to see the same?
Yeah, what did he end on? 27-6 or something?
That was ridiculous. He was hitting everything that moved and then some. Okay, 4 spy. Scout for Monacy, pistol upgrades for the rest, and smokes to corral traffic. Window smoke. They're going to turn this into a quick A split by the looks of things, feigning pressure towards middle.
Monacy's on the surge with that scout, going to try and disrupt towards the ramp.
Rapid.
It's Lato, but now he has to pull out the dual Berettas. The flash was perfect. Dumau blinds Monacy, sets Art up to knock him down. Nico has to reposition. Ala the nade, Art down. Good work, output from Tessus with the Galil. Another good flashbang. There's Nico's D gone. Quick pivot. And they weather the storm.
Yeah, that was actually a team flash there, so
awkward.
That one will leave a mark. Considering how quick these first 2 rounds have been, this is the pep and the step you want to see from Legacy. Get going before Falcons even wake up into this. It'll be the eco now. If the pistol upgrades that and the armor. Yeah, well, we know Art. He will take every risk under the sun. This man, always making a move. So everyone's gone for an upgrade. Tessus. Honestly, he's even got Kevlar for this, and we're just searching straight towards A. This is a great call from Art. He's one of these rhythm callers, right? If he can get into a pattern and feel like he's outmaneuvering, outpacing that of Carrigan, it's going to be the stopping power of Falcons individuals that will have to change the discourse.
That's the Monacy armor saving his life there.
Now, smoke's not great. Flash, and again, that one's going both ways. So, not perfect on the util usage, but when you're playing with a bit more of a tempo, it's harder to do so. Everyone's rotated in, ready to fight.
Gosh, yeah, going to be trying the smoke. Doom managed to get that bomb down uncontested. Dumau provides the covering fire. Carrigan and Nico down. It's a punchy start.
Yeah, good intensity early. Mirage is a map where the individuals of Falcons can take over, but it's the extremity players of Tessus and Carrigan who I really want to keep my eyes on. Tessus on the CT side, during the Kixon era when players were coming in and out, he was having to do an awful lot of position changing. So just as it felt like he was starting to master that B side, he been shifted back towards A. Try, we'll deal with Monacy. Kiosuke will stay alive. And that's a 3-0 start from the Brazilian team. They are with quite the pace today. Let's see if that continues now into the first rifle round. Monacy will have the AWP.
As we'll try.
Weird off-season for Legacy. We knew they wanted to make a move. Nissan to the bench. Then they end up getting rid of Sadson. Try comes in, Nissan back from the bench. What does that tell you? Well, long season ahead. First smoke top cat, standard opener. The AWP of Monacy starting B. So as discussing Carrigan potentially being bullied, they'll bring Ilya the Kid over to shut this down.
Go for that deeper line, and he has immediately removed Dumau. Swing, ooh, from Lato, and missed shot from Monacy, so gap taken, they're charging, Lato low HP, weathers through, there's Monacy, finding himself a third, quick scope, clean, Art, one back, but the damage inflicted, and yeah, it's just easy pickings for Nico. Perfect start. putting Monacy right on the money, right where he needed to be, and he leaves with 3.
And when you got a sharp tool like that in your shed, use him as a bodyguard. B ain't going to be that easy. The question is stubbornness. Do Legacy want to try that again? You mentioned Perfect. Perfect was how I would consider Legacy getting out of the gates. Quick rounds in your face, not too many casualties. That'll see them go into another tidy-looking buy without a try AWP this time. Now, do you call the bluff? Do you go B again? Are they really going to start the AWP over towards that side of the map once more? Sonic happy with that. And they will start the AWP towards B. So both teams stubborn with the stance. Monacy up to bat again.
Are they really going to go for the same pacey go? Monacy, the same move? Will it be that same result? Yes, it will, Doom. I can't believe it. Monacy's still there. Flash is connecting. A missed shot out of Monacy. Does manage to find Alpadon to try, but there's Lato. It's just Nico, and he's swinging to win. Lato flattened. M4 headshot tracks. Nico can just delay, play that numbers advantage. Those smokes won't last forever. Bomb on the back of Nissim, yet to frag. Hart maneuvers forward. He is going to try and find that equalizing frag. And off the team flash, he controls the spray, does manage it onto Nico. Art gone though. Kioske could trade. Oh, he's got them both on his screen. A chance presented itself. Unable to find anything is Nissim.
So I asked the same question again. It is going to have to be the lighter buy. But I want to remind everybody this is Art. He could, right now, drop a Galil if he really wanted to, if they want to keep some pressure on. I wouldn't be surprised if he buys and everybody else takes the eco. He has fully invested. The rest of the team is starting to follow, and they're not going to go for a third straight B execute. This time turning their attention towards A, and Monacy starts window. So the opening setups.
It's a good sign for Falcons that Monacy's on it.
Going to pop through this. Tesses on his own for now. Connector and jungle will be the support.
Yeah, okay, well you got Tesses. Going to get the gap closed real rapid. Look how quickly Lato's moving. Perfect timing though, catches 2. And Monacy there to receive the Lato swing. A touch of his tongue, unhappy with what he's unable to provide. And Art's so low, the chances of seeing that bomb plant after this force is close to 0.
It is wild that they've opted for this, but again, it's Legacy.
Yeah.
They like to do things their way. See, we'll rattle off a shot. The bomb has gotten away, so questions will be asked of the final 3 members of Falcons. Someone is going to have to try and cut this off at the pass. And it appears to be Carrigan, so this lightens up the load on A. They might concede the plant. On a long rotation, but has plenty of time for this. Nissim can get any more output. No, he can't. Nico will clear. Now, Carrigan has gotten there in time. Art's going to be running into the site, and Carrigan will call the sound cue. Okay. Does he want to fake this? No. All right. Well, in-game leader, he wants the money. 3-3, all tied up. And now it will have to be the eco. Get some numbers into the conversation. This is the 11th Mirage for Falcons since the addition of Carrigan. And on the CT side, Tesses, one of these extremity players, the A defender, actually their lowest rated. So you get why they want to try and bully Carrigan, in-game leader on B, but Tesses, we'll see if he can stand up and deliver just there. Good amount of output. So pistol upgrades will be 3 digs, a P250 in with a smoke and a flash, and Lato warded away immediately by a nice deep incendiary. You go to Kioske there just saying, all right, they bought again, so you know that you should very well likely be up against unarmored opponents. More util damage onto Lato. Another smoke, and they are siphoning out the util. Deagle sounds off, and they will back off. Full mid control, clearing out that island box now, so a lot of information for Falcons in this.
You miss info on Nico calling that clear.
I don't think that's where the smoke was meant to land.
It does make things weird though, as far as the angle Nico's now working with. Art throws out another from top mid. Attention drawn, Nico's vision obscured, and there's Monacy. Catches top mid, Art goes looking. And another one, just easy pickings. There's one back. Lato's Deagle will put the AWPer down. Pistol's not going anywhere.
No time as well, so they need to hurry up a little bit here. Lato will grab another shore, but still very tough to see this get out of control. Bomb spotted top middle. Nico peppers that one up. Lato's got the AWP, found a gap. 15 seconds. After time would be miserable. And a little bit sketchy, but Carragher will make sure it's all good in the hood. Oof. Nico was trying to juggle the AK across to one of his teammates. He will preserve the AWP. That means that he will not have an AK-47 going into the next, but there's still plenty of money to go around. Monacy with another opener there. Made that 3 for his count, 2 for Tasses. Back to B. Trying this earlier game plan again, thinking there's no way Monacy can be here once more, and this time they're right. There's no pressure elsewhere on the map.
I don't know what they saw
they
or heard.
Called it off immediately there. Okay, it felt like they were just primed and ready. The flash forward ramp gives them a lot of information. That means that the A-lurk could be Palace. Completely regathering, retooling, and setting up for now what looks like a potential B split. They still need to garner this mid control, and playing off our Falcons, very site-centric. 2 towards B focused, 3 towards A. Monacy will himself across deep into the site. It's a strong position if they do come up connector into an A split. Still lots of time before we know what the finish will be.
Window smoke implies B split. Smoke break doesn't give Nico too much. Kioske forced forward and into the Lato. Crosshairs. Easy pick. Nice find from Art. Removes Carragher. He was the only man on site, so should be Legacy tying us up 4-4 here.
Playing the long game. Just going to save into this one our Falcons. Considering how sketchy that was at the gates of just a, well, let's all go B-apps, then let's cancel. The fact that they were able to still work into that round. Good stuff from Legacy. They break the streak of 4. And as part of that streak being broken, they get the bomb down again. So it's not consecutive. They will be good for the buys, at least going into the next. And this one can just settle in.
Bit of a tug of war.
Haven't really had to play out too many default rounds of Falcons. Either it's been direct from Legacy straight in towards B, the A execute on that pistol force buy, or the eco that was just a pitter-patter across the map.
I think that's a technical.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see who requires the help. Looks like it is going to be on the Falcon side of the server. Good opener there. There was a molly deep, and it forced the hand of Kioske there to push or drop back. Took the aggressive option. We'll take a moment before we discuss any of the particulars with the buy coming forward in the tech. Wait till everyone is situated and ready to go. But crowd's starting to pack out for this. We didn't have the bleachers open for the last series. I bet they'll be full for the next.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Any Vitality fans here yet?
There's a couple.
Okay, I thought there'd be more than that.
They've already started a party somewhere else, you know, warming up for the big game.
Falcons are out here in force.
Yeah, the Falcons fans too. We got Falcons fans in the building? I can see a couple.
Did Furia lend Legacy their fans? That's the question.
Yo, that's a good question. What about Legacy? Yo! Okay. I think they definitely converted some fans with their results here at EWC.
Na'Vi, right? For Na'Vi, if we go a big picture at EWC, in terms of Na'Vi getting further up the tally, it would have been huge for the club championship. We're literally talking millions of dollars. So that loss Legacy have handed them is more than just a red face, more than just a hiding. But we can get back underway. You can see here, tactical timeout. This one by Falcon. Zonic on the mic. Do Legacy still continue with these direct plays, or do we see something a bit more default heavy coming into the mix? The guns have been dropped. The finance is starting to wear thin for Falcons. 1,900 loss for them going into the next. So if they lose a site directly, we might get another save.
Let's see what Art's cooking.
It's the top mid smoke. I'm going to get these out rapidly just to keep Falcons guessing. And they're not playing aggressive. They don't believe that Legacy are playing behind this mid util. I say that as they do pipe through short. B is open for business, boys.
Crazy. Look at this.
Warm.
It's free. Kioske is going to arrive there. A CT smoke that should enable them to push through. You can see Carrigan and Man determined. He's going for a push through. And does draw blood. Lato down. Nissim. And then Kioske on top to Dumau. Oh, quick tap back. That's nice. Precise. Onto Nico. Another one on his plate. Takes down Kioske. Clawing back in. A 5 versus 3 goes sideways. Try and not pull us into a 2v2. Oh, overlooked. Tassus, the unknown entity. They have absolutely no idea, but he is stalking his prey. Should be the end of this one. Just had a passing glance. Try a shrug of his shoulders. Art. Oh, caught in the smoke walk. It's a Falcons round, but not without a little bit of resistance from Legacy there.
Thought they were going to be well caught out of position. Carrigan knows he has to make a play. If they get established in that post plan, they get bench control, they've got Van, they start to press up towards market. You're not retaking that in a million years in a 5v5. So he flashes himself, he plays through, and this is impact right here from Mr. Anderson. Try, he's no slouch on the rifle either. Some people are asking the question why bigger and better names haven't picked this man up sooner. He's all about this. It's so much of these heavy play. Yeah, it's all about just testing Carrigan time and time again, just seeing Monacy's here, just like the start of the game.
Will it be another opening kill onto Dumau? He's 2 for 2 when they have come his way, and he started the AWP here. Dumau, good luck, have fun. How wide is that swing? Yep, deleted. Monacy dips back to sight.
At least this time they're calling it off, not just running into their demise. So another opening for Monacy. He's going to make that his 4th. Won't have the multi-kill to follow just yet. See how they handle this, right? Kioske, the short player, plays over towards A, so in case it is an A execute, they've got an extra man there. Monacy starting B, giving them the early info to ward away anybody who wants to try and pressure Unk Carrigan. Now having to settle back into things. A window smoke got it in.
That is going to force Monacy to reposition. He's just playing window right now.
He'll be smoked off at B. Carrigan to be ahead of this. If R can get a kill and get out.
Oh, ahead of it.
All right.
Smoke was not up. Art just jumps into Monacy's scope.
Bomb spotted now.
Yeah, Kioske does well to find one under the Molotov's pressure.
I know Tessus has to be A.
B is somewhere, says Nissim. Disconnected from his teammate Try. They've only got 15 seconds. They have to make their move, and Monacy's on the line. This guy's a demon. 13 and 5. And Try just, as hard as he might, can't do a thing.
He's going to retain this AWP for the next round. They get 2,900 loss. He gets none. 6 rounds converted now for Falcons. A 2-round gap. 2 rounds yet to come before we get the swap at half. It's Legacy. We'll take the timeout. It's the game plan of testing this B. We've seen it, I'd say 50% of their rounds so far. They've really been trying to exploit that side of the map.
But what a luxury it is to have a player of the caliber of Monacy where you can kind of have a solution. The solution is as simple as Monacy go B.
I think, Brad, if you take a look at this game plan, it's clear what Legacy are opting for, but it's also clear that Falcons are wary of it, right? They haven't really played too hefty through middle. There was only that one round where they piped through short. And that is right, reminding everybody, a couple of months ago, second event for Falcons with Carrigan in the roster. A grand final, a second grand final at the time, and another second place thanks to Legacy.
And a best of 5 as well. I like the way Yanko framed it. Like, it wasn't like Falcons through, it was a fair win. Legacy beat them. And Art couldn't quite beat the AWP there. Just a couple of seconds delayed, it might be a different story.
Yeah, you're assuming that Monacy after the opener has continued to reposition. He did, just not as far away as you'd hope for. It's going to be a partial investment at the moment as, oh, excuse me, we've got the tech.
Yeah, we've gone from tag to tag.
All right, well, honestly, in-ears, we'll be sorting that one out. Give us a moment.
It is, you know, it kind of warms my heart to see that Art's unique calling style is still carried over. Even as they rise to power, as they climb the VRS, these boys are still, they play like no one else. They're doing it his way.
Yeah, they've had to balance it. It's not the same art as the Furia days, but definitely he still goes for some of these crazy rifle binds where the rest of his team's eco. You see the shotguns come out.
But even
still has that flavor.
This stubbornness towards B. Most teams wouldn't be trying so many all-in maneuvers, especially after consistently hitting the brick wall that is the m0NESY AWP. Competitive half still available. 4. Could become 5, even if it is with some compromises in the buy. m0NESY starts A. Important to check in, as this time they are going for a contact mid-play. AWP searching. Oh, and you can't get away from m0NESY. He is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Nico overrun by R. He's done very well with the Tech 9. Tessas chips in, finds Nissim. m0NESY's nade onto Art as well. Advantage Falcons, and the rest just disintegrate. Doom out down, clean headshot from Cascade. Nato retrieves the AWP, but watch this for the slam dunk. Once that smoke's fading, m0NESY is going to provide a flashbang for Tessas. Didn't quite nail it, and Lato does on the quick scope.
All right, light off the mark. He's boxed in, Carrigan heading towards T-spawn, so no way back. We'll have to battle forward. That's 50 seconds, and that's if they don't just swing him. Now, m0NESY will take another multi-kill. Another opening frag, continuing to rack these up. 5-0 in the opener, 5-0 in the multis.
It's a very short list of players that can just take over the game.
Well, these are Mirage specialists when you look at m0NESY and Kioske. So double AWPs will be the affections of Falcons buy for the final round. Lost bonus there, Legacy will be able to equip everything.
Flash, but it was good.
Yeah, at least he knows it was a bad flash. It was a good idea. Just poor execution, as we're talking about him being the executor. Carrigan is just going to use the AWP over towards B. That frees up m0NESY in this.
Look at Kioske. Flash fight. Lato was anti. Still goes down.
Can't believe he's got one there. Ready and raring to lock him down and still able to find some impact. So they will get this mid control. Feel for a player like Nissim. He's only got 1 kill and he's going to be called out here, but he hasn't been able to fulfill his role. His role is lurk A, and they've just been doing constant hits across the map. Carrigan searches, has some info, but needs to be careful. There's some waiting if they overstep that mark.
No secret of their mid-occupation. On an island is Carrigan. And m0NESY unable to hit that. Spots out one towards Con. It was Doom out.
Got to flick up to this.
Yeah, Carrigan quick. Ooh, not quick enough. Missed shot. B open for business. Carrigan falls in this last round on the T side of Legacy to rectify and find 5. Nico's back turn. Doom out collects.
Got to flush this out if they want a chance at the retake.
Nice bait and switch there. Tessas and m0NESY going to try and show off their movement skills. m0NESY gets there.
Tessas.
Come on, lad.
Second time of asking, he's up.
2-on-3 retake. Not easy on the AWP. Art spotting. Info flows for this post plant. Understandably anticipating a fight, and m0NESY's been given one. Nissim goes down apartments. You have to take this fight. They find it cleanly. Tries, goes down. It's all onto Art's shoulders. This is so awkward now. Eye to the scope. Does get close. Now he can whip out the AK and runs it down. A quick tap to the dome. Recovery at end of half. 5 for Legacy, 7 to the Falcons, and one more number, 18 for m0NESY.
Yeah, look, he is having a half. We'll see if that can continue now into the T side, but 5 rounds, more than enough for Legacy to stay competitive in this one. They got the pistol, they got the conversions, and they've dotted in a couple of rifle rounds. We'll add this clutch to the tally. Well done there, try playing anti. Breaks in, takes down the AWP. It's a little bit clunky, not playing the bomb, wanting to close them down in the choke point, but then pressure on Art, and look at that one. Much more impressive with X-ray off. Leader straight back into the calls. So just a 2-round gap, and that can quickly be tied up if they can get this pistol. I don't win with some dual Berettas. There's a decent amount of U2 on the CT side. There's a kit for Nissim. Smoking a flash for Art. Double flash for Try. T side's got a molly, flash, and double smoke. heavy towards B out the gates. Now they're waiting for some form of a push. They're seeing if there's any investigation top middle. Jump spot is Nissim. And it's a 3-man B stack from Legacy. The smoke leaves m0NESY's hands, lands towards window.
Boost is perfect. Dumao able to react in time. Taps the header Kioske. Putting the right foot forward for the CT pistol. Nico and m0NESY are side by side here. Dumao is still on the line and he's deleted another. One tap. Nico gone, Tessus accelerating. He's doing so little. Full blind from Try. He was holding that from the very start of the round. Another one tap out of Art's USP this time.
When they're not just running in, you can see the aim on display here. So Carrigan going to try and put himself onto the other side, get that bomb down. I don't think he's going to have too much of a chance in this one. If they concede the plant, Falcons will have a lot better looking of a buy going into the force.
It's held at the moment by Art. So getting across this sight line for Captain Carrigan will not be easy. He'll have to take the fight eventually. Here it comes. Art does. Oh, yeah, Carrigan didn't expect the second. Lato overlooked completely. He saw the goosh, thought perhaps he's going to buy enough respect for the bomb plant, not able to pull it off.
Good shooting there from Dumao. And this man loves the aggression as well. He's a soldier for the team. He'll do anything that's asked of him. But they're using him currently as a more aggressive piece. And that plant denied. So we will not see the force. We saw this from Falcons yesterday on Dust 2 against the Mongols. They went for a scout on m0NESY. That was dropped by Carrigan. He didn't upgrade too much else behind it, and then they were going to go for the buy into the next. m0NESY.
Run out.
Dead, surely. Okay. I guess because the scout sounds off, you think it's probably a force.
Little do they know, it's 4 of the starter pistols in that armored scout. Big nade. 90 damage into Carrigan.
He's out of there. This is not the same as Dust 2 for m0NESY to look for picks. It's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, it seems like Legacy, after hearing that scout bullet as well, are positioning themselves to avoid it entirely.
Yeah, the nightmare scenario right now is over-peaking and getting tagged, and the Glocks will run you down. If you give m0NESY nothing on this scout, your rifle should shred them. 50 seconds into A they go. Sandwich position from Try with the SMG. Rotating towards Ticket is Art, and jungle for Lato. m0NESY being given all the room in the world to search. Spotted.
Oh, no scope. What? Quick headshot. It's not what they would have wanted, though. A little bit of output. And absolutely not a plant. Tessus gave it a good go. 3 in the round for Lato ensures that doesn't go anywhere.
All right, all tied up. Carrigan, after dropping the scout, is going to operate on something a little bit lighter. It'll be a Mac 10 for him.
Oftentimes when Carrigan pulls out that Mac 10, he's going to have a AK and Kioske behind him for the trade. He'll be doing some wide swings.
Yeah, Kioske's either going to be paired with Carrigan top mid or Nico towards underpass.
Look at Carrigan.
Oh, window missed.
Window. That is an unforced error that's cost them the opener. Dumao had full vision, profits immediately. Test on B, a pace change. You got Nissim MP9, he's greeted them with bullets. 2 quick headshots, round done.
Just with a missed smoke, right? That's very frustrating. That's the basics you can't be missing when you make a call like that. Honestly, we'll draw one back short. Have a lot of time to try and work back into this. And that's a very flat start on this T side for Falcon. See what these two opt for. If given an inch, they will take a mile. I think at the moment you just play one of these setups if you're Legacy where it's for info, and then we can retool. I love having Lato up in Palace, so if they do return towards A, you can give them Tetris, you can give them ramp, you can shut them down on the plant. As they clear out towards T-spawn, they see nothing entrenched, so certain moment, Carrigan will either let them play or say save. Nice to give these players a lot of freedom to make their moves. They're creative individuals. And you're paying it into a box right now. Okay, just giving themselves a new safe haven to save. All right, well, a lengthy round. Just have to sit and watch the clock tick by. It is going to be 2,900 lost into the next.
Counter-Strike Hive Mind hates a save. I got excited when I saw him juggling that smoke. Just peak efficiency, though. Just making sure they both bring one through.
All right, well, Legacy are into the lead. 8 rounds, 1 round gap, and it will be partial behind the saved AKs, most likely. Now it just comes down to a missed window smoke. Second tactical timeout called. Back on the mic, has one more available down the stretch of this. And great from Nissim. He has the SMG and the quote-unquote bonus round. Yeah, blink and you missed it. That was over quick. Being made to work for this. A reminder, throughout the run so far, Falcons are yet to drop a map, let alone a series. Legacy looking to be the first to do that here today. Continue their run. They make a name for themselves as giant killers, as that they took down Na'Vi just yesterday.
Casually.
Their domination display is, okay, the upgrades around these AKs, you want to get the bomb down if you can, so Kyosuke and Monacy will be able to buy into the next fully with the lost bonus.
Right. So primary objective, get into a bomb site.
Yeah, look, it's just so everybody at that point will have an AK, otherwise it's likely to see Monacy getting dropped something from Carrigan.
Has been a cool 8 rounds from Nico.
Big quiet from everybody, unless your name's Monacy, really.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, the smoke break sets up our Kyosuke round over. Disruptive. Plenty of block util still for the CT side. Incendiary under the window, a smoke in front of Carrigan. He's walking through that with the bomb! Oh, he had to hit that! He's taken down Dumao. Art smoked off, unable to chip in. Searching is Monacy. Lato in an unorthodox position up on the boxes, leads to Monacy's demise. Tech 9 from Tessus doesn't hit it. Lato's hitting everything. The triple shutdown, no plant. Legacy 9.
Great round from Lato, called upon there. Shuts things down with ease, and the openers in the second half continue to flow. They've only dropped one so far. That was Monacy with the scout on the second round to play. Otherwise, love that from Art, playing for info, breaks it open, even gets the kill. You see what I mean as we get back in the game. Carrigan just has Kevlar and a Galil. Okay, a Galil, but at least he's got head armor. So nothing for the T side of Falcons yet. 4 straight rounds and only 5 casualties. Legacy are heating up.
Nectar smoke from Carrigan keeps the mid-presence. Nothing off of his smoke break playing from out this time.
And Nissim's on his own for now, but he has another smoke, right? They stuffed the choke point deep. They've given him an extra one to work with in case he is pounced upon. The rotation will be through. So now in window. And nothing ventured, nothing gained for Falcons. They haven't really taken any map control whatsoever. They don't know what the setup looks like at all, hoping that there's an overstep of the mark. Hoping that Legacy take another peek as they did in the previous. And now, Dumao will find himself in the right position over towards B alongside a Nissim. Slow and steady into the B split, starting to wear into action now. Smoke is very deep.
That's a nice shot to Art. Ooh, doesn't hit the follow-up, somehow a second chance. Peeking on in from the short side, pressure onto the Dumao hold. I thought they would buckle. Nissim gets away with it. On his low HP, even finds himself another one. Kyosuke overwhelmed. Falcons sent back to spawn. They still have not won a round on this second half of play. What a shutdown. That was what, like 4 Ts committing in? 2 from Legacy in defense. We'll see that in the replay. Lato with a nice chip in onto Carrigan, sure, but it's Nissim finding 2-1 on that low HP.
They're not being put under any pressure on this CT side right now. There's no early fights that are causing them any issues, and when there was that pace from Falcons, what was going to be a B split early, they missed the window smoke. That's tough when you're missing those details. It means you don't really want to play at pace in case it happens again, but they will try their luck on an A execute. Playing retake, you've got Lato and Try over towards CT spawn. They're going to try and charge into this. The flashes need to be good if they want to win this round.
Yeah, will you be able to stop Try? Will you be able to keep him humble? Flash did force him off. They're out, stretching their legs, closing that gap towards CTs. Lato hoping to be overlooked here. They do nail it, the bait and switch. Lato onto Kiosuke's hunt, and Carrigan walking through smokes. Art right next to him. This one's funky. Art gets him. He's still got a couple of bullets, unable to finish off Nico. It's a distraction though, and Falcons drop like flies.
You want the good news?
Yes, please.
That's their first plant in this second half of play.
Ooh.
6 straight rounds now, running away with things up to 11, just 2 more. And this is a statement from Legacy within the series.
This is a statement for Legacy at EWC.
The type of opponents they've had on this side of the bracket. If you're Legacy, when the draw goes down, you think, oh, great. We're not on the easy side. We have to fight everybody under the sun. They'll try plugged in. They're not skipping a beat. This is a team that has made some deep runs. It's sometimes a bit hot and cold, but right now, torching Falcons. Carrigan, how do you call your team into this? You have just Monacy, who was fragging up a storm on that first half, but nobody is getting going here on the second. 8 kills in 6 rounds. The final tactical timeout from Zonic called. And this one, it's not getting out of control, it is. Vimao enjoying this, taking it in.
Nothing working on this T side.
See if Falcons can get anything before Legacy wave goodbye to map number 1.
Nico, 4 paths straight into mid, finds Doom out. Opening death for him.
It's the first opening Nico's been involved in all map long.
Chose a good time to post it. They are desperately in need. Just cracking the seal, finding one. On your T side, just to start the engine.
Well, they're making a move, but silently on this CT side.
Looks like there's a collision course set, and Lato has been phenomenal. Again in the right place. Monacy and Nico short side. Oh, hang on. Try on the jump across. Okay, info on Monacy's location draws Lato's attention. Doesn't look back in time. Carrigan finds him. Just 3 up against all 5 of the Falcons. This has to be their round. They've lost Monacy. Now Kiosuke. It's catastrophe. Complete collapse. Okay, 1v2 for Tessus. Has he got it in him? Nissim surely has it from CT. He can knock him off that bomb. Swings on in. Inaccurate. Doesn't even have his gun out. Poor Tessus booked. Legacy keep it going.
You're about to be blanked, Falcons. You got nothing on this T side.
Rough.
If you're Carrigan, you want to allow your players to play. Nico goes at mid, he finds the opening kill, but now you have to call them out of a hole. He was doing a lot of micromanaging, a lot of talking from the ramp there. They get what they need, 2 opening incisions, it's a 3v5, and then blink, you miss it, everybody's dead, bomb doesn't go down, and this could be the final round.
This could be the first map Falcons have lost here at EWC. And in such a stunning way, Legacy have managed to take control of this game.
Maps pop.
Pacey. Nice headshot, there's Lato. Tessus sidelined. Nico out, undetected. Never mind, he's been spotted on his descent. It's easy for Lato, that's 2 kills. Oh. Make it 3, taps off the head of Monacy. Throw in the towel. This one is done. The start to the series, Legacy's pick up Mirage, and they sail to being 1-0 up in this series, this quarterfinal. Falcons had the edge, a 7-5 half. You think, okay, we're going to see every round of regulation. And you would be wrong. Legacy dominance on display to start.
What an absolute statement that is, picking up right where they left off at CAC just a couple of months ago. A best of 5 grand final over Falcons. This is a quarterfinal. This is nothing in comparison, as they have made absolute light work of that. It's Dust2 up next. It's Falcons to defend their honor. But Laddo in that form. Stubborn calling, still gets himself 5 on the half, wins out a clutch. Legacy are here to play. We're going to find out if they are here to stay. Enjoying what they're...
Thank you, Sponge and Machine. And as we take a look back, Legacy came in with a new map in the pool this time around, and it is paying dividends. Dupree, I was a little bit worried about halftime.
Yeah, but
they silenced those doubts in the second half.
This is exactly one of the reasons why you cannot really not look at Legacy and thinking this is going to be an easy match. You can't really look at them as a team that we should be beating, because what they just showed this time around just paints a picture of a team that is on the rise, and we can tell that they're moving back into why they were a team to look out for in 25. You can also look at the painting of a picture of a team that is very stubborn, specifically on their T sides, but when they turned their attention to CT, they had a lot of good rounds and by far the better team on the server today.
Yeah, that was a very strange map, I think, especially in the first half, but I thought maybe Legacy missed out on an opportunity to have an even stronger first half, and it might cost them the game, but fortunately for them, Falcons had nothing on their own T side, right? Just couldn't get anything going, and yeah, a dominant CT side from Legacy wins them the map.
We're going to be diving into some detailed breakdowns. I want to start with you, Dupree. You carved out rounds 4 and 5. What do you see?
Well, in 4 and 5, that is again the stubbornness that I talked about. It's a B explosiveness in their executes that is just really coming into fruition here, and you can just tell they're rushing the piss around. This is the first buy on the T side. It's a B pop, and I think they expect Kerrigan to be it, but they do find Monacy. So this spearhead of Dumao is actually taken out pretty early in the round. But obviously at this point they've spent so much utility that they have to keep going. And Monacy gets a second one, and this one gets a third one, and buys that all important time for Nico to roll in and just clean up the table. And at this point, this was a very important round for Falcons to kind of stop that momentum. But then, you thought Legacy, they want to try something different, but nope, they just do a complete replica of what they just did. Duma once again goes down, Monacy again on point, finding him in the beginning, gets a second one at this time around, but Laddo gets a way better entry into the bomb side. But Nico again showing up to be that pillar to set up the defensive line to buy the all-important time for Falcons to rose it in. And at this point, these rounds, it paints a picture of Legacy. They found something on that beat bomb that they want to be abusing, and they're not going to give in, because this was not the only time throughout the game that they continued to do this.
Yanko, this next one says, Yanko wants Dumal's deaths. Is this like he's sacrificing himself and we're going to give him great praise for being a martyr?
Just roll it and see for yourself, right? Like, this is arguably your second best player on the team, right? The guy that's super explosive, that should be the difference maker. This is his first gun round. Then this is his second gun round. This is all he got to do. And then even after this in the half buy, like, you buy again. Actually, it's another full buy, and you buy again, and now you rush in and he dies again. Like, honestly, the rounds 4 and 5, you could somewhat justify them, right? Okay. It's the first gun round, you had a game plan, you went for it, Falcons had a good read, Monacy was there, he countered you, that's fine. You double call because, okay, they're not going to expect us to do the exact same thing. Monacy isn't going to be there again, but props to him. He was one step ahead. So back-to-back rounds, you get completely shut down by doing the same call. I can justify that to some extent. What happened from that point on is like gross negligence from the side of Art. Like, this is the type of stuff that he would do on Furia where, you have guys like K Serato and Yuri, and you're like, what are you doing with these calls? Like, how can you play Counter-Strike like this? And I think he's relapsed today, into some of that. So if we have the rest of the examples for that to dive into it, because it's fine that you have like plans and you want to counter your opponents and you see some tendencies, right? But if it's not working, you can't just keep to it. Like, you need to be able to make adjustments. So after a few rounds, right, they do the same opening. It's just that this Molotov comes in, so they cancel. They were going to do the same B pop, right? But they cancel it, they go back, they actually end up winning this round by doing a slow B split. Following round, same opening. And they just go for it, right, when they don't see the Molotov. This is the round where they actually got into the bomb site, but ended up losing it. Third round in a row. you go back to the same exact thing, and of course Monesi is there again and he kills. Like, this is no way to play Counter-Strike. Like, you cannot just flip a coin every time and pray that an op isn't gonna be there, that they're not gonna have good protocols. It was just ridiculous. I thought 5 rounds they got gift. Like, it was a miracle they got 5 rounds from how they played the gun round.
I'm gonna say it's kind of safe that you're surprised that Legacy walked away with the win.
No, yeah, I mean, obviously they won it on their CT side. Like, there it was, they played a strong CT side. Falcons couldn't win the pistol. They missed a smoke in the first gun round, lost the first gun round, saved 2 guns. It was just a really bad T side from them. But, you know, if this stays the same for Legacy's T side, you're gonna lose this series still.
But that's the thing, like it comes down to a game plan. Like they obviously spotted something they want to continue doing, but it was just too much. And that's the thing with the T side of Legacy in this one. It was too much. And at what point do they realize that if this doesn't work for you, then where do you turn?
And the thing is, like, even you could see the Falcons knew it. Monesi knew it. So he was there twice in a row. So they know what you're trying to do. And you still don't realize that and make the adjustment. There were timeouts. Actually, when they took a timeout, their coach actually called a slower default. And of course, they won the round again, right? Like, they punished the aggression from Falcons. So it's just crazy. Like, you have to completely change it. You can't have the same approach in these last 2 matches.
Well, gentlemen, before the match, you told me there were 3 names in the world that were all in contention for the #1 spot. We're going to see Zywoo and Donk in our next match, the final quarterfinal of the night. But in this one, Monesi was also on that list. How did he perform in game 1 so far?
He was the only one that kind of turned up today. And you know what? He was being a big nuisance to Legacy, not only in the B openings, but also when he rotated over to the bomb sites in late rounds. You know, he's always a force to be reckoned with. And it's always difficult when you go up against an Arbor of his caliber that has this output that you can just tell by the 7 opening kill KD here. Like, he had 7 opening frags and he's a 22 and 13. They lose this map quite heavily, and he still has this kind of performance. It's good to see, you know, that is one of the reasons why he is in contention of being the best player in the world right now. But still, we need more out of the teammates because he can't carry this solo.
It wasn't their map pick. They get theirs next. Before we get to that discussion, I want to check in with the Brazilian fan base. We got our co-streamer Gaules live from the EWC floor. Gaules, can you hear me amongst the drums?
Yes.
It's getting loud in here, my guy.
It's all fine.
Now, when we first had you on, I said you were a big Furia fan. You corrected me and said you are a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan. How proud are you of Legacy so far? They're up 1-0 over the Falcons.
So proud because these guys are very young and talented guys. We know them for a long time, and it's incredible to see this making matches against Falcons and players, the players that Falcons have. Was a masterclass, the first map for us.
Gaules, do you think it's a possibility that Legacy might win this one 2-0, or do you think it might go all the way to a third? But because we have those 2 coming up, and we know how good Falcons play that one.
We expect that will be a hard match, but we understand that maybe we can close 2-0. The guys from Legacy, they are, if Nissin, Lato, Dumal, Art, if Try is the new addition, if they are in a good day, they can put 2-0 in the score. We know that these guys can be, in the beginning of this tournament, I say to my stream that this guy can win any tournament in the world, for me.
Gaules, I know you have all the inside info, right? Tell me, why does Art hate Kerrigan so much? Why does he want to go B every round, man? He just, every gun round, I'm going to go B. I'm going to find Kerrigan.
We say that Art is a dog. Oof, oof, the dog Art. And the dogs loves to catch the ambulance, right? In Brazil, if a dog see an ambulance, they oof, oof, the dog of Art. That's why.
We've had a whole lot of woofing on this show. I'm really happy what Counter-Strike brings to the table. Gaules, real quick though, if you're looking at the 5 players on the stage, who do you think deserves the most credit for their success? They're guaranteed top 8. They're 1 map away from breaking into our Final 4.
For any team?
For any team. For mostly this team, Legacy. Let's talk Legacy.
Legacy. For me, I love the Nissin. For me, Nissin, it's a very talented guy. It's a hard position that he had yesterday against Navi. He did a very strong map and match. For me, Nissin, my favorite, and Art. I love Art too, and everyone, but Nissin and Art for me, it's the best ones.
Thank you very much, guys, for joining us here on the Watch Party. We got to let you go because we've got another map to talk about. Yanko, it's going to be the Falcons map pick. I just saw the Rocket League champions from the Falcons walk around. Everyone is here to find out, will the Falcons bounce back? Their match is against the wall here. You lose, you're done at the tournament for Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah, and they need to reset immediately because the T side was non-existent. And arguably, Mirage is their weakest map at the moment, but you're going to start on T side of Dust, right? So if you have a slow start, remember last time, Legacy was playing in their phase, Dumao with those aggressive cat plays, so they're going to have to hit the ground running to avoid elimination here.
And I know you have 3 star players on your side, but if you only have one of them showing up, and I know Monty had a really good game, and he also does some of his best work on Dust 2, but we want to be seeing more out of the rest of the squad because Monty can't carry it alone.
It's going to be a fun ride. Falcons fans know they need their team to perform. It could all come down to Trackmania and, of course, Fortnite. But here on the Counter-Strike stage, we have 2 more quarterfinals. We are going into map 2 at 42 seconds. So real quick, Yanko, for anyone just joining the show, we're about to watch the best team in the world, second best in Falcons?
The best.
The best team in the world against the wall against number 12. Where do you have them in your power rankings?
Well, I think they've shown right. They're still new for the team. There's still a lot of things to be done, but this is a real good showing for them as a new team, and or at least getting try into the team. So anything can happen at this point.
Falcons win at least 1 pistol round here to show you why they're the best team in the world, and we go into the decider.
You guys told me to watch Nico. I wasn't happy. Am I about to be?
I mean, he's, watch him. He's ripped.
It's time to watch Nico flex on Dust 2. Lock in. It's Counter-Strike at EWC.
Meu. Direito. Splitar de novo, pode ir. Pode ter cravado liga. Esquerda da liga e a escada. Esquerda da liga pode ir, Art. Liga morto, mais um, força. Base. O plante aberto é meu. Tá. O fechado na real, meu. Fechado é meu. Clicou. Default.
Nice! Boa! Caralho, Traz, isso é insano, moleque.
Boa, Trazinho, boa, Art.
Boa, guys.
Virou LP já.
Survival stage here for Fortnite over at the Korea City Grid. So, of course, Lauren is going to give us an update, expectations. I know you guys just started.
Yes, that's correct. We're only in match number 2 right now, so we don't know anything because we're playing 10 matches today. So we still have a lot of gameplay left to go. However, the big storylines that we're going to be following out of this group of teams is the fact that AGAL, a team who was expected to dominate Group B yesterday, did not do that, and they are now here with us in survival stage.
They're cursed.
Not doing so great. They're going to need to pick it up today if they want to make their way through to finals. But then even from a CC point side of things, we also do have Furia and T1. And after that first match, T1 is at the top of the leaderboard. So we're going to keep track of everything, see how it goes. But obviously, most notably, AGAL really needs to pick it up.
Do you think they will?
According to what everyone's saying, they should. And they did show that in Group B yesterday. They started a little bit slow and then kind of picked it up a little bit and then fell back off. So you can see that it's there. They are the 2-time EU champs. They should know how to handle this level of pressure. It's just about really locking in today and getting it done.
All right, well, let's see whether or not they'll be able to do it. And of course, as things progress, we'll let you know.
This one's going to be a bit more difficult for me to explain. I need you guys to visualize this one. All right. You guys are familiar with the Counter-Strike player Snacks?
Snacks, the player.
You know him? You guys know him?
Yeah.
Big man. Yeah. Okay. I want you to imagine Snacks is small like a chicken, but he's still Snacks, and there's 20 of him. So we got 20 little Snackses about 60 centimeters tall running around.
Snacks, I mean, from the Snacks.
Yeah, Snacks, the Polish Snacks.
Would you rather fight 20 chicken-sized Snackses, okay?
Or you fight one giant snack-sized chicken.
Wait, what? Snack-sized chicken.
You think you could fight a snack-sized chicken?
20 chicken-sized snacks is a hard way to deal with it.
Because they can overwhelm you.
Yeah, they're gonna grab you, they're gonna hold on.
I mean, how small they are.
A chicken, the size of a chicken.
Just kick them off.
Yeah. One.
I will kick off to move you. Even if you're trying to like hit with your legs or whatever, they're gonna grab onto them. They're gonna start biting you and shit. Like it's gonna be awful. But like one snack-sized chicken.
Yeah, one chicken of the size of snacks.
Do you know they have like beaks and claws and stuff, right?
It's easier to fight one big guy than 20 small ones.
You know this from experience?
I know this from experience.
Oh, okay.
Good chicken scaled up to the size of snacks.
You'd want to fight that?
Just have to go for the legs, I think.
Oh, you think of the tactics?
It sounds better if you win against 20 small chickens. So 1v2.
No AOE.
If you win, it sounds better in the story. So 1v20.
When you see the big one, it's like you're scared. About your eyes is scared. But when you see 20, you're like, oh, I'll start it, and you.
Technically, we could have 4 stacks of 5 mini snacks on each other's shoulders, and then there'd kind of be like 4 snackses.
Yes. Okay. Oh wait, they have the hands and everything?
Yeah, they're just little tiny humans.
So, like, let's say they reach around.
Yeah, that's about a chicken, I reckon.
That's about like a cool kick. I take this one. I take this one.
Also, to take one is good, like 1 versus 1.
Yeah, but it's a big chicken though.
Bro, like. You would need just to catch him in a good position, you know, like.
Yeah, the big one, I think. Okay. It's like, at least it's 1v1. There's multiple, you know, you need to have cardio because it's gonna be a long fight probably.
Okay, all right. Are you thinking about the cardio element? All right.
So it's not a human, you know, like maybe she's gonna think I'm a friend or whatever, and then I come and like. At his size, but he's like this.
Yeah, Snacks is like 6'4" or something. It's huge.
20 chickens, little chickens. Yeah,
20 chicken snacks.
Shoot them away.
Like football.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
All right, some Trackmania action happening right now, Chris, and I'm not gonna lie, we're both pretty locked in. So while you do your job, I'm just gonna watch this and you can tell me what's happening CC related.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I have been pretty locked in on Trackmania. It's been so interesting over the last few days. Today, though, is more about the decider matches. So these teams right now are trying to get themselves through into our final day, which is tomorrow. That's really where all the CC points are actually going to be decided. Over here in Trackmania, you got the go in Carl Jr., but you also have this new prodigy coming through in Neon. He's going to be really interesting to watch tomorrow. But today, really, it's about the teams who are trying to qualify through. The real big story today is Pac. He is, well, former world champion, and the guy that won DreamHack Birmingham to qualify here, he plays for Vitality. He still is not through to that final day. He's having to do it the really long way. That's what he did in Birmingham. He dropped down the losers bracket, didn't necessarily look too great, and then went on to win the tournament. So all of a sudden, things can change very, very quickly, and that's how we're going to see today. Let's see if we can do it. There's other, of course, teams involved in this. You're thinking about Twisted Minds, etc., etc. So look, they're trying to qualify through, but really the story is about Falcons, and see today if Vitality can find their way through. But Falcons, absolutely the favorites, Jenny.
All right, well, thank you so much for that. That's it from us. We're going to keep watching because this is actually pretty fun.
We're back in business. The first time we get to see Legacy play Dust 2 with new AWPA Try and versus Falcons on their most played map and a must-win map, given they lost out on Mirage. And there's a lot more at stake. Sure, quarterfinals, they've got sights set on the trophy, but it's also a whole lot of cash. If Legacy can play spoiler, not just to Na'Vi on their pursuit of club championship glory, also Falcons frontrunners who, if they were to win, the entirety of Counter-Strike. If they were to lift the trophy Sunday, it would assure it. And that would keep it wide open if Legacy could throw a knockout blow here on Dust 2.
Extra organizational pressure there, but now just trying to defend the moniker of Counter-Strike's world #1. The execute lined up. It's going to be Lato back of the site, and Nissim tucked in with dual Berettas, ready to unleash the fury.
Lato had a great first map. Can he track heads and provide here on the pistol? Molly makes it difficult. Nissim was blind, still manages to find some output, removing Monacy, who was the only player in the double digits.
Quick retake.
And here, just trying art though. Oh, nice tab. Tracks Carrigan, a 2v4 goes 3. Doesn't want to overextend himself, wants to enable, try to synchronize, and slowly, methodically gonna close the gap a little. Head-to-head with Nico. Oh, he's found it cleanly. It's 2v2. This was supposed to be a guarantee for Falcons, starting off with a pistol. Yanko demanded it. Oh, and a click, quick click. Tessa's in the clutch, pivot. Just got to live. Just got to play the clock. Oh, head-to-head. Tessa's down. Legacy, turn it around.
Ooh. You think that the last half of Counter-Strike we just witnessed was unforgivable. That one is going to rub salt in the wound. The aim looking on point for Legacy, poised in that, and nothing to lose going into this one.
Yikes.
They know they've got that third map in the back pocket guaranteed. I can't believe Nissim gets a kill there. Carrigan, he's having to unleash try. That is a beautiful shot. The only way back in, and steadies his aim. It's up to have another captain's clutch. Dan Duma loves that. I think he's at Paris Disneyland after that one. All right, well, bomb goes down, force coming through.
When in doubt, give Kioske an AK.
It was relatively quiet. Map #1, but so was everybody, unless your name's Monacy. He was great in the openers, great with the multis, and great up against Art's game plan in the first half, but then it just fizzled out. Carrigan's probably going to feel a bit more responsibility with the calls now on this T side. Yeah. I'll let you make your plays in that first map, and you didn't stick the landing. You even missed window smokes. Right now, you're going to have to reel them in. Try and call your team to some success. So far, not a single T-side round in the series. How long will that last?
This is a very disruptive setup. Art, he's going to get the first contact. Attention drawn towards him, and then Try can feast with his MP9. Kioske, though, with a head-to-head. Dumao's here as well. Ooh, good one from Kioske. Kept humble. Back and forth. Output from Try. Still solid for 2. It's Monacy Scout, the difference maker. You got access to the site. It's granted. You've picked up rifles. Looks like you might already be given the good graces of Legacy. Nissim and Lato don't look interested in this one.
Just going to hold on to their guns. So Lato over towards B and making some space is Nissim.
Yeah, good difference maker there, that frag from Monacy.
So it looks good. It's also very fragile, right? It requires you lining them up and knocking them down, and it felt like they should have at that point. The SMG able to find a huge amount of output as Nissim will put his to good use. Carrigan down. And with how far away Nissim is, I think that confirms for Monacy and Tesses that it will be the save. Kioske finds them the opening kill there through Shaw, and important stuff to get the account open. Just as I was saying, not a single T-side round yet. There you have it on the board as we enter the Force by Wars.
With FAMAS and MP9 saved.
So Nissim gets himself a scout there at the final second, so he can throw that over to Try. Even as a Deagle picked up, so this could still be a pretty punchy round. It just depends on the pace that Falcons want to operate with. They have a lot of B spawns. Nothing just to jaunt out long, and that's always risky. Sonic having a word with League Ops there, but we are underway. Oh, missed smoke. Absolute no man's land, so not going to cost them anything. Wasn't a pacey play, but not the first time we've seen them miss some of those details. Cost them on the first gun round back on Mirage. Couldn't land the window smoke. Carrigan runs out, goes down for free. It's transitioning the defense now back into something a little bit more B-centric. Deep nade. Slight damage done. Try can get back towards car or ramp with the scout. This setup is still going to be quite... Ooh, more missed nades. It's
funky.
Yeah, not what you're expecting, right? They played this map 20 times. One at 15. Not quite vitality numbers, but still pretty impressive. Long push, Art to make the space. Doom out of trade, all congregated on short. Pressure will be on try. The timing of this, that smoke still up, not fading just yet towards short.
It's exactly what m0NESY was and is holding for. While they line up this util, m0NESY responsible for the flank. There's going to be so many backs turned. m0NESY perfect in the off angle. Art overlooks, and a second.
Split second. Oh, Counter-Strike timing.
It's a cruel mistress. Nice tracking, nails the headshot into Carrigan, does try. Kioske for that response. There's a flash, set himself up.
That's another.
What a hell of a double. Tessus finally stops him.
Again, on the opposite side of the map, Lato and Nissim haven't been able to rotate in time. I think with the two dying with that long push, they were already considering the save. Try puts up resistance. They didn't rotate over, and well, if they did, maybe, just maybe, you could have a conversation about getting back into that one. So retaining the guns again. Means that round number 4 will still have something to fight with. So it's just a matter of time until this one is confirmed. Backing off, looking to retain these AKs, and no dramas in doing so. A couple of players lined up, it would have been much tougher for m0NESY to hit shots like that with all those bodies potentially blocking the line of sight. This is great from Try. Good damage done, but as mentioned, the rotation not there, and Tessus, important. That could have gotten out of control, and Zonic, he has to be stressed. Blanked second half of the last map.
Yeah, it's not like it was like a close affair that you narrowly lost. It was your boys couldn't do anything in a second half of play, in a quarter-final.
I think m0NESY ended up with still a bonkers rating, but he was the only one really connecting anything. And the game plan for both teams was strong, right? Art wanted to abuse Carrigan on B. Carrigan called over m0NESY, and m0NESY put on a show. So the eco behind the saves. A clampdown in mid available. Art blocks B, trying to force their hand into this long, very quiet. Yeah. That space is being taken swiftly. You can see Tessus already out towards the blue bin. Kioske with him. And with all the U2, you get this AWP in the pit. Right? With all your nades, you can throw out a smoke. You can bait out flashes. You can bait out their smoke. Right? This is something that should be very easy to finish right now if you're Falcons. Your biggest worry is if you run the clock too light. So I'd like to see them attempt to put that pressure on long before we get to that 50-second mark.
Yeah, Carrigan's going to be flashed and spotted.
Oh, now accelerate long. You have to. You got to go.
And they will. They're going to run down Carrigan, doom out. Not really the weapon you need. The boost, though, might give an angle for this ramp fight. They're going to get burned out. Oh, still hits the shot. Does Kioske onto Kioske. Carrigan and Kioske gone. Had to hit that, did m0NESY. Nissim, gone. All put to good use. Still not going to be easy for Legacy to find the extra 3. Smoke on short buys time. Off of that bomb. And a 10-second defuse as well. Not easy. Good find onto Try.
Now just getting out of there with this AK-47 Art. You want to look for a bit more damage and keep things softened up, but this has still been a stressful moment for Falcons. They are going to get their 3rd round. Again, it's guns retained. All these saves means that Legacy are going to be more threatening in future rounds, right? Because they've been stacking a bit of cash. They're not saving the most glamorous guns or Famuses, but still, ability for the Try AWP is there. Great shot, isn't it? You can see the restraint was still there. They waited until they'd thrown the molly, just didn't give it enough time to burn before picking. It's great to see Try in good form early. Argentinian leads Kioske there. It was a force against the Mongols during their round of 16. Food for thought is that Legacy will take a tactical timeout. ADR on the mic. Also had some coaching changes this year, have Legacy. Trying to find that recipe for success, this team. Always packing a punch, and we'll see now when the gun's coming out. Try into the AWP glass cannon. Has a HE to break open smokes. Falcon's going to opt for m0NESY dropping down, taking a fight. So we might get the head-to-head clash. watch them trade places now. Try's going to try his luck in middle. Now he goes back over towards A. Send Latto over to join Nissim over towards the B site to shore up for any mid to B or B plays. Just giving themselves as many options for that AWP to look for picks early. This time a bit cleaner on the default with the util. Latto perched.
Dumo dismounts.
Oh dear. Could be an invitation to walk through if you're Latto.
Anti-flash.
Made it in again. Latto, he's hearing all of this.
And still yet to commit. Now the block smoke thrown.
Oh, it's so tempting to try and walk through, especially as they start to throw utility over towards short. He knows. Oh, at least he thinks he knows.
Yeah, they come off that third flash. This time Latto overlooks. He's got ready for one. Good output considering the flashbang connection. Bomb pivoting. Eyes on that radar because Nissim's got a lot of work to do. They've parked Kioske here at CT. Umau struggles to flush him out. Try trades. Just Nissim. One man versus three on B. Unloads his mag. Finds the first frag. Carrigan's gone, delaying the inevitable. Now m0NESY couldn't hit the shot, and that is Legacy. Finding number 2 again, trying the feed for 2.
Good job there on that B anchoring, just slowing it down, making it a race against the clock. And there's the money. Need to take a look at for the Falcons side. They're going to take a timeout. You would feel for Latto after being anti for the first two.
Yeah.
Mid or smoke, you're expecting him to start to channel up short. If he didn't get anything there, that could have been a death slam moment, but kept his cool as Try will polish that one off onto Tesses.
Crazy from Nissim. I mean, that is an anchor's dream. All the pressure on your shoulders and you're able to provide the multi, you're able to delay.
I know it's still early stages in this half, but at a certain point things are going to feel a little bit desperate for Carrigan in the calling department, so you might start using your spawns. When you have a team with all these stars, we even spoke about this with Kixon in the roster, you want to give your stars an opportunity to look for their fights, which means you as a leader needs to strike this balance between calling what I want to call and letting my players make their moves. At the start of these rounds, m0NESY's going to go, I have this spawn. Kioske is going to say, I want to do this. And then Carrigan has to either or say no or try and facilitate those type of moves.
Clear intent off of the rip.
I think it makes sense to play heavy towards upper tunnels when you have m0NESY on the AWP, right? Because more often than not, he's going to hit a tag or find a frag, and then you can pounce into B. But right now, no scope as Tries is posted up close long doors. Tesses, this is troublesome.
Wow. Tries having a map now. It's reminiscent of that m0NESY CT half on Mirage. Carrigan walks to the smoke. Dumau can't beat him. All onto one man. Actually, tell a lie, he has help this time. Latto is over there. It's not just the Nissim show if they were to test B. Block doors. You've got 70 seconds for Falcons to retool.
Yeah, it's a good idea to reset there. They know that Latto and Nissim, the B defenders, are still alive. It's Dumau, the rotating rifler, and Carrigan. He continues to make the moves. Might catch this one for free. Try says no.
Just gets his eye to the scope there. Carrigan couldn't find the precision necessary. Advantage Legacy. Try on the line. He may not be done. The Argentinian sniper, 11 frags deep.
This is flat, 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's uninspiring, but you just got an individual like Kioske. He can walk into a site, demand
Has to be a walk-in. There's no util. Right? This has to be contact.
Yeah, and there's an AWP posted, ready for this fight. Kioske, down to try number 3. Uno, Dos, Tres, and Nico with no hope. Nearly found try the Galil, not quite as damaging. And that will be denied. Art gets the backstab in. That's a very convincing shutdown of Falcons' plans.
It's going to have to be the eco now. So they won the pistol, they lost the force. It's 2 back with the guns out, and you've humbled the money, so this is where you would like to have been a couple of rounds ago. Lacking some energy and attitude, our Falcons right now, and that's a tough thing for an in-game leader and a coach to solve. You can ask your players to bring more, but unless they oblige, you just have to sit by and try and call your way out of this. They are going to take a French timeout, somewhat fitting. He stays in spawn, and with these Glocks, this is the time right now if you're Carrigan to try and inspire the team. Tell them what you need. Ask for a bit of energy and give them these next minute and 55 down to a minute and 30 just to recalibrate, reset, focus at the task at hand. Not going to be a whole lot of excitement in a round like this.
No, sir.
Not even a deagle. Just going to siphon out all of this utility from Legacy as got a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes and an incendiary left as we hit that 60-second mark. Going to try and pipe out long into Try, who has already found himself a couple of openers. The multi-kills are flowing, and well, this is a chance for Art to farm some up. SS is going to leap, see if he can draw that crosshair. Down to the 40 seconds. And is going to be forced in a moment's time.
Just seeing what Kioske finds on his short walk, and it's nothing more than a flash in the face. And it's time to play.
Yeah, you've got to go, boys. You've got to start making a move. There you go. Tessa leaps. Takes that, and he's just going to get a chance to get the in-game lead as tax 3 for his name. Try will grab the 4th and doom out the 5th as the 4th round is now confirmed. And Legacy, this is looking great. 3 straight rounds. Only lost 3 players in those rounds. That was the eco. You're not expecting a lot there. Curiously, this is a Legacy tactical timeout.
Talking of expecting a lot, I'm sure that is something that crosses Falcons' minds here. Walking out into that quarterfinal stage, knowing there are expectations circulating. You just won the Cologne Major. Everyone's got expecting to see, you know, on the podium.
I think when you take a look at us and the second season of 2026, there's been musical chairs in a couple of the teams, but not the top dogs.
No.
Falcons have kept their roster as is, the same for Vitality, Spirit the same. Furia 2. Na'Vi didn't make a change. So it's more of these underlings, the hungrier teams who have made some moves, and Legacy looking good to at least make waves early on in the season. Tries fitting like a glove right now.
We've got pace out of Tesses. Tess for Art. This time they're well equipped, and he will concede space.
It is a missed corner smoke towards long. Again, another basic, just not landing as is. It hasn't cost them.
Ooh, Lato audible. Nissim's aggression's going to be punished here. The barrel spotted. Did Carrigan not note that? Maybe not. Still shuts him down. Nissim, gone. Opening kill provided by Captain Carrigan. Lato does want to get out. He's trying to pull the ripcord here.
At least making it look like he wants to get out. Eventually backs off.
Saunters away.
And they've gambled towards mid and B right now with Carrigan. Tends to be the beacon of where these rounds are finishing, showing himself. They might be thinking a B pop light in wait, but no, it's out long. Nico with the support of 2, and they might just try and turn this into an A split with limited util. Smokes is all they have now. No flashes, no mollies.
Which is a little scary when Try's still in the server. Ooh! Big one. Onto Art. Kioske deletes him. 2-man advantage for Falcons that they must leverage. They must convert. Try goes looking for the fight. Trade comes through. Round winning. Shutting down that sniper. It feels like that's one of the first times they've actually managed to stop him from running away with a multi.
That looked premeditated, right? The fact Carrigan's in upper tunnels there. They use the spawns. They take the long control. They know what their reaction's going to be, and they get to level out the field again. Another round where guns are saved. Legacy have had players alive in every single round so far, so just continuing to hold on to these guns and play the long game. No issues with Try getting out the AWP, even though lost bonus bottom of the barrel, he's going to have that, and we know that Art could bring out a secondary. SS will have the AWP to give to Monacy within the next round. And they stop the streak of 3. Just as I mentioned it, that's exactly what Art has equipped himself with. So see where Art wants to find himself.
I push you, and René, you pressure long.
What about the next round to play already as Carrigan not celebrating the last?
Try getting Aggie, held by Monacy, boosted up for this exact fight. Catches his counterpart. Dumal will stick around in his forward stance. So vulnerable to a well-placed flashbang. Don't think twice. Nades are nice. Shrapnel finds 2 of the Falcons.
Should have tried dead again. That's an invitation to go towards A.
Yeah, no one's on long right now. Ooh, Dumal spots Kioske, removes his head.
Remember, there's the secondary ult.
Loud. And don't forget about, yeah, ult on Art.
Push-pull, trying to force these rotations. This time, not into upper tunnels for the info. They know they've lost long. They've still got this staunch position from Doom out towards short. Floating between is Lato and over towards Nissim, who more often than not finds himself on an island. A block smoke behind Doom out. They're getting tricky.
Nissim would love a smoke grenade at this stage in the game, but he's operating without.
If he can slow one, Lato can then flash.
It's Carrigan that's gonna... Oh, Lato was throwing nades. Carrigan profits. Nissim knows what's up though. Gets a heads up. Dumal's on his way. Removes Carrigan with the belated trade. It's Nissim tuck bricks and... Oh, a tag. A frag, no less. Art's actually taken down Tessus. Dumal's here. It's falling apart. Falcons fumble. Shut down by Dumal. Impact from him. 3 on the chip-in. And Art, a hard shot to hit with that secondary ult, but he does nail it.
Yeah, and you can see that they had a very good understanding of the situation. The fact that flash comes in from Lato, I know he puts his life on the line for it, but that's assertive. They're not just allowing this one to simmer forward. That smoke behind Dumal as well. A little bit of a trap card, thinking they're more passive over towards A than they were. And this is well handled. This is impressive counter-strike.
I've got to admire it from Dumal. The fact he's like short, gets the trade Carrigan, and manages to find some help on B as well. Fair play. 5-4. Weird one. You can take more risks. Look at that from Kioske. Straight out, burrows in on the other side of the door smoke. Smoke break play.
They want to just turn this into a mid to B now. The fact that you have that room. Oh, Carrigan flushed forward.
He's not forced into the fight.
Walks back into the nade though, doesn't he?
50. Not ideal.
It's clear Falcons don't want to play with a pace. I don't want to allow Legacy to play heads-up Counter-Strike, but slow and steady, having a tough time of that as well. Short controls theirs. Hearing this will be Doom out. Half blocks long. Try there for support. Looks like they're going to try and pipe out short.
Well-timed incendio just as they threw the smokes. They go through it though. Dumal relays that information. They're onto the side. Nice shot from Try. Continues to be a thorn in Falcon's side. Kioske to provide the cover. Dumal does bide his time, wants to strike in unison. The CT side, they've shown their capacity for synchronicity. Just gets a freebie because of his patience. Tessus went up. Carrigan comes round, tries not looking, so orb removed. That's a good start. Quick reaction out of Dumal's there. Kioske needs the multi. Art will deny. It's another Legacy round.
Falcons can't get their teeth into them. They don't know where they are. It's so slow, it's so steady, and then out of nowhere, you're dead. 6 rounds confirmed, 2-round gap, and I just think they need to start playing at a pace, right? Put your players in positions where they can fight back, because otherwise they don't even know where the jewels are coming from. Carrigan there, he gets the kill onto Try, but he oversteps immediately. He thinks he's needed. He goes down for free. Kioske gets one sure, but Monacy has everything to worry about.
Really, really like the way the last 2 rounds Dumal's played. I love the way he's approached them.
And you have to look at how Falcons have gotten rounds on the board. They won the 4 spy. And they're able to take control of the economy, but right now they are struggling with these gun rounds. And I say gun rounds, last round was cobbled together. This round is 2 as a partial. Next round with the 2900 will be full, and that's just to salvage the half.
Oh, Kioske is gone on a smoke spam. It was just Art solo. He manages to find an opening kill, and then Lato builds on top of it. Falcons falter.
That's a line by. You're not expecting a lot, but either way, it's just Legacy with a whole lot of confidence in these duels, just happy to take them.
Giant Killers Legacy are taking strides. Supposed to be a comfortable map for the Falcons, but it's anything but comfortable here. Flash that Tech-9 around the corner. They're ahead of it. Supposed to in the dance. Lovely. Monacy rectifies. Finds rifles. Lato this off angle's unusual, but oh, Nico's hitting shots too. Just in time. Nissim looking to piece together that second. Try from the short side. Spotted Nico. Oh, they line up for him. The Argentinian sniper, Santino Regal.
2-for-1 special right there. An insult to injury, just as Monacy tries to break them back in. Look at the face of Nico. Tesses. Second tactical timeout. You want to say, we got a bit unlucky there, boys. Well, no, you're in a 3v5. It was just a partial. You got to work hard for this. The run and gun, the scrappiness. Monacy will get you the double, sure, but this is the double that counted. Bang!
Line up. So nice. We saw it thrice. Crazy. He's nonchalant about it as well.
He's a calm.
The comparison to the player that did it and everyone that saw it. Definitely a juxtaposition between the two, but I mean, if anything, it speaks volumes as to his, stable mind. Legacy like that one in the staff room.
Let's see, do they stay in motion, Falcons? Nico's got a long spawn, that's about it. Another poor T-half. At least this time they got something on the board. Oh, the ambulance.
But not for Legacy.
Ready again to clamp down on middle. Flash the ready from Lato. That'll set up Dumao. He's going to float back. Nade scuttles in. Doesn't find its mark. Avoid it, but try.
Ooh, haven't seen this maneuver from him yet.
Another smoke behind play. Just going to play on the cusp of this.
And if you're Nico, do you stay vigilant? He is. Perfect awareness from Nico.
Where are the trickery? To kill onto the AWP. And this conversation is it still two players towards B? It's still Lato and Nissim. Well, we can see just Nissim.
Oh my gosh, Art did not expect Tessus to full commit to the spray there. Another advantage for Falcons, a heavy advantage to end this half at a respectable 7-5. Nissim's closed doors, it will be hard cleared. Nice from Kioske.
All right, well, they're going to get into B, 50 seconds, plenty of time, and Legacy have to give this one a go. Final round of the half. They're about to see sector clear. So Lato and Dumao. Legacy's duo for the longest time. Paired up to give a 2v5 a go. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, good luck, have fun.
Well, they are going to slowly make their way. This is not a round that they should have anything to say about, and Carrigan will confirm it. Just Dumao to find. Hey, rotating rifle up. I think he just wants to be a bit of a nuisance. There's no way he's winning this round. Carrigan.
Go on,
They'll
Carrigan.
get it over nice and quick. Okay, salvaging Falcons. The force by a couple on the trot, and then spotty rounds towards the tail end of the half. We've got Fancy standing by to see if we can get some energy out of the Falcons fans.
Thank you so much. I am right here with the Falcons fans. Their backs are against the wall. They're not feeling too good about this. They have a long way to go, but I do want to ask you, how are we feeling about this match?
We're feeling good. Yeah, we know it. We know it. We are not taking the lead right now, but we know we will do the remontada and we will win, inshallah.
Well, the players can hear you right now, and this is your chance to cheer for them. So what do you want to say?
Just let's go, guys. You got this, and they will win, inshallah.
All right, let's see if they actually got this. And right now, we're going to jump back to the match.
Getting into that second half then.
A pistol and they're back in it.
That's all it takes.
It just has felt flat. It's not as punchy, right? We talk about this team as all the individuals. Monacy, Kyosuke, Nico. That's before we get talking about the calling. The Legacy. They're happy to take the fight, and
so is Monacy.
Straight up the guts.
Yeah, right up mid, and actually immediately deleted by Dumao. Long range Glock headshots. Pluralized as he finds another one. This is so quick, and now it pulls Nico understandably away, and you've got the timing for try. Run boost, extra diligent, launching Lato across to the ramp side, spots out Nico and distracts him well enough for try on that backstab. This one is not going Falcons' way. Both pistols, Legacies.
You say both, that's all four in the series so far. Shell-shocked is how the Falcons look. The energy, it's not there. Today they're not here to play, but Dumao is.
Nothing's hitting, but he's not taking a single bullet. How is he getting away with that? It's insane. These are players we talk about their aim, their pedigree.
Crazy.
Right now, they are just getting pantsed.
Will they win another second round, though? That could be quite a redemption. Art doesn't seem to think so as he strides to blue bin. There is an incendiary making life miserable and forced into Nico. A perfect way to be gifted a rifle. A bit of an overstep from Art.
No immediate pivot. I don't know how many players were towards long. Definitely a couple. They can't just run in towards B. It's not an open site. Kioske here mid to B. Constricted now by a CT smoke. So Art gets to be the puppet master from the grave, the in-game leader. Watching his teammates try and piece this one together. Nico being boosted on the toolbox. He'll be covering off the mid to B.
I really like that problem solving, not only with Nico's blue bin molly giving him an AK, but now boosting him up for the mid to B. It's just very hard to get past. He's a pro in this position. We'll have a sight line over the top of that smoke. And Lato!
Sit down.
MP7 headshot. Weird now. No one's looking. Kioske distracted. And Legacy sail straight back into their winning ways. I thought for a second with that opening out of Nico we had something.
Try is 19 kills deep right now. He is...
He's at home.
Yeah. I think that's a nice way to put it. This is where the game gets away from you. 3 players are going to stay alive here for Falcons.
Sadzin out, try in, a month to integrate, and he's looking so comfortable.
It was weird in the offseason when Nissan essentially benched himself.
He did the okie dokie, yeah.
And they worked this one out in the wash, and it couldn't be looking better right now. The body language is very telling for me when Falcons play, especially from Carrigan. So they retain an AK, a couple of those pistol upgrades, 9 confirmed.
Terrorists win.
I will remind you at this stage of the game at 9-5, already a map down are the Falcons. Being eliminated here in that quarterfinal does blow that club championship conversation wide open once more. Everyone expected it would be a bit of a shoe-in for Falcons just to
win a couple of games here.
Win a couple of games.
It's not a drama.
Legacy are looking to add another name to the naughty list.
Let's see if m0NESY can get going. It's not the AWP in his hands, it's that retained AK. Starts over towards B. Faster than this Legacy, straight down, charging through lower tunnels. No secret of the position. They know they're up against the lighter buy again. Back roll mentality.
Yeah, Nico's Deagle, you know it can be deadly. It also can whistle a couple shy. Texas 5-7 stabilizes. That's the bomb on the back of try. You've got to be careful when you commit that in. They are running into Kioske. Playing up close. He doesn't choose to swing, and they're allowed to leave. Carrigan, that was audible. Hopes it would slow their crawl and deter a pivot to the A site. Acting bigger than he is, and it might have worked. Util towards the back of B. m0NESY might lose that sight line, and good setup for Kioske's headshot. Nissim down to Carrigan. Falcons have hit all the necessary shots. It's just one man to get past. It's Try, and he is in it to win it. Expecting that quick pivot with 40 seconds left. He's got an open runway towards that A site. They know m0NESY and Kioske were both on B. He'll make his move. A 1 versus 3. This could very well be a nail in the Falcons' coffin if he can pull this one off. He's having one hell of a game. But brought down, trying to get across, trying to play it smart, get tricky with it. An important double kill out of Kioske puts him from 6 to 8 on the fragging total.
Yeah, it's weird seeing a Deagle play in the toolbox, right? 5-7 there, not too bad, but he makes it look like one. So something to get the conversation flowing in the second half. Their first round comes to the 3rd time of asking, and this was a little bit more limited than the previous, but they did have that AK to work with. Obviously, we'll get his AWP, and that's going to feel like a fumbled opportunity for Legacy. Chance to get double digits as quick as you like out the gates into the second half. Now you're going to have to work hard for it.
To the scoreboard, it looks a little bit like the Falcons' mirage. You know, Try is m0NESY in this scenario. Just 21. Everyone else struggling to breach the double digits. Dumao just about.
They're going to pop through this.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They're calling it off. Looks like it.
It's a very good call considering what was on the other side.
Not to know it's 4 long strong, but
A molly and then a smoke of their own, right? They were looking to extinguish and go. So pivoting elsewhere, trying to take this mid control. Now given the good graces of the short space. The man will be able to confirm that in a moment if he jumps on up, but worried about infiltration in towards the upper tunnels. Just trying to rotate back. Now Falcon. Throwing smoke towards the mid doors to cross. No, I wasn't going to let it be easy. So Peppers through. They get back to the normal setup. Tassis and Kioska over towards B. Nico, the rotating rifler. Carrigan anchoring long, and Monacy with his AWP primed and ready. Active from Carrigan. Confirms it's not a late long pop.
Yeah, with Monacy on that line now, you feel you're quite assured that the A site won't just collapse.
Starting to clamp down on middle now, Falcons. They're ready to be quick on the flank once short utility lands.
Oh yeah, it's going to be rapid, right? You got Nico close by, Kioske too. And this is the util that will lead them to start investigating. 27 on the clock. Monacy anti-flash, and wow, flash indeed, quick. Fade to black for Dumau. Ready for his next. 18 seconds, they have to cross this sight line. He's missed one though. Try two, Nico overcomes. Art's there, scuttles the smoke, Nico gets the vision necessary, tracks another. Just Lato and Nissim getting picked apart, shredded at the seams, 5 alive for Falcons.
Okay, that's more like it. It's like Mirage, it's a weird spot for the Legacy buy. We saw Art called them into a force buy with similar money back there. I'm not sure he wants to do the same right now. You mentioned it. Let's try his putting in the shift. It's really just impact kills required from individuals now when you're only 4 rounds away from getting this done. Unlikely anyone's going to catch him. But they will take the save. Deagle for Lato. One for Try. P250s for Dumau and Nissim, and Art with a Glock and a couple of flashes. How much value you get out of this?
Oh, there's some value. Sit down, Monacy tries Deagle, does something. Nico's AK does everything as he holds the line on short. That is an unusual result for Monacy, not used to getting Deags down like that. Nico's held on, 4 kills from him. Nice tracking. USP headshot, removing Dumau, and he wouldn't mind the 5th.
But Eco bash ace, why not? Creeping through, finds the frag. Nico takes all 5. To the delight of the crowd, but still, that's an eco. We're down to where we need to turn our focus. No AWP for Try. No long spawns for Legacy. Honestly gets his back. Be consecutive, let's see if they can make it 4. This could be a B rush. It's either a B rush or a B pop. Something fast.
Yeah, B-door smoke from Art, blocked.
They're going in.
They're going. Nissim with a point to prove. Tassis readies himself. There's Monacy, immediate chip in. The 1-2 from the car position. Try and Lato holding on, getting in. The site is theirs.
Take a screenshot. Let's see how this one unfolds.
Truly. I always find that smoke so valuable for a CT side to keep the options open for a walk through the door.
They have to wait for Carrigan though. He's pushed long. He's a long way to this. So smokes will start to fade. It's just flashes on Art. They might want to make a move with these out window on Try. Another door smoke lands.
How do they play this? Art masterful around the smoke typically. Once he's picked up extra nades, this is going to feel like a very long 40 seconds. Held on to him as incendiary. Position now noted. If he peeks again, he's a dead man to the AWP. There's Nico. He provides, and perfect from the Falcons on the way back in there. No missteps. We've got a tight ball game.
They might make that look easy, but I can tell you they were sweating as part of that retake. It's not an easy round to win. Sure, you have the man advantage, but it's tough to break. Those lurk smokes could have been used against them as they scuttled them in for the questions. Good response time from Monacy to get there to assist Tassis. He gets his. They do concede the plant and the site. With the loss bonus starting to trickle upwards, they can continue to apply the pressure, but we're all tied up 9-9. Yeah, I was going to take the tactical timeout. He's going to get the conversation flowing with Art, and looks like a partial coming together now. Try in with a scout. A little for Nissim. Dumau yet to buy. He could go hero AK. I wouldn't mind it. Bash is stacked high for Falcons. This was the eco bash in the previous. Easiest kills of his life right here. But mandatory, someone's got to get him. This time it's going to be Nico.
Let's go.
It won't be going in the highlight reel. Nice got on the Galil. He's hedged between the two. And they have a good amount of nades, so there's no reason Legacy can't rip this one away with how they've been playing. On control established and guaranteed with a deep smoke. Harrigan, if he feels like he has to do a little bit more because the team is lacking, we could see him go for another long push. Peppered through, Doom out in exchange with Nico. So tag damage as we settle into this one now, a minute and 10. Set up for what looks like a B split. Big crisscross on the menu.
So short molly and the lurk smoke simultaneous. Tessus has nothing to report on his smoke spam. Now pressure amplified. Block smoke doors is good. Tessus freed up to focus on the lurk push. There's one. There's two. Legacy hit the wall. Unable to provide. Nico controls the spray, masterful. It's all 5 alive for Falcons as they will take the lead.
Another one of those. A couple of rounds in this half now where they've been able to keep all 5 alive.
Got themselves a nice bed of cash as well to rest on.
It doesn't surprise me either that they're hedging towards long Falcons because the game plan from map number 1. There we go, a bit of fire, a bit of energy. Just assessing the buy. They know the loss bonus is in play, so expect the guns again, surely. Starting 4 towards A, 2 up short, 2 for the long shutdown.
Yeah, we've got another biff on long. Lato harding aggressively, just starts to spam with a white screen. They return fire. It's up for the bait. Carrigan caught out. Lato smoke spam strong. Nico just considering his options. He wants to dump Deagle bullets into the corner, and the nade does good damage, finishing Doomau down to 20. Now it's Falcons with an opening disadvantage. That opening kill.
Now they started too short, and they've seen nothing mid, nothing lower tunnels just yet. That's not confirmed, but nobody's even poked their nose out. Lots of nades still available for Falcons for the block. Now, they can use it to stuff the choke and keep them back towards pit, just like this. Or they can use this U2 on the cross. So going to hold on to the HEs and the incendiary there to make this a whole lot tougher. Try has the line. During all of this, Tessus has investigated upper tunnels. The action on the other 3 because the fight's coming their way now.
No swing off the flash. That's the last of the smokes. They have to get across on this, and Art and Lato start to pass forward. Late on the smoke break. Monacy short kept at bay by the flame. This is Diligent. Nissim's found Tessus on that lurk. Yosuke has to be the hero off the flash. They were reloading. Good from Lato. Awkward for Falcons. Nico and Monacy side by side. 2v4. Have you got anything you can say about this? Nissim looks like he can book Nico here. Yeah, gets him. Easy pick. And Monacy helpless. Hope and a prayer. Missed flick. Overcome. He's got a big problem with the flank as well. The door is locked, so he can tie things up once more.
Can't do any damage here. Take some guns with him, force out these replies. Monacy takes the first into Lato.
Yeah, Cash is not a problem. He wants kills. And Nissim's the one to find 3. Gaules is favorite, we learned.
Well, the way he played against Navi yesterday, you can understand why. It was a question of can he do that again today, and I don't think anybody would have been expecting him to. It's Try putting on a show, and Carrigan stay behind the smoke. It's not a wall. Nice pick up there from Nissim. And then the smoke break a little bit too late to catch them on the cross. Plenty of cash stacked for Falcons. They can buy again, but we're all tied up 10-10, and we're at the business end of map number 2. This time, long pop. Molly's missed.
They want to go. They still want to go. Nico's going to be tested here by Lato, and the wide swing is too quick, too easy. Lato flattens them. Nico Carrigan sidelined, and Nissim's walking smokes. Kioske receives, but we've lost Monacy in the process.
Gotta be Kioske here.
Has to be. Tessa set up to succeed with just the one. Easy for Doomount to provide the trade. What have you got, Kioske? A lot of work to do is what you've got. Too many on the screen. Targets overwhelm him. 2 away from Falcons being knocked out in the quarterfinals here at EWC.
It's that long hold again, right? The molly doesn't land in the doors. One goes blue bin. So they're actually able to get this card thing. Now, whether or not that was misthrown, we didn't see it from the perspective, but normally you want one blue bin, one in the doors. That stops the AWP holding the line. It forces the hand. And this is fantastic from Lato. He was really, really strong on Mirage. Said they haven't been exploiting Carrigan towards long. They're trying to do it on Mirage with the B side, but now taking advantage of things late in the game, and that money, it can disappear quickly. One more round for Legacy. They'll get to 12. They'll guarantee that overtime. And this is where you can expect anything, or you can't expect anything. Art, who knows what this man's going to call.
Has he got them right where he wants them?
He's got a good spawn right now to drop down and take the pot shot on the cross. Throws a decoy to bait the shot, boosted up. Doesn't fire off, doesn't get the head-to-head.
Falcons really don't want to lose long this time. You can see the comms flowing so nicely. Nissim flash to get out of the corner he'd invested himself into. Round 22, only just beginning. Mid to be threatened by the smoke grenade. Response in kind from Nico. They might choose, yeah, not too risky for Doomount, doesn't want to go through.
Good pressure early though, you're counting out these smokes. Once he pushed back now.
Dirty lineup for Doomount, so we can still throw it while the smoke is up. Then a smoke break. Monacy holds his nerve, lines up the nades. It's going to be, yeah, a little too late. Carrigan's gone. Monacy forced to address the long pop. Finds Lato. Needs Nissim on the cross. He's just going to stare at the floorboards. Good angle for Doomount, not good enough. Art will find him though. Up to Tessus and Kioske. Oh, counters his presence. That's suboptimal. You don't want that. This is for 12. They've got the advantage. That bomb is ticking. Every second closer to that 12 for Legacy. Kioske leg shot from Trizor. They know where he's coming from. They know the angle of approach from both of them. And he's hit it the second time around. Jumps up. Oh, come on. Try. Cannot be tamed. Cannot be stopped.
Enjoying his time on the stage is the coach ADR. And why not? With the Counter-Strike, we're seeing that flash a moment earlier, a chance, but Carrigan has to dodge it, has to turn it. It had to be close. They knew that possibility, and as his toes leave the box, Try hitting everything, 26 kills deep, and he's got that long spawn. This could be the knockout blow. This could be Falcons going home.
Can he really draw first blood as well? Twist of the knife, the fire of the shot, full white, and Long is under Falcons' control. Turns his attention to mid, counting on a smoke break plate. There is an AWP in play, but on Kioske.
Yeah, it tells you Monacy ain't feeling it, but after map number 1, that's surprising.
Carrigan's trying something cheeky. Oh, a risk he could not afford to make. Goes down. At least he can coordinate from the grave on this CT hold. It's a 2-2 division of labor. Activity now towards the B side of the map. It's held by Nissim lower. Oh, Nico
no
tried the same trick! He's tried the same thing and it's gone the same way! Lato didn't have to lift a finger.
This one's slipping through the fingers. They're going to walk into Nissim. He ain't moving a muscle.
He's in the right place at the right time. Falcons getting ripped to shreds. Nissim 2! Just Monacy to save the Falcons' run at EWC, or Legacy will continue to build their legacy. Here at the Esports World Cup, Falcons eliminated by the Giant Killers. 4 Brazilians and an Argentinian walk to Paris and secure a semi-final.
Navi and now Falcons sent home. You go back to CAC, you say, okay, Carrigan just joined the roster. How about this time? Try. Fitting like a glove in that Legacy jersey. A stunning display, a 2-0 up until today. Falcons had not lost a map. They walked over K27, Astralis, the Mongols. But the Brazilians, one step too far, and that one's stunning. There's no energy today. Monacy map number 1, you can be proud of that, but the team not up to the task as Falcons will not see the semis. And this side of the bracket, this is meant to be the hard side, and right now, Legacy are taking anybody who steps up to bat.
Who's next? We find out in that last quarter. Outrageous form from Try Map 2, the calling from Art Sublime. Falcons, it was clunky. And it does mean that that club championship's still open for discussion.
You take a look at this run from Legacy so far. They beat NIP, they lose to FaZe, they beat MIBR, they put on a show yesterday against Navi, but you're still asking questions. You're wondering, do they have what it takes? Well, Dumao definitely thinks so.
And some may not have expected to see the major winners out this early in the tournament, but Legacy decided differently. 2-0 for you guys. Congratulations, parabéns. Damo bem-vindo à semifinal. Of course, welcome to the top 4. It's an honor to have you here on stage. First of all, I want to talk about the vibes. The vibes here in Paris. I don't know if you know, but us French, we are very good at hate watching, which means when you don't like a team, you support their opponent. And I rarely heard Paris chant so loud for a Brazilian team. So I would like to know what you want to say to all those new fans that you made today.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys, for the support. It's been amazing. That's amazing vibes. Thanks so much for the support. And yeah, let's go Legacy. Thanks so much, guys.
Does it help you winning also? You know, having everyone chanting for you. How are the vibes in the team?
Yeah, the vibes are good as always, but having this energy from you guys, it's just amazing. So hope you guys keep it up for us and keep your support. Thanks so much.
They surely will, of course. Donc ouais, première question, on peut parler des vibes. Nous les Français, on est très forts pour hate watch. Quand on n'aime pas une équipe, on soutient son opposant. Qu'est-ce que tu as envie de dire à ces nouveaux fans? Franchement les gars, c'est dingue. Merci beaucoup pour votre soutien. Les vibes sont incroyables dans l'équipe, mais là encore plus, en vous entendant crier après chaque round. Donc continuez de nous soutenir, ça fait vraiment super plaisir. And this was an insane game, especially on that last Dust 2. Thank you for the content, the clutches, you know, the comebacks. You had a nice pistol on Dust 2 as well. And it's not the first time that you beat Falcons. Last time was in the finals in Shanghai. So, you know, what's so special about you when you face Falcons? And what do you want to remember from this game?
We respect them. They're nice. They're a very nice team, very nice players. And CS it is what it is. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And yeah, it's always a nice game.
Okay, you always enjoy playing against them, right?
Yes, yes.
I mean, maybe they don't today because you won against them. But yeah, deuxième question. C'est pas la première fois que vous battez Falcons. La dernière fois, c'était à Shanghai pour le Asia Championship. Qu'est-ce qu'on en pense de ces games? C'est toujours un honneur de jouer contre eux. C'est une très bonne équipe que tu respectes. Je suis toujours content de les affronter, évidemment. And now, 2 Brazilian teams, Brazilian names are in the top 4. You and Furia. So I want you to tell me what is so special about Brazilian CS. I know you have an Argentinian player as well, and that the roster is international in Furia, but what is so special about that passion for CS in Brazil?
I think there is a lot of players and people behind the scenes who are trying to bring Brazil and South America to the top. So yeah, I think it has been a long time that we don't have like a top 10 teams, like 3 South America teams, the rankings. So and now in a top 4 in a big event. So yeah, that's very nice, and it's nice to be climbing up and be a part of history.
And we could definitely get 100% Brazilian final as well. Of course, we're not teasing anything. Mais ouais, pourquoi le Brésil? Deux équipes déjà brésiliennes dans le top 4. Qu'est-ce qui est spécial à propos du Brésil? Il y a de la passion, il y a énormément de gens qui travaillent behind the scenes, donc dans les coulisses, pour faire briller nous les joueurs brésiliens. Et ça fait plaisir aussi. On n'était pas dans le top des rankings depuis assez longtemps. Et là, faire deux top 4 avec deux équipes différentes, c'est un honneur. And now it's time for you to shine. Once again, Duma, we're gonna head to the key crusher. How are we feeling about crushing Falcon's key?
Yeah, it is what it is. It's nice because we won, but that's it, yeah.
Always respect towards them, of course, but you're gonna see how the crush goes. It's complicated for Falcons. They needed those club championship points to guarantee the top 1. Now it's out of their hands. Legacy move on. Top 4 for Brazil and Argentina in Paris. And they got it together. Duma, I'm gonna welcome you back on the stage. We're gonna see your fans for one last question. I love that double key crush, by the way, doing it with your bro.
Satisfactory. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, it's satisfying to do it, of course. C'est très satisfaisant de le faire in front of your fans. You know, next game you're going to be facing either Team Spirit or Team Vitality. Who do you think you will face in the semi-finals and why?
I don't know. That's
you have to pick. You have to pick. Give me your prediction.
Vitality. Yeah, Vitality. Because of the vibes, French. Vitality. Yeah.
You know how to speak to the crowd, of course. One last word, maybe in Portuguese for your fans also watching at home. And we're very, very happy to have two Brazilian teams in the top 4. Portuguese, you go. You do it as home.
Okay. I want to say thank you to my mom, to my daddy, to my girlfriend who's watching home, my sister. It's been amazing to be here. Thank you guys for your support. And I hope you guys enjoy this event because I think this is just sometimes that happens, this nice event. So, and that's it. And Portuguese, can I do it? Obrigado, mãe. Obrigado, pai. Obrigado, Larissa, assistindo em casa. Obrigado, minha irmã também, minha tia. Obrigado pelo suporte de vocês. Sem vocês não conseguiria estar aqui, então muito obrigado. E vamos Legacy, espero que vocês em casa continuem dando suporte pra gente, que a gente consiga vir pra essa final e conseguir ganhar esse torneio com muita alegria pra vocês. Obrigado.
Thank you very much for your vibes. Thank you again. Congratulations. Tomorrow you can go and see the fans. Mesdames et messieurs, Legacy sont dans le top 4 et il y a un dernier ticket à aller chercher, vous le savez. Team Spirit face à Team Vitality. See you there.
Thank you, Lou, and congratulations on a massive upset from your number 12 in the world. Legacy is now into the semifinals. They are guaranteed Final Four, and they're still playing for a spot in the podium. And, of course, the lion's share of the $2 million prize pool. Let's talk about this victory because, Yanko, we didn't think it was possible. After map 1, you said there was a lot of mistakes. We expected Falcons to take their map choice.
Yeah, they were here. Legacy were in charge of the biggest upset leading up to this point, where this one is even bigger. Beating Falcons, the reigning major champions, and in a 2-0 fashion wasn't something that anyone really expected, I guess, if you're not on the Legacy camp themselves. But they played some good Counter-Strike. They played to win. In the end, it seemed like Falcons were going to be able to recover, but Legacy found a way to close it out on the T side.
Dupree, is it their shot? Is it the swarm that they bring in? What was causing problems for the top dogs? Because you guys highlighted coming into this that when you're going to watch Legacy, they're going to play their best game against the best teams.
Yeah, they surely did so today. I think Falcon, they looked a little bit flat from times, and then also in their energy output inside with the team, like when you could tell from the player cams that something was just a little bit off. And I think this is probably the worst outcome that I've seen Falcons put out since they've got Kerrigan, right? It's one of those games where nothing just really seemingly worked for you, and that just happens even for some of the best teams in the world. And you could just tell that was also haunting for them. I don't think it was a case of them underestimating or not being ready for what they were thrown at them, but things just didn't really work out in the servers, and there was a couple of mistakes. Sometimes you would see them they didn't really have the overview where they had each other, and some simple mistakes just cost them some of those very important rounds. And you can probably look to many directions to why it didn't work out for the Falcons today, but no matter what, the better team won today, and this one's gonna sting for Falcons coming into the season.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for them, obviously in the club championship too, as it was already mentioned. Now this makes it still pretty wide open, and yeah, it's going to be super frustrating because you're just not necessarily caught off guard but what your opponents are doing, but there's skills that happen at a key point in the round where just you're not able to finish them. Try had an unbelievable dust too, right, and was a difference maker in a lot of those rounds down the stretch.
Kyosuke and Monasi at the top of the leaderboard, but nobody able to really go positive against their opponent. Legacy seem to be fragging out. Try, is he our player to watch moving forward? Is it Art, the guy who set the tone in the pistol round? Who do you have eyes on moving forward?
No, obviously, Try has to be the one mentioned this game, right? He had an immense amount of impact, and it was good to see that he... I mean, like it's wrong saying that he lives up to the expectations that we've had for him, right? But he's been on the rise for the last 4 years, and now it kind of feels like he's finally gotten into a team that hopefully can take him to those new heights. And I think that's also what he hopefully sees himself like, that now I have a team that I can start working with. And I think that's always a good thing. Looking at Legacy from also back before Try joined this team, like they always had the rifles to do it. Like they had Duma and Lado carrying the massive weight, but Satsun maybe lacked that little extra firepower that Try now brings, maybe having a bit of a star written on his back, right? So it's good to see that he already from the first tournament he gets with the team gets to have such an impact.
Yanko, this is my first time in over 10 years seeing Counter-Strike outside of a DreamHack. Do you think the fans from Vitality who were hate watching against the Falcons had any impact on this match, or was this simply settled in-game?
I don't think so. I think both of these teams have played in front of crowds before and bigger than this and in a lot more noise, right? I think maybe for the side of Legacy, they do a good job of getting themselves going anyway, right? So seeing how people are on their side, maybe it was a little bit of a factor.
Win or loss, this man is always going to be one of my favorites. The great IGL Kerrigan is behind the scenes for an exit interview.
Kerrigan here on the outside of the Falcons' loss and elimination on the Counter-Strike 2 side of things of Esports World Cup. Legacy today, let's talk a little bit about some of these T sides. Let's start talking about Mirage. What was it that was keeping Falcons from securing T side rounds on Mirage?
I think it's a map we're still working on. Obviously haven't been a good map for us since I joined. Today I think they kind of forced us in uncomfortable situations that we could manage. So started on the wrong foot with saving first gun round. Kind of like economy got a little bit strange after that, and yeah, they just played better than us on Mirage in my opinion.
Monasi at 7 openers, 22 frags. Kerrigan, on a personal level, you've shown the CS world a glimpse into being a very direct sort of leader in how you want to approach things within the squad and making these players do what you need them to do in the server. How is it that you think that went wrong here?
I think Legacy is a good team to challenge your playstyle. They are trying to enforce their game really upon the enemies. They want to control the game a lot. And I think they did that really well. We also had issue with them in Shanghai. So when they're playing like this, they're really a tough opponent to play against. We saw what they did to Navi yesterday. I think in the end we should have had Dust 2, but we didn't play up to our best on Dust 2. There was a little bit maybe stress or tension within the team just because of the way they play. We are not giving the same situations that we normally do, and yeah, I think they played a great game, and I think I can answer that better if I rewatched a bit.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. Look, and I happen to notice Kyosuke back in the server warming up before the desk is even done talking about map 1. So what was said? What happened out there?
Yeah, I think we kind of reset from the map. I think we came in pretty good to those 2 or showed the mentality in the end, but they just kept pressuring long and we're losing a little bit on information. And like I said, I think they played great today. Did we play our best? No, probably not. That's a learning curve we need to be part of, and again, it's a journey for the team. This is a team who beat us twice now, so we need to find a solution for next time when they're playing this good.
Commiserations, Kerrigan, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kerrigan. Always a class act, and we have a very happy player now joining us in this studio. Let's turn our attention to a man who is frying in that final game. Welcome in, Tri. How are we feeling after the win? And this is a big one in Paris, but how big is this for your career?
Thank you, first of all. I'm very happy. This is my first time winning on a big stage. This is my first time playing actually in playoffs or like in a big stage, so I'm really happy.
Tri, I want to ask you, obviously, first of all, congrats a lot. That was a massive performance out of you, and you've been a player that we've looked out for maybe the last 4 to 5 years, and now you find yourself in Legacy. Can you just put a little bit of words in where you see yourself in your journey in your own career?
Yeah, so like the past few years, they have been rough for me. Like I played with the guys before, Lat on the Mao, and they kept like going up, and I felt like I didn't progress in my CS career. Same with 9Z, like they were like winning events, getting playoffs, getting top 5 on Valve ranking. So it's been pretty rough watching from that side, but this is my first time that I get the chance to play on tier 1 team. I'm really happy.
Do you feel like this is what was holding you back, just sort of not really being in the right situation for yourself to shine, but that the skill was always there for you?
I mean, yes and no. I've also not been in shape the last few years, like the last 3 years in my opinion. Maybe at the end of Imperial I was playing well, but in my opinion my level was not on point. But I'm really happy to be on Legacy. I feel like these guys have my back. It's a different feeling from the other teams. Like anyone can shine, and it's the first time I feel that.
Tri, we started with 32 teams here in group stages. You are moving into the final 4, and you're joining squads like Furia and Foot. This has been a big surprise for everyone making brackets at home. What is it about this new level of competition that is causing problems for the old guard? What do you guys bring to the table? Because we see a lot of youngsters breaking in.
I feel like Legacy is a very aggressive team. If you don't, if you're not on your day, we will punish you. So same for Foot, right? They play the kind of same CS, and I think they're a very dangerous team. Nowadays, I don't think there's a clear top 1, so anyone can beat anyone.
I just really want to ask you about Art also, because you know he's a guy that you talked about. You get along with him very well, and you feel like he's bringing a lot to the team. And I think we all know what Art did with Furia, right? Do you think Art is like a better version of himself from what he was back in Furia?
To be honest, I didn't know how he was on Furia, but from what I've heard, he's a lot better. The guy is a genius. He deserves a lot more credit than he gets, in my opinion. He's actually one of the smartest players I've ever played with. So yeah, props to him that he's a great leader and in-game leader as well.
Oh, you guys took down Navi, you took down Falcons. We have Vitality Spirit going up next. How do you feel about that matchup?
I want to play Vitality. I want to play with the crowd cheering for Vitality. And if we win, if we win and get to the finals, it will be probably one of the hardest brackets ever, right? Around.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I want to play Vitality.
You want to play against the crowd. Can you explain that for me? Why this extra level of challenge required?
I don't know. It's something I want to experience in my career.
Well, I have a feeling you might get your wishes if the Vitality fans are as loud for their team as they were for you. Was it weird having them cheering for you in that last match?
Not really. I think Legacy is a team that people like, so yeah.
Final question I have for you is, who did we not talk about enough that you think deserves the community's attention? Who do you want to call out from Legacy?
I mean all of the guys, but the one that surprised me the most, it's Nissim, because I didn't play with him. The guy's insane. He's super talented at the game, so yeah.
thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on another 2-0 here at EWC. We'll see you in the Final Four.
Thank you, guys.
That is Try. He's joining us here in the studio for now. When we come back, we have the final quarterfinal. It is a banger lock-in still to come. It could be a grand final, and it's in the round of 8. Vitality taking on Donkin Spirit after this.
A gente tem que ir travando daqui a pouco.
Para a mira sem choque, né?
Bater B.
Pode parar a mira, pode parar a mira.
Bater B. Meio, na porta do meio. Na porta do meio. Esquerda, só atrás.
Eu tô ficando varando o alto. Faz barulho.
Na porta do meio ainda.
Boa, caralho!
Cancelato. My best player in the team.
I'd pick Ziu because he's the best player, so I like to compare myself to him.
I pick Zaiwu because he's best player in the world and I want to beat him.
Xantares because he's a legend.
I'm gonna fight the goat of China.
I think I would pick Jacob for the aim. I think just to watch how quick I get deleted.
Probably Messi because he has like weird controls, so maybe he's gonna mess it up with that.
Zayu. For the skill, only for the win, Zayu.
Dunk all the way. Wikaja because he's a monster, high sense monster.
In Molodai, I think so. It will be fun. He's very fun, and it will be an amazing duo. I think so.
I think Zayu is a really nice guy.
Me, of course. I'm not a good player, but of course, no one. That team is amazing.
Hard question, hard to choose. If I had to go with Byzantix.
Maybe Flimsy for pick Dunk in the Vitality.
Apex gonna be old, but I don't know which people can replace him. You know.
Masu. I didn't see that much impact from him right now.
Probably Messi, so I could take his place.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Super important game happening today, Spirit against Vitality. It's a quarterfinal that we're going to be watching, but ahead of that, we have the lovely Taras joining us, the Chief Growth Officer from Spirit, to give us a bit of an insight as to the club championship points, because of course CS is very important, but so is EWC with the CC stuff. I want to talk about the way that the organization has performed this year. You've won MLBB, quarters in Dota, now your quarters in CS2. Was there a plan heading into this year's EWC in terms of the teams you picked up and why?
No, we hadn't any plans. Our main goal to show the good performance for the game. And these club points is a good bonus for us, but the main goal is a performance, sure.
The performance has been there, so that's really good. And it also has allowed you guys to move up the standings every year. In 2024, you're on 20th. Last year, 16th. Now you're already on 13th. Maybe you win this, you go up to 10th, right? Would be a nice little extra check bonus.
I don't know. We are moving like step by step, and it's okay for us to be 25th, 5th, now 10th. I don't know. It's okay. So the main goal is a performance for us. We want to win. So yeah.
When it comes then to the future, do you think that will change? Are you looking to maybe pick up more rosters and score more points, or are you continuously focusing on making sure that you have the rosters that will perform well?
Yeah. Because we don't want to make like the big amount of rosters of disciplines. No, we need some disciplines, some strong, some powerful guys, and we have our way. So we are moving through this.
Well, you guys are doing really well. You're moving through the competition in CS as well. But I have to ask you, you're playing Vitality, French crowd, Boo's probably going to be here. What are your expectations?
I really love that we are playing in Paris versus Vitality, because it's like the home of Vitality. And I really want to see how French fans cheering up for their team. So yeah, I think it will be good. It will be perfect. I am so excited.
All right, well, you do have the opportunity to do the funniest thing going up against Vitality today, but thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. That's it from us. Back over to you guys.
Come over here, come look at this. This man thinks Dong is better than Zyro, and he's asking people to change his mind. 30 seconds to do it. We got a Vitality fan. Let's see if it's possible. Start the timer, my friend. And it is going.
Okay, so Zero is better because more major, more MVP, more major MVP, more stats. If Dong cannot play, Spirit lose every time. So, but Vitality win if Zero not playing. Zero is better with AK, with M4, with Glock, with USP, better mental, better history. So you can't say that. Zero is better than Dong. Dong is good, yes, but Zero is better, bro. Start talking.
He loves Dong, but this guy gave a lot of reasons. What do you guys think? Let us know. But in my opinion, it's anyone's game.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
After EWC last year, we had a bit of a drier streak, I guess, of not as many trophies, but we ended the year well with the major. In the first part of the year, we lifted 5 trophies.
You know, in competition, you need to lose, and that's what happened in Cologne. We lost to Falcon in a close game. They played better than us. We didn't show up at that day, and that's how it happens. You can't, like always, reach all your goals. We did it for 18 months. This one was not meant to be, and that's life. We need to move on. It's competition.
We're here at EWC. It's one of our big goals of the season. We want to make sure we get back to our level. Of course, always a lot of pressure and expectations, but that's why we're one of the best teams in the world, is to make sure that we can deal with that pressure and view it as a privilege as well.
We try to bring the process into it again. We've been practicing the best way we could. So now it's to move on into the competition. Let's see how it goes.
It's always nice to have the home support and a lot of fans there. I think, especially with Vitality, the fan base is so great. They've always been so supportive when you're playing on your home soil, especially for Apex and Zoe, who have that feeling as well. And I think everyone wants to make the fans proud, to make it worth it, and that's our main goal, is to bring this trophy home.
Yeah, of course, I hope we're gonna play in front of them as much as we can. It's in like the place we won the last major, so I really want to play there again because it was like the best memory I have in Counter-Strike.
The Golden Hornets are always great support. They're always loud. We always make sure we hear them. So just a huge thank you and a huge shout out to them. I think it's such a pleasure to have those fans cheering for us, and we just want to make you guys proud. We know we're just a few steps away of being back to our best. We've had good preparation coming into EWC. If we play to our strengths and focus on ourselves, we should be in a good place to lift the trophy.
Greatness is not defined in a single moment, but by excellence across many. Doing so again and again doesn't just define a legacy, it defines an era. But like the greats of old, every era must end. As strength wanes and losses mount. Before you wish it, your reign has ended. And your era has reached its final day. But not today.
And we are back. It is the final fight in our round of 8. Who is moving in to the final semifinal spot? Well, it's about to be told if it's going to be Vitality or this squad. I just heard noise that Team Spirit is rolling in. And Yanko, this is the one team that has not graced our main stage. And if you're looking at the world numbers, they have a higher ranking than Vitality right now. Team Spirit's coming in at number 2 on HLTV, Vitality at number 4. Who do you think, though, has more fans in the venue right now?
I think Vitality, without a doubt, probably in a lot of spots where they go. I think it would have been Vitality. But yeah, we were saying coming into this event, like, it's going to be a chance at redemption for a lot of these teams. Spirit losing to Mouse in the Bounty finals, Vitality losing to Falcons at the Major, Spirit as well. Who stands where, right? And both these teams now have to face off against each other after having even shaky games here, right? Spirit losing to GG Cow, Vitality losing to Bait, so a lot on the line in this one.
Dupree, let's take a look at some graphics while you rest that hand. I saw you signing countless autographs here in Paris. This guy is famous, the 5-time major champion. Well, you're playing among some familiar faces, but Vitality has had Spirit's number. In the last 6 meetings, they have beaten down their opponent. Is this a mismatch for Spirit?
Look, it's always interesting when we get to see some of the best teams going out against each other, and also when we do get to have this Saiwu Dunk face to face. But like the team history just speaks for itself. Like the head-to-head just speaks in the favor of Vitality. The last six times these guys have faced off against each other, Vitality has won. And at this point, you know, Spirit haven't beaten this Vitality iteration yet. So there's a lot on the line for Spirit. They haven't really been cracking the number. We've had some pretty close series, but in the end, Vitality has always been out on top. And in all honesty, I don't think anything's going to change today.
I got to know what this is, though. How are you a number 2 seed in the world, but struggle with the number 4 seed? Is it a play style? Is it a star player in an op position? What is happening here?
I think also, you know, the rankings can be very volatile at the time. Vitality has been the best team in the world for the last year and a half, right? And have been in form for much of that. Spirit with Donk is always going to be a contender, but the interesting thing to me is they only played once this year, right? That they hadn't had the opportunity to face off against each other some more, and that was actually when Sotvik was behind Spirit for the first time in Rio, and they had that great performance getting all the way up to the grand final. So not as many opportunities to square off against each other, but I still think Vitality will be the favorite in this.
Dupree, we mentioned there are 3 superstars in the league right now that are fighting for the number 1 spot in Counter-Strike. With Modesty on the sideline for the rest of this tournament, it opens the door for Zaiwu and Donk. We need to highlight the 2 players on the left. What do casual fans need to know about Rockstars in this scene?
It's obviously 2 players that are bringing in firepower, they're bringing in star potential, and they show that time and time again. It's also 2 players that are very different because they also have 2 different, very different roles, where Donk is obviously a rifler when Saiwu being the arbor over on the side of Vitality, but both players have such a great output, and it seems like it's this constant battle between these 2 about who can actually make the most count and be the best player of the world. And I think it's a conversation that keeps going back and forth, right? Because then you see Donk pop off and you can see the output that he has in his team where some of his teammates is lacking, and then you turn to Saiwu, who is like the better, because Saiwu has everything. I don't feel like he's lacking anything whatsoever.
I'm so bummed that didn't get caught on camera. They're launching t-shirts in here. One of them landed right next to Dupree, and a little boy tried to jump this wall. Failed. I picked it up also. Yanko, while that was happening off screen, you guys were locked into what we're about to see on screen. Let's talk a little bit about our teams, starting with Vitality. They had the fans on their feet. They were going off in this venue in the phase matchup. What has Vitality showed you, and who is their star player in the initial matchup on stage?
I think Vitality has shown that even when they're not playing their A game, they can still do enough to win, right? And that's what happened on Dust 2, which was actually their own map pick, and just managing to eke out the win 13-11 was actually huge. And then ZywOo happened, right, on the second map on Cash. First time we've seen Vitality play it, and it's going to be a very important map for them moving forward. Show that they can play Cash on a pretty high level early on.
That was one of my favorite plays from Cash. Of course, ZywOo and Apex just playing with their food outside on the boxes. And as you mentioned, this man started dropping the numbers that you were hinting he could, Dupree. Does ZywOo have a bigger game today? Does he need to against the likes of Shiro and Spirit?
Like, ZywOo always shows up, and in the games where he doesn't, he still puts out fracking potential that most players can't even catch up to. So he's always someone that you have to be counting on, and he's a big part to why Vitality has found so much success. He's a player that just keeps on bringing in, and he's such a humble guy, but he's not humble towards his opponents, I can tell you that.
One of the stars when it came to the pistol rounds was Flamesy. Let's take a look at this player because we've talked a lot about the Frenchman in Apex and ZywOo. What else do we need to know about the rest of this roster for Vitality?
It's incredible the start of the year that he has had, right? Like, he was looking like, he's going to be the opener of the year. When all is said and done, slowed down somewhat towards the middle of the year. But I think for him and Mezzy, those are some of the most overqualified support players that you're going to find, right? And I think the personality of the guys, how they fit with the rest of the team, is what makes Vitality so strong. Like, they're selfless, they don't care, they'll do whatever Apex tells them, right, in order to win, and that's what makes Vitality so strong.
They are 2 Mappa wins from breaking into the semifinal behind the tutelage of that man, the great from France, playing alongside the greatest of all time at Counter-Strike. Their teammate Mezzy is behind the scenes with Frail. Let's get his thoughts before the games kick off.
It's a big game. Everybody is talking about it's Vitality taking on Spirit. But Mezzy, you haven't had much of a problem since you faced Spirit. I believe it was back in October 2024 was the last time you lost to them. Why have you always been able to get the better of Spirit?
I think stylistically we match up pretty well. I think we prepare the game very well as well. And I mean, Donk is always good, but I think over the time, I think he's not been the usual Donk against us. But you never know. We've had these records against a lot of teams, had a lot of teams' numbers, but in the past. But then you never know. The next game is always different. We've not looked our best, and I think of course, they didn't play a flawless tournament so far either. But I think, we've prepared the game as we usually do, and we're looking forward to this one.
Now, Donk versus ZywOo. ZywOo never really seems that bothered about it, but you know him better than I do. Does it matter just a little bit to ZywOo to be getting a win and some good numbers versus him?
ZywOo always wants to be playing well and making sure he can help the team win. I think that's why he's been number 1 for so long, is the reason that he still has a bit of an ego, because you have to have that as a top player, and he wants to make sure he's performing and putting up numbers. And that's what you have to have as expectations as well as a number 1 player. You need to make sure that you are consistent, and I think Donk is the same. He wants to make sure he's playing well, and of course he cares and wants to make sure he performs well, but the first thing I think ZywOo is always wants to make sure that we win as well.
Final question for you, Mezzy, just because the next event we're going to be seeing you on parental leave. So what do you want to prove before we have a little bit of time away from the server?
I think for me it's just about getting back to winning ways. I think it's been a few events where we haven't lifted a trophy, so it'd be nice to get back to lifting a trophy. And hopefully we can do that. I think we're improving with each game, and of course we have some tough games. We have maybe the tougher side of the bracket, but teams that you see upsets all over the place, you see teams not playing the best, and I think for us, we just want to get back to winning ways, and it'll be the perfect place to do it here in Paris as well.
Won't keep you a moment longer then, Mezzy. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
We got all kind of kids popping out in the esports scene. Love to hear that from Mezzy, that he's going on parental leave. Apex, of course, mentioning in his winning interview that he is expecting a lot of growing up has been done in the last 10 years in the CS scene. But on the other side of the stage, you have a lot of youth. It's going to be led by Donk, of course, when we look at the statistics. And I want to know, Yanko, is chat right? Is he the only good one on his team? Because they're just pointing out the stats and everyone else has red numbers while he's got green.
Well, I think you'd probably put Shiro in there as well, who has had some bad games at this event, but for the most part is pretty consistent. And I think it's when you look at that second star on the rifle, right? Like, that's what Tanir was sort of you figuring out. That's what he's brought to be. And in their uptick of form, Spirit, he was getting more responsibility. He was being more proactive. He was finding that impact. And then now with Halley coming back, you're seeing some of those positions relinquished to Zontix, and his output just hasn't been there. And that's why some games, it really does feel like it's the Dong show.
And that's just where a little bit of my issue with Spirit, where there's something rotten in the team right now. I think there's something that is, you know, that's not really under control. And just looking by the stats, we know how good Dunk is, so we can just put him out of the picture. I think Shiro has always been his sidekick, you know, try and step it up to make it competitive. He's a very solid player. But it's when you turn your attention to the rest of the three. I'm not sure what type of input I'm supposed to get out of those guys. And right now, it just feels like they're having a hard time figuring out where they want to be heading with it. And when you look at the side of Vitality, you know the output you're going to have from Saibu, but you also know the output from the likes of Robs. And then you can turn attention to both Messi, but also Flames. And that is where they just look to be more solid as a team. And it's really where I think this matchup is going to be put into. I really think the fact that Vitality have more players with a higher impact, with a higher output, is going to be the deciding factor when you take a game like Spirit.
Because it allows you for Vitality to just focus on Dong.
That's what I mean.
Like, and send two guys, okay, if you trade them 2 for 1, like, we're fine. Like, because the other guys can't punish us. And that's the thing also with Shiro is, like, he's a good player, but he's not the guy that's going to create you advantages, right? Like, he's the closer. He's incredible in the clutch. He's good with the pistols. He's a smart player. He's good with utility, you know, but he's not an op like Molotov is or Monesi is, that Zaiwu can be, and some of these other guys that are really aggressive and go out there and try to find openings and set the tone of the game, right? Like, he sits back, gives that space to the likes of Donk, and then he steps up in the mid to late rounds.
Team Spirit is fighting for a spot in the semifinals for a reason. We'll be dialing in on the squad in a moment, but first, let's get our pulse on the crowd. Fancy, welcome back to CS. How loud is it out there?
Oh, trust me, Bucket, it's quite loud out here. The crowd is electric, and Team Spirit fans, they know that they're gonna make it and they're gonna take their revenge. You can hear the boos, but they don't care. They're right here. But Lou, what do you got over there?
What did you say? You said loud. Loud with the Spirit fans? That's what I'm calling loud here with the Vitality fans. This is not the first time that they've taken down Spirit. So I want to ask you boys, why is it going to be the same this time? Pourquoi est-ce que vous allez encore rebattre Spirit aujourd'hui?
Bah, comme d'hab, hein. Donc Chiro, c'est gentil, ça marche bien, mais là on est à la maison là. Donc ça part pas.
Donk is cute, is kind, but here we are home.
Bah parce qu'on a Zaiwu en fait.
Pas mal comme raison, because we have Zaiwu. Fancy, do you have Zaiwu in your team? I don't think so.
We might not have Zaiwu, but we have Donk. But what do you want to say to the crowd right now?
Not even Donk. Just one thing, guys. Zaiwu, try to stay calm, brother. We coming.
They're coming. They just told you they're coming. I'm telling you, Lou, Spirit, I think they got this in the bag.
We can barely hear you guys. We can barely hear what you guys are saying. Vous le dites, on vous entend pas, mais c'est vous qu'on va entendre, les gars. Back to the desk, we're gonna get one shot from Vitality to show the French passion. Guys, let's go.
Vita! Vita! Vita!
Nothing like grown men in full-size onesies dressed up as bumblebees cheering on Daddy Apex. Vitality fans are roaring here live in Paris. You see the dictator flag flying in the back. King Apex looking for another big win on home soil. Can he get them to the arena on Sunday? Well, he's going to have to power through Donk and crew. Let's dive back into the Spirit team because I wanted to ask you guys a little bit about Magic. So I was going through the notes, and of course, he's not going to be my sniper to look at. What is his role on the job, and how much pressure do you have going up against the other guy on the other side of the stage?
Well, he's the captain of the team, the in-game leader, right? He's going to be calling all the shots, and see, this is his first year of doing that, right? Brought into the team at the start of the year with that different role. And I think it's been rather impressive for someone who only took it up, right? Had no coach behind him at the major, made it all the way to the semifinal. And their T-sides, you know, the way they approach the game haven't been that bad. Some of the mid-rounding has also been good. Had to go through these coaching changes. You know, Hallie had to take a leave of absence due to some health issues. They had Sotvik behind him. Now Hallie is back. And these dynamics change. Magics had to do a lot more in the meantime. So I don't think he's going to be feeling the pressure that much.
Dupree, we just got some new graphics on our screen. Walk us through the veto process.
Well, first of all, I think the fact that we don't get to see Inferno is a good one on Spirit. That is their permaban, and that is the best map that we have been looking for Vitality. And we do get the Anubis pick in here, and that makes perfect sense in my books, because that is that one map that you've been trying to look for a weakness in Vitality's map book for so long. And they've played it 4 times, but they haven't won it yet. So there's a lot of good, interesting picks in this one. And then turning attention to Nuke, that is also Vitality. They're having a really good streak in that one, and Cash is not going to be in that one. So obviously, right now, it looks like Spirit is cooking something.
Dust is the decider. No, Vitality actually goes for Mirage over it. I was thinking with their results historically, you know, that would be something where they want to take it, but they go for Mirage. And yeah, Anubis is just where people have been targeting Vitality in the last couple of months. You know, the likes of Falcons, Navi have found success against them on that map, and we'll see if they were able to sort of, in the off-season, put some work on it and improve their level.
Can you tell me a little bit about that second map, Nuke? We haven't seen it yet today. Dupree, expectations from when we get to game 2.
Well, obviously, since it's the Vitalis map, you know, they must have cooked something up. And I think it's also a map where you get to isolate Donk a little bit. He's going to be looking for those fights. And isolating Donk is always going to be a good thing, right? Either you want to avoid him or you want to try and isolate him, make it a little bit more difficult for him. But it's also a map where Vitalis have found success in the past. So, and Apex can really go in on the T-side and try and make things work for the team. So all in all, I mean, like it's a map that also makes sense picking against Spirit. It's also a map that Spirit have had their struggles on lately. So all in all, I think it's a map that speaks in favor of Vitality here.
Yanko, the last 2 times we've been rushing you at predictions, I told him give us a bonus minute to break this one down and nibble on it. So with a minute to go, 76% of the fans at home are choosing Vitality. 24% feel that Spirit is moving into your Final 4.
I think that's fair, because Vitality as a squad is just stronger, right? And despite the fact that they had a couple of rough results, I mean, we're still talking about arguably the greatest team to ever play Counter-Strike, right? And their last year and a half has been absolutely unbelievable. I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt that they can bounce back here, especially in front of home soil. We know how much it means for Apex and Zaiwu too. Like, they'll be extra motivated to take down Spirit.
I'm just fairly confident that Vitality is taking this one 2-0. I think it's because mainly the teamwork on Vitality is so much better, and I have not been impressed with what Spirit has shown so far. And they are so reliant on having Donk having such a good game, and I think Vitality will have the exact right plan to go out and make sure he doesn't.
Final call, 2 maps or 3?
Let's say 3. Let's give the fans a show.
We're going to 3 maps here. The final battle of Friday night. Make some noise for Counter-Strike live at EWC Paris.
We're very happy that now we made it to playoffs and we know we can start playing our game, because this is where we know the other teams, we know how we play and we know what we're capable of. So it's going to be way better for us and we're very confident. Well, Spirit are a good team. The biggest matchup, Donk against Zaiwu, and that's something exciting even for the players who are on the server. It's going to be a very exciting game for all of us, because we know how good the teams can play.
We are just finally getting better. It still feels and looks like extremely shaky, but overall there's some kind of an upward trajectory. Vitality form seems shaky. They have to be extremely motivated for the tournament that is ongoing in Paris, because, you know, this is homeland for the organization and some of players. They're willing to give their best, so we have to do the same if we want to beat them.
So I want to say thanks to the French crowd. You're amazing. You've been so loud to us and so supporting and so energizing. I'm excited to play against Spirit, because I know we have one more player in our team with us, and that's definitely you. So see you on the server, and I'm excited to hear you guys. Chubbies.
I hope that it's going to be a time for revenge. Just cheer for Team Spirit.
By legacy, the Giant Killers have destroyed and crushed Falcons Key along with their hopes and dreams. Team Vitality have a huge chance in securing very vital club championship points. But quarterfinals are on the end now, and we're about to witness one of the best matches we've seen today.
Yes, Fancy, let's stop talking about the past. Les gars, est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour le main event? I think they're ready for it, Fancy. Let's get it. Let's get it. We're gonna get on that stage because the last time those two teams faced each other, it was in Rio for IEM, and it was a stomp, a complete sweep in the grand finals. So their opponents, Team Spirit, are only gonna get one chance, an only chance to get revenge here in Paris.
That's right, but Team Spirit, they have to do this against a crowd with thousands of fans supporting the other team. I think it's time we call them out.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have a 6 player on the server. Mesdames et messieurs, c'est l'heure pour moi de m'incliner. Bienvenue à vos rois, bienvenue à vos princes. Vitality! This is a team that has spent the past years making winning look easy and established a standard. The entire CS scene envied them. V for victory n'a jamais été aussi vrai que sur les dernières années pour Vitality. They are the absolute crowd's favorite in Paris, but that also comes with immense expectations. They stumbled once and served immediately, and that is exactly what made a roster a great team. Mais peuvent-ils être les princes de la ville encore une fois, ici, à Paris?
And their opponent, Team Spirit! Their route through Paris has had its rough edges, but Spirit at full speed remain one of the most frightening teams in Counter-Strike. But the crowd is riding against them. Vitality have been a door they have struggled to open. If they want the semi-finals, this is the night they have to kick it down.
It's the Hive versus the Spirit. It's Dawn versus Zaiwu, and so much more to come. This is our last quarterfinals at the STC Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, faites du bruit!
Two of Counter-Strike's best rosters, but a head-to-head that tells one story. Team Vitality, they've never lost. No iteration of Team Spirit has been able to take down Vitality since adding ROPS at the start of 2025. We're talking 14 maps to 2. We're talking 6 series to 0. We're talking groups, playoffs, grand finals. None of it has been enough to a Team Spirit. So here on home soil, what will change today?
Yeah, it's certainly the most kind of stressful circumstances for Team Spirit to try and break that streak that Vitality have. And I mean, this is a Spirit that have looked far from their best here at EWC. They've had their struggles, they've had their pitfalls. But you could say in those groups, maybe the same about Vitality. Some early stumbles going to pick up a bit of steam, a bit of strength as the tournament went on.
Yeah, both these teams have stepped up inside of the playoffs at least, delivering 2-0s in their round of 16 game. Falcons thrown to the wayside. This half of the bracket is now opened up. This is your chance. Team Spirit with a punish pick, a map Vitality have struggled on since its reintroduction to the map pool. 5 losses in a row. Spirit here to punish. Dust 2 banned out by Vitality to finish a BO3. A map they've shown weakness on, that Donk has always loved. These teams know they're susceptible. It's all about who shows up on the day.
So Team Spirit in the huddle leading into this one. You heard from Magix, not shying away from the struggles that they've had, but feeling like the progress is there, the moves in the right direction. But there's a lot of questions swirling around this Spirit squad. Some of the games we've seen from them here at EWC. A trend that sure is moving in the right direction, but is that enough when you're up against the home crowd heroes?
We may have questions, but that is not on Donk. 1.57 rating, he has had an incredible run. Despite his team's struggles, we've seen some lows from Shiro in groups, we've seen Zontix struggle to get going at all. And so you've got to rely on the guy, the man, who you always do here inside of Team Spirit. Saiwu has also not had his best event. Of course, the standards are so high for these two best players in the world. But what they may lack in one player, they make up for in others. Vitality throughout the last 18 months have proven no scoreline is too far gone. No game is lost. Some incredible resilience on display, even yesterday against FaZe on Dust 2. I think it's for the best that Vitality have found it out in this matchup. They always do against Spirit, who always pick it against them. I mentioned earlier the head-to-head 14-2. Only 2 maps won by Team Spirit. At least one of them is showing today in Vitality's pick. Electric atmosphere. Spirit having to get used to getting booed again. They just turned the crowd around. But we're in Paris now.
I mean, this is a Vitality that were the faces of Counter-Strike this past year and a half. And sure, they took their stumble, they swallowed their pride at the major, but here they are in their home city where they want to get back to their winning ways. It's home soil, it's the team that kept French Counter-Strike on the map and then swallowed the spotlight whole. Paris, are you ready for a quarterfinal?
T-side start on Anubis, not the worst place to be here for Vitality despite their struggles. Bound to be an uphill battle come that second half. Team Spirit with a lot of utility. Slow and steady, but you can see where Vitality are ending just based on that mini-map. Spirit right now don't have the read. Great util from Spirit, but Vitality have to go.
They're coming right through. There's an opener. Flames the guy to get it going, and that will be a bomb plant for Vitality. Instantly, you're on the back foot if you're Team Spirit. Out of position, rotating in, a man down for this retake. Now, Dong's been hiding out here the whole damn time, but Flames has not taken his eyes off this position. Still, Dong finds the first. No follow-up yet for Vitality, as right now Spirit sweep the board. Finally, Rob's going to claw one back. Down here into Dark, Saiwu quelled, and that is one hell of a turnaround. Team Spirit from the back foot get a pistol to kickstart this quarterfinal.
Yeah, man down, no position, but Donk stays alive in the sight, and you see how worthwhile that is. 3 massive headshots in that post plant, put a Spirit pistol on the board. It's a nice idea for Vitality, and even though Spirit's util didn't do much to slow them down, that bomb plant will certainly speed us up. Force Spy going to come in here in the second. 2 AKs. That might catch you by surprise. It's going to leave Flames and Mezzi with no armor, but I say it's worth it. Quiet in anticipation.
Saiwu's going right through that. No respect paid to Zontix's smoke. And in comes the hit. Again, it was the opener for Vitality. So another retake being demanded of from Team Spirit. Donk leads the charge. He's got Tanier in alongside him. Trades go even this time around, but there's a follow-up from Shiro, and Mezzi's living on borrowed time. Again, Spirit pulling through a man down.
Oh man, these are impressive rounds of Spirit, right? It seems like Vitality had the perfect read there. Zontix anti-flash, and there is no flash. Saiwu just comes through the smoke. Full back turned, easy 5v4. Bomb makes its way in, but doesn't even go down here for Vitality.
And I think, you know, with how these first few rounds have gone, these are great kind of pressure alleviators for Team Spirit, right? You felt the moment they walked in to this arena, just how hostile the environment was, right? The cheers for Vitality, I would say, outweighed by the boos for Team Spirit. You get a couple of rounds like that where you're on the back foot and you still find success, and that is just gonna dial you in. So a chance now to dine on these pistols, a chance at a 3-0 lead for Team Spirit. You're never going to get them for free up against Vitality. These Deagles get a lot of ground out towards mid.
Careful.
Just can't jump the gun here. 3-on-3, Vitality is pretty split up as far as it goes. Messi lurking out towards this B-bomb site. Bomb floating around the water. You have these two players trying to roam and search. But you're not going to get any more of these freebies on smoke pushes.
Spirit getting curious in the mid-round. Push here with all three together. That leaves a lot of timings open, but timings that haven't been taken. Vitality getting grouped as well. There's Lurk, looking well timed, but Donk never far away. Looking over his shoulder still. 35 seconds as Vitality tried to split this bomb site.
Oh my goodness, that's a Messi Deeg. If ever I haven't seen one, he's caught Donk. Zontix now really feeling the pressure as they clamp down on him. And so a lot being asked of here, right as Tania rounds the corner, he gets iced out.
I mean, they can't win the easy ones, put them in no armor pistols, suddenly it looks free. Excellent shots by Messi's Deagle. I love the way they isolate Zontix in heaven there. They got the spot off his jiggle and they 3-2-1, same time peak. On digging Donk. Not something you see often. And a massive pickup here for Vitality early, because for every round the Spirit get on this CT side, Vitality have to one-up it, and they have really struggled on this map. Donk, of course. Armed and dangerous. No one else. Spirit with a bit of a lean. Vitality, they've got a bone to pick with Zontix. He's double naded the corner in A main, really trying to punish this A anchor. Going to pull back, perhaps, into the stack. Getting their ducks in a row now. 1 minute on the clock. Executes Levy.
I mean, you just kind of think for Spirit fans watching around the world, the question isn't really around Donk. It's around what version do you get out of the other four, the rest of this team. And they will get put through their paces here.
Faked out.
Stack over towards B. But that bomb making its move now into main. Apex getting a lot of info from this position down in dark, but they've sacrificed quite a few players for this, so gotta get a move on the A side of the map. Being diligent in clearing everything, but the fake has worked wonders. They're a man down with a bomb plant. Vitality, they'll put Spirit on the clock.
Yeah, no kit as well. This could be a problem, but we got Donk and Zontix armed coming in together in this CT side. Deep position for Robs, but giving up fights early is exactly what Spirit wants, so this has to be profitable. Great flash, no move off the back of it. Second one, Robs looks to activate, and we got players who made it past him. Another gun grabbed. It's getting messy in this 2v4.
Getting Messi in this 2v4 because he's on for a tear, and there's the save. The Brit and the Frenchman side by side. And they'll safeguard Vitality there in a round that was getting massively out of hand.
Oh, that was scary indeed. A nice, aggressive post-plant move for Vitality. Almost let Spirit back in with a force buy of their own. Love to see the Spirit at least being sacrificial for Donk, right? Coming around corners, letting him trade, putting that M4 to use. But Messi, these are incredible shots, all supported by Zaiwu in the site. Messi's had a lot of impact in these 2-1 rounds here for Team Vitality. Spirit have nothing but Donk's Deagle. I think Vitality was shocked at how well that fake worked. All 5 players of Spirit pulled off to the wrong side of the map. Yet to see any threat in the water from Spirit in this game. Vitality getting full control. That's the first attempt. Denied. So has his captain's back.
Good thing he did. I think that would have been very frustrating death for Apex.
They're side by side for a couple more years at least. Should be no world here. Flash comes through. But we got numbers for Vitality shredding through Team Spirit.
Just been a stat pad round for ZywOo, really.
I love how cautious they are, right? Sure, they're waiting for the bomb. There is no hurry to finish this round for Vitality. Check the scoreboard, you see Donk's alive. You know you've got to be careful. Bomb down. Flames, he can begin the hunt here.
ZywOo's on for the ace. Not going to get it, but just a nice little warm-up round for the French start. ZywOo's getting 4. Vitality are very, very happy. Certainly want him with hot hands in this quarterfinal.
All right, we got to go around now. Everything to play with for everyone. You have to see orbs in this map. Ops with a water flash, perhaps a reaction to aggression. Spirit won't come in with any. That's luckily enough, because Apex eats that flashbang.
Feels like a very important round for Vitality here, because you look at what Spirit get to bring into this buy round, and it's lacking a lot, right? They burn most of their util in the opening stages of the round, so you're not up against much here. This is one of these kind of linchpin rounds that can really shape up your T-side. And Spirit have got to try and do something with less. It is a heavy mid-stack getting employed right now. One man here kind of testing the waters, but Flames does not commit to it. That has at least kept all these eyeballs out towards middle. One man alone at B, but it's Donk.
More than a man at times. Aggression made. Spirit, this is well timed. They could have been left out of position entirely. Now Magic's moving in. Has freed up rotations. Donk hears them down in connector. The picture's building here for Team Spirit.
Oh, there's a lineup! Donk good for a double. So going to keep Spirit well and truly in the question. Swing out for Apex gets punished. That's 2 players facing him. No util here to cut off this sightline, and there's that Magic's flank arriving. Rob's just too far removed, really, down there towards water. Meant to deal with any players on rotation. He wouldn't have a world to play into this 1v4. And so Spirit went from being kind of out of the picture altogether to the perfect timed flank, the perfect timed double peak, and a double from Donk that was just on rails.
Yeah, you just feel like sometimes the game's meant to be for him, don't you? Flamesy coming in with a MAC-10 and 2 players and 1 little spray down for Donk. A nice aggressive move from Magix, who made a very important play in the mid-round when the whole map was quiet, put his life on the line to re-aggress middle. That freed up his whole team to reinforce the B-bomb site, and you could feel Apex was feeling desperate there, going for that swing, backside. Felt like he needed to do that with Mezzi if that was going to work for Vitality. Shallow grave here in round number 6. Warps out though. Oh, we won't wait forever. Aggression. Now we've been waiting for this water take here for Spirit, but Rops has called onto it. Donk still denies a double. How does he do it? Spirit out of there. I have no idea how Donk picks them both up.
Well, Donk's really coming to his own across these last few rounds. This is where Vitality would have loved to have their point man getting involved. ZywOo on this AWP trying to force a fight, but it takes Flames to play for the trade. I mean, already Vitality just down to these 2 players, Mezzi and Flames, not together in this endeavor either. This is a round you might start weighing up if you even want to attempt.
Spirit aren't scared. Look at them go again, re-aggressing in middle. A dangerous move, but one that could catch good timings. Flames has just crossed by. as Tanir gets off the line, but Flames hits his headshot first.
Well, if they were playing the numbers game, that one kill, suddenly you're pretty interested in this.
They're boosting up and Donk doesn't know. He's going to flank stairs. His bomb is in the open.
That's what he needs to find the timing on. That's Donk's whole round. If he can catch Flames, stop the bomb, round's done, but Flames has gotten away from him.
Whoa.
Now Mezzi arrives from that boost. A site secured. Spirit are crossing their fingers, hoping that this backstab from Donk can provide the salvation. Can deal with this round before it becomes a problem. There's smoke in his way. Magic's on for the first. They've lost track of Mezzi, and amidst this, now Donk arrives on this wrap round. All round you've been waiting for Donk to play his hand. But Mezzi's pieced it together. Util gives up the aim of the game. Mezzi's got a bomb to play with. The last thing you expect from Donk is that he just sits. This is a play. You always think Bax' aim. And Donk uses that to his advantage.
Yeah, I think Mezzi's hoping he'll get a bit of a surge, won't he? He'll get a bit of a warning, but Donk just ice cold on that bomb, sticks it in a dangerous 1v1. You're right, Harry, that is the last guy you expect to do that. Look at how Donk opened this round. It should, whoa, what a transfer. It should never have got this close. Donk even heard them jumping around below the boost. I really thought that Spirit would have realized what Vitality were doing. Shocked to see him find that gap. But it's still not enough to win the round here for Team Vitality. Donk just doing it all. And that can't stop in this round, because Vitality are approaching him. Head-on collision with 4 players.
Just looking for brute force here on this B hit. Ooh, great trade for Apex.
Oh,
sure,
no.
He has to play through his own Molotov. He ends up dying, and it looks a little bit foolish, but you uproot that one player in the bomb site, and that is going to let ZywOo get this bomb down.
Double nade.
Apex willing to give up his life for the good of the team, for the good of the round at play. And look at who you've left in this clutch. You couldn't think of 2 better Vitality players in this 2v2. It was this duo that the rise of Vitality took the world by storm. Does Spirit have anything to play for here? Smoke lobbed in, smoke for the bomb, but ZywOo plays ahead. Big damage dealt on his Ontix. And so low on health, so low on time. He knows there's no playing for this. Still goes down with the bomb. Is a round teed up for ZywOo and Rops to close.
And Messi just timing on that B hit, right? Like they lose 2 opening kills. It takes Tanir's double to do anything. For Apex, a high risk, high reward play here in the Molly. And I think the danger for Spirit was they waited too long to throw those HGs. I think they wanted to do them at the same time. And that's what let ZywOo get off the bomb site. If they just threw them, might have been able to clip him on his escape. A big round for Vitality keeps things even, trading back and forth now on the T side of Anubis. Put Spirit's money in a suboptimal position. This is still a really good start for Spirit to this game, but these last few rounds of the half decide everything on CT Anubis. Is it just those scraps, or can they actually take a convincing lead?
Time out there for Spirit. And I think, you know, in the groups, we actually saw Hallie taking a pretty hands-off approach. Felt like he wasn't talking as much as usual in those timeouts, but now that we've hit the playoffs, now that there's so much on the line, certainly been more keen to get involved. Saw a lot of those chats back in the group stage games. It was Magic's doing a lot of the talking.
More Vitality, just doing it again.
Oh, you know, the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I like this line as well. Any jiggle, any info play here from a Spirit player is going to get punished from the high-low. Even Don can't get out of this corner. Molly to the front of Con. Will trap Donk in position. If you want it, come get it.
At least disrupts the setup. Does well to stay alive, but they've got a lot of util bound for Donk's position. Doing everything they can to make him uncomfortable. Still, you put a lot of resources into trying to force this opening fight now.
Yeah, I don't think it's tempting for Vitality. They wanted a kill from it, and now they know they've thrown all these nades, shown all these presents, and so Spirit are likely having rotated into this bomb site. Spirit making the aggressive play and water at the same time. Tamir's going to get an early warning system, the canary in the coal mine.
Oh, and that canary's singing. You lose him out towards A, and the map feels like it goes dark all of a sudden. Might be feeling a pressure to make a bit of a move on this other side of the map. The Vitality is still coming towards the stack. Still destined to play through to it, and time low. A couple of kills for Spirit would make a world of difference. Still Vitality collect.
God, how do they win these rounds? It's so crazy late. They had 10 seconds coming through main there, with Magix in a Joker position beside Donk. Comes down to Robs late in the connector. It almost felt too late. The Vitality right on time with a 5th round, getting rid of a very threatening eco indeed. It was not meant to be an easy round. This one should be.
Looking in towards the stack. Apex at the front, but he's showing time and time again, this util just doesn't phase him, doesn't scare him, plays right through it.
Shiro was even holding a nade for contact, but he got full flash there on that hit. So it doesn't go into the hands of Vitality. Who've been fine to cancel plans, move around the map, re-establish control later. They give up A main. They offer it to Team Spirit, 40 seconds, wondering if they take it. Spirit have had good stacks in this CT side. This is another one.
Apex getting deja vu on that one, right around the corner, but in comes Donk Stiegel. Needed more than just the one. Vitality just plowing through these stacks now in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, just a lot of faith in the calls here. Everyone committing, not pulling nades out, not running away, changing their mind. Just been running into multiple players on their screen and still getting out in clean enough rounds, all things considered. A necessary timeout for Team Spirit ahead of this gun round, because this will cost you 2 for 1. Absolutely need to get on the board now on the CT side of Anubis to ease some worries. Shiro's all making its first appearance.
I think as well, you know, you start to get in your head a little bit. I know that one there's only pistols, but as Vitality are going in to your bomb site stacks and they're kind of playing right into your hands, and you're not actually making the round super competitive, I think you do start to worry a little bit if you're Team Spirit. You can feel that you're losing the grip on this game. Now it is CT side, right? You would expect Vitality to come out looking a little better here, but you know that you've had great chances in these rounds if you're Team Spirit. You got the play you were hoping for. Still time to make this a great CT half for Team Spirit, but it hinges on winning this one. If they don't, it's a runaway T side for Vitality.
Zontix has, for the most part, departed A main in the last 5 rounds. It's free control for Vitality, they'll take it. An important piece of the map, but one that if you lose for free and lose your life with it, you can just get steamrolled out of rounds here on Anubis. So Zontix calls for support, Magix moves in, Tamir on his rotation. Trusting Donk and Shiro on that B bomb site feels like a safe bet here for Spirit. Vitality, a more announced mid-control round. This deep util should tell Spirit something, but they don't have any eyes on this position. Somewhat calling the bluff right now. Zontix jiggling with nades. So will it just be an execute with this late lurk from Flames? Long time wasted on this B site and not much time left to waste. 30 seconds and you're throwing a main smoke? Vitality, there is almost no room for error in this site hit.
They played a couple of rounds like this where everything is to go right. Thus far, it hasn't been a problem, but what if things now do start going wrong? Magic's dead, but there's layers to this defense, and it's layers that Vitality are struggling to break through, even as Flames arrives. He's got 15 to put on this bomb.
Put it down, but I don't think he believes it.
Donk and Shiro make their way over. You've got your fire starter and your round closer for Team Spirit. This has to be enough.
Connection for Shiro, and Spirit are still in this half. Whoa, breathing easy now. That is a massive sigh of relief. A very dangerous Vitality executes. But Team Spirit with a stack in the right place, and Vitality, I think they were hoping to really draw Spirit into middle with that amount of utility. They don't get anything from it. It's just one man faking. Vitality go through their own smoke. But Magix and Zontix hold the line. Too dangerous pass for Flames. Can't get out of that one. Spirit hanging on. Seeing this early B con nade to try and keep Dunk honest, and finally connects in this final round of the half. Getting free damage onto Donk. Will not complain about that.
We've seen these heavier mid setups from Spirit before and how they like to use them, right? Kind of all players gun out, guns on at the start, but as that timer ticks down, that's where they're going to get curious. That's where they're going to try and play a little bit aggressive around this util.
I wonder if that missed smoke actually cancels the plan for Vitality. Flames was going in, he sees his missed smoke, he pulls back, and so as a result, this mid setup finds nothing for Spirit. He's going to hang on for a repeat, and I think he's going to get it. Magix is right here waiting. Magic surely knows it's too early in the round to make a flank happen. But he's still curious.
I think if your Magic's kind of eyeballing a 30-ish second mark, but going to take a swing out there.
Not bad.
40 left on the round, goes for the info, gets out with a kill and a boatload of damage onto Mezzi, so he's done his part in the round and then some.
Mid-reclear leaves his site open for business. Vitality clocking in.
And as has often been the case, no respect on these smokes, on this util. They play right through it. Shiro, AWP on the line. Second shot comes up short, but the rifles now move in, and Zywoo has no support in this. He is fully alone. Messi's trying to get a move on, but with 10 seconds left, there is no winning this. Got to play through the smoke and hope that something goes right. Spam connects. Spirit, they'll split the difference on this half. It's packs of twos throughout, just chaining together 2 rounds wherever they can. A solid CT side on Anubis nonetheless.
Yeah, those last couple of rounds feels like one more kill for Vitality on the site here, and that's their round every single time. But Spirit do a really good job of stabilizing, calling mid-reclears at the right time. A lot of well-positioned rounds out of Magix. And Donk started very strong in this game, giving Spirit that early lead. I won't say he's cooled off, more so been out of position for these last few rounds on these A hits. But Spirit are not going to be saying no to a 6-round CT side here on Anubis. This is where Vitality have had their troubles in this defensive half. 5 losses in a row on this map. Have not won it since May. Got to have known this would get punished, picked against them.
Yeah, it's been their Achilles heel, right? It's been the one way that you're able to stagger the giants that are Vitality. And it's been these CT halves that have felt so problematic. Oh, a little ugly for Zywoo. Apex is not going to get a lot of respect out here towards mid. Flames even been heard. Here's them scaling out towards mid. Now it's Apex's turn. Moose gets 1. 4 players pushed up towards Temple, but they go back. And that's keeping a stack over towards B. Rops now uncovers the true intention on this round. He's got 4 guys coming his way. Isolated, put down, bomb plant for Team Spirit as they look for both pistols on Anubis.
Oh, Shiro, great shot here on Apex. That's going to make this impossible for Vitality. No position, no advantage, and bomb planted. Spirit with another pistol. So much confusion in that round. Pushing all the way through middle, going to Temple, pulling back into A through the smoke. Spirit getting wild. And Tanir's going to lock it down with a 3K here in this pistol. Vitality, that is worst case scenario, isn't it? You know, we remember this team all last year. When you look at their map win percentages, there was often nothing below 80, most on 100. So a team that wouldn't even lose games, wouldn't lose series. But now we've got just a bunch of pitfalls in their veto. Dust 2, which was such a formidable pick, now drying up. Anubis, of course, the Achilles heel, as you put it. And there were questions on Cash, but I think we got our answers yesterday. That's why Spirit banned it out. And in all these head-to-heads, we never really saw Spirit try this new map. Oh dear. Okay. Well, no better time like the present.
Still, you've just seen Spirit have a real tendency to get kind of weird and wild in these moments, right? You hear players down towards water, they instantly play for the space. And so they've got the A-bomb site. Util still to deny a retake in through main. And a decision to make for Vitality. If they get this B kill fast enough, gonna see them look very, very interested. Rob's hunting down this wayward Tanir. Oh, and Zontix needed that. Donk wins his.
Spirit are not scared, I'll say that about these rounds, right? Very aggressive, quick reaction, water control given up, and Spirit just charging to that empty site.
I mean, one of the things you saw at the height of this Vitality squad was it was just so frustrating to play them because, as you kind of said, from how the success was so deep across the map pool, they felt comfortable everywhere. But here, you know, this has been the thorn in their side, the problem for a long time. And so they don't have that same degree of comfortability. And so you see Spirit try and inject these very awkward rounds, these very weird rounds. And I think that's exactly what you need to do against Vitality here. They're already stood on shaky ground. And if you can make it even shakier, you feel all the better for it.
And just some punishing hits here through middle for Spirit, leaving options open. Playing kill feed Counter-Strike. Vitality, of course, off that force are yet to buy. They got one more eco. Spirit are going to get to run away with the start of this second half. But this is the exact round we saw go the other way back in that first. Still wouldn't expect it to. Just a Galil save for Robs and Zywoo Deagle. Apex with a bit of Kevlar. Camera smoke. This Magic sells middle. You know, Vitality really thought it was coming, but that mid clear, realizing they've been duped. Donk onto Apex. Magics can play late, so Robs again, eyes at the back of his head. The Spirit set up for this sight hit. They've changed their mind. And no better time to change your mind. They even throw Temple Smoke. This is going to keep Vitality rooted in this stack.
Oh, missed timing for Robs, and it couldn't get worse. Again, in Spirit, just trying to remain elusive, being very slippery. Donk, of course, wins his fight on the other end of the map, and so no hold from this solo B player.
Really liking what Magix is calling in this whole game, right? The CT side aggression was really, really nice. It's not, it wasn't just out of spawn, it wasn't just set plays. It was mid-round reading Vitality super well, and he's dodged stacks in this entire half as another round comes down for Spirit. I think he even saw Rops on that jiggle. That's why he went so intently towards him. Magic's putting on a show, and Donk is not missing a beat. I mean, in Flames he had a kit, but that's not a world we live in. Here we go. If there's any hope left for Vitality on Anubis, it must start now.
They at least get to have everything they could possibly need. You got kits in play, full util, and an AWP for ZywOo. Haven't really had to talk about that ZywOo AWP all too much, right? Donned it a couple of times in the first half. Wasn't really a defining character with it. But here on the CT side, a bit of freedom to pick and choose his battles. Maybe that's what ZywOo needs. Because on this CT half of Anubis, there's always a time in the round where you have to be the guys initiating a play. You have to try and get the info. You have to try and figure out where Spirit are ending up, especially with how they've approached the early set of rounds on this T half.
Sontik's just misclicked his molly. But Spirit, clearly the call is not to die in the first 30. They're playing extremely passive, letting Vitality feel some nerves. And Vitality smartly have held on to almost all of their utility, not thrown anything off of spawn, not expecting a rush. Now the pressure comes in, hit for Spirit at the minute mark. Smoke's traded on B. Mid-execute comes in. Apex playing for just info right now as Spirit get closer and closer to their objective.
Apex got to be feeling nervous when he sees that camera smoke goes in. Knows they haven't had eyes on middle in this entire round, so around this corner it could be any number of Team Spirit players. They come his way. That's a spot on 2.
Good luck, ZywOo.
But this B site is starting to get very claustrophobic. Mezzi gets rid of 1. ZywOo getting pinsted here. AWP chimes in with the first. Can't flick back in time. Defense falls to Mezzi, and he's not cut out for it. Shiro dead back in the spawn. And a 2v2 retake, but Flames is very wounded.
Yeah, that was a kill that would have won the round straight up. But now Vitality have a question to answer. Can they retake this site?
Zontik's AWP. Not something you get to see a whole lot. But he nails his shot, and Tania there to follow up. Team Spirit, double digits secured. They just keep racking them up.
What an incredible round for Tania as well. Kit takes that space right back as ZywOo finds Donk. Set up perfectly with that triple kill, closes the round. That's the impact we wanted to see from Tania in this Team Spirit jersey. We saw glimmers of it in Rio the last time these two teams faced. It was a grand final where it felt like not one man could have made the difference. Vitality absolutely stomped Spirit out of the server. But throughout that tournament, Tania was dependable in these lurk positions. Able to find a lot of value in that gun round. And I mean, Vitality, what are you meant to do here? Timeout comes. Light investment. ZywOo going all in. But it does feel like this map is slipping through your fingers. 6 rounds in a row for Team Spirit.
I think you've been seeing that from Tania just more and more, right? Like, less in his head, a bit more comfortable to make his plays, make his moves. I think when you join a squad like Team Spirit, you know there's a lot of eyeballs on you. Everyone's waiting for you to be the guy to make mistakes, for you to be the problem. And I think when he first joined this team, you wouldn't be wrong for saying he was, but the improvement's certainly been there.
I think there's a player where you had to see the jump in playing a different caliber of Counter-Strike. This guy was kind of, I don't want to call him brainless, but he was just running in first, getting sick entries, sick highlights, multi-kills. He wasn't having to play late rounds against the best teams in the world. And so a lot more demanded of him here in this Spirit jersey, but right now stepping up to the task. Shiro's AWP with an opening kill. ZywOo felled first. Flames, he picks up that gun. He's going to get flash play here in middle. Timing is nice, but Magix jumps away. Careful, re-swing, dangerous, but Magix with ego extends the advantage here for Team Spirit. That gun in no man's land.
It feels like Vitality have been playing this whole CT side on the back foot. They've been getting outmaneuvered, they've been getting outgunned, frequently losing the openers. That stretches your already diminished resources even thinner in this round. You take a gamble, wrong side of the map, nothing you can do about this.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to roll the dice, right, in these kind of situations. If it's not aggression, it's a gamble. And Magic's calls the winning recipe right into this empty site. Vitality going to go look for guns, for exits.
And look, I think you want to believe that like this isn't a thought process, but I think it has to be if you're Vitality. I think a part of you knew Anubis was going to come up. You knew it's going to be a punish pick for Spirit. And with that comes the idea that this was always standing a very good chance of being a long series. The idea that you'd have to do it in 3. I think the objective is here, just feel like you at least stayed dialed in, had some chances, had some opportunities. Don't go in to your map pick of Nuke head in hands, feeling drained, feeling diminished.
Well, the one thing we know Vitality have been able to do very well, better than most, is reset, right, between maps, inside of a game, off of a timeout. And so, yeah, I'm not holding out much hope here for a comeback on this CT side, but Vitality on Nuke should and needs to be a very different looking team. We've had kind of no one show up in this map individually. Mezzi had a couple of great moments early on, but there's not really been a star here for Team Vitality.
You still wouldn't say no to ZywOo having just one moment in the limelight, because again he brings out his AWP, yet to really find any impact with it. He's been in pretty supportive positions for the most part. Flashes to try and bring the riflers into these gunfights, this time teeing up 2 players main side. Bit of aggression out of spawn for Vitality.
Just oppressive here, Apex putting his life on the line in middle. Spirit ready to jump on this B site, and Magix is just absolutely fine to take these fights. All right, ZywOo, it's now or it's never.
Catches Donk. Clash of the Stars. ZywOo gets him out of the round. Smoke dropped in to try and allow him a reposition. And Spirit now have a decision to make. Do they want to go in to that AWP with mid presence still a factor? You don't have to. Magic's keeping a porch light on, a back door open.
I think Vitality are realizing as well. Reclearing the map is too quiet. Spirit stay grouped all together.
Seen Flames in a number of awkward fights around this mid window on the CT side. This time hoping a boost can give them a way in. Timing there for Mezzi, but not fast enough to deal with this mid player. Shiro's even beaten the timing on ZywOo. And so he gets out of there. Now backstabbing these 2 players main side. They will at least get rid of Shiro. Still, the real task laid out in front of them. It's this A-side retake. And a world of uncertainty, because a lot of times passed since Spirit got those openers. They could be anywhere.
Magic's hiding back sight, and they just use their nades, so they can't get him out of this position. There's no kit right now on Vitality. The clock is against them. Smoke goes heaven. ZywOo needs to hit this next shot, and so he shall. They're on the bomb, and ZywOo has that cover just in time. Vitality snip the wires and sneak back in on this CT side. Called upon ZywOo to do something in this game, and that triple kill has to ignite a comeback here. Because Spirit have so many chances to end Anubis.
Let's go, boys. No.
Let's see if a round like that, a high impact round. Look at him go. Gets his 1-3K of the map on this AWP and instantly trying to force fights.
Just lost Apex on B main push at the same time. Vitality coming in with some aggression.
Just think about how much more timid ZywOo's looked on this AWP. Aggressive to start this round, hanging around in main. Flash doesn't scare him. Maintains his line on this AWP. ZywOo lies in wait, and right round the corner, Zontix not going to get past him, but they will secure that opening on a Rops.
That's Donk, baby. Unforgiving as the entry comes in. I don't think Vitality expects Spirit just to recommit here on this site here, but they look very tempted, don't they? Flames in lacrosse, but smoked off. That nade could find Donk. Just falls short. 4 health the difference, and will that make the difference as Spirit come in?
Flames certainly feeling pressure because ZywOo's trapped behind this smoke in the camera. Flash in, he plays right through.
Across.
ZywOo's gone. Won't have a chance to play here. It's got to be Flames or it's bust. There's 2 from him. Scared about middle, but Messi confirms it's clear. Don't have to look over your shoulder anymore. Just got to fight these 2 in front of you. All in that sight. But Magix does not feel safe to plant. Not yet. Not with Flames running amok in the heavens. And this smoke puts you on a timer. That now fades. Angles open to Flames. Swings out. Messi. A clutch demanded. Knows the whereabouts of this last man. Can Tanir find map point for Spirit? Calls the bluff on this bomb plant. Molly makes him hot under the collar. And there's Messi with the swing. A touch of class. Nerves hold in the 1v1. And back-to-back rounds for Vitality.
Oh, it's such a scary round the whole time in that 2v2. Both teams are looking over their shoulders, checking their flanks, not trusting any information. It's too quiet. But Messi stays extremely calm. Lets Tanir get into that bomb site, does not let him get out. Spirit's final timeout, because they know a gut punch of back-to-back rounds of Vitality can ignite this comeback. The team that never gave up last year. It is certainly not feeling impossible. Just extremely difficult.
Look, when you cover Vitality, you're no stranger. They're constantly moving the goalposts, right? And what started as, look, let's not go down without a fight, now becomes a, they can actually win this. They're on the tougher half, but it hasn't thrown them thus far. And as you build a bit of confidence up, you start actually working your way through some of these rounds, denying these bomb plants, successful in these retakes.
Yeah, this is
you start to believe.
They can put Spirit on pistols with 1 more round win. Suddenly this game is almost even. I think one problem for Vitality has been Rops. 6 and 12. Dinked Donk in main, still lost the fight. Had some trouble in his position. Spirit don't look scared of these A executes, so could be more pressure coming Rops' way.
And I think so much of how Rops kind of envisions the game hinges on everyone else finding their success, right? He's like at his most effective on some of these lurks, some of these extremity pieces. Yeah, when his teammates hold their own on the other end of the map. And because it has felt a little bit touch and go at times, I think Rops has looked pretty vulnerable in this one.
If you're winning, Rops will make you win harder.
Yeah. And so sure, hasn't been a solution, but as Vitality regain a bit of control over the game, I don't think we've seen the last of Rops in this map.
Spirit can relieve any tension by just winning this round. It will put Vitality in a tough spot. It would lock in over time. But without it, suddenly the entire story changes.
I think the problem for Spirit is you certainly had Vitality on the ropes. You had them doubting a lot of their moves. They were making misreads, missed gambles, mistimed plays for info. But that's kind of started to change now, hasn't it? And so suddenly perfection being demanded of this Team Spirit squad, as is often the case when you play Vitality. And this is a team that like to inject chaos. I think that is what makes the Donk versus ZywOo head-to-head so interesting. ZywOo kind of the perfect Counter-Strike player, the guy with phenomenal reads, always seems to make the right move. Donk the kind of guy who knows what the right move is, but he would rather go for the least expected, the least anticipated, like a push through the molly looking for an opener. He won't get it though. 1-for-1 trade, and now into the ZywOo AWP. Can he do any more? He has support arrive in the form of Apex. Right now trying to play for time. And as ZywOo just buys you more and more seconds, more and more players arrive to deal with this A-hit. This make or break round for Spirit goes nowhere unless Shiro, with 10 seconds left. But that ain't happening anytime soon.
Oh, ZywOo's hungry for more, is he? Careful, don't put the AWP on the line here. Shiro could go for a risky punish. They're gonna run in knife out, careful! ZywOo! A massive no-scope bails them both out.
Shiro's got $50.
Oh dear.
ZywOo's put him in debt. And this game continues to close up.
That is a high-risk play. That was almost Vitality breaking themselves, bankrupting that entire CT comeback. But here we go now, looking to level out. Team Spirit with nothing to play with. And a lot of A hits here in this T side. Doesn't look like it's going to slow down now. And so they say, let's try Rops one more time. They've got a bone to pick with him. Block comes in, well timed. And the second player, Vitality get a position. Execute from Spirit, but only too strong here.
Robs and Flames hold the line. ZywOo, rare swing and a miss. Certainly come online with this orb. But it has allowed Team Spirit in with the bomb.
Not bad. Take a plant.
Bomb has been planted.
That smoke, not as much of a problem as usual. There's 2 nades to try and blow this open. Tania hoping to take the space back, and he's got Shiro here alongside him. They want to stop this spillover through the smoke. Line up there. ZywOo says no. Brings it down to a clutch. Brings it down to the 1v1. And in Paris, it's ZywOo to try and keep the good times rolling in for Vitality. 1 round away from tying this up. Spirit thought they had it in the bag. But you can't get ahead of yourselves when you play versus this squad.
I mean, that was so hairy. That was so sweaty. That was a Glock on Magix in that round. Spirit had no business putting themselves in a winning position, almost stealing it away, but almost don't count against Team Vitality. Can Spirit close on this 11-6 lead? Or is this really happening? What a reassuring return to form for ZywOo, and he is not done here in this quarterfinal. Life on the line in pursuit of a man advantage. Flames, he'll get that fight. He saw the leg, easy kill. Those fights at Magix once won, no longer. And even with the missed shot, Vitality don't get punished. They get to get out of there.
Even just the type of plays that Vitality are making, you know, they weren't doing this rounds ago. They were a lot more fearful, a lot more timid. You can see how that confidence has started to surge. Ooh. Opener now for Donk, who has been getting bested in a lot of these entry attempts as of late.
Careful.
That's got to reignite some faith. Advantage taken. 2 low players here, and Apex caught with nades out. Flames, backstab gets denied.
Tania and Donk, this terrifying twosome, have dragged Spirit back on the board for 1 more round. ZywOo, you don't have the money to go for this one. You may be rich, your team are certainly not. Tania's double entry, him and Donk have been the fire starters on this T side, winning out Spirit's most important gun rounds, forcing a 12. ZywOo, I know you're considering it, but this is a high-risk play.
Spirit hear the booing. And
Tania's not biting.
I think that's a save. ZywOo's still hanging around, but time too far gone, and Tania close by, main side. No chance for ZywOo.
Yeah, it's the right play. I mean, it's such an unlikely round win here in that 1v4. You need the money. Play for your team. ZywOo can drop a couple of rifles over. And the promise of overtime here for Vitality, as they need just 2 rounds to get there. Nice to see Spirit go back to that B side though, right? And all of this comeback for Vitality, it's all just been A hits. It's been mid splits, it's been A main, they've been finding those entries, but still not enough.
And I think if you're Vitality, if you're Apex, this poses a massive problem, right? A was the clear object of their desire. It was where you felt like you were fumbling around, but that A defense came together beautifully. Now you feel like a hole has opened up on the other side of the map. And the question you're kind of contesting with now, you know, you've got a broken buy. ZywOo was the only guy with money. He's dropped over what he can. The problem is, Do they stick to their guns, go back to these A plays, or do you get dealt another B hit?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Vitality try and do some fighting in the water, not necessarily a rush out the window, but just something towards Con, because that's where Donk found his entry.
Just up against 12, doesn't that feel terrifying?
I mean, you've got to make risks. Can't make an omelette. Too strong at B. Apex and Mezzi. ZywOo's orb boosted up and over that A main smoke, but his Spirit, who don't respect the mid utility this time, they just go storming right through. 4 players in. They're still going into ZywOo. Flames can buy a few seconds here, but ZywOo patiently waits for that molly to fade. Which side does he prioritize? Zontic's legged and he can't finish the kill. Zontic runs away, and so does Spirit into the site.
You know you've hit the timing, you know you've found the window. Spirit looking to end this one here and now. Zontic's very, very late, will get cleaned up. Spotted earlier on, and so it's handed off to Tania and Magix, but these have been, outside of Donk, your 2 heavy hitters. Tania's had some massive impact here for Team Spirit. So a guy that was brandished a problem now is to try and see them through another impossible round. You've got spots on 2 of the 4 players here. An idea as to where this is coming from. Tania! Magic happening, doesn't know about Mezzi as the last man. And so a 1-round game as Mezzi adds another clutch to the tally. He has had numerous 1v1s, numerous key clutches. Mezzi, the backbone of Vitality on Anubis.
That bomb came down to less than a second as well, so could have really stifled some cheers in the building. Comes down to Tania not knowing he's on a heater, hitting every single headshot, and it's Mezzi Calm again who pulls up with a clutch here for Team Vitality. It's a frustrating game, no doubt about that, but they can restart the clock here and now. Shiro Ops, not for an orb. ZywOo chooses to put his to use. Aggression on this B side. Tania has a gap on this cross. Double nades on his position. Vitality coming to punish. They've sent it as well. Tania doesn't know. They are right beside him.
You'd love to get rid of Tania. Oh. He's had a lot of influence in this game, and it's not done yet!
How does he do it?
That's Tania up against the full might of Vitality. They've got every advantage. They've got the drop on him, or so you think. Tania turns what was meant to be the overtime deciding kill into maybe the map winning double. Because now the resources are stretched in, the whole map is dark, Vitality no closer to knowing where this one ends up.
Vitality are left to the big 3, but they're all split. 1-1-1. Each player tasked with something massive. Flames alone in the open, no nades to stop this, and if ZywOo hangs around in middle, he will be left out of the play with an AWP. Spirit are getting closer and closer to taking their map pick here on Anubis.
They're going to lean into a gamble. They bring ZywOo over. Damaged as soon as he turns his head out through the temple. ZywOo! Not cut out for it, and now you've got a very quiet Rops throwing into a 1-on-3. Have not had to say his name all too much in this opening map. Spirit knocking on the door of a win at the start of this quarterfinal, a recovery from the Vitality comeback. And a shaky Rops plays it forward, plays it in, there's the first. 1 man unaccounted for, and that's all it takes. Team Spirit breathe a little easier. They stave off that comeback. Anubis goes their way, and a map up to start this quarterfinal with Tania, the guy, firing on all cylinders.
9 months since Team Spirit were able to take a map off of Team Vitality. 9 months since November, back on Dust, and they've done it again in style. It wasn't just a win, it was a win when Vitality leveled up. They came back stronger in that second half, and still Team Spirit dig deep. Clutches go against them, but the map in their pocket. Tania, that is one time and one way to show up on this stage. We got Vitality's pick a nuke up next, and they've got some thinking to do.
What a day for Harry to get healthy. Coming in for the best match of the tournament, potentially. Spirit popping off, but we came out here early, Dupree. It looked like they were able to close out this game after finishing 6-6 in the first half. Their CT side was looking so clean. They're off to that fast start on the Terra side. How did you see Vitality battle back and force this one so close?
Yeah, that was a very valiant effort from Vitality, making it back from 6-11 and then almost closing it out and bringing it back into overtime. And I think Vitality, if they would have had a little bit better T-side, I think they would have caught themselves a little bit more slack to be able to, bring them back into the game. But the T-side was really the issue for Vitality, and that is where you want to get the majority of your rounds. So that really got them going. And it took a little while for Sagu to really get back into the game. And if it wouldn't have been for Messi, they wouldn't even be in this situation at all.
I think it would be easy to point to the pistol rounds, and even for that T-side you were mentioned to say, but they lost pistol. But it was, 2 more times in the first half that Spirit was able to wrestle control back and win rounds. Those final 2 of the first half proving to be the difference maker. So props to them for being able to find those adjustments. It's always hard to play CT side on Anubis. Just don't have a lot of room to work with. You feel like some of these plays are forced. Like that's why you see what Vitality did in the final round. Those aggressive plays outside B, because if you don't try and do something early, mid to late round, your choices are going to be just going from bad to worse.
We have a bunch of stars in this tournament, but one man we should shine the spotlight back on is Tanir. We didn't say his name enough in the pre-show. He just dropped some huge plays. You saw the closer with the opening 2-piece. 26 and 17. He had 8 multi-kills, ADR of 88. What are the expectations for him moving forward? This, of course, was their map pick. What is the game 2 prediction?
Does it look like he's holding like the invisible bars, like he's in jail, and maybe that's what it's been like lately for him, and now he's been unleashed. And now maybe he's taking some more agency on the server, and he was absolutely unbelievable, right? And it wasn't necessarily the clutches, it wasn't necessarily the openings, it was just pure fragging output.
And that's what you want on him. That's why he's in that team, right? And it's the consistency that seems to be haunting him, right? But he was, in my books, the one that tipped the scale for Spirit on this one, because if it would have been for his, outstanding fragging power, also that last round, that's just like he eats 2 grenades and he just peaks at the right specific time. It's good to see that he can show up in these games, because we need someone alongside Dunk, because we already praised how good he is, and he also had a phenomenal game. But it wouldn't be for Tanir, they would not even be here.
Also because of his style, Chris, right? Like he is more aggressive. As Ontix, a very passive player. Shiro, a passive opera. And of course, yes, you have Donk and then you have Magix as the IGL, but you can't always just be sending out the IGL out there to sort of create the space and to be traded away. Someone has to throw the nades too. So Tanir being, first of all, put in positions where he can be aggressive and can, go for plays is monumental. And then him having games like this is exactly what Spirit needs to get back on top.
Now, production, I know you have a ton of clips, so feel free to run them. Dupree, I want to start with you, though. This is a Spirit win early in the game. Talk me through round 7.
Round 7 is just one of those things that we talked about. The CT side can be so tough to get rounds for. It's also, it requires you to do these type of aggressive plays, and Donk does it so well by coming out of K with a lopsided flash for himself, and he gets a incredible double on this one. That puts, leaves some of the pressure away from the Sun Things. He almost caught here fumbling with grenades, and magically so, Vitality brings it back into a 2v2 situation that they shouldn't even have. And once again, it is a Donk that's going to be the main character of this round. Magix finds this kill, but Donk finds himself now in a 1v1 situation where he has to come and salvage things. And cheeky as you like it, Donk doesn't even get to the fight. He just molotovs off heaven, decides to go for the stick, and just hopes that Messi will not actually go for the defuse, and he gives him that very 4th important round.
Donk making plays with the rifle, with the defuse, 22 and 16, 6 and 2 in the openers. On the other side, Zaiwu kind of got picked on, especially in that first half, just 2 and 5. They both finished with the clutch, but these are 2 stars to highlight, right? We mentioned they are battling for the #1 player on the planet. The stats will help decide that war. Yanko, what have you seen from both? And who has the better game too?
I think from Donk, there's just some rounds like this one. That spray transfer. I mean, Robs is almost on another map how far he is, and for him to headshot him in the spray transfer, like this guy just keeps wowing you with his mechanics. And for Zaiwu on the other side of things, it's a bit more fluent. Like he can do a lot of different things, AWP, rifle, whatever you want. He had his moments, those couple of clutches back to back that things got dicey. It felt like that was going to push this game at least into overtime, but yeah, just 2 titans of the game really squaring off against each other.
As we take a look at some of the highlights, I got to ask about Donk. Was he always this nasty? Is he at his peak right now, or is there another level? This is my first ticket to the Donk show, Dupree.
Look, I'm just happy that I decided to retire before I had to play against this guy too much. I did have a couple of situations where I would face off against him, and yes, he's always been this good, and he continues to blow people out of the server. So, yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to go over Donks anymore in my career, because he is such an amazing player, and it just does it time and time again. And it's so rare that you have games where he just doesn't show up, and it just feels like he's just always so aggressive. And even though you know he's going to come for you, he's going to come peek you, he's going to go find those fights, he just always wins them. And that's the hard part. You try to find a way to avoid him, that's one thing. But then when you actually try to go fight him, he still gets a lot of things done.
And speaking of finding, I got to throw it to this real quick. Rops was being found quite a bit in the first half. Yanko, his numbers were on the negative side the entirety of game number 1. Walk me through his struggles so far, because this was a big name coming into the tournament. Everyone's familiar with this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. But Anubis isn't one of his favorite maps, right. To put it that way. And it's maybe one of the reasons why Vitality has struggled on the map. Rops is such an instrumental player for them, especially, going on to their own map pick. Or Nuke, probably the best, T-side, one of the best T-side players in the world on that map, especially playing from that lobby area. So, yeah, in some of those splits, when he was stuck and the Spirit was coming from mid and from A, those are just difficult positions for him to be in, struggle to find impact on the T-side too, and just an off game for him.
The fans here in Paris are so awesome. Congratulations already to whoever is building the Eiffel Tower out of fan poster board. In the meantime, we've got some more things to look at, including what is in store for us in the future of this series. It is a best of 3, meaning you need to win 2 maps. The first one's going to Spirit. We've got Nuke loading up, though, and this, of course, is Vitality's pick, right?
Yeah, it is, and I hope that the Vitality will just look at that they almost made that comeback on Anubis, and some of the things that maybe didn't work out in the beginning of the series started working for them. And it is a tough opponent, right? But now turning attention to Nuke, it will give them a little bit more space, right? They do get to start on obviously on the T side, which makes it a little bit more difficult for them. So it's obviously also just the fact that they will start on a side where you need to be finding rounds, and if Vitality can't really find those rounds, it's going to be very difficult for them. But I think the idea of this map compared to Anubis is that they will have more space, they will have more opportunities, their players will have more options to actually go for the plays, make that space that they're so good at using instead of being cramped together like Anubis sometimes is.
Do you still have faith in Vitality right now, Yanko?
Yeah, I have faith. I think a player to watch will have to be Apex too, because he's the outside player on Nuke. That part of the map is most important, and he's gonna be having to go up against Donk on the other side of things. And Zontix, who had a really quiet map, like he is the lobby player on the T side, that's where he's going to have a lot of responsibility. His Spirit takes outside control. He's gonna have to deal with the reaction and some of those lobby pushes, and he needs to have a better game. He needs to be able to punish Vitality for some of those plays and give some room to Maggots to make calls.
Dupree, what is going to be the most important key to winning Nuke in your eyes, and who gets it done? Are we finished with this series?
I think right now, looking back at Anubis, I think both teams actually had some really good moments, but overall as a team player, I did praise Vitality coming into the series, but I saw some really good things for Spirit throughout the CT side. Like, they were just chimed together, they had some really good ideas, and they got it to work, and I think Magic's had a really good series with both making the right decisions when he was on the CT side, making some really good calls, like putting the attention at the right space. And that's also going to be important for Nuke. And I think if they can get off to the start where they can read out what Vitality want, shut down this yard play, force them into making these inner executes that, that sometimes can be hard to deal with, then I think Spirit might do it, right? But, you can't really count out Vitality. We're in Paris for once, and we know how good of a team they are.
Vitality, do us all a favor. Take us to a game number 3 for now. We got to go backstage. Stay locked. It's EWC 2026.
Банана нет. Банана нет, парень. Катали по темпу.
Звук дайте.
Я смотрю в дым.
Да, давай, я...
Не смотрю в дым.
КТ чекаю. По тебе пикай.
Я прячусь.
Темпл выйдет.
Я прячусь, дефолт.
Вышел, дефолт. Не знаю про Мирка.
Ебать и бог игры, это пиздец.
Club Championship points are becoming much more interesting, down to the very final days and games that we have happening here at EWC 2026, because Falcons just got knocked out of CS, which was their biggest opportunity to grab the biggest lead here, Chris. So what does AGL got to do to actually close this one out? Because it's only like a 300-point difference.
I mean, the story at the start of the week was that Falcons had the advantage, not just in points, but of course in the fact that they had the opportunity to play in every single game that we had going on.
Yep.
Look, their expectation on Crossfire wasn't very high, but, you know, realistically, we thought they had that game advantage. Then for AGL to go out in Crossfire, you're like,
dang,
this is signed, sealed, and delivered. Couldn't be farther away from that now, though. I mean, I genuinely couldn't believe it for them to go out. Jenny, I've lost my train of thought.
No, honestly, I just want to have a conversation with the script writers, because they have everybody on edge at this point, because Trackmania as well as Fortnite are now the only 2 games left happening this week, so today and tomorrow, where both of these teams are actually competing. But I know that Fortnite is also a little bit more complicated, Lauren.
It's slightly more complicated, but the way things are going, we might just end up back in the realm of normal. Falcons obviously made it straight through to finals out of Group A, and that was the same expectation that existed for AGAL, except they didn't do that same level of performance. They're playing today in survival, and right now, before we finish out all of our matches, do have themselves in the top 6, which is
they're
where you need to
surviving.
be. They're currently surviving. Something would have to go terribly wrong in the last few matches to have that not be the case. I don't want it to be what happens. I really hope it's not what happens, but the fact that it's coming down to potentially Fortnite and Trackmania to see where these 2 juggernauts end up is crazy.
And I think for Trackmania's perspective as well, we don't really have any decisions today to be made, but tomorrow is going to be wild. We've got both AGL and Falcons already qualified for that final day. Look, they do have Carl Jr., do they have on Trackmania? They are expected for him to win. He's multiple-time world champion. He is literally the GOAT of Trackmania. He surely couldn't lose it.
Oh, he said it as well.
Double cast. Is it double cast or curse? Does that mean that Vitality ends up winning?
Girl, we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves. I think, you know what we should do instead? We're just going to take it day by day, game by game, which is what we've been doing the last couple of days anyway, because it is fascinating to me that it's coming down to it being this close. It hasn't been the case in the past, wasn't a case in EWC 24, wasn't a case in EWC 25. So I'm really excited to see how the next couple of games are going to play out. And of course, any updates, you'll be the first to know.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Takes here at EWC, not from our analysts, but our crowd and the fans of the game. My man, give me your hot take.
Maybe kick Dunk from Spirits, and in 2 years maybe in Vitality.
Wait. Kick Dunk from Spirit, bring him to Vitality. Who would he replace?
Hard to say. They're all good. Maybe Messi, but I like Messi, so I don't know. It's pretty hard to say.
In my opinion, Legacy has a chance to win because they're doing really great to counter Navi, Falcons, and maybe Vitality, I think. So I think it will be beautiful see if they could win the trophy.
So you think Legacy could win the whole tournament, even beating Vitality? And you sound French. You're French?
Yeah, I'm French. I hope Vitality wins, obviously, but maybe a little surprise of Legacy.
Otex, Dunk is the best player of all time and the next GOAT, and he will be more MVPs than Zaiwu. Okay?
You're French and you're saying more MVPs than Zaiwu.
Simple is the GOAT, actually, and better than Zaiwu, okay?
Simple is known as the GOAT of CS. But look, listen. Zaiwu, he was born on the day of 1.6. He was born on the day of 1.6. He's proven himself many times. For me, Zaiwu is the GOAT of CS. Simple is good, but Zaiwu is the GOAT. Zaiwu is the best. He can prove himself many times. He's the GOAT.
I would argue that's not even a hot take, though.
I mean, come on. A lot of people, it's 50-50.
What is a king? What is a king to a god?
Yeah! Who's the king? Who's the god? Zaiwu is the god of CS.
Maybe not that much of a hot take.
Might be the king. Simple is the king. But Zaiwu is the god of CS. He's a legend.
Zaiwu is at home.
Yeah, exactly. He's at home.
So okay, are they going to win today then?
What do you think?
Gonna win.
What do you think? I mean, hometown. Hometown, come on.
Is the sky blue?
Yeah.
We're about to find out as they keep rhyming and singing along with it.
We're on the city of the bee. We're here right now. You guys gonna see it later tonight. It's gonna happen. Of course, baby. Zaiwu.
Let's see if it happens. Let's watch what happens. Give me your hot take, my man.
I think Legacy gonna do a better year than Falcons.
Wow. Just from this game, you think that?
Yeah. Legacy look especially good. So I think Falcons gonna do bad this year.
Okay, let's see how it goes. What about you? What's your hot take?
Yeah, I think Legacy gonna win for sure because Nico's a fucking choker, to be honest. And Kerrigan is just, washed, to be honest. Even they won the major, and Legacy just a better whole year, to be honest, on the year. So yeah, Legacy gonna win. Maybe just like a 2-1, but Legacy gonna win.
Okay, they believe in Legacy all the way. That's their hot takes with it. There's a lot of hot takes coming out of here from EWC. Don't miss it. There may be more coming your way.
Spirit have done what they've not done in months, almost a year since they took a map off of Team Vitality, a series they've never won with any iteration of their roster since Rops joined. Vitality, have they been awoken? A late recovery, a late resurgence from Zaiwu on CT and Nubis, and it felt too little and too late for Team Vitality, but now we go to Nuke. A map the Spirit, for the most part, have gotten away with avoiding in 2026. Vitality, it's been their best map of the year. And time to show it, time to prove it here on this stage, still searching for a run back to the A-Court Arena where they won their major in 2023. This is a quarterfinal for crying out loud, and Spirit are showing up. Team Vitality, put up or shut up.
Yeah, this is where, you're meant to turn it all around. This is where Vitality is supposed to hit back even harder after nearly taking down Team Spirit on the punish pick of Anubis. But will it go that way? Vitality on one side, Spirit on the other, as they try and fight for a spot in the semis. And we might have something pacey right out of the gate, because Vitality waiting back in the lobby. The smoke down. They're getting ready to go. Molly comes in, and that should signal the push. In they go. Vitality with an opener. Space getting taken. A-site starting to crumble. Lack of reps here for Spirit. And a clean sweep in the pistol out of Vitality.
Oh, brutal hits.
They didn't win a single pistol round back on Anubis, so starting Nuke off on far better ground.
Nice patient play for Vitality. They'll let Spirit kind of show their position, spam the smoke, use their utility, and then just a quick explosive hit here in this pistol. Tanir's shotgun comes out. What a game for Tanir we just got to witness back on Anubis. Not every day shows up like that. I think at times single-handedly won them rounds late in that T side. Good gun for the job.
Yeah, I like the purchase from Tanir.
Especially down in the depths below. I mean, Spirit are believing in this round. Zontix has a kit. Looking to long it out. Vitality standard second round, outside control with smokes. Looking to play the range. Donk happy to meet them there, but no spots over this smoke. It could get bloody down on B.
Yeah, you're starting to get a little bit worried, right? The presence of this Tania auto shotty.
No Kevlar, so Mac-10 should rip him to shreds if he doesn't get insta one shot.
Zontic's nade ready to help him out though, so even a bit of damage from Tania is going to go a long way. How many shots does he get to fire? Nade ahead of the play. Tania good for one. Oh, swing and a miss for Zaiwu.
Careful. Honestly, fair to pull back in this position, but they've got 30 seconds. The plan's been abandoned. Vitality just have to mid-round it into a heavy setup on this top site. Rob's a massive kill, but Doc is still here, still ready to fight back. Kick up a fuss, damage done. Zontics can't finish what he started, but Shiro can.
This is far from comfortable for Vitality, right? You're scrambling to get a bomb down. Robs is trying to cover at 2 HP. A lot of ways this could get dicey. A lot of ways it could go wrong unless Mezzi comes through with that. Now you'd like to think it's a safer round. Zontics will catch him. Can you read the Mezzi reposition? This guy's been ice cold in the 1v1s and he's not stopping.
Dude, Mezzi clutches today. Showing up in spades while multiple 1vx's back on Anubis. And that is not a favored clutch either. So it doesn't feel. Lower health. Trapped. Able to shoot his way out of the kill box. And a really nice try for Team Spirit on a force buy, but now it's just down to pistols. While, you know, back on Anubis, we saw some really well-called rounds from Magix on a macro level, getting some good stacks in place, some man advantages, even in lost rounds, right? Vitality going into stacks and winning them. But Nuke is going to be a lot more spread out. Going to have to really trust all 5 individuals on this CT side.
It's also just a map where like all your protocols get tested, they're going to get pushed to their very limits, and that's where you do think about the lack of reps in officials for Team Spirit on this map. You know, Vitality aren't about to come out here and make this CT side easy for you. That is for certain. There's going to be some trickery, there's going to be some fakes. They're going to try and pull you around the map and make you feel very uncomfortable. And you'd like to think no issues here. Apex was meant to get that second kill, but the bomb's walking out through the hut. Right as Spirit move in lobby side. Now hear these footsteps. Elite's got a fast flank ready to get active. You don't know about this second player in the lobby. Robs went back to check for it, but Magic's on a forward timing. Pressure still on. Donk now arrives, heaven side. Mezzi keeps eyes on. He got a whiff of Donk playing through that smoke. Knows better than to just commit to the bomb plant till his teammates have his back. And so no issues. Mezzi bringing a great deal of stability to this Vitality squad.
Yeah, much needed here for Vitality, right? A team that's just been a bit up and down as of late and haven't had that same bite to them. Some of their stars going a little bit quiet. Rob's having some struggling form at times. So much needed. Nice. The floor is raised. That round was a couple of shots from going the wrong way. Vitality get onto their gun rounds now. Spirit with an AWP in the hut, and Flames has seen this. It just gets, no way you're going to squeeze this. Just take the kill, man.
Seeing what else he can get. Oh. Didn't want anyone else to die for that, but still rewarded for the discipline. Just throws all the timings off on that A-hold, and this first rifle round for Spirit starts with a disaster.
I would love to hear the comms of that round for Vitality. Flames like, I've got one, get ready, get ready, get ready. Let him get way too close. But Flames nails those 2 opening kills. Worth wait. Very atypical start to your gun round. Your orb lost like that. Vitality, no complaints. 4-0 start on the T side. They don't even want the orb. More than fine running rifles.
Terrorists win.
Look how close Shiro gets.
I mean, it has been such a treat, the form that we've had out of Mezzi in this series. And now as you're eyeballing Nuke, you're hoping that this is where, you know, with ZywOo kind of finding his form, finding his confidence at the tail end of Anubis, you're going to get a lot more mileage out of him. Flames has already had some cheeky maneuvers to get this game going. There's some very positive signs here for Vitality in these opening stretch of rounds. Mezzi kind of being the glue that's held it all together. With that save, Spirit still have guns to work with here, so not out of the woods yet if you're Vitality. Trying to charge down Donk out in the yard. Lets him get involved early. Even cognizant of that boost, think he caught a bit of an eyeball of it earlier, so very aware the tricks Vitality might look to employ to get rid of him.
They can kind of confidently call their knockdown secret as well, so I'm still looking for fights outside. Context is dispatched for B. Shiro on rotation. Vitality tempted an upper again. Got nades on the roof for Mezzi, but not many of them. Really trying to force a kill, nothing getting handed, and with this control, Vitality go astray outside. Donk backed up, waiting. Punishes a second. No, surely not. A third for Donk from this given position. 30 seconds now for Vitality to do the impossible. They got to go get that bomb. ZywOo loses outside control, and it might just be an elongated save here for Team Vitality.
Yeah, don't think you love this. You know, it was Spirit coming into this on the back of a save, kind of cobbling together a buy around it. They're working with limitations, but that's the effect of Donk, right? That's what he brings to the table. 3 kills from him out towards the yard, and jobs are good. And
it's like Vitality kind of wanted the fight, though, right? They didn't do the deep smokes outside. They only did one of them. They allowed engagements to go down. They didn't cross anyone's secret for pressure. So, hey, swing of the king, better not miss. Donk does his job. And then some in the yard. Spirit on the board. It's a strong start to the game for Vitality, but will they let Spirit in early? Is the question here.
It's no secret that for Spirit they were massively helped over the line by the Tania game we got to see on Anubis. Donk's had a number of strong starts. As we get things going here on Nuke, it's got to be team-wide. Because Donk might have been given fights in that last round. I think Vitality have learned from that mistake. No longer wanting to pressure him out in the yard. They throw down this wall of smokes to try and bring themselves into the garage.
Oh, he hears that though. Looking for his prey.
Can't afford to be lax in the trades here, right? If you give Donk 2 1v1s, that's a recipe for disaster.
Shiro is ready to assist as well, but this pressure outside, Vitality know it goes both ways, so they've actually taken space elsewhere. Shiro tries to cover Donk, they walk out right below him. Pops a kill on ramp to make matters worse, but there is that 1v1 that Donk gets given over. It's Mezzi they've got to worry about. And he needs to get going. Shiro walks in, only damage, unconverted. Donk does die, and Garage follows up. Mezzi gets given room up the ladder, and last position, no, but they're gonna fight together. So Vitality, it is strung out, but it is well communicated. They bait Spirit into the trap that is Garage, and take back room on ramp. Really nice round. Got so much of Spirit's attention. Force that rotation player back up, and then use Zontix started Secret. Well called here for Vitality.
And so again, you kind of have Spirit pushed to the end of their tether, right? Money on the line. A chance just to begin that streak anew. Break on the smoke, but it's nothing for Shiro. Misses that shot, brought down low. Nade gonna find him, good util there. Punish the orb out in the yard, and they don't hang about, do they? Quick to react. They try and play into this top site split. Things pan out initially. Zywoo and Mezzi in with kills. Tania can't change that. Zontix left in a tricky 1v2. Begins his rotation. Doesn't look to commit to a fight up through heaven. Money is on the line. He's going to hang around here, see if anything gets given up. Any type of a tell. Any player a little too far off their mark, and suddenly the clutch is on. Vitality have an ace up their sleeve, a trick in their pocket. Mezzi still alive here. Dead on that swing. It's Apex this time to bail them out. The captain of Vitality not letting Zontix have the room to maneuver in that clutch.
Yeah, Zontix trying to play it smart there, reading the repeat from backside. It was well played, but Apex does not let him get away with any tricks here in this post plant. Important trade to keep the good times rolling for Vitality and start some seriously bad times for Spirit. That was all the money gone. Nice execute for Vitality, just ready to jump on this heaven position with that smoke. They're making life uncomfortable for Shiro in this T side. It's going to get worse. Pace behind this top side, just charging out the door. One man holds on, the rest go down the vent, and so chaos ensues all over the map. Spirit can't get a grip on this eco round.
Certainly seeing some of the ring rust for Spirit, as they have largely been at the beck and call of Vitality on this CT side. That's a great shot for Shiro. But he's going to need 3 more just like that. Backstab closing in. You're telling yourselves it's only a matter of time till Zywoo removes this threat. Again, a little shaky for Zywoo ramp side, and suddenly you really need this kill to come in. Feels like he's got to pull the util, but Shiro's gotten away from it. Rops watches this bomb. Oh, you really need Zywoo, but he just misses the opportunity. Rops has the clutch, leaves it to chance. Time's on his side, and there's no winning this for Shiro.
Oh God, it's terrifying. Every one of these rounds coming down to wires, but Vitality picking it up. Doesn't matter how you get there, just matters that you do. And Rops does it. A huge resurgence in this T side from what was a very slow start to the series, and he's had a couple of poor maps here at Paris. So great to see Rops able to win in positions that you'd expect him to.
Thank you, bro.
It's scary down on that side. A vent dive against pistols. I mean, Vitality, they've been cooking on this map. They've got some cool moves already. This A split with the wall smokes outside. Vitality making a lot of set plays. And so no surprise that Spirit are getting caught off guard a little bit on this CT side. Not getting the typical, donk back in CT spawn, just multi-killing. That's the one round Spirit have.
I think if you're Vitality, you just don't want to slow down. You want to make a bit of a statement here, right? Because you kind of want to be able to look at Spirit and say, look, man, you guys had a punish pick. Well, we've got one too. And look at how decisive ours was. We were never worried. Victory was certain.
It's feeling that way right now. It's the Spirit's best chance to change that. Zontix alone on ramp, might just get popped through the smoke. Here they go.
Nuke CT, just such a punishing map if anyone feels uncomfortable. Apex towing an awkward line out in the yard as he gets sandwiched. Zontix gonna hold on to the ramp room. Gives up the space, sure, but in a 5-on-3, and with him still watching the spillover down towards lower, Spirit are fine with this.
It's feeling like the kind of game where Vitality can absolutely win around like this. Spirit are strung out, they have limited utility. Again, Zontix is going to need to perform in his position. He's picked a strong one. He's staying active as well, so confirming the rest of Spirit can root their feet in place, hold their positions down, and Vitality get funneled into Donk.
And he's not playing this for a jiggle. Donk's here for the long haul, out in the open. Wide angle, and that's why. Takes 3 players to trade out Donk. Mezzi caught on the ladder. And so again, a bit of a response from Team Spirit. Vitality have been the guys going on these streaks. You haven't had Spirit with back-to-back rounds yet. They've got to change that soon if they do want to recover on this CT side. This is really where it's got to begin.
Yeah, banging for a 5-round half on CT Nuke. Not exactly comfortable here for Team Spirit. A more reassuring round where everyone is dependable. They don't overplay their hand in the advantage either. Oh, back for more. Flames out ramp, double set up. They read this one well. Shiro with support. Zontix gets a double, and that is a shutdown on ramp. That's Vitality calling from the front. A confident play. It gets stifled. And now suddenly those 5 rounds aren't feeling too impossible.
Also just been a series of set plays from Vitality that have worked out quite nicely.
I think after seeing Zontix in that setup last round, him just dropping down after contact, you felt like you were going to get more of that, but Shiro starting in this position helped out massively. He's choosing not to AWP on this CT side, worth noting. He keeps having money for it and not going for it. So after that one round where he got punished in Garage, just going on the rifle, I think he's realizing how mobile he needs to be on rotation because Vitality are keeping you guessing.
Vitality have won one of these low econ rounds in the series already, so you're willing to give them a bit of respect here. As they go out in the yard, they have Donk to deal with, and that has not been easy on this T side. Donk with a shooting gallery. ZywOo has made it past him on a good timing for this main split. Door open, ZywOo plays. Ooh, will convert his, but now left in this all alone. Gets surrounded. As a Team Spirit looking for a recovery on this CT half. See, the Vitality are aware how the game has changed. From 7-1 up, you do not want to feel like you've given Spirit a second chance.
And the worst part about that is I don't even mind the rounds Vitality did, but it came off the back of just ramp pops, right? Going through the smoke, getting aggressive and either getting mauled or just that round where Zontix gets one and Spirit fall back. Vitality were doing really nice set plays outside, smoke walls, making Spirit uncomfortable. They put it a bit down to chance here in those last couple of ramp plays. And I'm not massively worried for the map, but it has certainly let Spirit in. Only time will tell if that's a decision that they will come to regret. Can they top it all off here at the end of their T side with one more round?
No one yard off the rib for Vitality. Lobby-focused round.
Yeah, hits were nice, weren't they? Shiro's still rotating ramp. They don't believe it, not convinced as Vitality go down vent. It's a block in the smoke. Nintendo, something's up, he just doesn't know what. Apex makes it in. Ramp aggressive, Shiro shuts it down. And so the path to B, to meet up with these two down vent, is closed. And I don't know if Spirit realize how much has gone down in that smoke. A couple of players have slipped by, but the bomb cannot join them. This is now a very awkward position for Apex to call them out of.
You're myself wondering, you still have this smoke on Mezzi. Do you try and bring the bomb down the vent? It's a pretty awkward decision right now. That's Vitality are having to make. Apex feel like he wants to try and come back up, but you see Tania here, and that should put fear in you. They try and sink back up on the top site, but Spirit are more than ready for it. No issues there. Door slam shot on what could have been a runaway T-half. Instead, Spirit answer with 4 in a row.
4 decisive rounds of that. Vitality not getting more than 2 kills in one of those rounds. So Spirit really woken up, at least in this game, opening up the possibility of a 2-0. That would be shocking, just when you consider everything hanging in the balance. The club championship for Vitality, the open side of the bracket now with Falcons gone. They're head-to-head between these two teams. And what's waiting here in Paris in the Accor Arena? So much to play for Vitality. Pressure is mounting now as Spirit come back on their CT side.
I mean, whenever you kind of think historically, it has often been a bit of a struggle for big favorites, big squads to win in front of home crowds. Hell, Vitality kind of the one team that got to do it at the major in Paris. But even thinking towards the other side of the bracket, you look at like a Furia with Fallen. It's always been a goal he was chasing, got locked out of doing so by this Vitality at Rio this year. You think about even the Budapest major, Torchi trying to make his play happen there and get shut out. The crowd's actually chanting against him at the end of that one. It adds a certain layer of pressure. It's a team that won everything and won everything in a fashion that you haven't seen before on this side of Vitality. But chances like this to kind of reignite the spark in front of your crowd, there is a lot of responsibility and pressure on their shoulders in every one of these playoff games.
Absolutely, and the competition, the field of it, a lot stronger in Paris this time around. That much is safe to say. This time Gamer Legion didn't make it past the round of 16. At the same time, there's a Vitality who, like you just said, they won everything, Harry. They have dealt with the pressure, they dealt with the comebacks, they've been in grand finals down and still recovered. So you'd like to think this is just another day in the office for them. I'm enjoying the team effort we're getting out of Team Spirit today though, right? Across the board, everyone has had their moments in this series.
Considering the big question coming in, right, wasn't on Donk, it was on the rest of them. Yeah, I think you're over the moon with the mileage you've been getting. I think there were worries in the first half of Anubis, right? It felt like it had to be the Donk show on a CT side, but then they end up kind of leveling out. Magic starting to find some success. The early signs of the live wire that would go on to beat Tania. And boy, did he make his presence known in that second half. The reason that they went on to close that map.
I think Magic's actually, really proven himself in such a short amount of time as a leader. Sure, there's definitely been downfalls for Spirit, but calling their way through extremely difficult games. I just look back to the Cologne Major, albeit a loss, but think about that G2 match and the ups and downs of it. Moments away from elimination, able to maintain composure.
Yeah, and for a guy who you know, at Spirit are always going to say, oh, well, we knew Boris, we knew Magic's had the potential in him for this, but it's always a gamble, right? Think about the amount of times you've seen someone who is a bit of a second voice in a team given the reins and it doesn't pan out, right? And it doesn't work, and you have to actually look further afield. The thing that's so legit about that Magic's run is, you know, he does it all coachless. In his, you know, kind of debut year as the captain of this Spirit squad. No, it is very, very impressive, and it shows he definitely has the marbles. He is cut from the cloth of captains.
We're back live. Vitality, a strong start, fizzled out come the end of the first half of Nuke. And now a Spirit searching for a 2-0. Looking to defeat Vitality on home soil here in the playoffs of EWC.
That's their goal for Vitality. It's about surviving Nuke, getting onto Mirage, and trying to get back to their winning ways. Top site exec from Vitality and their pistol. Awkward for Rops on the quick switch. Apex has been quiet here on Nuke. With these dual Berettas, gets nothing done. It's Zaiwu arriving Heavenside that proves to be the remedy. And he closes it, seals it with a kiss from Zaiwu. That's both pistols now. And Vitality are off to the races. Chance to close in on that finish line.
Yeah, it felt like that was the difference maker on the first map. Not having either of them converted by Spirit for the most part. And now Vitality both in the bag. Should get easier from here. No force buy. Donk, Eagle Armor, everyone else sitting back and waiting.
Well, Donk's got one fight in his mind. And it is a fight he is but pixels away from getting. The Flames plays over these stairs.
It shows Apex has the cross, so there's no reason for Flames to peek as long as his patience is there.
Curiosity is a funny thing though, isn't it? There will be that voice in the back of his head telling him to take a peek on over. Just a tag from Donk.
Lucky to be alive, I'd say. But no real fear in this round for Vitality past that point. Eagle roams outside. Tight lines for Vitality with 30 seconds. Is he in position to stop this? He's going to get the warning sign. Apex sees a bunch of bodies in the yard. Getting a bomb plant is a tough ask here for Spirit, and so one by one they get shredded. Let Mezzi finish this with the SMG. Donk extracts maximum value from this round. He still can't get more than one. Team Vitality converts.
And again, you're instantly kind of getting that tight-knit feel of the beginning of that first half out of Vitality, where everything's a crossfire. There's contingency plans in place across the board. Setups are very, very mobile. You're not overcommitted. You're fluid. Everything's flowing. Started as a play to deny the outside rush, and then so quickly becomes a triple crossfire out towards A, so no worries. Up against these ecos. How will they fare against the gun round, as Spirit might look to go pretty fast and direct here.
Lurk smoke. Vitality think this is just a fake out as smokes go yard. Spirit have their sights set, and that rotation comes in. A weakened bomb site. And Apex, who might need to rotate as he sees nothing outside. Here comes the execute to announce.
Oh, Mezzi blind. Flames doesn't get a chance to play. Break on the smoke, and Zontix hits them with a gnarly little 180. Shiro back lobby side does get overran, but it shouldn't be a worry for Team Spirit. 4v2, bomb planted.
Hey, I mean, it worked perfectly. They pulled Vitality out of position exactly like they wanted to. Smokes go outside with a vent smoke. Flames goes into the vent to not only block that, but also be on guard to rotate quick lower. And so Spirit get their entries, they get their bomb plant, they get in position to find a 6th. Are we really considering this? No kid on Rops in heaven. ZywOo out of position. Hello.
All right. I mean, we're all impressed with that.
Playing great. One more for Spirit before all is said and done. A well-called execute here with a double entry from Zontix. Want the Spirit blow their own smoke up as well in the vent, making sure no one is doing exactly what Flames is up to. Money on the line. Both teams susceptible.
ZywOo brings out his AWP, starting ramp. That frees up an extra player to go and roam elsewhere. As for Spirit, once again fixated on this top site. No one out towards the yard. So are they really just going to run it back? Molly in, displaces Flames, puts him in position for a double. Mezzi gone, that's a hell of a pickup for Magix, but there's a third man here.
Molly.
It's Apex trying to play the fly in the ointment. Waiting at the back of the bomb site, the captain has this whole round on his shoulders, gets the first. Spirit come knocking on his door, they're closing in for this. Flash goes out, Apex goes down.
ZywOo in Paris, been here before.
And you hear that orb go off. Is it ZywOo that heralds the end? Drop down in towards lower, trying to get ahead of this, but Shiro has outsmarted him. We'll have a bomb to work with. And now ZywOo on the clock.
Shiro reposition, reclearing, reclaiming territory. ZywOo announcing presence. He's got the kid to work with. This is coming down to the shot. Is ZywOo quick enough right now? Looking for a reaction. Shiro's not biting. ZywOo makes more steps in this site. Smoke is going to cause a reaction here from Shiro. Nate goes onto it. ZywOo looks for the fight. Shiro doesn't bite. He fakes him out and hits the headshot. ZywOo down. Spirit back with another round.
These clutch rounds that were so constantly coming up in Vitality's favor, now going against them. Spirit are closing in. Money gone for Vitality. Spirit with a chance to make this a very nerve-wracking game if it wasn't already.
We also just saw in that round Tania outwork Rops outside. I mean, these are not things we're used to seeing from either of these players. Felt like the swing kill that put Spirit in position to win that round. And despite ZywOo's best efforts, they do. A 9-5 lead into a game that is about to get very close. That's something though. Rops, can he get away? Can't get the gun, but can keep the advantage here for Vitality.
You just got to be slippery, right? If you're able to keep this advantage, feel like you can work some magic with the pistols, because gaps are going to start to appear in the default for Team Spirit. It's a gap that Mezzi and Flames just might come looking for.
Might be USPs, but 2 is better than 1. And it could get overlooked here by Spirit as they walk into this scout.
Even having Rops just down on ramp, confirming that there's no push on the back of it. It's a louder stack for Vitality in at the top site.
Tanir's luck is everything in this round. He's going to need to play.
Zaiwu can't close on him. Missed shot from the Apex scout, and
they've missed it.
Vitality getting a bit of a misread on how this round's panning out. They abandon the A stack. They commit to the lobby lurk. They put all their resources into chasing down Tanir. Apex arriving, Heaven's side, gone right away.
I mean, Spirit just pulled the wool over Vitality's eyes there. I know it's an eco, but that felt like Vitality could have hit good timings. They had 2 in hut, they had Apex scope door. Tanir's presence is so much pressure that Vitality goes searching for him. They miss all those timings. Spirit walk into the empty bomb site. Think about that, what it would have been. Apex Heaven Scout and 2 pistols hut? That's a scary round for Spirit. But instead they get out unscathed. Really liking what Tanir is giving us in this series today, and it's backing up Donk's firepower. Another mid-round closed out here by Spirit. And a round difference between them and Team Vitality.
Terrorists win.
This one will cost a couple.
Well, if Vitality want to hold on to this lead, if they want to maintain a degree of comfort on their map pick, they need this round. Orb for Zaiwu, no kits in play. You want to try and win this one decisively. Don't leave it to a retake.
And you can say there's a couple maps here in Paris where Zaiwu hasn't really been there, where he could have made the difference and he didn't. I don't think you can say that about this one. Sure, a missed 1v1, but he's been performing in the last 3 halves.
That's why you've got to look at the numbers that Tanir is putting up and say, look, it's giving Spirit a bit of an edge. They have 2 guys that on a whim, on a moment's notice, have been able to recover these rounds.
Down to these anchors of Vitality to show up now late in this game. Just saw the Messi hadn't got a kill in 8 rounds. Well, now would be the time.
Went from being the glue holding this whole thing together to now called into question. You only remember the end result. And so we need Messi to put up numbers if Vitality are to survive the night.
How much pressure can Donk really do on his own? He's got 44 health, lurking alone in this position. And Spirit again trying to walk right by. They could go down vent, they could meet him here. Donk's clearing it out as we speak. 20 seconds, uncertainty for Team Spirit, but they set their sights down this hole.
Oh, knife was pulled for Magix. That's the bomb as well. Flames
gotta go.
Gets that out of their hand. If Spirit do want to go for this, they've got to get past him right now. Wow. Flames lines them up. And if Apex even gets one, that's enough. The captain secures double digits for Vitality.
Oh, terrifying all across the round. Donk just cleared vent. But to come back up there and chase Magix as he falls in, that is a messy situation for Team Spirit. And no room for error with clock that low. That is a final timeout called here. Ali knows what that round means. Could be the spark that reignites Vitality. Huge shutdown for Flamesy. Second in command to Zaiwu right now.
At the end of that one, you're still kind of left with this impression that, in a sense, Vitality got lucky. They got lucky that it's the vent drop. They get lucky that there's so little time left. Magix isn't ready for it. Knife pulled and the bomb gets away from Spirit. But now you want to take one on real merit. And if you take this one, you break Spirit's money. Suddenly, you are in the commanding position. Donk dead as Apex finds him out in the yard. This Hail Mary from Team Spirit getting shut down all across the board. Pick up for Shiro, but there's layers to this defense. And they couldn't be more layered than this. Top to bottom, ZywOo and Robs. Two different angles of elevation. This is not an easy fight for Shiro. One that he never even gets a chance in.
What can you do? Zontix has to use his brain. Positional CS is the only way he can win this 1v2.
Don't have the health to long out a fight here. So if you're able to just remove one, strike one of these two off the tally, no one's ready for this on the side of Vitality. But they're not leaving themselves open.
Love this rotate.
They haven't had eyes on Zontix in this entire round. And so they leave him to waste time looking for players that don't exist.
What a reposition. It is perfection.
They hear him scaling, they hear him grabbing that bomb, and now they know they've got him right where they want him. Rops and ZywOo outmaneuver, outbrain, and might just outrun Team Spirit on Nuke.
Yeah, it's been quite a sprint these last couple of rounds. Got to give it to Apex here. He has been struggling individually in this series, but that one kill on Donk not only shuts down Donk, it tells his entire team what Spirit are up to. Quick main drop denied. Get ready on that top site. And so Vitality pull all players into position, stopping Spirit dead in their tracks. The little pocket play from Spirit denied, leaves them with just pistols in this one. Oh, I like this. Are they going to go for the triple boost? Got to get one more up here. Wait, that's nerfed, no? Haven't they patched this thing? No one in heaven anyway.
No worries here. Spirit just taking this as a chance to talk things over. Preparing for the rifle round ahead there. Last chance to try and get this streak going again on Nuke. Double setup. Reinforcements ready to help out Rob's ram side, but ZywOo did depart. Still, shouldn't be the end of the world here. Second player in store down at this B site, and Magix has no idea. Might just be found by Flames again.
So cheeky. This one's for Paris.
Playing with his food.
Showboating here in a quarterfinal. And they got the room to work with. 4 rounds for Vitality to close out this map. Take us to Mirage. There's still questions on this series. Vitality trying their best to give us some answers.
Well, seen ZywOo on some passive lines with this orb, had a number of ramp starts with it. But here, yard side, AWP. And a Spirit that have largely overlooked this yard control in their T side. Well, they're ready to commit to it now. Couple of players here. You know you got to wait for these nades on the smoke. Apex with another, ready to try and set up ZywOo.
This could be it.
Break on that smoke. Nothing presents itself. ZywOo's got one of his own. But all these HEs come up short.
Can't walk into garage, you know someone's there, so Donk must cross secret. Ramp pop denied by Rops. who's had a late resurgence in this series. 5v4, and you've lost lobby. It's seeming hopeless here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, you just had to give up so much for the map control you have. And Vitality have been so keen to explore, to try and find the gap. Rob's already set up down here at the B site. There's the spot. That's also the bomb scene. Info for Vitality. They will get past Robs. Donk holding on for event rotate. Knocks Flames out of the picture. Now they don't know that Mezzi's made it past. But bomb plant is safe, and as he scrambles to try and stop it, Team Spirit catch Vitality a little off balance.
Oh wow, got to give it to Spirit there for still hanging on. Rob's maybe getting confident on B, but it opens up a world into that lower site. And Spirit already had Donk with a lot of control, so he cuts rotates. Spirit refused to give up here. A difficult round, but one that has put Vitality in a threatening position. Whichever hero orb. Apex with a rifle. We're just trying to end this game.
It feels like this kind of whole event is an attempt at being poetic from Vitality. They had a chance here in this quarterfinal to break the loss streak on Anubis, the frequent punish pick against them. They're trying to restart their surge of form in Paris. They were hoping that ZywOo, to really put pen to paper on that, could be the savior in this round, but that has not panned out. Lobby crunch gets denied.
I like this from Magic, so he hands off the, or Tani, hands off the bomb, and he's just going to hang out because there's still an orb dropped at ramp. You don't want to give that over to Vitality on the save. You want to make sure you take every kill here.
And the moment Mezzi throws this nade, well, now they know where this last player is. And so just play to avoid. Play for distance. Donk out in the yard, ready for that swing. And now we're down to a one rifle game because it's an eco to follow for Vitality.
Well, you say that, but it's still a decision that Vitality have to make, right? They forced heavy by getting a rifle and an orb. It means they can't get an orb in this round, but they can consider a buy. And Vitality look like they want to go for it. They're buying, they're selling, they're certainly considering. This is a risky round. It's going to mean you have no orb in these last two rounds, unless you do something special. So Vitality are putting it all on the line. Was that risky investment worth it? Stuff Apex with a Mag 7.
Hey, look, talk about the French trying to get poetic. That is his Mag, the Mag 7, Apex's kind of signature gun.
He's done some incredible stuff with it, no doubt, but come on, boys. Here we go. Vitality are all in.
What if
Ships in the middle of the table.
Never about ZywOo with the orb. What if it's about the captain sitting bottom of the board, bringing out a shotgun into the penultimate round?
Vitality want this to be the final round. This is the better of two buys. A 2,400 loss certainly sets us up for a possible overtime. I think Spirit would expect an eco here. So they've got to be very careful as Vitality don't shy away from making plays. Flamesy in the door. Spirit smokes outside, not scaling. Vitality at the minute mark. Feel like they've stalled them enough. Spirit setting up for this execute.
Ready to split in towards this top side. 3 strong here for Vitality, but ZywOo gone right away. Mezzi has dropped that bomb out towards the hut, but the rotates are getting cut down. And Mezzi's put in a very tricky position. Bomb to play around.
So Apex going to do something ridiculous.
Mag 7 on the ladder. Apex shut down, doesn't get to fire a bullet. And now Mezzi, they're all coming his way. Line up at the door. Shiro And Zontix reel that one in.
There's a team kill in there. There's some low players. There's ways it can go wrong. But Spirit are still here. This quarterfinal could still be finished on Nuke if they get their way. Donk found the pivotal player. Wins that headshot to ZywOo. And even with the bomb loose, Spirit able to squeak that round over the line. We now have a chaotic force buy. That or overtime here for Vitality. Bomb forgotten for Spirit. They're looking like they want to set up for a quick hit. They tried the run boost onto main, denied. Missed it, and you can't mess around forever. As Spirit are right here. The Barbarians at the gate.
Gonna try that run boost again. But there's only so many times you can fumble it before you've just got to write it off. And look at what it's done. It's left 3 players getting bullied by Util out towards main for Vitality.
Wish you had that run boost, because look at this reset right now for Spirit. After showing 3 nades in lobby, they're going back to yard control. Do not have that Joker in the pack on the T roof.
Would have just been such a powerful position, because you're really going to struggle to do anything about yard with these smokes down, with the buy you have.
Spirit can just cross, and I think if they do, we're looking at overtime here. Vitality won't want to over-rotate with what little they have. There's no kit in this round. The smokes start to fade, and so Spirit plunge in a new wave. These are good fights for Spirit, and Vitality don't have the weaponry for it. The worry is the clock. 40 seconds here. Vitality's MP9s on crossfires could certainly be threatening when Spirit start running.
Yeah, it's all well and good controlling all these roads, but eventually you've got to take one somewhere, and so it's the scale up towards Heaven. Looking to end their round in with the A play. Ooh. Heaven control conceded. They'll try and trade it back, looking for lobby. Mezzy with eyes on. That Deagle doesn't answer the call. ZywOo with one back. Apex trying to help. Donk's got his number. And Spirit overtime is right there. They've just got to reach out and grab it. 1 man left to turn the tide, and Rops is not in a fighting position. Team Spirit, months since we've seen them play on New Glass, largely gotten away with not having a showcase nuke this year. And overtime is just a kill away. Rops gone, Spirit lock it in. They want to end this in 2.
Both these last 2 rounds were on the edge of a knife. They could have slipped, and Spirit could have got split in either of them. They come down to seconds difference, but Spirit still steal them away. Risky financial decisions for Team Vitality in these last 3 rounds do come back to cost them. And Team Spirit, who are all the way down in this map, had forced overtime.
And I like that in the comms you don't hear any crazy celebration. Spirit well aware this game is not yet over. There's still a lot more to do.
This run boost is hard, but it is viable. Vitality trying to pull out a trick. Oh, Apex getting caught off guard. Team Spirit were 9-5 down in this map of Nuke.
Shiro hunting on this AWP. Gonna have to hit a flick. ZywOo, both of them miss. It's Flames to play next. They know they've got Apex trapped out behind Unbreakable. ZywOo arrives to alleviate the pressure put on his captain. And there's another from ZywOo. Spots this 3rd player. Needs to hit this one, and ZywOo does not forgive. Might have lost track of Zontix in this round. Snuck down the vent after the entry out in the top site. But with bomb dropped over at main and this defense split up, time is the enemy of Zontix here.
This time he can grab a 1-for-1, right? They're split up. ZywOo is in a deadly position, and Zontix just needs to get his gun out. 18 seconds to backstab ZywOo, but not to be. Eyes in the back of his head. 4 frags for ZywOo. 3 massive AWP shots outside. That was Spirit finding their entries. Still not able to get it over the line. Relentless for Zaiwu. I'm so glad to see him performing here in this game today with some of the shaky moments we had inside of that group stage. Even against FaZe yesterday, that does too. Sure, Vitality won it, but they could have stomped it.
Timeout for Team Spirit. You don't want to drag this all the way back, only to cool off in OT. Feeling like you've exerted yourself, you've put a lot on the line in this map, you've really laid it all out there, and so you don't want it to be for nothing. Rob's taking a page from his FaZe and Mao's roots, donning the org. When times get tough, that used to be a classic back on those rosters. Bring it out. Ramp side, it's very, very viable. Watch for Donk out in the yard. It's Apex on the receiving end of it. He's been locked in a cage with Donk in a lot of this game. And needless to say, Donk's been the guy coming out on top.
That's the org angle right there. Zaiwu kicking up a fuss, but Rops once more. He's not going to retreat off of ramp, not for free. You've got to force him off this position. That grenade is lovely. 4v4, and Rops re-establishes this control. Pushes the boat out. Donk left to lower with no targets to find. The bomb's going to have to come join him. And again, Spirit are looking at a round that's going to come down to the clock. A very, very late play. Flames, he still has this outside cross as well.
And these plays to the clock, man, that they've given and taken from Team Spirit, and you don't really know which, right? It leaves everything on a very, very thin margin. You've got to catch good timings. You've got to get your openers. If you don't, this round gets away from you.
So what's this? Is Donk faking? Because he's not in a position to come up the vent right now.
He's out of the picture.
Make it down B.
Donk does not get to play in this round. Vitality are not budging. Backstab for Magix, gets them unawares. Messi, eyes on, no worries, no problem.
Grenade.
Donk can't quite finish the job, and now is racing against the clock to try and get this, but there simply isn't time. Messi plays with his food, and then dines. Vitality with 2 in a row. Steamrolling through this first half of overtime.
Yeah, we said it a few rounds ago, we need these anchors to step up here for Vitality, because Zaiwu is doing all he can to win these rounds. And what do we get? We get Robs reassuring on ramp. We get Mezzi, Mo down in main, dropping the bomb, winning the round off of position. Beautiful play from Mezzi. He has been the rock across both of these maps for Team Vitality. Clutches on Anubis. And now showing up here at the end of Nuke. And that's what they want to make it at the end. 2 rounds from it. Got a full exec up here for Team Spirit.
And it was these little top hops that kind of got the T side going for Team Spirit. So maybe that's what they hope to go back to here. In their final T side round of overtime. The play that got all the intrigue going in the first place. Vitality playing a disrupt, flash into the lobby. Flames sent forward. Sacrificed on the altar of Donk.
Gotta go.
Tanir now. That next aggro piece coming in. Zaiwu back at the site, but he gets sandwiched. They'll put Donk down. Rob's dead. And Apex sits alone, bottom of the board. The only player single digits in the server. 1v3. Not a round made for him to win. 3 players looking his way. No chance for the French captain. Spirit at least scraped by with 1 on this T-half.
Yeah, Vitality have had a lot of plays they wanted to make in this series across both maps. They do it again, right? They see those outside smokes. They try and force a kill in lobby, but when you force a kill and you don't get it, Donk will hunt you down. He will not let you get away with that aggression. Spirit pounce on that top site, and they had the flashes ready to go, so a perfect finish off of Donk's entry to get them 1 round on the T side. Has to be enough here. Need a clean sweep from Team Spirit to 2-0 this now.
And it's been a map that's skewed T-sided. Narrowly so, 7-5 halves from both squads. So Vitality Don't mind the prospect here now that they're the ones on this T side. You saw ZywOo not donning that AWP in his T half, brings it out now in overtime.
You say the same about Shiro in his defense. He pulled it out once, he got naded, he never did it again. He didn't like it. Vitality were pulling him all over the map, so now he just locks down the line here on ramp. Zontic's on the secret cross. And Donk just looking for fights. And if Vitality give him what he wants, it could be their biggest regret.
Lovely shot for Shiro.
Oh, Donk peeks in.
And so finally Apex gets one back. What if suddenly he goes on a tear, right? Donk's been kind of stifling his confidence in a lot of these yard fights where you finally deal with him. Now you get a follow-up. Apex hungry for even more. Shiro proves to be one step too far.
There's more outside and they know it. They saw ZywOo with the bomb earlier.
Tension sets in for Vitality because they're a little strung out here, but there's ground to be gained. 20 seconds left to make their play. Rops goes down the vent. Flames and ZywOo looking to join him. And nobody home for Team Spirit.
They are out of position, man. They're trying to re-clear lobby. Vitality are running amok. 10 seconds, they've pulled the wall, and now they're going to put the bomb down. Unless there's a smoke shot out of nowhere. Shiro picks Rops instead, aggressive. ZywOo will get that plant in, and now ZywOo and Flamesy in this 2v3 with the bomb at their feet.
Rotate's still very slow to arrive for Team Spirit. ZywOo had a bit of time to get comfortable here, pick his position, pick his angle. Orb in a post plant. ZywOo on home soil, gone right away. This is a Shiro round, 4 kills deep. Might just need the ace from Shiro. Gotta finish what he started, but the time's too low. And so Shiro needed all of them.
But it's still not enough.
Single kill, but none of the glory. Time decides it. Vitality now with multiple chances to close and make this a 3-map quarterfinal.
And that is a beautiful rotation for Robs. He opened up that round by coming down vent. He made a risky move. At times, a player who can feel extremely passive, but in the silence, in the 3v3, right down the vent, opens up that path for a plant. And Spirit out of position. You can get all the kills you want. You can't beat the clock. 2 chances yet again for Team Vitality here on Nuke. How many is enough? And this time they want the gut punch.
The duel of Apex v Donk looks to continue.
That is a fake, but it seems like Donk is wary of something. He's rotated down, he doesn't believe it. Sees Apex gets flashed into main, knows it's just a distraction, it's meant to draw his attention, but he is in the right place yet again. His team clear lobby early this time.
Speaks to his kind of brilliant individual tuition, doesn't it, Donk? Feeling like that's all a ruse.
I mean, Spirit know what's up right now. They've got the info, they've just re-cleared lobby. Wait, that was the chance. Donk still on this site versus ZywOo.
Look who else has joined him. Shiro, hero that last round. Ace in a lost gun round. Doesn't want to repeat that sinking feeling. Gets one back over ZywOo.
And you're stalled out here. There's nowhere to go for Vitality. You have no other map control. Robs is looking outside. He needs his kill, or this round is over. Back on, back off. Shiro shuts down one more. Bomb can pull back.
Shiro's just felt like an altogether different player across these last few rounds. Very aggressive, very in your face. Rops and Mezzi, the 2 closers for Vitality.
Look up.
But with Tanir in a strong position, this was never going to be easy. Rotates arrive, and Spirit close in on double overtime.
Okay, they don't make the same mistake twice, do Team Spirit. A little quicker to the punch here on this re-clear. And Donk in all the right positions, winning all the right fights. Apex is just having an absolute mare individually in this game. Sure, he's had a couple of rounds where his kills have carried heavy impact, yes. But for the most part, him being a guy taking early fights is not doing Vitality any favors. Hard to fight a guy half your age, especially when that guy is Donk. And so time and time again on Nuke, we're ready to write Spirit off, but they are still here. 9-5 down, looking for a second overtime.
No open sight for Zaiwu. Speaks to maybe just a set piece here for Vitality. Something perhaps with a bit of pace behind it.
Remember, this was a 7-1 lead where Vitality were just doing brutal A splits and yard control rounds. Maybe something out of the pocket here. Again, move yard side. Oh, he missed it entirely. Does that miss info?
They just delivered Donk a nade. Smokes end up fading, and Donk gets brought down low in that skirmish. Not the guy you want shy of making plays in this final round of OT, but that's what happens. Oh, no! Nade! Oh, dear! Magic's code word gets said. The double agent comes online. He's just naded Donk out of the round.
Is that how it ends?
What do you do when Magix is a Vitality fan? Robs goes even further. And Team Spirit have well and truly hit the iceberg. The ship is sinking. Vitality, it's not on their own merit here. It's with a bit of help from an old friend, an old foe. You cannot believe that is how this map ends. Flawless for Vitality, and this quarterfinal going the distance.
Lost for words. The worst way you can lose a game. That is going to require the ultimate reset. Team Vitality, try after try, and try as they might, they will make this a 3-map series. This quarterfinal settled on Mirage.
There is the nade one more time, the instant facepalm, the reaction, and we just heard from the casters, this is a mental boom if we've ever seen one on the stage. Dupree, does Spirit bounce back from this?
Well, they have to, right? I mean, like this, obviously not the way they wanted to end out the map, and yeah, that's a bit of an oopsie in this one. And obviously, you could tell that Dong, he was furious after that one, and even Matt is hitting his own face. You know, it's not the way you wanted that one to go out with how much you actually and how valiant you fought for bringing it back into overtime and almost getting it to a double one. But man, this series so far, this just giving an on-silliness, and I'm impressed with the players because this one took so much brain power for so many multiple of the players, and also just for the in-game leads to trying to find the gaps, and it just came down to so many of the 3v3s, the 2v2s were every single move which is accounted for.
Yanko, every single player on Vitality got a clutch this game. But who impressed you most? Who do you want to talk about?
Mezzi has been really impressive for me on both maps. I think he had some important multi-kills, CT side. He always has on Nuke 1 or 2 rounds on that upper bomb site where he just does such a great job of finding kills or buying time or sometimes both. And there was definitely moments in this game like that as well, but as if it isn't hard enough, as it isn't punishment enough for Donk to deal with, you know, Zontix playing at a level that he is. He hits a nade in the final round.
It's gotta be hurting you a little bit, right? You know, and you could tell how furious he got with that one specific. And you know, it is what it is. You know, things changed, and I think it was just a bit of a miscommunication. But it's really not how you want to be taking out your own star player.
We saw such a hot start for Vitality. Spirit came right back in this game. Kind of walk me through as the highlights play out, and then I know you guys have a few we want to get into deeper.
Yeah, I think it was just for Spirit. You had to give them props for taking it into overtime. You know, they lost both pistols, so had to scrape and fight in the gun round. I think Vitality helped them out towards the end of regulation with some of the decisions in regards to their economy, right? Like buying on 9, then having to eco on 10, and then your buys on, like it was just a little bit strange, but in OT they managed to push through.
Let's take a look at that nade one more time, and then we're going to be looking at some of the pace being set here. Here it is. You mentioned not the way you want to finish the game if you're Donk and friends. Where's it go wrong?
You can kind of understand why Magic wants to do this. It's a bit unfortunate that Dong from this earlier skirmish out from main already took so much damage, and he's just like trying to get back up to Vince. I don't know if he regrets his decision of rotating to the lower bomb side, but just the idea that Magic just wants to try and find the info, right? He expects that Robs is probably going to be lurking out, so he wants to try and see if he can find that info by breaking up the smoke. And unfortunately, at the same time, Dunks goes up the ladder, takes just 7-8 damage from the grenade, and then he just out of the round.
Yeah, just unlucky. I mean, I don't know if you don't communicated that he was going back up. In that case, it's a mistake. If not, it's just unfortunate the timing of it and the HP situation.
And then, of course, with Donk out of the game, it's all you need to do. Roll over the rest of the 4. Let's take a look, though, at Vitality setting the pace. What do you see, Dupree?
No, but it's already early in the game as one of the first, I believe it was the first buy run actually, where you can tell that the fact that they come with an SMG from the earlier skirmishes, Flames uses his spawn very well now to get into the position into hot, and he doesn't just get in the beginning, he gets all the way in, and he actually catches Zero trying to get in very aggressive. I mean, he just waits it out, he knows he has a perfect frag here, but unfortunately he has to get this frag as Zero is actually searching deeper for his opponents. Robs is doing a little bit of grenades to try and catch people off guard, and as you can tell when Flames once he runs out, Tanir has no idea that he's already out, and it's just this forward position from Flamesy that just catches Spirit off guard in such a way, and it just set the pace for how Vitality wanted to set this T round. They had so many explosive rounds, inner executes, just like trying to avoid Dunk, and it's just such a good idea that Flamesy gets in with a spawn.
So that's when the trigger discipline plays out the way you wanted it to. Yanko, what did you see throughout this game?
Yeah, I think it was also a nicely balanced T-side from Vitality early on, right? You saw some of the set rounds like this, but also slower rounds, working outside, manipulating the rotations from the CT. So it's a good sign for them. Nuke T-side has something that has been a bit of a struggle for them lately. So to get that back up to speed, I think it's a big plus for this Vitality team.
You're mentioning that Zontix was having an off game. What did you think of Mezzi's performance? I know we've got his multi-kill ready for you.
Yeah, I think this was super important down the stretch, right? And Mezzi, this is why he was this anchor of the year last year, because even though there's Zaivu, there's Rops, there's all these guys, his number gets called at some point, and he almost always answers the call, right? So in this round, now we're talking about overtime. There's going to be this early trade outside, right? 5v4 situation. They're going to try to go ramp. After this, Rob's going to find a kill. They're going to upboard. So round extends. They go all the way back outside. They're going to split into the A bomb site. You can see here they find the gap, kill Zaivu in the back, find Flamesy as well. And now Mezzi is all on his own. Shiro can't get the trade kill here. Buys time, right? Donk playing him like a fiddle, and then he even finds that final kill. And this was just monumental, really, in overtime from Mezzi.
Taking a look at some of his numbers, Mezzi's going to finish 38-35, a 1.2 rating, and he, of course, is keeping his team in this going into a game number 3. That'll be loading up in just a few moments. Let's take a look, though, at some of the other stats from these games and take a look at what we expect to see in the final battle. Now, Dupree, there's been a lot of talk about that jump before we leave Nuke. How hard is the boost that you saw Vitality try multiple times and fail at the end? And are pro teams, especially those considered top 5, expected to make it every time?
I mean, they should probably get it done when it's such an important round, but it is hard to pull off, and it's about getting stuck in the corner and actually making it all the way up. So, I mean, it didn't really pan out. I think they tried maybe 3 or 4 times to actually get it done, and they also lost a lot of HP at the same time, and also caught themselves a little bit out of position. I know I can respect Vitality for going for those type of plays in a round where they are already on the low side with both utility but also guns. So it's a round where you do want to be pulling off one of those gimmicks. Unfortunately, it didn't really make it count, but in the end, they managed to bring it back in overtime, so they would probably not be looking at the round specifically.
Reminder, we are live everywhere over on YouTube, on Twitch, and everywhere you want to be online. Yanko, I saw some comments. They were saying Rops had a terrible game 1. How did he perform in game number 2? Let's take a look at some of the numbers and expectations for him as we go to Mirage.
Yeah, he stepped up, and we were talking about it, right? Nuke is going to be a different story. Maybe as much as he dislikes Anubis, I think Nuke is one of his favorite maps, and you can see how he's just a thorn in the side of Spirit. Very mobile on the CT side. Yes, he's the ramp player, but he can be pretty much anywhere. And then on the T side, he's not afraid of making plays on his own, even when the rest of the team is separated, working that outside area. And you can see just the numbers speak for themselves, he had a completely different game compared to Anubis.
And it's just what you want out of props. Like, you know, that is what he's so good at, and he's a player that always lurks around in the shadows. Like, he always puts so much pressure, but he also understands when to like take a step back, wait for the opponents, and get in the right position. So he's always this type of player that you can never really count on. Like, where is he going to be at? And he creates so much chaos in your opponent team's
And he does that on Mirage too, right? Like sometimes he's so good at picking when to be that Joker player on A, because he's usually the short player on Vitality CT side, and then just that extra guy, they don't account for him, and he's able to secure the round for his team.
Dupree, for anyone who is just tuning in, they missed an excellent day of action. We are on our third and final fight of the night. This is the third and final map of that battle. What have we witnessed so far, and what are the expectations? We got 50 seconds till the stage.
We've had an extremely close series right now where both teams are really showing up, and it really comes down to the details, and that's exactly what you want out of these type of matchups. And now the fact that we're turning our attention over to Mirage, it's a map that if I'm on the Spirit side, I wouldn't be too worried about. I mean, like, it's a map that the outside of those two, it's the one you've played the most. You have a pretty good scoreline coming into it as well, and just looking at Vitality, they had a really close game to Bait where they almost lost and had a hard time finding their groove in that one. So I mean, Spirit is not looking like a bad team. I think they've showed up for this series a lot more than I expected. So just the fact that we get into a third one, it's Mirage is going to be brawly. It's going to be a matter of fact if Don can just turn up the heat once more.
Jacob, we got a lot going on here at EWC. We're going to give our players an extra moment. Can I get two names, though, to watch? I know a lot of people have different polls all over the internet. Who are two players, one from each team, that you have faith in on Mirage in particular?
Well, who I always have faith in Donk, right? There's no question about it. But I will keep my eyes on Zontix, right? Because he plays that cat position a lot. He plays it in the forward area a lot. So he's going to have a good game if Vitality plays heavy towards mid and he's involved in those fights, right? And then on the flip side of things, I'd keep an eye out on Apex for his individual play, but also to sort of keep his head in the game, right? I think one of the main reasons, and he was vocal about it himself in the Bait series, he sort of lost his cool and you know, got too ahead of himself. So he needs to maintain that on Mirage no matter what's happening. You could see how even though they had a hold of Nuke, it still went into overtime. So have to do a bit of a better job at just staying focused from the side of Vitality.
On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for joining us so far. It's been an excellent day. We still have one more map to go. Don't go anywhere. It's Vitality trying to make it in to the Final Four on home soil.
Lobo. 2 ramp. 1v3, 1v2. Good plant. Bomb. Time. Nice! Shogun!
Big shot. Insane.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Lights might be out here over at the Queria City grid, but the show must go on. And it is Fortnite that we're going to be looking at tomorrow because the Club Championship is still in full swing. AJL was the team that we were looking at today, whether or not they'll make it out of the survival stage. So, Lauren, what you got for us?
We thought they were safe all the way up until the last match. In the last match, things got truly down to the wire. Heading into match 10, 4th, 5th, and 6th were all tied at 329 points.
Okay,
the team below them was only a few more points behind. So in theory, anyone in 7th and 8th could have leapfrogged into that top side of things. We were watching the teams, and 3rd place goes out, gives AGL a little bit of breathing room. They do survive at the end of it all. They've made their way through to finals, but it was in the craziest fashion. Zeta fought to try and get themselves into the top 6. They had back-to-back wins to close out the series and missed out on being in top 6 by 1 point. So Zeta Division don't make their way through to finals. It was just kind of what you would have hoped for in a survival stage to keep things interesting. But now when we look to finals, that means we do have Vitality, Falcons, AGAL, and Aurora Gaming, all as teams that could actually win.
That's
and
incredible.
that could shake up the leaderboard.
Oh, absolutely. It means that tomorrow is going to be packed with action, and we're probably going to do a lot of updates, so we're going to see a lot of you. But that's it for today. So for more updates on Fortnite, see you tomorrow.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
All right, Nico, would you rather top frag every map but always lose, or bottom frag every map but always win?
It has to be bottom frag.
It has to, and I think you've won the major now, so maybe you just want to top frag for the rest of your career?
I will still choose bottom frag.
Selfless individual.
Yes.
Top frag for sure.
100%.
Yes, I think about myself every day. I look in the mirror and I say, today I top frag, and then I look at scoreboard and I'm in bottom. So go next day again.
Fair enough. Good change. What about you?
Great answer, Finn. Bottom frag.
You want a bottom frag?
I want to win, man.
Okay, wow.
Bottom frag always win. I think it's happening right now for me. Every time.
Pretend no one's watching. What would you say?
Top frag.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Top frag or bottom frag?
Obviously bottom frag and win.
Bottom frag every map.
Win.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Win, of course.
Okay, yeah, but then you're never at the top of the scoreboard.
Doesn't matter. Bottom frag, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, win.
That's the winner's answer.
It doesn't matter that you are high up if you are losing. It's like annoying. Always win, bottom fragger.
I win every match and I don't care about the score. Yeah, that seems to be the growing consensus. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, this year's been kind of like that for me. Bottom frag every game we just win, so that's fine. I'm good with it.
On Face It, I would prefer to top frag. On a team, I would need the win, you know?
It's important nuance there. Yeah, that makes sense. Because when I think the pros are answering it, it's like, obviously, I would bottom frag and win if it's a same answer.
Yeah, very easy one. Let's say like that.
Okay, yeah. I feel like this might be the easiest one of the two.
I would go bottom frag and win every time, both.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make sense.
As if this guy's ever bottom fragging. What are we saying?
Yeah, but it makes sense. Like, why would you top frag and lose? What do you get out of it?
Ego.
Confidence. What do you get out of Elo? What do you get out of Elo?
You lose 50 games in a row. Oh, I'm so confident.
I was good then.
I think I will go with the bottom frag every map but win. Alright, yeah, but it hurts my ego a bit, but yeah, I will take it.
Bottom frag for sure. Win, always win, yeah. Win, that matters.
It's the win that matters. What do you think?
I mean, the answer is obvious. Top frag and lose everything. No, I'm joking. The person who chooses the top frag but lose every game, well, listen, the CS team game, not for him, I guess.
Yes, let's get the microphones. Is yours working?
Of course it's working. I think it's not working. Well, it's working now. Well, either way, it's all or nothing for Team Spirit versus Team Vitality. We all know that Team Spirit is the best team in the world, right, guys?
Give me that. This one is not working, doesn't matter. Guys, let's be real. Qui est le meilleur joueur du monde? Est-ce que c'est Ziwo? That's what I'm talking about, Fancy.
No, I don't think that it's gonna be down, but either way, Team Vitality, they have precious club championship points to climb the leaderboard. It's not just about this match. There's a lot of pressure on these players right now. But either way, again, Donk is better than Zoo, and
Yeah. Let's give him stop waffling, mesdames et messieurs, qui pensent que ceux qui vont gagner ce quart de finale, c'est Vitality. And I agree with them. It's time to get to the game.
Map 3 of this quarterfinal, we go the distance to Mirage. This map was a backbone of Team Spirit's run back at the Cologne Major. 6 games in the bag, all wins, and mostly clean for Team Spirit. Hell, they got their round in that quarterfinal against G2 alone, and now they got to take on Vitality, who have also been managing to dodge this map in the last couple of months as well. Safe to say this one's impossible to call come the finisher of this quarterfinal. Vitality with a lot to play for here in Paris, and Spirit, who are looking to make up for a bit of a fumble after a great comeback on Nuke.
Yeah, one thing is for certain, this series, this entire quarterfinal has been neck and neck, right? Either team could have taken both maps, and so you're expecting Mirage to feel like much the same. It has been a nail-biter of a quarterfinal, and this one looking to get started with a bit of a B-pop out of Vitality. Convincing shutdown from Team Spirit. And with only Mezzi left, a world of hurt at this B-bomb site. Donk starts strong.
I think this is a Donk game right now. Get ready on the POV, because this is a Donk game. You can just tell from the way that he comes into this one with a point to prove. A fantastic series for Donk, a stunning event for him, and he starts off with 2 bangers in this pistol, able to change course onto Flames, who wraps the back of the site, and they lose track of Magics in that smoke as well. Donk just runs in and gets it done here on Mirage.
Now Vitality have been down to play a little fast and loose with the 4 spies in this one, but not in the deciding map. No bomb plant, no force. So a bit more standard from Vitality. They're thinking, bringing out those guns in the next.
It's funny because when we look at the last year and the last 18 months of Vitality, we always wondered, like, when will it end? Will it end? We don't know when we're in the good times till they're already over. And maybe there's been questions this year about Vitality. We still don't know the answers, but to me, Donk's form is exactly that. Will this go on forever? Will he ever get stopped? 4 kills off that spray top mid. Donk makes it look easy. And so just enjoy every second that you get to watch this player play this game. There is truly no one like it. And I say that in Paris watching ZywOo. 2 absolute titans in different roles. And Donk here to silence this arena. Let's see if ZywOo will have that straight out mid for the Woo running amok. And I think Donk's got a bit of info on that cross, on that jump spot. The molly goes deep. Donk blind, swings for the kill. It takes Flames to trade him out, but he barely gets out of middle. 8-1 for Donk to kick off this 3rd map.
Vitality were hoping to react pretty quickly here. They've got good ground on Mezzi on this ramp push. Rob's gonna get his. One more player bound for CT. He'll even stop that spillover as well. No doubt that you've seen this uptick from Robs from the very slow start to this quarterfinal. I think we're quite at peak Robs yet. But maybe he's saved it all up for map 3. Woo, Apex, all right. I'll get the blood pumping, little 180 turnaround on a Magic.
Sontix has struggled in his clutches, but this feels doable. We got low players all across the board.
And it's Robs the guy trapped in at this bomb site. Can't afford to overplay his hand. One guy with HP. You almost want one of the low players facing first. Robs tries to swing out for a trade. Now it's getting real dicey. Zontix onto something great here. So it falls to Apex. Time is of the essence, and Zontix never gets to hop on it. Certainly gave it a damn good try. Vitality a run for their money, but time decides the outcome of that one.
And we had all 5 players of Vitality put up a clutch last map. Zontix has been in a lot of these doable 1v2s, 1v3s, difficult, yes. Still unable to come up with them. Definitely been a player under the microscope upon his return. His fair share of struggles, putting it lightly. Donk, ever-present threat. The only window player who's not an AWPer. Vitality reset. No one in the site, but everyone nearby.
Blocked out by this Vitality util. 3 players coming through Palace. The big vulnerability is CT, but Team Spirit don't have anyone there. And so Vitality get multiple players across and into the bomb site. They do so entirely uncontested. Donk dead first at the hands of Zaiwu. Bomb now planted. CT control taken. You really want to try and get this back. Zontix and Magix will live up to their side of the bargain. And so now you don't have anywhere left to play around this bomb. Apex even cleaned up on his lurk. It falls to Mezzi. MP7, not the gun for the job. And so Spirit just able to pick that one apart. The moment you give up on that CT control, it's a very claustrophobic, very tricky post-plant for Vitality.
Samir again just showing his brains in this series, right? He's had the brawn, no doubt about it, with some top performances across this game, but so aware that Apex could be lurking there in the middle. Waits so long, holding his flanking connector, tucked into that corner, and peaks at the right time. Comes crumbling down here for Vitality despite a 5v4 with Donk dead. And it's those rounds that reassure you of Spirit, where they can do it without him. So big pickup early, puts Vitality on a very weak eco.
I mean, let's not forget, it was Vitality and the Veto who had the choice, right? The option for Dust 2 or Mirage.
And I know Dust 2 is good for them, Harry, but every single time Vitality plays Spirit, they second ban Dust 2. If Spirit don't pick it, they do exactly this. They get rid of it. Doesn't matter what the third is. They don't want to play Dust 2 against Spirit. Despite their record, what was it, 51-4 or something? They always banned it out against Spirit when they could. They respect Spirit on that map, even when they were at their all-time heights. And it's one of the 2 maps of Spirit have been able to take off Vitality prior to this series. So you understand why. It's still a dangerous decision. I'm with you all the way. Mirage has not been highly played for Vitality, but I think if you look at what they've shown us on Dust this tournament and on their T sides, it's been pretty woeful. Samir saw those nades. He knows what's coming.
He's heard the circus down here in bottom mid. He's seen the juggling. And so there is just a shutdown.
Beautiful.
10 collapses upon Vitality. And Spirit building an early lead.
Donk doing acrobats right now, 10-2. pulling out all the tricks. But yeah, I like that you bring it up, even though it was an option for Vitality, choosing not to take it.
I mean, yeah, we talked about the dominance in Vitality's head-to-head versus Spirit. It's clearly a big part as to why. But, you know, there's kind of two shaky maps in this veto as a whole for Vitality. It started with Anubis. Sure, they nearly won it, but nearly doesn't cut it. No one remembers the nearlies. So you really got to try and have some tricks up your sleeve here. It's another buy for Vitality, but to say it's lacking feels like an understatement. Minute 15 left, and they're down to just a collection of Molotovs and smokes. Might just be another set piece in towards A.
Yeah, Apex left on Tech9, 4 AKs. Just enough to get you in, but to close the round, it's going to have to come down to individuals here for Vitality. They have 1 XX worth of nades. This late lurk for Robs. And Vitality lining everything up.
Say this as well, getting into A hasn't necessarily been the problem. It's what you do after that bomb is planted.
Oh, Donk in the open.
Tania taking first contact. Bought Donk just an extra second to get out behind triple. And you feel like that second you bought is what might just tee you up to rip this one away. Donk on a tear. Another multi-kill round as Donk gets more and more aggressive.
13-2 now. I don't know if there's any stopping him. He comes chasing for that final player. And robs his tail between his legs as Team Spirit surge ahead, 5-1 lead. Incredible beginning to this game. I do love what Tania and Donk are doing side by side in all of these rounds, right? You said it's been easy to get into A. That's because Tanir's not really sat on default. He's not playing the boxes. It's not under balcony. It's him and Donk just swinging stairs and jungle together, coming out connector, just fighting tooth and nail. And these two have been the heavy hitters of Team Spirit today in this quarterfinal.
I mean, you think about the type of player they are, and sure, you know, we all know what Donk's capable of, but it's the two most aggressive pieces you have in the roster, right? Kind of able to operate on a bit of a similar wavelength. Know the fights that they want. Hell, they sit next to each other up there on the stage, right? There's a great degree of synergy here, and you're watching them play off of each other really, really well in the opening stages of this Mirage CT side.
Just two tanks knocking down houses, and would you believe me if I said coming into this map, Tania has the most frags in the series out of all 10 players. Besting Donk. So here we go. A new look Spirit and a slow start to Vitality. They were 7-1 up on Nuke and it still took 2 overtimes to close. Am I hearing that right?
I think you are. It's the usual Apex chant chorus.
They're trying to start him up, are they? I mean, he does his best work when the crowd's against him. Paris trying every trick in the book. They make work this 4v5. Shiro with support.
All right, they get past Tania. First time you've seen him actually in a position dedicated to the site. They might just go against you. Because now with Shiro gone, CT becomes a bit of a problem. Donk trying to reel it in. Oh, that's a tap for Magix out of the short side.
What were you saying, Paris? Because Donk agrees. Bomb down, dead to Donk. FU indeed, 15-2 on Donk.
And right now, we're kind of seeing why Donk throughout his whole career has just kind of fundamentally broken your understanding of Counter-Strike. It was something that from his very first outing, his very first event, thinking all the way back to Katowice, instantly you sat up and took note because the idea is you always told yourself a talented team that all play off of each other on the same wavelength, that's meant to be enough. But Donk defies all of that by being just one player who can solo carry. One guy who is that one-man army. And so even now in a 3-on-5, sure, all these openers in for Vitality, but Donk's still alive. The round is alive with it.
Okay, what's the read though? So at the end of the day, position does matter. Donk almost considered rotating B. He comes back. Magic's holding the line. Bomb on the ramp. Donk and Zontix getting grouped on this A position. So even in a 5v3, Vitality cannot get ahead of themselves because this bomb is on its own. It's on the back of Apex. Molly can come down. Zontix pre-fires here. That's bomb spotted at 50. Time to rotate, but unlikely. As Don comes back, his teammate falls to Rops in Palace. And Rops lives to tell the tale. Surely all of this is enough. Bomb's out of there. Without a doubt, the right call. Team Spirit blocked by that con smoke should leave Vitality with a clean round. And that's one way to beat Donk. Never face him. Bomb has been planted. Lurked on. 4 kills for Rops here. Patience pays off.
Just very reassuring to see Rops having these rounds where he's able to be the difference maker. Just a fleet of kills for Rops on this lurk. So much value out of one man over towards Palace. Not a vibe we were getting from him at the dawn of the quarters. But now topping the board for Vitality on map 3.
Where Vitality have to put the pedal to the metal. Wake up on this T side. Certainly not too late.
I mean, there's just a real air of stress and concern, right? Just looking at the numbers. Vitality on the back foot. Spirit pulling ahead with a pretty clean lead. You hope that that last round, a 5 alive round nonetheless, can be the start of something for Vitality. Because you don't want to go this far only to go out with a whimper.
Magic's very aggressive here. Flash will keep him back. Donk and Tamir, the 2 A defenders, lead into Spirit's stack on the B side. Orb covers from Kitchen. Vitality only now renegotiating with ramp. A lot of angles to clear here before they make this site hit happen. This boost from Zontix can find players coming up connector, so Mezzi's got to be awfully careful. Oh, double, triple ding for Magic. Zontix even gets out of dodge, and into Donk they may go.
Feeling like your hands are tied here. You've got to commit. Another catch for Zontix up on that boost. Flying around the smoke. Flames has bypassed Donk. For how long? Donk goes over. Doesn't quite stop that bomb plant.
Expanding from spawn.
Flames and Rops throwing into a 2v4. But you look at where Rops sits on the leaderboard. Came into this one with a bit of a point to prove. This would be the time to do it. Vitality need this round. Put in an awkward position on the back of that Molotov, leaves him out in no man's land. Handed off to Flames. Shiro puts him down, reels him in. 2 kills deep on that clutch.
Oh, yeah, those are the rounds where, you know, Vitality kind of need them at this point. This game is getting out of control very quickly. A flash in the pan for Flames. Spirit, stop the kitchen from burning down. 7-2 now. Nice reboost on short as well. Getting 3 kills from this position.
Vá. Nada.
So Vitality have money, but they don't have much else. It's been very tenuous out middle. Vitality never swinging. Scared of what could be here. Hoping they're default punishes, but Spirit haven't made any ultra-aggressive plays at the start of the round. They're fine to let this come down to the sub-minute mark before they make their move. All these defaulting players, be it top mid, be it under, back on ramp, none of them getting given kills. Vitality have to surge if they want something. Ready to block ramp at a moment's notice. Warp rotates. Because Magix has his smoke fade, but when it does fade, Shiro can come right back to this A site, and he's already begun to hustle. Donk getting back behind the A site, Winterneer by his side yet again. This is the 1-2 punch that has delivered Spirit their 7 rounds, and now they have an orb to back them up.
The smoke here at least forces you in a bit of an uncomfortable setup. That's why you're glad that Shiro's been able to take this line. Tania dead first. Messi with openers and a miss from that Shiro orb.
That's more like it.
Clean sweep of entries and a clean round for Vitality. Sure, Zontic's close by, but he knows there's no winning this. Out of position, 2v5. And a bomb site that you lost so quickly. Vitality could be anywhere. And they're everywhere.
Ooh.
Zontix does have a kit. Still hasn't moved a muscle.
Neither is Robs.
You know, at this point, nothing comes for free, so just hanging around, making sure no weirdness at the end of this round.
Yeah.
It's Vitality with a third.
A lot harder to do that in an arena, that's for sure. So Vitality's rounds, they come clean, don't they? 5 lives on this T side. Spirit's timeout just to try and squeeze as much as they can out of their defensive half. Because, okay, I'll offer some sanctity to Vitality. Spirit's T sides on this map, not always great. We've seen it let them down a lot. Donk's rip-roaring to get this game started, but can he continue that into a second half? Think back to the Bounty final against Mouse. Sure, it was a abnormality. We had Donk go missing for a couple of games, multiple maps and multiple playoff matches as well, and that felt out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, even the very first game here at EWC for Team Spirit, right, where they fell to GG How on this map, and that was what kind of began this whole worry around Team Spirit. Would they even make it to the playoffs? Well, it would be one hell of a full circle moment to take that L, take those worries, and turn it into a win over Vitality in the quarterfinals.
Worries can be removed by finding just another round here at the end of their CT side.
Yeah, and if Vitality do want to have hope, this feels like the all-important round. Chance to break Spirit's money, leave them with a force, leave them with nothing, and making it very easy to feel like you've at least recovered on this T side with 5.
It's quite a stack for Spirit. As we've said, there's not been much going on in the middle in this game, with the exception of that Zontic's reboost. Spirit haven't really been interested in mid in this CT side. It's not like Vitality's lurks out under if Apex and Rops have come to much fruition in this T side, so it's again going to be a heavy execute round with just Mezzi on a late move. I like the Vitality of switching up who lurks in these rounds. It means that Spirit can't necessarily play off the kill feed and say, hey, Rops is alive, what's your con?
And that's also what you're seeing Rops go out first in a lot of these moments, right? Not uncommon to see him challenging alone from Palace.
We have that in this one.
Try and re-clear ramp. Here in Zontix, double setup. Orb nearby to try and provide some cover. Here playing anti. Zontix turns away from that flashbang. Tania will get found on that charge from Flames. Cover in from Donk, connector side, and Zontix has just spammed Robs completely out of play. This one falls apart, comes undone for Vitality as they waltz into the stack. And so that chance to break the Spirit bank accounts, that chance to recover on your T side out the window. This is now a dominant half for Spirit guaranteed.
They're even booing Apex's save here in Paris, so you know things are getting dire now for Team Vitality as Spirit build onto an 8th round. They sell to Nia, but boy is it worth it. Every penny here from Zontix and Donk in this A side. We're getting Zontix's best game yet in this series. I think at times he has been a bit of a liability. Not right now, Mirage showing up when they need him. Looking to put on the most dominant opening half of this quarterfinal yet.
See on Zywoo's face in the camera, just looks a little bit crushed. He's 3-9.
Yeah, 2 of those are opening kills. He got them early in the game. It's been a minute.
2 Frenchmen want nothing more than to perform in front of their home crowd, and they just can't. Tania aggressive up in the top mid, full send, full push, right into flames with a double. But there's 2 heads to this Hydra, and the second one is Donk's. Keeps the advantage belonging to Team Spirit.
Info play, he saw him.
And he's got the bomb firmly under wraps.
What are we doing?
Donk picks up right where Tania left off.
I mean, they're just completely caught off guard there. That's Apex running around the corner without even considering that Donk, who was just in middle, would have found that bomb. Zywoo got run at by Tania top mid. Vitality getting made to look silly in these rounds, getting cut down one by one. And Shiro, confidence peak, at least gets the info, if not the kill. They've got him boxed. Back in middle.
And Messi knows there's no easy road to this one. There will be players close by. You've got to get past Donk, and that has been impossible. Ending this first half, 20 kills deep.
I remember seeing a stat a couple of months ago that Donk has more 20 kill first halves than he does 4 kills or less first halves. So this is just another day for Donk. But my God, on the most important map yet, the highest stakes, and looking for their first victory over this Team Vitality. It has been 18 months Robs has been in this roster, and Spirit have never been able to beat them.
There's 26 kills on all of Vitality. Donk almost matching the output of this entire team.
And Zywoo disappearing here in this third map after a fantastic nuke. After that comeback on Anubis that was spearheaded by his CTAWP.
This round really decides everything. This pistol, if you don't win it, Spirit are going to make a very, very quick and decisive close to this quarterfinal.
Oh, Robs doesn't know. Caught off completely as Zontix crosses in. A 5v4 fed to Team Spirit like they needed the help. It's right there for the taking. And as a gap opens, Tania takes it. Won't be able to get through window. And vent not broken, but it still puts him in position to punish in jungle. Donk by his side again. This Tania Donk show has been marvelous in this final map. Vitality is just 2 men against the world. The 2 Frenchmen up against Spirit.
Zywoo, here's the footsteps. That's a hell of a way to get the ball rolling. Donk dead first. But Zywoo's heroics can't come in the form of just 1 kills and then giving it up. Needs even more out of Zywoo. They chase him down. Messi arrives to help out. Low on HP. They're leaving it to Flames to take this next contact. 30 seconds left in this for Team Spirit. And the heavy hitters are out of play, out of the round. They get past Flames. Mezzi's had a massive amount of impact in clutches in this quarterfinal. But this is looking like one bridge too far, a shot away from certain death. And if Mezzi falls, with him, the hopes for Vitality in this quarterfinal. The lead feels too great for Spirit at that point. They swing him together, Mezzi put down. And Spirit making a surge towards those semis.
Just such an incredible series we've had here in the STC Arena. Team Spirit could have been ready to write them off. They lost Nuke in the most devastating fashion. A team kill onto their best player at the top of the server. But the reset into this third map has been remarkable. And Donk started up with a point to prove. He is ripping Vitality out of this playoff. And he is playing out of this world. It looks hopeless. Desperate. ZywOo on that fade falls off and only hits a tag. I feel like you needed the killing blow on Donk here, who's still on 28 health, up catwalk into 2.
Rob slow from that earlier skirmish with the Deagle. Anybody util could spell the end of his round. ZywOo's scout will not be able to help you here. It is just these two players and them alone. Rops, that nade, wow, finishes the job. And so a save called as Vitality are coming to terms with it. This is not their quarter. And this is not where they look to have that resurgence in form after falling shy at the major.
Oh, brutal. Flash on ramp. Flames hunted down. They want everything. And they leave with nothing. A 5-7 in Kevlar as Team Spirit look for a 4 alive round. And Apex booed again on home soil. These guys just can't catch a break.
You must just have a sinking feeling in your stomach of your Vitality. This is a team who sat on the throne of Counter-Strike for so long, people were getting bored of it, right? They had a run better than anyone else. Were the undeniable kings of Counter-Strike. The major called that into question. We're hoping they could reignite that spark heading into a new season. And I get to do it in front of a home crowd. Well, it all felt so promising. But on map 3, the wheels are off. Through that period of dominance out of Vitality, you never saw them get showing up in games like this. A ludicrously one-sided third map from a team that you would always give the respect to, that you would always bank on, never give up on. But here, that's starting to feel like the only option, because Team Spirit have been in full control over Mirage, and they are showing no signs of stopping.
And Team Spirit's captain, the Magician, he pulls his final act, a disappearing act. They call it ZywOo. 4-13. Gone in this quarterfinal. As Donk puts on his best game yet. Surging towards an MVP. Still trying to break records that he himself set. ZywOo, one final ditch attempt.
This is the only proper rifle round the Vitality will get the chance to play. This is where, if they are going to put up the wall, it's got to be immediate, it's got to be impenetrable. You cannot make a single mistake. And that's the frustrating thing about a guy like Donk. Sometimes you don't even make mistakes. He's just faster, he's just better. Prying eyes with this AWP. Donk hits the tag, and that nade will spell disaster. Robs just gets away from it. But nothing feels sacred, nothing feels safe. Boost up here. Saw Team Spirit use this to great effect in that first half. Mezzi at least gets one from it. Zaiwu with just a tag. Nades out. This is a 3-on-5.
Just running at them.
Mezzi gets even more damage downrange. I mean, there's a bunch of wounded players here, and you've knocked out the big hitter in Donk. But you can't get ahead of yourselves. This is your tournament life on the line. You're staring down the barrel.
No one's watching.
Of a massive deficit of rounds.
Look at Tanier go. No one's home.
And Tanier's got all this room. One man short side will get the spot off. Mezzi knows the players made it out into his bomb site. Magic's dead out there in middle. There might still be a chance at more rounds for Vitality. Mezzi gone, overwhelmed. Apex up next, 3 kills deep in this game, and he's dead. This can't be how it comes undone. Team Spirit lay waste to Vitality and soar into the semi-finals.
Statement of a lifetime. 6 series over 18 months. Team Spirit barely made a dent. They couldn't touch this team. They couldn't stop Vitality. But here on home soil, they send a harrowing message. A dominant third map and one of Donk's best games yet on the biggest match, taking down Vitality in the quarters.
It's the one opponent they just couldn't beat. And so when you finally, cross that threshold, when you finally scale that massive mountain that Vitality have represented to Team Spirit, it must feel incredible. To do it like this, well, that is just the cherry on top. There was no life out of Vitality on the third map of this quarterfinal. They get embarrassed by Team Spirit, who came in guns blazing from the get-go.
Just a team we never see crumble, a team that never goes down without a fight, that never gets one-sided games against them, always has more when you're ready to write them off. But Vitality are written off. They are out of EWC, and Team Spirit go on to that top 4. What a glow up from Tanier in this series, but we've got to hear from the man himself.
Thank you very much. Team Spirit eliminates Vitality here on the home soil. Donk, welcome to the top 4. Congratulations on that big win. Finally, you get to beat Vitality. It's been 2 years since you haven't beaten them. I want to know if you feel happiness, if you feel relief. How good does it feel finally managing to beat them?
We feel tired and we want to go home.
You want to go home, of course. I imagine that you guys are tired. I just wanted to ask you a question. You're a very young player, but still very passionate about CS. What drives you about this game? Is it your teammates? Is it your own passion? Is it your fans? And who do you want to thank here?
I just enjoy the game.
Just enjoy the game, and that's pretty much it. Not really complicated. I think we're about to get to the key crusher. If maybe you want to go with one of your teammates. Last but not least, you won Anubis. And I think I heard you in an interview say that it was a map. I'm not allowed to say it on broadcast. You are. You won it. You top fragged. Did you change your mind on this map?
No.
No? Still? Okay. Well, you're good at it, but you still don't like it. Ouais, je posais la question par rapport à Anubis. Effectivement, il avait dit qu'il n'aimait pas la map. Est-ce que ça a changé après avoir top frag? Aujourd'hui, la réponse c'est non. Donc, I'm gonna welcome you really quickly. We need to crush. Do you want to welcome one of your teammates, maybe? Magix, can I borrow you to crush the key? The captain, of course. Thank you very much. You're gonna break the key of Vitality here in Paris, in front of the Vitality home crowd. It's hard, it's a heartbreak, but Spirits were just the better team today, and they move on to the semi-finals here in Paris. Well, Magix, that was pretty good. Congratulations on that win. I'm just going to ask you one question about your next opponent, Legacy. It's a very aggressive team, very explosive. You have never faced them in your career. Do you feel like they could be a problem?
Yes.
Yes, there could be a problem. That's it. Minimalist, chirurgical, and there we are. We have our 4 semi-finalists here in Paris. Thank you so much for having us on stage, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more CS2. À demain.
Well, that Spirit, animated as ever on the back of this massive win. You know, it's kind of what we come to expect from them. It's just another day in the office, and that's how they're treating it, right? There's still a goal here. There's still more to do. You beat Vitality, sure. You beat the hometown favorites. You beat the guys that you could say were favorites after Falcons get knocked out to win the whole thing. But they keep their usual little trolley personalities in tow, and I think that's also because, you know, there's still a great deal of work that's going to have to go in to completing this run.
Yeah, I'm still shocked we get as little as we do from Spirit when you consider how dominant that third map was, but you know, they just want out of here. They just want to go into that Saturday semi against Legacy. I can't believe the level we just got out of Team Spirit in that third map. A banger finish, a hard day for Vitality really, as they get eliminated with one of the worst games we've seen from them in some time.
Yeah, you know, just kind of lost for words in that sense, right? And I think you've seen it from the reactions of the players after, from the reactions of the fans in the arena. Like, this is just not what you expect when you think of this Vitality team. You know, this is kind of a new low, coming at a time as well where Vitality have kind of, you know, been dethroned. It's not firmly the Vitality era anymore. You're always willing to give them this benefit of the doubt that they can bounce back, but you know there's more twists and turns in Vitality. What with the fact that you know, Apex is having a kid, Mezzi's having another. There's all these kind of things swirling around the squad to look ahead for in the rest of the season. And now they leave us with this at EWC. There's some very awkward questions, I think, coming up for Vitality and what we can expect.
So it was kind of the perfect storm for Spirit to steal the limelight today. And now if we look at Falcons eliminated, Vitality eliminated, and Spirit doing good on their side of the bargain, as did Furia, we now have a crazy top 4, right? Legacy with 2 massive earned upsets. Spirit, who, you know, on a good day look like the best team in the world as they enter this tournament, #1 VRS, and Foot and Furia, 2 very explosive teams. Furia with the experience, Foot with the young players who are really hungry as well. So I think this one's completely open, but safe to say Spirit do feel like the favorites after that game.
Yeah, and just what a turnaround that is, right? Like with how this tournament started, the groups giving us all these worries. Yeah, it's a fantastic turnaround. But now I think it's time to hear from Vitality after that third map performance.
I can only imagine defeat is one thing, defeat on home soil is a completely different ballgame. Can you run me through what's going through your head right now?
Well, we didn't show up. I especially didn't show up as a good IGL in a way, and individually I was a disaster as well, so it just hurts. I gave my best the last few weeks, months to be sure we will be prepared here, and yeah, didn't show up.
I know we're kind of entering a bit of a unprecedented time for Vitality now. Mezzi's going to be out for the next tournament. We'll have a couple with the full 5 back, and then you'll be out, obviously taking parental leave as well. Should that alter the expectations of Vitality moving forward?
I mean, yeah, it was important for us to do well here because we really wanted to play well in front of the French crowd and enjoying as well. And yeah, it was our last tournament for a couple of weeks with Mezzi, and yeah, now it's going to be a bit weird playing, of course, with GL and not playing with the full lineup. So yeah, we need to put those last two months behind us because it was not good, but that's how CS works. Right now we are a bit off down, and we need to find a way to step up.
Obviously, looking back at this game specifically, I imagine it's just emotions running high for you right now, but it's been almost 18 months since Spirit took you down. It was before you added Robin to the lineup as well. What do you think was the problem today?
As I said, I think they played better than us, and that's just how CS works. We've beat them for, as you said, for 18 months. Today we didn't play good, they played better, and yeah, that's the competition, you know. If you don't show up and you don't play good, the opponent play good, usually they win. So that's what happened today.
Final question. I imagine you could hear all the fans that were chanting you guys' name throughout the game as well. You had friends and family in the audience. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to say anything to them upon departure.
In French then. But let me, because last time you stopped me and you didn't understand that it was not over. Merci à tous d'être venus. Malheureusement, on n'arrive pas à gagner devant les Golden Hornets depuis un petit moment. C'est triste, mais merci à tout le monde d'être venu. Merci à la famille, à ma famille, à d'être venu et de venir nous supporter. Ça fait chaud au cœur, même si on n'a pas réussi à faire le meilleur tournoi qu'on voulait. Merci à tous, je vous aime.
Want to give us a quick rundown in English as well?
Yeah, thank you for everyone to support us, even the people here probably that are not French and that try to cheer for us. We didn't show up, I'm sorry for that. That's competition. I hope we're going to bounce back and we're going to give our best, but love you guys.
Thank you so much, Apex. Best of luck moving forward.
Yeah, you see Apex not really happy with how this panned out. The acknowledgement that they did not show up in this quarterfinal. You know, whenever we talk about Vitality, we spend a lot of time talking about Thrones, what with them being the kings. This one was kind of like Game of Thrones. It was like a banging start and then just tapered off completely come the end. A no show on map 3, and I think you could tell how much it hurt the gang. Even the acknowledgement of what we were talking about, the idea that there's all these challenges ahead. But a great day to be a Spirit fan, Hugo.
Yeah, and a further great day tomorrow, Harry, because we have the semi-finals coming down on Saturday, starting with Fury of Foot, 4 p.m. local. We go on to Legacy Spirit, and we know Legacy, they've been punching up the whole tournament. Time to see if they can take on Spirit tomorrow. It's going to be a crazy day. 2 more BO3s, and then on Sunday, we enter the Accor Arena as well here in Paris, France. So don't miss it. We'll be back tomorrow with more Counter-Strike here at EWC.
Just in time.
You're insane, bro. What a shot, mate. Nice! Let's go, 90 game. Good call, bro. Okay.
Spotted side, spotted Nico. Oh, they line up for him! The Argentinian sniper, Santino Regal!
2-for-1 special right there.
So cheeky. This one's for Paris.
Welcome to the EWC Spotlight. We're here to recap everything that you have seen so far. I'm Avali, and joining me today, we've got Stunna, Jordan, and Sandstorm ready to break everything down. And I just learned that Stunna apparently jumped out of a helicopter. How did you pull that short stick?
I mean, you just got to not be late for work sometimes. And you got to learn those lessons the hardest way possible. I think that's the unfortunate reality of it.
Being late for work means you jump out of a helicopter. Sign me up.
Extreme conditions call for, extreme solutions right there. And that's exactly what happened.
Jordan is, part of Falcons. If a player ever showed up late for scrims, would we push them out of a helicopter?
Never.
Never?
No. Maybe to get them on time? Maybe?
Maybe for a good match. Probably.
Okay. We'll keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, Falcons players. But okay, we have to talk about what we just saw at the STC arena stage with CS2. Because what happened to Vitality, man? We were watching them. We thought for a second we had hope. And then it was all dashed.
You know, Anubis happened. You know, it's cool. And then we found ourselves getting a Mirage, or excuse me, into the next map of the series, 16-14 overtime. Like, it's dragged out all the way through and through. But I think the battle at the end there, that last map, you just get to see the class that Donk is in the server. He's a force to be messed with. Scary, really.
Yeah. What do you think about the other games that we got to see on the stage here? Because I feel like there was a ton of back and forth and a lot of great matches.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we think about how this day started, a little bit of Foot Mal's action. Mal's, I don't know. There's question marks around this rebuild a little bit, but for what they showed today, you would expect just a little bit more. Or does that say more about Foot? I think they've been showing some face as well. You look statistically, they're hanging amongst Mal's. They're really not even that far off. And in terms of matchups, this isn't the first rodeo for them with Mal's. So they got the dub there. Foot had map point for consecutive rounds, Dusty, map 1. Then we went to OT and Foot closed it out there.
Do you have any predictions for the games in the future moving forward?
Oof. I don't know. Watching this whole Legacy Spirit thing that's about to happen, I don't know. That's a wild one. Spirit obviously has Donk. They're fun to watch. But then, you know, the little Legacy that could. And I'll put it to you that way.
I love that. Now, of course, we do have our special guest joining us today, Jordan Savelli from Team Falcons. But before I start loading you up with questions, we actually have a question for the chat. So chat, let us know, what do you think a typical day looks like for someone working at Team Falcons? Apparently you won't be pushed out of a helicopter, so don't worry there. Now, I'm not going to let you give chat the answer just yet. So instead, I've got a question for you, because Falcons have players competing across more than 20 countries and 20 different game titles. How do you manage such a huge global operation while continuing to scout and develop new talent?
It's a big challenge, but we have like a lot of staff around the world, especially like managers dedicated to each games. And I think like that's the strength of Falcons at the moment. We're just like trying to get like as much staff as possible and also like scouts on different country and games.
Do you have like a favorite unsung hero of the staff that a lot of people don't think about?
To be honest, like all the managers that I'm working with are really, really good. But especially like the one that I'm working really close with, which is like my general manager managing Europe and the general manager for the MENA region. Like we're working really closely together, and it's just, they're just like putting a lot of work and to make these things happen.
Amazing. Shout out to all the managers out there. But our next question for you, with the club championship potentially going down to the final days, how do you manage the pressure across so many different teams and make sure everyone is pulling in the same direction?
That's a really good question. We have like a mental coach and psychologist with us, and working with all talent that are still in. Again, the managers know their players, so they know also how to talk to them, how to maybe like pressure a bit, like get pressure out of their shoulder if they need to for interviews or stuff like this. But to be honest, like we have players that are ready to compete here. We don't put extra pressure. They have enough already. And we also like try to manage pressure for us.
Have you ever pulled any pieces of wisdom for one of like the mental coaches that you guys have?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Donna, have you ever spoken with like a mental coach?
Probably not enough, in all things considered. Yeah.
You just start raging in the middle of the game. You need someone to speak with, right?
100%. Otherwise, I'm yelling at the wall.
Absolutely.
Might as well be yelling at my teammates, but wall teammates, same thing.
But we can't be banned. We have to be positive. Now, of course, you have just eliminated the defending EWC champions in CS2 and moved further ahead in the club championship. Does a result like this change how the organization approaches the rest of the tournament? Or does the message remain simply one match at a time?
One match at a time.
There you go. Just one match at a time. One match.
Yeah, one match at a
Across
time.
4 stages.
Right now, unfortunately, on CS, like it's just, we're out, unfortunately. But we still have Trackmania and Fortnite, so hopefully we'll go through that.
Yeah, and we do have the chat answer guessing what happens in Falcons, and they just said we play CSGO. Or you guys play CSGO, is that it?
yeah, I'm just like doing this like 24/7, and I'm still shit.
Yeah, it's funny because I think they were trying to play CS:GO today, but we were playing CS2 competition around here. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I know. A little bit dated.
it's unlucky. It's unlucky.
A little bit dated here. All right, we actually have one more question for the chat here. Which Falcons player has surprised you the most at EWC this year? Let us know in the chat. And then finally, we have one more question for you here. Falcons have become one of the most ambitious organizations in esports globally. When you look at the next few years, is the goal to dominate individual titles, win the club championship, or ultimately build an organization capable of doing both consistently?
We have like a high ambition for sure. It's a bit complicated to say that we will be able to just like win on individual games and also EWC. I think that right now we have like a right balance, and we have the opportunity to win, for example, like TI on Dota and the major on CS, which is like important for us. Now, like we'll try to repeat this on other games. But as you say, like we have like a lot of games, so we have to also like prioritize some games. And well, right now I'm still focused on EWC 2026, and we'll see like what will be the plan for the next year. But the goal of Falcons is to create a legacy for many years.
Nice. And we can't wait to see that legacy play out. Of course, let us know your answers in the chat so we could potentially mock them up here on the couches. But we still have 3 more games that we need to talk about, Sandstorm. Let's start over in the Qiddiya City grid with Fortnite. What did we see?
Okay, so today we wrapped up the survival stage, so we know who are the 20 duos that are going to be competing. Falcons have Peterbot and Poyo, 2 of the best duos to ever touch the game, specifically Peterbot as well. They rarely ever, I want to say, like end up below top 8, so Falcons can kind of guarantee at least 200 points from them. And when you're looking at the other teams, AGAL, they have Sky and Scroll, who barely made it to the survival stage in the last game as well. Very final moments, they had to clutch it, and they did. So that, I want to say, is the only competition that I can see for Falcons at the moment. I would talk a little bit more about Vitality, but with them being out of CS, that's a bit of a yikes.
That's a oof.
Yeah.
I did really enjoy seeing Zeta Division, though, pick up those 2 back-to-back wins, because they just look so excited to see the guy.
But
like,
they didn't make it by 1 point.
1 point!
1 point.
Literally
like
just
a
1 point!
back-to-back win, and then 1 point difference, absolutely crushing.
Broke my heart into a million different pieces. But let's go ahead and move over to the Allianz Vault, where we saw some crossfire.
That we did. Now, when it comes to Crossfire, yesterday we saw the result. The reigning champions in AJAL, they got knocked out by Baisha, and Baisha also won the semifinals today against, I believe, King Zero. It was a 3-1 comeback after they lost the first game. Now they're in the finals, and I don't think they're going to lose it. And on the other side, you had Team Stallions in the, I want to say one of the Saudi representatives, but they are a Filipino team from Cebu. I was hoping that they would make it into the finals, personally, because I've seen them last year, and they're an incredibly lovely roster. But Team Liquid, first time Brazilians are going to be in the grand final of an international competition for Crossfire against one of the best in Baisha. So it's going to be a very spicy finals.
Yeah, especially because they need some of those CC points. And finally, over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we had a little bit of track mania. Who was the fastest?
Okay, I mean, obviously, you're talking about 7-time world champion Carl Jr. with Team Falcons. And the thing is, he's in the same group as one of the Vitality racers as well. So that's going to be a very interesting one. But you also have 2 of the AGAL players as well on the same side in the same bracket. I want to say different groups, but same side of the bracket. So maybe they can guarantee having at least 1 player in the grand finals. So they have to hope, pray, and do everything that they can to make sure that AGAL have someone in the finals. And they also need someone in Fortnite, in Sky and Scroll to compete. Because outside of that, AJAL need 1 win at least to compete with Falcons. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough.
Are you nervous about holding that position, especially with the games that we've seen so far?
Really nervous, to be honest. It's just like, it's only 300 points behind us. And it's like, yeah, I feel them like, you know, just like in my neck here, trying to smell me. So yeah, it's a little bit like tricky at the moment.
It's like personal space.
Just a little bit.
But okay, let's go ahead and talk about what the club championship points look like right now. We could go ahead, pull up the rankings just to see how close that race truly is for the top there, Sandstorm.
Yeah, now when we're looking at it, 4,600 for Team Falcons, AJL 4,300. Falcons, once again, they still have, of course, the representative in Fortnite and in Trackmania, so they can still stand to make, I want to say, at least 400 points. Carl Jr. needs to win the first race. That makes it into quarters, or semis rather, so that would be top 8 for him. And then when it comes to Falcons in Fortnite, Peterbot and Poyo, I don't think they would drop below 8, because they've been consistently doing very good job so far. They qualified instantly from the first day of the groups. They didn't have to go through survival, so they had a little bit more time to study their opponents, scrim, and practice and get themselves into the best shape possible. And even Peterbot himself said, I am winning this competition. I am winning Fortnite because I want the club championship to come home to Team Falcons. So if he says it, I don't think he's going to drop the ball on this one.
I don't know. I feel like there's confidence to be had there.
Yeah. Like players are confident.
Confidence for the players, but I think it's still more stress for you.
Yeah, it's more stressful. I'm not the one like behind. Well, thanks for that, but I'm not the one like playing, so you stress like twice.
Of course. Well, before we go ahead and wrap up this show here, is there anything that you'd like to say either to the Falcons players or the Falcons fans who have been watching you this entire time?
I would say like just enjoy the last 2 days of the competition. May the best win, and I hope that it's us. So yeah, it's just this. But no, thanks to everyone like watching, supporting, and the player like putting a lot of effort to bring this trophy back home in Saudi.
Of course. And Stunna, where can we catch your next death-defying move?
No more of that, please. I think I had enough of that in the past year's time frame. Did it 2 times, kind of unnecessary the second time. I just want to say the Counter-Strike continues. Unfortunate realities, commiserations for the Falcon side. I think they'll have to go back to, you talked about legacy a second ago, they'll have to go back and try to find a T side, because it just didn't exist earlier today. No offense, but no offense.
You and me are just going to have to find out what happens next, Sandstorm. But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you next time.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We